I make a living by trading in haunted houses, where bizarre occurrences such as the locking of souls in copper bowls frequently transpire. Herein lies a compilation of the 10 most notorious haunted house dossiers, unveiling the chilling secrets lurking behind them. Chapter 1. Are you familiar with haunted houses? A haunted house is defined as a dwelling where someone has met an untimely demise. An untimely death typically refers to a non-natural passing, such as those resulting from accidents, suicides, or homicides. It is said that individuals who die in such a manner, having not completed their allotted lifespan, harbor a lingering resentment, often resulting in their restless spirits. They still remained at their previous residences. Therefore, some peculiar things are likely to occur in such houses. The owners of these properties usually sell them at a significant discount. During those years, driven by the pressure of survival, I inadvertently stepped into the business of trading haunted houses. I purchased haunted houses at extremely low prices and then reselling them at a profit. The income from trading haunted properties was indeed substantial, and I accumulated a considerable fortune during that period. However, the eerie and inexplicable events I encountered have haunted me like a persistent nightmare. Lingering long after I ceased my endeavors to this day, recollections of those experiences send shivers down my spine and evoke clammy beads of sweat. Today, I have finally summoned the courage to share my story, seeking to achieve a definitive closure to my past. My name is Leong, and I graduated from university that particular year. Throughout my university years, for reasons unknown, I was beset by misfortune, failing in all my endeavors. Upon graduation, my attempts to secure employment were met with repeated setbacks. Not only did I fail to earn any money, but I also accrued a significant amount of debt. My hometown is situated in the countryside. Once, I was the only individual from my village who attained a university education, and the villagers celebrated my achievement with great fanfare as I departed from the village, basking in the fleeting glory of the moment. However, my current circumstances are dismal. Those childhood friends who once failed to gain admission to university have since ventured out into the world and now present themselves with commendable success and dignity. Why wounded pride compels me to seldom return home, as I wish to spare my parents from worry and distress. Yet, pride does not provide sustenance. And when I found myself overwhelmed and on the brink of despair, I unexpectedly received a phone call from my uncle. Speaking of my uncle, he is undoubtedly a remarkable character. This remarkable is not a reference to his extraordinary talents, but rather to his eccentricity. In his youth, he was rather disreputable, spending his days indulging in alcohol and gambling, which ultimately led to him being expelled from our home by my grandfather. And one knew of his whereabouts until he returned years later, clad in tattered, filthy robes, having taken on the guise of a half-hearted Taoist priest. Upon his return, he addressed my grandfather not as father, but as benefactor, nearly provoking my grandfather to the brink of fury, resulting in him being forcibly ejected from the household. Too fearful to return home, my uncle resorted to setting up a fortune-telling stall in the town. However, it is thanks to this unreliable uncle that I am still here today. 1 year, while I was pursuing my studies away from home, I received an urgent call informing me of my grandfather's critical condition. I hastily requested a leave of absence from my school and rushed back home. Upon my arrival, I discovered a multitude of people gathered outside our old house. My aunt, with tear-stained eyes, informed me that my grandfather had not yet passed away, as he was holding on, yearning to see me one last time. I hurried to my grandfather's bedside, my heart aching as tears streamed down my cheeks. The once vigorous and sprightly man I knew had transformed into someone unrecognizable. He lay there, eyes tightly shut, utterly depleted. Yet his lips incessantly murmured my name. Upon hearing of my return, his eyelids fluttered and he managed to open his eyes. With great effort, he raised his arm and gestured towards the door. Everyone understood his silent request and, save for me, vacated the room. That I observed the skin on my grandfather's forehead ripple, revealing white streaks that lay hidden beneath the wrinkles, a testament to the youthful skin that had not yet succumbed to the ravages of time. His gaze remained fixed upon me, his throat moving as if he wished to speak. I leaned closer, eager to catch his words. That moment, I noticed the anguish etched across his face, accompanied by a rasping sound emanating from his throat, akin to a deflating tire. His visage flushed crimson, and his chest rose and fell with labored breaths, having never encountered such a scene before. I was uncertain if my grandfather was on the brink of death. Anxiously, I opened my mouth to inquire about his condition. But just as I did, a sudden rush of air escaped from his throat. This breath bore no resemblance to the foul stench. Associated with other dying elders instead, it exuded a refreshing fragrance that I stood agape, caught completely off guard. I inhaled deeply, and a chilling current surged down my throat, swiftly permeating my entire being in that instant. I felt as though I had plunged into an icy abyss. My head felt heavy while my feet were light, and my body seemed to be filled with lead, rendering me incapable of standing, forcing me to collapse onto the floor. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone rushed in. By this time, grandfather had likely departed, although I could see them. I felt devoid of sensation. The worst part was that I lacked even the strength to utter a word that moment. My long-absent uncle unexpectedly appeared, shouting, "Yangzi has been struck by calamity. Do not move him." Recognizing the urgency of my condition, the others found themselves at a loss, compounded by grandfather's recent passing, which had thrown the household into disarray. They could only resort to treating a dead horse as if it were alive, allowing uncle to attempt to revive me. He carried me to another room, procured a battered bowl, and rummaged through his satchel to retrieve a handful of beans. I discerned glutinous rice and black beans among them, though the rest remained unclear to me. Uncle placed the beans into the cracked bowl, poured half a bowl of liquor from grandfather's gourd, and began to mutter incantations over the mixture. Finally, he struck a match and ignited the liquor, filling the room with the aromatic essence of grains and the fragrance of spirits. Unperturbed by the heat, Uncle plunged his hand into the bowl, stirring the concoction, and then, with hands reeking of alcohol, he pinched my earlobes and the soles of my feet. Subsequently, he pried open my mouth and poured the still flaming liquor into me. The bowl of wine had been fumbled with for an eternity by my uncle's grimy hands, which filled me with a sense of revulsion, yet strangely, I found myself devoid of strength and unable to utter a word. Upon consuming the wine, a warm current coursed through me, bringing a semblance of comfort to my body, and why Uncle rummaged about in his clothing, as if attempting to excavate old dirt from his skin. After a good 5 minutes, he finally produced a needle from an unknown recess of his garment. The needle was as fine as a hair, dark and uninviting, leaving one to wonder whether it was stained or simply of that hue. With the needle pinched between his fingers, my uncle closed his eyes, seemingly channeling his energy, beads of sweat trickling down his face. I could see this moment. My parents gathered around, their hearts racing with anxiety, yet too apprehensive to interrupt him. At last, my uncle abruptly opened his eyes and forcefully plunged the needle into the middle finger of his left hand, then thrust it into the center of my forehead, gritting his teeth as if to extract something from within. The needle's puncture at my brow elicited no sensation of pain. Meanwhile, it seemed that all of my uncle's strength was concentrated upon that needle, with his left hand braced against the bed, and his right hand gripping the needle, strained mightily, his face reddening and his neck bulging. Finally, he succeeded in drawing forth a slender, dark green filament. Once liberated from my body, the filament instantly transformed into a wisp of white mist and vanished, leaving the needle broken. In retrospect, we learned that the last breath expelled by a dying person is known as calamity. This breath embodies the most tainted and toxic essence accumulated throughout one's life. It can wither flowers upon contact, and if it inadvertently clings to one's clothing, it could incite a serious illness. If it were to strike one's face, it could take a year or more to regain vitality. The commonly uttered phrase, "to suffer calamity," derives its meaning from this. In my case, had it not been for my uncle's presence, I would surely have perished from ingesting it directly. Even so, it took me nearly half a year to gradually recuperate. Following this incident, the family's perception of my uncle shifted, and the villagers recognized his undeniable abilities. Consequently, during occasions of joy or mourning, the family began to seek his assistance. Yet, my uncle's eccentric nature still rendered him somewhat out of place within the household, and few were inclined to engage with him. Only during my school breaks could I offer him companionship through conversation. On one occasion, shortly after my arrival home, my uncle approached me with an air of mystery, saying, "Nephew, I need your help with something. Once it's accomplished, you shall reap the benefits." Upon hearing his proposal, I nearly lost my composure. This unfortunate uncle had the audacity to ask me to assist in prying open a coffin. With only an 8-year age difference and his carefree disposition, our exchanges often lacked the decorum typically afforded to elders. Thus, I responded in anger, "Assist you? What a preposterous notion. Are you even aware that I am your nephew? You intend to bury me alive." Seeing my agitation, my uncle hurried to explain that the village's old Liang was suddenly struck by severe illness, lying in a coma and on the brink of death. However, the Liang family was one of the wealthiest in the vicinity, and his demise posed a dilemma regarding the division of his substantial estate among his 3 sons. Thus, the sons approached my uncle, beseeching him to devise a way to extend their father's life for another 3 days. In response, my uncle concocted a cunning plan and sought my assistance. He proposed that I lie in a coffin, merely as a ruse. The coffin, crafted from cardboard, would be covered with a layer of soil, and I would rest inside it for a night. At daybreak, I would be extracted. Upon hearing his proposal, I retorted with irritation. I refused to participate. It is inauspicious for a living person to enter a coffin. Yet my uncle insisted. "My foolish nephew, do you still concern yourself with notions of fortune? Although I have managed to alleviate some of the misfortune inherited from your grandfather, your bad luck lingers. If not addressed, it could haunt you for a lifetime. This plan serves a dual purpose, aiding the Liang family while allowing you to experience a symbolic death in that coffin, effectively purging your misfortunes. When you emerge at dawn, I assure you will be rejuvenated, and your future will be filled with prosperity, success, and wealth." My uncle, animatedly gesturing and calculating with his fingers, eventually presented me with 2,000 yuan as a deposit, promising even greater rewards upon success. Recognizing that the Liang family would undoubtedly compensate him handsomely, and swayed by his fervent conviction, I impulsively acquiesced to his request. Everything proceeded methodically under the meticulous arrangements of my uncle. That evening, I nestled into the coffin he had prepared, which lay within a freshly excavated grave on the hillside. Apart from the coffin and my presence, everything else adhered to the customary rites of mourning. As I reclined within the coffin, I could hear the lamentations of the old man's 3 sons, weeping like fools and calling me father, nearly provoking a laugh from me. However, once they secured the coffin lid and covered it with a layer of loose earth, a pang of regret washed over me. With the lid sealed, darkness enveloped me completely, leaving no trace of light. As the layer of soil settled on top, an oppressive silence enveloped my surroundings that I could distinctly hear the rhythm of my own heartbeat. Chapter 2. The resale of haunted houses. I was tempted to abandon my task, to push open the coffin lid and flee. However, accepting payment for alleviating misfortunes and then abruptly dismantling the very service I had just begun seemed rather unethical. Moreover, with the 3 sons having already called me father, I feared that should I escape, they would not hesitate to take my life. Thus, I steeled myself and remained within the coffin, counting the minutes with my fingers. Time passed, though I could not ascertain how long it had been. My heart was surprisingly bold as I inadvertently drifted into a slumber. Upon awakening, I was utterly disoriented, oblivious to the hour and the proximity of dawn. Though the lid of the coffin was covered in dirt, I could feel a chilling breeze seeping in from outside, slicing through me like a knife. Accompanied solely by the rhythmic thumping of my own heartbeat, I began to hear rustling sounds emanating from the corners of the coffin. After a brief pause, I sensed something crawling upon my body. I instinctively reached out, grasping at the creature, only to find that it writhed incessantly within my palm. To my horror, I realized that my body was infested with an array of insects. Their hard shells and numerous delicate legs were utterly revolting. They displayed no fear of me, seemingly emerging from nowhere, multiplying with alarming rapidity. Soon, they covered my entire body, relentlessly advancing toward my face, with several attempting to burrow into my nostrils and ears. My tolerance finally reached its zenith, and with a scream, I thrust myself upright from the coffin. Fortunately, the coffin was not a genuine one, and the layer of soil above it was merely a thin veil, allowing me to leap out with ease. Outside, the night was deepening, and the group of people had long since dispersed. I exhaled a sigh of relief and, guided by the moonlight, glanced back at the coffin. Strangely, there were no insects inside. Could it be that my recent ordeal was merely a figment of my imagination? I was engulfed in doubt and dared not recline back, opting instead to dash home. Upon arriving, the chill that enveloped me had yet to dissipate, and I trembled beneath my blanket. Soon, I was struck by a high fever, leaving me in a state of delirium. After a while, I drowsily noticed my uncle returning, his face battered and bruised, his hair a disheveled mess, and his already tattered robe, now torn into rags. Upon seeing my condition, he sighed and said, "Dear nephew, as long as you remain still, all will be well." But alas, it seems I have made a mess of things. With a weak voice, I retorted, "You should try lying down with a swarm of insects yourself. It's easy for you to speak." My uncle shook his head, refraining from further argument, and simply produced a few pills from his pocket, forcing them into my mouth. By the following morning, my fever had subsided. However, when I sought to inquire about the situation with my uncle, I discovered he had departed the old homestead during the night. Eventually, I learned that old Liang had passed away around the same time I emerged from the coffin. My uncle had botched the affair and was subsequently beaten by the three sons. I surmised that he felt too ashamed to remain at home, so he simply fled. After that, I heard no news from my uncle until I received a phone call from him. His voice, upon hearing mine, was filled with excitement. He informed me that over the years he had ventured south, establishing himself in Shenzhen, where he now serves as a feng shui consultant for several listed companies, earning a monthly salary in the tens of thousands. Overwhelmed with work, he sought my assistance, assuring me of a car, a house, and beautiful women. As for me, I was struggling to get by, and my uncle's call felt like a lifeline thrown my way. I had no choice but to cling to it tightly. Based on my understanding of my uncle, his words undoubtedly contained an element of exaggeration. However, I reasoned that regardless of the veracity of his claims, my situation could hardly worsen. Subsequent events proved that I had underestimated my uncle significantly. Thus, I purchased a hard-seat ticket and journeyed south to Shenzhen to seek refuge with him. Upon arriving at the station, I nearly failed to recognize him. In my memory, he was clad in tattered robes, embodying a state of destitution. Now, he was dressed in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his hair slick and glossy. Upon seeing me, he enveloped me in a bear hug, exclaiming, "My dear nephew, it's wonderful to finally see you. You have truly come to my aid." I thought to myself, how could I possibly assist you upon my arrival? As I carried my luggage and watched my uncle hail a taxi, I felt a sense of disorientation. Wasn't he boasting of a monthly salary in the tens of thousands? How was it that he and T even managed to acquire a car? Soon, my suspicions were confirmed as my uncle deftly maneuvered the vehicle out of the city and into the outskirts. After a series of twists and turns, the taxi came to a halt in a dilapidated residential area. My uncle led the way, ultimately guiding me into a dimly lit basement. An unsettling intuition warned me that I had once again fallen victim to this erratic uncle. The basement was dark and damp, pervaded by a musty odor. My uncle's room resembled a disheveled refuse heap, with cockroaches scuttling about and corners cluttered with discarded bottles and instant noodle boxes. It was a place so uninviting that even rodents would likely hesitate to linger there. I could not suppress a sardonic smile. "Uncle, as a feng shui consultant with a monthly salary in the tens of thousands, is this the accommodation you provide for yourself?" Before he could respond, a group of men burst into the room. All were bald, clad in sleeveless shirts, adorned with various tattoos, and exuding an unmistakable air of menace. The leader of the group, a burly man, cast a glance my way before addressing my uncle. "So, Li Laodao, is this your nephew Liang? Time to settle the debt, isn't it?" My uncle hastily interjected, "Boss Wu, my nephew, just arrived. P.S. a university student, sharp-witted. With the two of us here, rest assured, I will repay your money along with interest in due time." The burly man raised an eyebrow. "In due time? How much time has already passed?" I don't possess such patience. Your nephew is here today, so I'll give you some leeway. In half a month, I'll return. If the debt remains unpaid, both you and your nephew should watch yourselves." My uncle quickly acquiesced. With a wave of his hand, the stout man commanded his subordinates to restrain me, and they proceeded to search both me and my uncle, confiscating the few hundred yuan we had. After they departed, I turned to my uncle, seething with indignation, and exclaimed, "You truly have some nerve, exploiting your own nephew. Did you borrow money again to gamble? And how did they know my name?" My uncle remained silent, rummaging through his bag until he produced a piece of paper for me to see. Upon taking it, I discovered it was a loan contract, revealing that he had borrowed 300,000 yuan. The borrowers listed included myself and a certain Li Dongbin. Pointing to the name, I inquired, "Who is this Li Dongbin?" My uncle offered a grim smile, responding, "That would be me." "Rubbish. Aren't you Li Dagong?" The name Li Dagong lacks any celestial charm. I changed my name to Li Dongbin long ago." "Wow, Li Dagong, you really are something." "My dear nephew, it is indeed Li Dongbin." I waved my hand dismissively. "Enough of your nonsense. Why is my name on this loan? What have I done to deserve this? No wonder you remarked that I was helping you out when I first arrived. You intended to drag me into your mess." "My dear nephew, I have calculated our fates. Our destinies align in wealth, and only together can we navigate the winds of fortune. Get lost. You think I would trust you? I'm not signing anything. This contract is void without my signature. You can continue your charade as a feng shui consultant. I'm leaving, fuming." My body trembled with rage as I ignored my uncle and started to walk away. "My dear nephew, you saw those people too. They care not whether this contract is valid or not. If you wish to flee, they will not let you escape." Having taken but a few steps, I halted upon hearing my uncle's words. He spoke with a degree of truth. Those individuals appeared to be seasoned in the underworld, and their methods were indeed ruthless. Noticing my pause, my uncle hastily added, "My dear nephew, I do not deceive you. I genuinely possess a method to earn substantial wealth. I sought you out so we might prosper together. When the time comes, do not be surprised if we speak of 3 million rather than merely 300,000. I turned to face him, feeling a mixture of anger, resentment, and a tinge of pity. It seemed that the suit he wore was merely a facade for his pretensions. "Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry." My uncle eagerly nodded, quickly preparing 2 packets of instant noodles and presenting me with a pair of chopsticks. "Hurry and eat while I share my plan with you." I replied with a cold smirk, "You are not suggesting I go digging up coffins again, are you?" My uncle chuckled awkwardly. "Certainly not. That was a lapse in my judgment. This time, I have given it considerable thought." He briefly recounted the events, revealing that the 30,000 he borrowed was not for gambling, but rather to assist a little girl in the apartment building suffering from leukemia, without a bone marrow transplant. Her life was at stake, yet the procedure required over 300,000. Having spent several years in Shenzhen, my uncle found himself lacking sufficient funds, so he resorted to high-interest loans to cover the girl's medical expenses. Upon hearing this, I regarded him with newfound respect and remarked, "Uncle, your spirit is commendable. However, borrowing at such exorbitant rates seems rather detrimental." He dragged me into this as well. My uncle waved his hand dismissively. "Nephew, I have no other recourse. Trust me this once. I genuinely possess a way to make money, and it absolutely requires your assistance to succeed." Observing his air of confidence, I reluctantly settled in to hear him out. Upon listening, I discovered that his so-called method involved the reselling of haunted houses. According to him, the potential profit was quite substantial. With a bit of luck, one transaction could yield 300,000. Skeptical, I retorted, "Are you serious? Last time, you nearly buried me alive, and now you want me to sell haunted properties? Everyone knows those places are cursed. Only a fool would go along with you. I'm not ready to meet my end just yet." My uncle's face flushed with urgency, fearing I might walk away. He grasped my sleeve and said, "Nephew, haven't you noticed how unlucky you've been these past few years? It's as if misfortune follows you relentlessly." His observation struck a chord. Indeed, these years have been fraught with calamities. My girlfriend cheated on me, work went awry, and business ventures led to ruin. It felt as though every conceivable misfortune had visited me. Noticing my silence, my uncle continued, "I've told you before, The ill fortune from your grandfather and father will haunt you for a lifetime. I had devised a plan previously, but you messed it up. If you wish to turn your luck around, follow my lead this time." I cast a sidelong glance at him. "You have a plan? That's obvious. Who do you think your uncle is?" "Li Dongbin. Your affairs are in my hands." Chapter 3. The abandoned building on the edge of the city. I was filled with skepticism. What method could possibly work? If it's the same approach as last time, I'd rather face misfortune. "Do not worry, my dear nephew," he reassured me. "This method involves confronting a haunted house, which serves a dual purpose. The dwelling is steeped in resentment due to a tragic demise within its walls. These restless spirits, burdened by their grievances, become increasingly potent if their anger remains unresolved. Thus, this cursed abode exists in a realm that is both connected and separate from our own. Once you step inside, the negative energy surrounding you will be subdued by the lingering resentment within. The greater the resentment, the weaker your misfortunes will become. Over time, the negativity that clings to you will dissipate naturally. Goodness. So as long as my misfortune lingers, I am to remain shackled to this haunted house. I cannot say for certain. The weight of your misfortunes is rather substantial, and you are more aware of it than anyone else. As for this cursed house, it is not as perilous as you might envision. Are you not aware of your uncle's capabilities? Just assist me, and together we shall thrive. I'll ensure you enjoy the finer things in life." I nearly burst into laughter, gesturing towards the room. "Uncle, I am not blind. You appear to be barely scraping by yourself. How can you promise me lavishness?" He waved his hand dismissively. "You do not comprehend. Over the years, I have come to understand that our destinies must intertwine for us to flourish together. If we are separated, we risk becoming mere shadows of ourselves. Thus, though I have not suffered greatly, I am not substantially better off than you." I fixed my gaze upon my uncle. "Then, this time, I shall place my trust in you. In truth, I find myself with no other path to tread, my funds having been confiscated, and I lack the fare to return home." My uncle, with a resounding slap of his thigh, exclaimed, "This is precisely it. My dear nephew, allow me to share that I have set my sights on a property. If we succeed in this venture, we shall repay that 300,000 within a fortnight. Enough of this meal. Accompany me to inspect the house." With that, he seized the chopsticks from my hands, donned a bag, and led me out of the basement. We hailed a taxi, and I quietly inquired, "Uncle, we are devoid of funds. Do you possess the fare?" He winked at me reassuringly. "Fear not." As he spoke, he removed his shoes and extracted 200 yuan from beneath the insole. I pinched my nose and remarked, "Uncle, in this state, you hardly resemble a Taoist." He chuckled. Who would know if he did not mention it? The taxi departed the outskirts, heading towards the city, and soon came to a halt amidst a blend of urban and rural landscapes, where rows of houses stood before us. I realized we must have passed through this area earlier, though I had paid it little heed at the time. My uncle gestured towards the cluster of homes, saying, "Do you see? This is a village. Over the years, the city has expanded continuously, and the value of the land has risen dramatically, with housing prices soaring. The property we are to acquire lies within." He guided me as we walked, ultimately arriving at a modest 2-story building. By the time we reached our destination, dusk was approaching. The sun sank in the west, casting its waning light upon the gray edifice, whose roof was overrun with wild grass, presenting an air of desolation and melancholy. I expressed my feelings, and my uncle nodded, acknowledging that this house had indeed been uninhabited for quite some time. The absence of life rendered it desolate. After hearing my uncle's account, I gained insight into the origins of this so-called haunted residence. This 2-story building had been constructed several years ago, belonging to a man named Chun Dafa. In his 20s, Chun Dafa ventured out to seek work, belonging to the first wave of migrant laborers. He spent most of his time laboring away from home, leaving behind his wife, Li Shimei, and his elderly mother, old Madam Chun. Possessing a sharp mind and a diligent work ethic, Chun Dafa quickly amassed a considerable sum of money, which he used to build this 2-story house upon returning home, eliciting envy from the villagers. After the completion of this dwelling, Chun Dafa returned to work once more. Subsequently, a series of misfortunes befell the house. Li Shimei, strikingly beautiful and somewhat resembling a foreigner, was a domineering presence in the village. Known for her aggressive demeanor, one might even describe her as a shrew. She treated her mother-in-law, old Madame Chun, poorly, often barking orders at her, and, on occasion, resorting to physical altercations. The villagers witnessed this, yet Chun Dafa remained oblivious. Even prior to the construction of the two-story house, Li Shimei frequently denied old Madame Chun sufficient meals. After moving into the new home, her mistreatment only intensified. Li Shimei commissioned workers to use leftover bricks and stones from the house to erect a small, low structure adjacent to the main building. Each day, she forced the elderly woman to clean the new home, and upon completing her tasks, she was relegated to reside in the makeshift dwelling, a place poorly sheltered from the elements, leaving old Madame Chun in a state of profound suffering. Chun Dafa had been working with a construction team in another province for 2 long years without returning home. Meanwhile, Li Shimei shockingly found herself with child. It was apparent to even the simplest minds that Li Shimei led a dissolute life, and the child could not possibly belong to Chun Dafa. The village buzzed with gossip, claiming that Li Shimei had clandestinely met with numerous men, their stories laden with vivid details. No one anticipated that the usually submissive Chun old lady would erupt in fury. She confronted Li Shimei, demanding to know why she had failed to bear a son or daughter for the Chun family, instead resorting to infidelity and leaving behind an illegitimate child. Li Shimei, accustomed to being assertive, dismissed Chun old lady's accusations. She boldly asserted that it was Chun Dafa who was inadequate, and her actions were merely an attempt to secure the family's future. The two women quarreled until the early hours of the morning, with Li Shimei, in a fit of rage, expelling Chun old lady from the house. That night, a tempest raged outside, and many villagers saw Chun old lady drenched, her white hair disheveled by the rain, her eyes glinting with fury. Despite having gone days without a fulfilling meal, she found an unexpected strength and fetched a shovel from the village, storming homeward. With the shovel, Chun old lady forcefully broke open the door and stormed inside, delivering a fatal blow that took half of Li Shimei's head. The following day, the villagers discovered that Chun old lady had hanged herself in a new building. Thus, that fateful night claimed 3 lives, including the unborn child of Li Shimei. Such a house, stained by violent death, was deemed a haunted dwelling, and naturally, none dared to approach its cursed vicinity. Some claim that in the dead of night, the echoes of a quarrel between Li Shimei and old lady Chun can be heard emanating from the house. Others recount seeing old lady Chun hanging at the door, her disheveled white hair framing a face that twisted into an incessant grin. Witnesses of this scene, upon returning home, fell gravely ill. Consequently, that desolate building became a place no one dared approach, and even the mere mention of it was avoided. Later, a homeless man, unaware of the ominous tales surrounding the dwelling, took refuge within its walls. However, days later, a foul odor wafted from the house, revealing that he had perished inside. It is said that his eyes were wide with terror, his mouth agape, and his tongue protruding, as if he had encountered something utterly horrifying, succumbing to sheer fright. The owner, Chun Dafa, had initially intended to seize the opportunity of relocation to sell the property. Yet, with several lives having been lost within its confines, even after drastically slashing the price, there remained no interested buyers. Thus, the house languished in neglect. As I listened to my uncle recount the grim history of the place, an involuntary shiver ran down my spine, and the hairs on my neck stood on end. My gaze fell upon the 2-story structure before me, its upper windows obscured by heavy curtains. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but I could not shake the feeling that a pair of vengeful eyes lurked behind those drapes, fixated upon us. A chill coursed through me. Meanwhile, my uncle appeared unfazed, continuing, "Nephew, I have already spoken with Chun Dafa. The land prices in this area are soaring, and he is eager to sell. His offer is already quite low, and I am confident I can negotiate a further reduction of 20%. Once we finalize our affairs, we shall sell the house at a premium, and the profits will undoubtedly exceed 300,000. I scoffed at my uncle's casual remark. "Uncle, you speak so lightly of it. My concern is that while one may earn such money, they might not live to spend it. Moreover, you have barely 200 in your pocket. No matter how low the market price, it's improbable that the house could be sold for merely 200. Is it?" My uncle cast a sidelong glance at me. Do you understand the concept of a deal? That Shendafa, upon learning of my interest in this property, hastily handed me the keys. Once we sort out our business, we can simply seek a buyer. Do not worry about these details. Let me share our plan. Tonight, we must visit the house to ascertain the source of the issues. What? You mean we're going to enter the house at night? I exclaimed in astonishment. Can't we come during the day? Why must it be at night? He waved his hand dismissively. Daytime? That won't do. The brightness of day obscures many things. Dealing with a haunted house is akin to diagnosing an illness. We must identify the symptoms before we can prescribe a remedy. We need to discern the problem before we can devise a solution to this predicament. Feeling a mix of apprehension and curiosity, I tentatively inquired, could I perhaps remain outside to keep watch? My uncle shot me a stern look. This isn't a burglary. What would you be watching for? Besides, even if it were a lookout, that role should fall to me. You ought to be the one to enter. Why is that? I was taken aback. Have you heard of the tomb raiders, known as the Magong Shaowei? What does this have to do with tomb raiding? I was quite perplexed. Our exploration of this haunted house is quite similar to tomb raiding. Those who delve into graves work in tandem, often as father and son partners. For if it were not a father and son duo venturing into the tomb, once the tomb raider entered the ancient crypt and stumbled upon treasures of immeasurable value, the lookout outside might very well resort to murder to silence him and claim the wealth for himself. Furthermore, the ancestral rules of tomb raiding dictate that if a father and son embark on such a venture, the father must remain outside as the lookout while the son delves into the tomb, for a father, regardless of the temptation he faces, would never harm his own child. Our dilapidated haunted house also necessitates such cooperation. Hence, I was unable to manage it alone, which is why I summoned my dear nephew. I reasoned that although we are not bound by blood, our bond is akin to that of father and son. After all, I saved your life. Thus, our collaboration signifies that we have already achieved half of our success. I am your uncle and would never betray you. What is there for you to fear? I cast a glance at my uncle and replied, haven't you deceived me enough already? After all this talk, are you suggesting that I should venture alone into this house? As I spoke, I stole another glance at the derelict building. I noticed that at the second-floor window, a shadow, indistinct and ethereal, had emerged at some point, fixating its gaze upon us. Chapter 4. Exploring the abode, a shiver coursed through me as my gaze fixated upon the curtain. The shadow lurking behind it unmistakably resembled a human figure. Yet, this silhouette remained motionless, akin to a statue. My uncle, oblivious to the peculiar tension in the air, continued to elaborate on my previous statement. How could I ever allow you to enter alone? I was merely using a metaphor as he spoke. He noticed my odd demeanor and followed my line of sight, perplexed. Yangzi, what are you staring at? I pointed towards the window and declared, look at the shadow behind the curtain. It hasn't moved at all for quite some time. My uncle glanced at the window and then back at me, questioning, what shadow? Liang. Just because you are reluctant to enter this house doesn't mean you should fabricate tales to frighten yourself. I shot him an irritated glare and retorted, I'm not making anything up. I swear, during the day, I don't speak of spirits, and at night, I do not conjure phantoms. I clearly to my astonishment. As I turned my head once more to regard the curtain, the shadow had mysteriously vanished. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. Had I succumbed to another hallucination? Or had the person behind the curtain merely departed? My uncle waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this nonsense. Even if there were a shadow, there is no cause for alarm. It simply indicates that it is a person. Remember, spirits do not cast shadows. Allow me to share my plan. Listen closely. His explanation somewhat assuaged my anxiety. Indeed, the presence of a person behind the curtain was far more reassuring than the notion of a ghost. Yet at that moment, I remained oblivious to the fact that, often, the human heart can be far more terrifying than any specter. My uncle led me to the entrance of the dilapidated building, where he came to a halt. As I approached the imposing door, I gazed upward and was suddenly struck by an unsettling sensation. The last remnants of sunlight had vanished beyond the horizon, casting the world into complete darkness. The small edifice before me exuded an overwhelming pressure, as if it were poised to collapse upon us, suffocating in its oppressive presence. The door, coated in a dark hue, resembled the maw of a ravenous tiger, waiting to devour us once we dared to enter. However, I refrained from voicing this trepidation to my uncle, fearing he would mock my cowardice. Having pledged to assist him in this haunted endeavor, I resolved to follow his lead without question. At that moment, my uncle glanced around and retrieved a key, unlocking the door. As it creaked open, a long-forgotten scent rushed forth, revealing that this abode had lain vacant for an extended period. My uncle rummaged through his bag, producing 2 powerful flashlights, one of which he handed to me, instructing, "Once inside, do not shine the light haphazardly. Simply follow closely behind me and illuminate the path ahead." I nodded in understanding, and just as my uncle was about to step inside, he seemed to recall something and extracted an object from his bag, placing it into my hands. To my surprise, it was a diminutive doll, a handmade fabric figure. This doll, no larger than my palm, was crafted with a roughness that suggested it was not mass-produced, but rather stitched together by hand. I found myself in a state of bewilderment. What purpose does this serve? My uncle replied, "I shall explain it to you later. Hold on to this figurine if you encounter an emergency, such as coming across something unexpected, or if you hear me instructing you to run. Simply spit on this figurine and cast it aside, then flee as swiftly as you can. Do you understand?" Typically jovial, my uncle's demeanor was unusually grave while imparting this advice, which rekindled a sense of unease that I had momentarily quelled. Observing my expression, my uncle waved his hand dismissively. "This is merely a precaution. Nothing will happen. Just stay close to me." Given previous experiences of being deceived, my uncle's assurances only served to heighten my skepticism. However, retreat was no longer an option. I gritted my teeth and nodded. He illuminated his flashlight and swept it across the entrance. The beam was bright enough to reveal the interior. I discerned that the first floor was a living room, with sofas and coffee tables still arranged as they had been. Yet, as I stood outside and glanced around, I could not locate the makeshift structure that Lishime had constructed for old Lady Chun from discarded bricks. I wondered if it had been dismantled or removed altogether. My uncle had already stepped inside, and I quickly turned on my flashlight to follow his lead. Though I harbored doubts about my uncle, at that moment, he was the only person I could rely upon. If it were merely this empty house, it would not have frightened me to such an extent. The primary source of my unease stemmed from my uncle's previous descriptions, coupled with the inexplicable shadow that had appeared behind the curtain, leaving my heart in a state of trepidation. I pondered how, given that this house had long been uninhabited, a shadow could possibly manifest. Moreover, upon reflection, I realized that there were no sources of light in this room. Even if someone were standing behind the window, how could a shadow be cast upon the curtain? Yet, evidently, I could not unravel this conundrum at that moment, for my uncle had already advanced to the center of the living room, prompting me to hasten my pace to follow him. Upon entering the house, the pervasive dampness intensified, almost suffocating. Another striking sensation was the frigid temperature within. Although Shenzhen experiences significant temperature fluctuations between day and night, the current climate should not have prompted such a chill. However, this house felt akin to stepping into an ice cellar. After lingering inside for a while, my skin gradually acclimated to the cold, and my body felt somewhat more at ease. Once inside, my uncle, holding a flashlight, moved slowly ahead, periodically illuminating his surroundings. Given the prior warnings, I dared not wander about or shine the light indiscriminately, opting instead to closely follow in my uncle's footsteps. After several laps around the first floor, he seemed not to have discovered anything extraordinary, yet he had acquainted himself with the layout of the ground level, which comprised a living room, a kitchen, a bedroom, and a bathroom. I surmised that the bedroom was prepared by Chundafa for his mother, yet he did not anticipate that Lishime would not allow the elderly lady to reside there at all. My third uncle observed meticulously, even illuminating the area behind the toilet with his flashlight, though I remained uncertain about what he sought. Eventually, my uncle collected himself, beckoning me with a gesture as he proceeded toward the staircase. It appeared he intended to investigate the second floor, and I followed suit, ready to ascend as well. However, just as I placed one foot upon the stairs, an unsettling sensation washed over me from behind. It was an extraordinary feeling. Although I possessed no eyes at the back of my head, I sensed someone was watching me. Perhaps this was what is commonly referred to as sixth sense. a phenomenon many have experienced. At that moment, the sensation was particularly intense, compelling me to turn around abruptly. My flashlight illuminated the space behind me, but there was no one present. I exhaled deeply, realizing that I had merely allowed my anxiety to get the better of me, effectively frightening myself. I pivoted to continue my ascent towards the second floor, only to discover, to my shock, that my uncle had vanished from the staircase in a mere moment. Alarmed, I chastised myself for deeming him unreliable, a sentiment that truly matched my assessment. I questioned how he could beckon me to follow, yet remain oblivious to my absence. Had he truly left me behind while he ascended? Hastily, I hurried up the stairs in pursuit of my uncle. However, as I reached the midpoint of the staircase, I began to sense that something was amiss. As I listened intently, I found it peculiar that no footsteps echoed from the second floor. The staircase beneath me was wooden, and upon reflection, I realized I had not heard it creak either, suggesting that my uncle had not ascended. At that moment, the entire desolate building was enveloped in an eerie silence. It felt as though my second uncle had vanished within this forsaken structure. My heart raced, teetering on the brink of escape from my throat. Here we were, two individuals lost within a single room, and I couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration wash over me. I descended the stairs once more, returning to the ground floor. As my gaze swept across the first floor, I was taken aback to discover a glimmer of light seeping through the crack of an empty bedroom door. I halted abruptly, utterly astonished. Just moments ago, my uncle and I had entered that very room, which contained nothing more than a wooden bed and a cabinet against the wall. There was nothing unusual at the time. How could there be light emanating from within now that we had departed? To confirm my observation, I crouched down and switched off my flashlight. In that instant, the light from the vacant room flickered in a rhythm of brightness and dimness. It resembled the gentle glow of a candle, flickering softly within. A hypothesis formed in my mind. Could it be that when I turned away, my uncle suddenly recalled something and returned to that room? Had I, in my heightened state of anxiety, simply failed to notice? I swallowed hard, feeling the fabric of the doll tucked at my waist, and endeavored to calm my racing heart. Once more I flicked on my flashlight, my feet involuntarily leading me towards that vacant house. Upon arriving at the threshold of the room, I found the door slightly ajar, leaving a narrow gap. The light flickered intermittently. Although fear still gripped my heart, an overwhelming curiosity compelled me to reach out and push open the half-closed door. With a creak, the door yielded to my touch. Simultaneously, my flashlight illuminated the interior, revealing a figure on the bed. "Ah!" I gasped, nearly dropping the flashlight. Despite my prior suspicion that my uncle had returned, the sudden realization of someone lying on the bed startled me nonetheless. Chapter 5. The Fallen Bodhisattva. It was I. Just as I instinctively contemplated turning to flee, my uncle's voice reached me in the nick of time. "Goodness, uncle, why did you return without a word? You nearly frightened me to death," I murmured in mild reproach. "I thought of something, but didn't have the chance to share it with you." My uncle succinctly explained as he rose from the bed. "What did you think of?" I inquired. "Come here and lie down on this bed," he beckoned. At that moment, I noticed a candle flickering on the floor, its light casting shadows that danced across the room. Puzzled yet obedient, I reclined upon the wooden plank bed. "Leon, tell me, where would the vagabond who perished here have slept?" My uncle suddenly posed a question, as I lay down at his behest. I had not given it much thought until his inquiry sent a shiver down my spine. Logically speaking, a homeless person seeking refuge in this modest abode would likely opt for a room on the ground floor for convenience, rather than ascend to the second floor. This suggested that the vagabond could very well have met his end on this very bed. Realizing this, I sprang up from the bed in a flurry. "Goodness, uncle, what do you mean by this? You want me to lie on the bed of a corpse?" My uncle merely shrugged. "Look at you, so dramatic. It's just a dead person. Why such a stir? Life and death are merely two states of existence. Is death truly so terrifying?" I waved my hand dismissively, urging him to speak plainly. "What have you discovered?" My uncle gestured toward the bed, saying, "That is why I asked you to lie down." Observing his mysterious demeanor, I mustered my courage and reclined once more. He pointed at the cabinet across the room and, with a swift motion, extinguished the candle. The room succumbed to darkness once again. It was only then that I realized, lying on that bed, I faced directly toward the cabinet, my gaze inevitably drawn to it. I understood my uncle's implication. The vagrant, lying in that very bed, will have first seen that cabinet. If any unforeseen events were to occur, they would likely stem from that very source. My uncle must have suddenly recalled this detail and returned here to uncover the contents of the cabinet. Holding a flashlight, he exchanged a knowing glance with me before advancing toward the cabinet, grasping its handle. I held my breath as he yanked the cabinet door open with a sudden motion. Our flashlights illuminated an astonishing scene within. Inside the cabinet stood a statue, no larger than a plastic water bottle. Its visage bore little resemblance to the benevolent deities of a temple. Rather, it exuded a malevolent aura akin to that of the temple's fierce guardian. In its hand, it clutched a round bundle. Even more disconcerting was the sight of a rope suspended from the statue's neck as it dangled ominously within the cabinet. The malevolent expression of the statue was rendered even more sinister by the rope's presence. My scalp prickled with unease, and I hurriedly inquired, "Uncle, what is the meaning of this? Where can one find a statue of a deity suspended in midair?" My uncle seemed taken aback by this peculiar situation, his expression one of bewilderment as he held the flashlight closer to scrutinize the statue. After a prolonged examination, he mumbled, "This appears to be the falling bodhisattva." The falling bodhisattva? What kind of bodhisattva is that? Why does it have such a visage? This particular bodhisattva traces its origins to ancient India and later spread to the regions of the ancient West. The term falling bodhisattva is what it came to be known as upon its introduction to our country. Unlike the conventional offerings made to deities for peace and prosperity, the families that venerate this bodhisattva have a different purpose. My uncle's explanation astonished me, and I could not resist interjecting, "Isn't the purpose of venerating a bodhisattva to seek peace and wealth? What then is the purpose of this one?" He replied, "There is indeed a rationale behind such offerings. Each household faces its own difficulties. For instance, some women find themselves with child, yet for various reasons, they are unable to carry the pregnancy to term. However, as visiting a hospital may be inconvenient, they may choose to venerate this falling bodhisattva, lighting incense and praying daily, and after 21 days, they will successfully terminate the pregnancy." Upon hearing my uncle's explanation, a sudden realization dawned upon me. Is this falling bodhisattva what Li Shimei has been venerating? Is she seeking to terminate her pregnancy? So, is this bodhisattva always depicted hanging by a rope? My uncle chuckled ruefully. "How could that be? I have yet to grasp the entirety of this." I nodded in understanding. "I see now. Li Shimei must have been unsuccessful in her offerings to this falling bodhisattva, failing to terminate her pregnancy. Thus, she has vented her frustration by hanging it up." My uncle, experiencing an epiphany, remarked, "How could I have overlooked such a straightforward truth? It is no wonder you possess such a quick wit. It must be the case that Li Shimei has suspended this bodhisattva. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, it is still a revered figure. Her actions are rather inappropriate, and indeed, she has faced the consequences." I nodded and inquired, "Was the vagrant frightened to death upon witnessing the fallen bodhisattva? That seems rather implausible." Uncle San waved his hand, shining the flashlight into the shadows for a closer inspection before suddenly exclaiming, "No, that's not right." I hurriedly leaned in to discern the details. The rope suspending the bodhisattva was crimson, and shockingly, it appeared to be soaked in blood. A chill ran down my spine. Blood? Where? Where did it come from? Uncle San replied, "It seems to have descended from the upper floor. This rope appears to have been tied from above. Yangzi, you remain here in this room. I will head upstairs to investigate. If there is any commotion, I will contact you." Uncle San, may I accompany you?" I pleaded. "Yangzi, the situation in this house is rather unexpected. If there is indeed a problem, it is likely originating from the second floor. The first floor is relatively the safest place. Additionally, if I uncover the source of the blood upstairs, you will need to monitor whether the fallen bodhisattva exhibits any changes. Once I send you a message indicating all is well, you may then ascend." Reluctantly, I acquiesced and continued my vigil in that room. Before departing, Uncle San advised me once more that in case of an emergency, I should throw that doll out to ensure my safety. With that, he grasped the flashlight and exited the room. The sound of his footsteps echoed ominously as they ascended the staircase. Gazing at the eerie fallen bodhisattva, I felt increasingly unsettled. The thought of the bed where a life once perished rendered me restless within this room. I approached the doorway, crouched down, and strained to listen to the sounds outside. I discerned the distinct footsteps of my uncle, echoing from the staircase as he made his way towards the center of the floor, accompanied by a couple of coughs. His pace fluctuated, indicating he was inspecting the rooms on the second floor. After a span of over 10 minutes, however, his footsteps inexplicably ceased. I surmised he might have discovered something, and after waiting 5 or 6 minutes without hearing a sound, an unsettling silence enveloped the entire room. My heart raced to my throat. I hastily retrieved my phone, intending to call my uncle. Yet, upon connecting, all I heard was a crackling static on the line. Anxious and frantic, I called out toward the upper floor, "Uncle, are you there?" My voice echoed in the empty house, but there was no response from him. At last, my patience waned. Clutching my flashlight, I ventured out of the room, resolved to search for my uncle upstairs. Just as I was about to ascend the staircase, a sudden, thunderous crash resonated from above. The unexpected noise startled me to the brink of collapse. It sounded as if something had collapsed. Almost immediately, my uncle's voice called down from the upper floor, "Leon, run!" Hearing that, a cold sweat broke out across my skin, for I recognized the change in his tone. It was a desperate cry, as if he were hoarse from shouting. It was undoubtedly a terrifying sight that compelled my uncle to cry out. Upon hearing his warning, I instinctively rushed up the staircase, driven by the desire to rescue him. However, immediately after, he shouted again, "Yangzi, don't worry about me. Just run. Run outside. Whatever you do, don't look back." At that moment, a chilling gust swept past me from the second floor, chilling my very core and washing away the cold sweat that clung to my skin. The eerie wind seemed to seep into my pores, leaving my body on the verge of paralysis. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I swiftly turned around and fled down the stairs. I understood that if I succumbed to the paralysis, I would be unable to save my uncle and would meet my own demise. As I descended, I felt that sinister breeze pursuing me. My uncle fell silent, and an ominous premonition gripped me as I dashed into the living room on the ground floor, intent on escaping through the door. However, upon reaching the entrance, I discovered that the door, which had been ajar, was now inexplicably shut. I distinctly remembered following my uncle inside. I had not closed the door. Who had done this? I couldn't afford to ponder this further. I rushed toward the door and pulled with all my might, but it felt as though it had been welded shut, not yielding an inch. Just then, I heard soft footsteps approaching from behind me. Those footsteps were unmistakably not my uncle's. As they drew nearer, the oppressive chill in the air intensified, enveloping me in an ever-thickening shroud of dread. I longed to glance back at the source of the footsteps, but recalling my uncle's urgent warning not to look back, I resolutely continued to tug at the door. The sound of footsteps approached from behind me and then halted. Based on my experience, I deduced that a person, or perhaps a ghost, stood just behind me. With this thought, an icy sensation crept down my spine, rendering me increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, I felt a weight on my left shoulder, as if someone had placed their hand upon it. A surge of panic coursed through me, and I could not suppress a loud scream. In that moment, I recalled the figurine at my waist, the only item entrusted to me by my uncle for the sake of my own survival. I hurriedly yanked the figurine from my waist, spat upon it, and flung it behind me. This tactic proved effective. As I tossed the figurine, I felt a release on my shoulder and with renewed determination, I forcefully swung open the door. Chapter 6. The ghost of the confinement. The crisp air outside wafted in, prompting me to rush forth. Upon exiting the house, a wave of anxiety for my uncle surged within me, compelling me to glance back. The flashlight I had once wielded was now lost to the shadows, leaving the interior cloaked in darkness. Yet, illuminated by the moonlight, I discerned a peculiar mist enveloping the room, within which a figure materialized. Though only an outline was visible, I recognized it instantly. It was the very silhouette that had appeared behind the curtains on the second floor before we entered this ominous abode. Before I could scrutinize it further, The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. A chilling realization struck me. My uncle was still inside. I hurriedly dashed toward the door, only to discover it had been locked. My heart raced with despair, the weight of dread suffocating my thoughts. In that moment, the significance of my uncle in my life crystallized. Earlier, he had spoken of investigating this haunted house with such nonchalance, as if financial gain were assured. I had given it little thought. Yet, I never anticipated that our initial foray into this sinister dwelling would lead to calamity. Judging by the tone of my uncle's voice, it was evident that he was in peril. I had escaped, while he remained trapped within, likely facing dire consequences. The darkest possibilities loomed in my mind, ones I dared not articulate. In a frenzy, I pounded on the door, kicking it and calling out my uncle's name, fervently hoping he could hear me. Even the faintest acknowledgement from him would suffice. At that moment, my concern for my uncle eclipsed any fear I harbored toward the enigmatic figure lurking within. However, apart from the frenzied banging on the door, there was not a sound within. Fortunately, the residents living in proximity to this dilapidated building were quite distant. Otherwise, the commotion I was causing would surely have prompted them to call the authorities. Call the authorities? Yes, that thought struck me suddenly, and I hurriedly pulled out my phone. Having just arrived in Shenzhen, I was unfamiliar with the surroundings, and this was the only solution that came to mind. My hands trembled as I finally managed to dial 110, just as I was about to hit send. Suddenly, a hand reached out and snatched my phone away. Who? Startled, I turned around only to find someone standing behind me. Instinctively, I glanced back and saw my uncle standing there, illuminated by the moonlight. Uncle, are you all right? I felt my legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by the urge to weep. My uncle forced a grim smile. I'm fine. But are you all right? His voice was barely audible, a whisper. At the same time, I noticed his pale complexion and unsteady stance, as if he might topple over. I quickly stepped forward to support him, guiding him to the roadside where he could sit. Uncle, what on earth happened? How did you manage to get out? I asked anxiously. My uncle gasped for breath, gritting his teeth as he replied. I sensed something was amiss on the second floor, shouted a couple of times, and then jumped out of the window. Damn, I nearly fell to my death, but thankfully I had trained for this. Anger surged within me. What on earth? You sensed danger and jumped out by yourself? It is truly distressing to be so concerned for you. At this moment, I find my own childish thoughts rather amusing. Who was my uncle? Cunning and astute, I could easily dash out of the building. How could he possibly be trapped inside? My uncle, with a pained expression, replied, Am I not trying to conserve my strength? What if you were to encounter trouble? How could I rescue you then? Upon reflection, he had a point. However, today's events have left us in quite a disheveled state. We entered with great fanfare and unwavering confidence to confront a haunted house, only to emerge like two frightened rats, covered in dust and grime. So what shall we do next? I inquired. Let us return for now, he suggested, appearing considerably fatigued, needing to grasp my arm to steady himself. As he tugged on my arm, a sharp pain shot through my shoulder. I winced, feeling as if my arm had been severed at the shoulder. My uncle was startled, quickly asking what was wrong. Grimacing, tears streaming down my face. I pointed to my shoulder. It hurts. It hurts. He hastily unbuttoned my shirt, revealing my shoulder. I turned my head to look, and to my astonishment, there was a distinctly red handprint on my left shoulder. The mark was nearly the size of a 1 yuan coin, resembling the print of an infant's hand. I rubbed it with my hand, only to discover that the imprint seemed embedded in my skin, utterly impossible to erase. Stop rubbing it. We shall address it later, my uncle instructed, falling silent as he guided me away from that residential area. This place is relatively remote. After waiting for over 10 minutes, we finally managed to hail a vehicle that took us back to the basement. Throughout the journey, my uncle remained silent, lost in thought. I sensed that the imprint on my shoulder was quite serious, yet I hesitated to inquire. Reflecting on the moment, I recalled that just as I was about to dash out the door, I distinctly felt someone rest their hand upon my shoulder. Could that fleeting touch have left such a mark? Upon our arrival in the basement, my uncle began rummaging through his assortment of belongings. I shared my thoughts on the origin of the imprint, and he nodded in acknowledgement, eventually unearthing a clay pot from amidst a pile of bottles. He filled the pot with water and added some rice from a bag, commencing the cooking process. I noticed that the rice comprised several hues, reminiscent of what my uncle had selected for me previously. This time, he elucidated that these were grains of 5 varieties: glutinous rice, millet, sorghum, mung beans, and black beans. The colors, white, yellow, red, green, and black, represented the 5 elements. He explained that these grains, nurtured by the earth and blessed by the heavens, could ward off evil and safeguard the home. As my uncle rambled on, I absorbed little of the information, save for the fact that he held a deep fondness for these grains and acknowledged their significant potency. He simmered the grains until they were only partially cooked, then scooped some out with a spoon, instructing me to expose my shoulder. It was then that I noticed the small handprint had darkened, transforming from its original pink hue to a deep, ominous black. Uncle's expression shifted suddenly, and he muttered, "Why so fast?" As he spoke, he flipped the spoon in his hand and promptly splattered the steaming mixture of grains onto my shoulder. Caught entirely off guard, I winced at the scalding sensation. That dish had just come off the stove, and surely it would sear my skin. Instinctively, I let out a cry. "What are you yelling about?" Uncle scolded. I gasped mid-scream, yet surprisingly, I felt no pain. The grains on my shoulder, aside from the black beans which were indistinct, began to darken noticeably in color at an alarming rate. Before long, the vividly colored grains coalesced into a murky mass. Wearing a pair of leather gloves, Uncle deftly removed the grains from my shoulder and reapplied another spoonful. This process was repeated several times until the new layer of grains ceased to exhibit any significant changes in color, at which point he finally paused. The imprint left on my shoulder had also become less pronounced, now resembling a small patch of dark red that would go unnoticed unless one looked closely. Uncle let out a sigh of relief as he collapsed onto the bed, breathing heavily. I observed that, despite the passage of time, his complexion remained ashen, with beads of sweat forming on his brow. Seizing the moment, I inquired, "Uncle, what on earth is happening? What did you see on the 2nd floor?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Damn it, don't even mention it. It was a blunder in my craft. This is all my fault. I misjudged completely. Thankfully, you came to no harm. Otherwise, how would I explain this to your father? Enough of this. I'm fine, aren't I? What exactly did you misjudge?" Uncle Sen rummaged through the shattered bottles and finally discovered one containing half a bottle of wine. He tilted his head back and took a couple of swigs, then remarked, "Didn't Li Shime and old lady Chen die in that house? This ghost, like a living person, harbors fears during life that persist even in death. Li Shime was killed by old lady Chen, and it is certain she harbors resentment towards her with considerable malice. Therefore, to unravel this haunted dwelling, we must first confront Li Shime. Based on my experience, I surmise that Li Shime has transformed into a blood-soaked ghost." I was taken aback. "A blood-soaked ghost? What is that?" Uncle Sen elucidated. "A blood-soaked ghost typically refers to a female spirit who perished during childbirth, with her child dying in the womb. Such spirits are filled with resentment and are particularly troublesome. Among vengeful spirits, they rank quite high. Even those with considerable spiritual prowess tend to steer clear of them." I gazed at Uncle Sen skeptically and inquired, "You dare to engage with such a formidable ghost?" Upon hearing my doubt, Uncle Sen straightened his back and declared, "Li Yong, I know you doubt my abilities. However, my title of Li Dongbin is not without merit." I waved my hand dismissively. "Spare me the dramatics. Don't mention your Li Dongbin title. Have you forgotten how we escaped?" Uncle Sen's face flushed, and he rubbed his hands together. "Didn't I just say? It was a misjudgment on my part." "A misjudgment? Wasn't he that a blood-soaked ghost?" I asked incredulously. Uncle Sen nodded. "As for the origins of that dilapidated building, my knowledge is based on hearsay. Thus, according to those rumors, I deduce that Li Shime's child perished within her. In other words, the child was killed even before its birth by a shovel strike from the elderly Chun. However, I may have misjudged the situation. It is quite possible that the child has already been born." I shrugged my shoulders, questioning the significance of this distinction. My uncle, disheartened, replied that this difference is indeed profound. There exists a particular type of spirit known as the postpartum ghost. It is not entirely my fault, as many individuals in our line of work often confuse postpartum ghosts with bloodstained ghosts. While bloodstained ghosts can be fierce, they pale in comparison to the terror of postpartum ghosts. In cases where both mother and child perish, the entity is referred to as a bloodstained ghost, signifying that the ghostly infant had not yet been born. Although formidable, such a spirit can only be considered a dual entity. Conversely, the postpartum ghost is distinct. Its similarity lies in the simultaneous demise of mother and child. But the difference is that the postpartum ghost involves the birth of a deceased infant, followed by the mother's death, or vice versa. Thus, despite the name postpartum ghost, these spirits are categorized into maternal and infant ghosts. Chapter 7. The extinguishing of the Yang fire. Upon hearing this, I realized there was so much more to this matter than I had initially perceived. My uncle continued, "We ordinary people are unable to perceive the forms of spirits. If we could, we would discern their distinctions. At first glance, both appear to cradle ghostly infants. However, those in the know can easily tell the difference. The blood-soaked ghost has not truly given birth. Thus her belly remains as large as when she was pregnant, while the month-old spirit has indeed delivered, resulting in a comparatively smaller abdomen." I hesitated for a moment before replying, "I can see them. Didn't I tell you I saw a shadow on the curtain?" Later, after I dashed out of the house, I turned back and saw a ghostly figure appear. Does that not signify the presence of a spirit? My uncle regarded me with a sidelong glance, his expression one of incredulity. "You can truly see that ghostly figure?" I retorted, somewhat exasperated. "What nonsense! I just told you, yet you still doubt me." He pressed on, "Then tell me, was that ghostly figure's belly large or not?" I pondered for a moment and replied, "It didn't seem to have a big belly." "Exactly. Yet, you do not possess the eyes of yin and yang. How could you possibly see ghosts?" My uncle, perplexed, fell into deep thought. After a brief interval, he suddenly tugged at my clothing, exposing my shoulder. The small handprint on my shoulder was nearly faded, though the skin still bore a slight redness. He pressed down firmly on the mark, eliciting a sharp pain that caused me to exclaim, "Ah, Uncle, what are you doing?" He nodded, then shook his head, pacing back and forth within the room. "Uncle, could you please stop swaying? It's making me dizzy. What exactly is going on?" After finally halting his movements, Uncle sighed and gazed at me, saying, "You truly are a child of misfortune. I wonder why that little ghost is fixated on you, especially targeting your shoulder. What is the matter?" Uncle inquired. "Have you ever experienced anything unusual with that shoulder of yours?" I pondered for a moment and recalled that my left shoulder had always been somewhat uncomfortable, occasionally manifesting a dull ache. I conveyed this condition to Uncle, who nodded in acknowledgement. "That makes sense. I suspect that your shoulder pain occurs around the 1st and 15th of each month." I had not previously noticed this pattern, but upon reflection, it indeed seemed to align with a bi-monthly discomfort. "When did this shoulder pain first begin?" Uncle continued his questioning. I shook my head. "I cannot recall. It has been several years." Uncle chuckled. "Then it cannot be mistaken. I must tell you, the ailment of your shoulder began with a misfortune that your grandfather passed on to you." "Really? How? Is that connected to misfortune?" Uncle nodded. "It is indeed more severe than I initially estimated. This misfortune has not only brought you ill fortune, but has also extinguished one of your life lamps." "What lamp?" I was utterly perplexed by Uncle's words, sensing that the extinguishing of any lamp could not bode well. Every ordinary person possesses 3 life lamps, also known as soul lamps, representing the 3 souls of the human body. Among these 3, the most vital one resides atop the head. In Buddhist tradition, it is referred to as the crown fontanelle, while in Taoism, it is known as the mud pill palace, and in medical terminology, it is called the Baihui acupoint. In essence, they all denote the same location, the most delicate and tender area of an infant's skull, where the cranial bones are at their thinnest. This vital lamp of life serves to safeguard one and Appo's existence. When it extinguishes, life ceases. Should one pass away, while the body grows cold, if this particular spot remains warm, it signifies that the soul still lingers. Additionally, 2 more lamps of life reside upon the shoulders. Hence, when outdoors, if one hears their name called from behind, it is imperative not to look back. Doing so would snuff out the lamp upon the shoulder, allowing malevolent entities to intrude. Upon hearing my uncle's explanation, I was utterly astonished. So, you mean to say that my lamp of life on my shoulder was extinguished by grandfather? Does that mean I am destined to die? My uncle shook his head. Not necessarily. As long as the lamp atop your head remains lit, your life is not in jeopardy. Moreover, the lamp on your shoulder is merely extinguished, hence the pain you experience on the 1st and 15th of each month. That mischievous spirit in the haunted house seeks to exploit the opportunity to invade your body. Fortunately, it is merely the yang fire that has been extinguished. The lamp still exists. You must find a way to rekindle it. Ah, then please ignite it for me, I implored. My uncle smiled wryly. Do you think it's as simple as lighting a candle? This matter is not trivial. I must contemplate it thoroughly. I grew anxious upon hearing this. Li Dagong, can you not accomplish anything? You boast of your formidable skills, yet you cannot manage this minor issue. My uncle grimaced, responding, It's Li Dongbin, dear nephew. What nonsense about Li Dongbin? Do not tarnish the name of Dongbin. Well, do as you wish. I shall no longer involve myself. I must leave this place and head to the hospital. After my uncle and Appo's remark, I felt an inexplicable intensification of pain in my shoulder, as if I could barely lift it. I uttered a few words and turned it apart. My uncle, however, grew anxious. Go ahead. If they can ascertain what's wrong at the hospital, I shall consider myself your grandson. I paused, contemplating the wisdom in my uncle's words. After all, I couldn't very well tell the doctors that my light had extinguished, lest they send me to a psychiatric ward. Moreover, certain mystical occurrences often defy scientific explanation. Reflecting on this, I felt a twinge of regret for my earlier words, realizing I may have been too harsh. I turned back and asked, Surely you must have a solution for me. My uncle, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, Nephew, you must temper your temperament. Do not so readily abandon hope. The life lamp must certainly be retrieved, though I have yet to devise a plan. Furthermore, your arm is not as dire as you believe. I can find a way to stabilize your shoulder, alleviating the pain and preventing other spirits from taking advantage of the situation. With that, he rummaged through his bag and soon produced a stack of medicinal plasters, lifting one to apply to my shoulder. Instinctively, I recoiled, asking, What is this? Is it reliable? My uncle shot me a piercing glance. What nonsense! This is my secretive sealing ointment, designed to invigorate blood circulation, dispel toxins, and replenish yang energy. Your shoulder and Appo's light has dimmed, indicating a deficiency in yang. This is quite fitting. Come, be obedient. With that, my uncle firmly applied the ointment. Remarkably, once the plaster was affixed, a gentle warmth emanated from it, swiftly spreading throughout my arm. I attempted to move, and indeed, the pain in my shoulder had significantly subsided. It seems my uncle possesses considerable skill. He handed me the entire stack of plasters, instructing me to apply one each on the mornings of the 1st and 15th days of the month, which would provide relief for half a month. I nodded and accepted the plaster, letting out a sigh. I hadn't anticipated that my grandfather would leave me such a memento upon his departure. My uncle inquired, What's wrong? Do you harbor resentment towards your grandfather? I shook my head. How could I? Amiss, my uncle nodded. That's right, let me tell you. My dear nephew, I have been perplexed. It's unlikely that your grandfather would unjustly bestow misfortune upon you. There must be a reason behind it. However, you must trust me, and also trust your grandfather. His actions were certainly justified. I was taken aback. Are you suggesting that my grandfather deliberately cursed me? My uncle replied, That is merely my conjecture for now. Do you know why I returned home so unexpectedly that day while I was setting up my stall in town? I shook my head. Indeed, my uncle had returned just in time. Had he been any later, I might have lost my life. My uncle continued, The night before your grandfather passed, I dreamt of him. He conveyed to me in the dream that I should return home at that particular time the following day. My eyes widened in astonishment. This news was entirely unexpected. My uncle's implication was unmistakable. Grandfather had sent him a prophetic dream, indicating that he would return home on that very day, a day on which I also intended to return. Grandfather had bestowed upon me a share of misfortune, seeking my uncle's assistance in saving my life. Yet, what was the true intention behind such arrangements? Sensing my confusion, my uncle merely shook his head. Dear nephew, when I find the time, I shall unravel this mystery and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. I nodded, for grandfather had departed, and, after all these years, the answer mattered little to me. One thing, however, was certain: grandfather, who loved me dearly, would never wish me harm. I waved my hand dismissively. Let's not dwell on that. Let us discuss the matter of the house. You mentioned that the spirit within is a postpartum ghost, yet your assessment identifies it as a bloodstained ghost? My uncle replied, indeed. Thus, all preparations were made to confront the bloodstained ghost, including the doll in your possession. The bloodstained ghost, having died in utero, harbors a peculiar attachment to children. I procured the fetal hair of infants corresponding to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and stitched it into the doll. I requested you to spit upon it to imbue the doll with vitality. If the spirit is indeed a blood-stained ghost, casting the doll away would lure the spirit, granting you an opportunity to escape. Regrettably, it is a postpartum ghost and did not fall for the ruse. Understanding dawned upon me. It was not entirely without merit after all. Upon casting aside the doll, I indeed felt a significant alleviation of the burden upon my shoulders. It was precisely this opportunity that allowed me to make my escape. My uncle, with a wry smile, remarked that it was merely a matter of proximity to the door that enabled my fortunate evasion. At that moment, anything I might have thrown would have undoubtedly attracted the attention of that specter. Reflecting on the events within the desolate building sent a shiver down my spine. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I inquired of my uncle, "Pray tell, what did you discover on the 2nd floor?" This has long piqued my curiosity. The mention of the 2nd floor elicited an immediate sigh from my uncle, who lamented, "Alas, what a disgrace this is, a veritable Waterloo for me, Li Dongbin. Having succumbed to the direst of fates." I gestured dismissively. Given the gravity of the situation, it is no time for you to flaunt your historical references. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Chapter 8. The peculiar flower pot. Uncle San yawned, pulled out his phone to check the time, and said, "Let us go. After a night of chaos and oppos, it's time for us to enjoy some dim sum. It's on me, and we can chat while we eat." With that, he returned to his usual self, striding confidently towards the exit. I had no choice but to follow behind, grumbling, "Breakfast is breakfast. Why the swagger?" Dim sum indeed. We were accustomed to this playful banter, and Uncle San paid me no mind as he led me out of the basement. As we emerged, the sky had indeed brightened. The fresh air rushed into my lungs, and I inhaled deeply, relishing the sensation. My stomach audibly protested, and a wave of inexplicable excitement washed over me. I had long heard tales of Cantonese dim sum: char siu bao, shrimp dumplings, century egg, and lean pork congee, and the likes of chicken feet and roast goose. At last, I would have the chance to indulge. Uncle San guided me to a newly opened food stall, gesturing with enthusiasm, "Hey guys, we're here for a meal." His half-baked Cantonese, mixed with his original accent, sounded quite amusing. Despite Shenzhen being a hub for migrants, primarily concentrated in the city, this area was suburban, suggesting a considerable local presence. Having mingled here, Uncle San had picked up some local slang. The food stall was nestled between 2 simple houses, adorned with 2 awnings in front, where tables and chairs were set up. A couple of groups of diners were already enjoying their meals. After exchanging greetings, a man in an apron emerged from within, waving at my uncle. "Well, if it isn't Uncle Lee. I was just thinking it's been quite some time since you last visited. Where have you been lately?" I was taken aback, as his thick northeastern accent revealed him to be anything but a Cantonese. My uncle chuckled heartily, reverting to his usual accent, and replied, "I've been busy these past few days. My nephew has come to stay with me." "How is business treating you?" I inquired. "You've been in Guangdong for many years now, yet your accent remains so distinctly northeastern." The man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Business is just so-so, but this accent is hard to shake. I could be here until my last breath, and it would still stick with me." "Is this your nephew?" "Quite handsome. He reminds me of my younger days." "Please, have a seat. Are you sticking with the usual?" My uncle nodded. "Yes, this time make it a double portion." He then seated me and introduced the man as a kind-hearted, amiable individual who gets along well with everyone around him. As we spoke, the dishes were brought out. I was taken aback by the spread. Tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables. This hardly resembled a Cantonese dim sum breakfast. I grimaced and pointed at the food. "Uncle, is this what you call dim sum?" Reflecting on that moment, a contemporary phrase encapsulates my feelings perfectly. "You have me disrobed. Yet this is what you present?" My uncle chuckled awkwardly. "I've been a bit tight on funds lately. Once this job earns some money, I promise to take you to a fine restaurant for dim sum. Today, let us first satisfy our hunger." This truly aligns with my uncle's character, and I couldn't help but chuckle. As I sat down to breakfast, the steaming tofu pudding and the crispy fried dough sticks were exceedingly comforting, warming my belly and swiftly dissipating the fatigue and tension accumulated overnight. After indulging in the meal, Gwazi brought us 2 bowls of tea, and we sipped leisurely as my uncle began recounting his experience on the second floor. For the sake of clarity, I will narrate the events from my uncle's perspective. He stated, "I ascended the stairs to the second floor without incident. However, I distinctly sensed that the temperature on the second floor was considerably colder than that of the first. Although the windows were closed, an inexplicable draft chilled me to the bone, causing me to shiver uncontrollably. I illuminated the space with my flashlight and discovered that, aside from a small living room, there were 3 additional rooms. My intent was to trace the origin of the rope that dangled the fallen bodhisattva, so I proceeded toward the room in that direction. Given that the corridor had not been ventilated for quite some time and had been uninhabited, it was naturally neglected. The floor was cloaked in dust, which I stirred as I walked, and the beam of my flashlight illuminated a swirling cloud of dust, momentarily obscuring my view of the surroundings and objects ahead. I found myself unable to suppress a couple of coughs. At this point, I recalled that indeed, I had heard my uncle cough twice. As I ventured inward from the staircase, I noticed that the doors of the 2 rooms on the left side of the corridor stood ajar, revealing an inky darkness within. I waved my flashlight inside, revealing wooden beds devoid of any bedding, merely bare planks of wood. Thick curtains draped over the windows, allowing not a single ray of light to penetrate. I refrained from stepping inside, as there appeared to be nothing peculiar at first glance. Moving on to the 3rd room, situated opposite the other 2, it dawned on me that this room was directly above the one where the statue of the Avalokiteshvara hung. Furthermore, this must be the chamber where the shadow was spotted. As you had mentioned while we were outside, standing at the entrance, I directed my flashlight within, scrutinizing the space with greater attention. Strangely, the room was entirely empty, lacking any furnishings. As there was nothing of interest to uncover, I was about to turn away when my flashlight inadvertently illuminated the curtains, revealing something resting upon the windowsill behind them. The object concealed by the curtain cast a rounded, fuzzy silhouette onto the fabric when caught in the beam of light. Thus, I stepped into the room and swiftly lifted the curtain, simultaneously directing the flashlight toward it. My uncle in Apo's pace was unhurried, yet his vivid storytelling captivated me as if he were reciting a tale. He paused dramatically at this juncture. Unbeknownst to me, I had become engrossed, feeling as though I were immersed in the narrative, my pulse quickening, and I swallowed hard. My uncle lifted his cup, taking a hearty sip of tea before continuing. What rested upon the windowsill was, astonishingly, a potted plant. The round object I had illuminated was, in fact, the flower pot. I found it quite peculiar that in this room, where everything else had been cleared away, a single pot of flowers remained. My curiosity piqued. I directed my flashlight towards it for a closer examination. The flower thrived splendidly, lush and verdant, with leaves not particularly large, perhaps 7 or 8 in number. My unfamiliarity with flora rendered me incapable of identifying the species. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss with this flower. Initially, I had overlooked the pot itself, but I later discerned that this vessel, which housed the blossom, was not a traditional flower pot, but rather a bowl. This bowl was larger than the typical deep dish we encounter, and it possessed considerable depth. It appeared to be made of iron, adorned with elaborate engravings on its exterior. More alarming was the fact that, despite its apparent sturdiness, the bowl had developed several fissures emanating from the rim, as if some force within was expanding, threatening to rupture the iron vessel. Upon closer inspection, the plant emerging from the bowl revealed a network of structures resembling blood vessels, extending from its roots through the stem to the leaves. A crimson liquid coursed through these vessels, flowing from beneath the iron bowl to nourish each leaf. Even the tips of the uppermost 2 leaves bore droplets of this dark red liquid, resembling dew. These droplets lingered momentarily at the leaf tips before cascading onto the windowsill. I then noticed that the red liquid had pooled on the sill, forming a small stream that trickled down to the floor, seeping into the corner of the room. I surmised that the blood hanging from the rope of the suspended bodhisattva was, in fact, flowing down from this very source. At that moment, a more terrifying event unfolded. As I observed the foliage, the vascular structures within the plants suddenly thickened, and the blood coursing through them accelerated, as if it sensed my presence. Moreover, upon each leaf appeared a grotesque human visage, a diminutive face with skin wrinkled and sagging. Its eyes, resembling those of a dead fish, fixated on me with an unsettling intensity. I sensed impending doom. This situation had greatly surpassed my expectations. Consequently, I shouted, "Leon, run!" Simultaneously, I turned to flee the room and raced down the stairs. However, as I pivoted, a gust of wind slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. I collided with the door, nearly gasping for breath. I exerted all my strength to open it, yet it remained firmly shut, defying my efforts. Additionally, I felt a sticky sensation beneath my feet. Glancing down, I discovered that the blood from the plants had inundated the floor, creeping up my pant leg. An inexplicable chill swept through the room, causing the curtains to billow and rustle ominously. Fearing you might come looking for me, I shouted once more. In a desperate act, I bit my tongue until it bled and sprayed 2 mouthfuls of blood into the room. Following this act, I felt a slight clarity return to my mind. With a powerful kick, I shattered the window and leaped from the 2nd floor. Fortunately, a pile of debris lay below, and I emerged relatively unscathed. My third uncle finished his tale in one breath, taking a couple of gulps of tea and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. I too felt a lingering unease, and, after calming my anxious heart, I remarked, "Have you never considered that jumping from the 2nd floor could be perilous?" Uncle Sam shook his head. At that moment, I did not think of much. There was only one thought in my mind, which was to escape that room as quickly as possible. That thing was incredibly sinister. I never anticipated that my first venture out as Li Dongbin would present such a formidable challenge. Is this perhaps a trial meant for me? I offered a wry smile and suggested, "Then shall we abandon this house?" Uncle Sam waved his hand dismissively. "No, we cannot give up. If we do, where shall we find the 300,000? However, this time we must be adequately prepared. I need to ascertain the nature of the flowers in that bowl." He then asked Guozai for paper and a pen, leaning over the table, recalling the details as he sketched. Before long, he completed a drawing. Although Uncle Sam's artistic skills left much to be desired, he managed to outline the iron bowl and the flowers. It resembled his description, yet I had no interest in flowers and could not recognize them. I shook my head, and Uncle Sam, wearing a troubled expression, stared blankly at the paper. Chapter 9. The mandala. At that moment, Guozi approached us, carrying a large water jug to refill our cups. He noticed that Uncle Sam was intently gazing at the piece of paper, and out of curiosity, he leaned in to examine it as well. Such is the innate curiosity of human nature. Unexpectedly, after a moment of contemplation, Guozi pointed at the iron bowl depicted on the paper and exclaimed, "Have you all seen this before?" Uncle Sam, startled, looked up at Guozi and inquired, "What? You recognize this item?" Guozi nodded affirmatively. "It was a few years ago, but the memory remains vivid. I believe I cannot be mistaken." Uncle Sam eagerly seized Guozi and Appo's arm, urging him to sit down. "Quickly, tell me where you encountered this object." In a hushed tone, Guozi responded with an air of mystery, "You are aware of the old Chun family's residence, right? The one belonging to Chindafai, where 2 individuals met their demise." Uncle Sam affirmed his knowledge. Guozi continued, "At that time, Li Shimei was pregnant. One day, she came to my snack stall, cradling that bowl with her belly protruding. Although she was a tempestuous woman and rather promiscuous, we lived in the same village, and with her condition, I intended to help her with the bowl. To my surprise, she shot me a disdainful glance, as if she feared I would snatch her wretched bowl away. She lingered at the stall for a while until a stranger arrived, seemingly a vendor of roasted lamb skewers. They didn't oppose. He dined with me, but hurriedly departed. Not long after, Chun Laodai wielded a shovel and fatally struck Li Shimei. Thus, the events of that day remain etched in my memory. This bowl is quite extraordinary. I've never encountered one like it elsewhere. It must surely be an antique. Otherwise, why would she handle it with such care? Uncle San then pointed to the plant depicted in the painting and inquired, "What about this one? Did you see her holding such a plant?" Guozai examined it for quite some time before shaking his head. "Certainly not. I distinctly recall it was merely an empty bowl at the time. However, the one grilling the lamb skewers did carry a bag, though I have no idea what was inside." Uncle San nodded and paid for the meal. While we had uncovered the origin of the bowl, the identity of the flower remained elusive. Yet, as we exited, a sudden inspiration struck me, and I asked Uncle San, "Do you know where the library in the city is located?" Uncle San, not lacking in wits, brightened at the suggestion. "Are you thinking of researching the origins of this plant at the library? How clever of you. I never thought of that. Let us go to the city right away." We hailed a taxi and hurried to the city library, where we completed the necessary formalities and began our research. Since Uncle San had only observed the external shape of the plant, we were at a disadvantage in our search. Thus, our quest proved to be quite challenging. We scoured through materials from morning until afternoon and managed to find several images of similar plants, though Uncle San was hesitant to confirm any of them. Just then, a person sitting across the table, who had been watching us rummage through the images, curiously inquired, "You don't seem like botanists. What exactly are you trying to find?" As my uncle and I simultaneously raised our heads, we beheld an elderly gentleman across from us, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and silver hair. Upon the table lay a pen and a notebook, unmistakably signifying his scholarly disposition. My uncle hurriedly approached, presenting a drawing he had made. "Esteemed sir, we are in search of this particular plant. With your vast knowledge, might you recognize it?" The drawing, however, was far from commendable, resembling the whimsical scribbles of a child. The old man furrowed his brow upon examining the image, removing his glasses to wipe them before donning them again for a more scrutinous look. After an extensive 10 minutes, he slowly lifted his gaze, his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, his eyes unwaveringly fixed upon us. I felt a shiver under his intense stare and promptly waved my hand, addressing him as sir. Only then did he seem to regain his composure and inquire, "Where have you encountered this flower?" Just as I was about to respond, my uncle interjected, "Oh no, this was an image sent to me by a friend, likely a hasty sketch." I cast a glance at my uncle. His fabrication was scarcely clever, riddled with inconsistencies. Yet the old man remained unfazed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He then marked the drawing with his pen and rose to the library section, returning with several books cradled in his arms. After a thorough search, he finally opened one, pointing at the page, stating, as I suspected, "This plant is indeed uncommon in our region. It originates from the ancient western regions, and due to geographical and climatic conditions, it would likely struggle to survive even if brought here." We felt as though we had stumbled upon a treasure, and, without further regard for the elderly gentleman, eagerly leaned over the book to delve into its contents. The book is a translated version that introduces the customs and culture of the ancient Western regions. On its pages, there is an illustration, although my uncle's drawing lacked precision. The distinctive features suggest a remarkable resemblance, indicating that the old man had indeed found the right one. The book mentions that this plant is called Dachira, with its rhizomes being medicinal, while its leaves are highly toxic, earning it another moniker, Hell's Grass. There exists a legend surrounding this Hell's Grass. It tells of two young lovers who, in their deep affection, encountered a tragic fate. The man perished for love, while the woman, in her sorrow, nurtured a Dachira plant. Its leaves poisoned anyone who dared to touch them, but she alone could caress and cherish it daily, watering it with her tears. 18 years later, the rhizome of the Dachira broke through the soil, transforming into a charming child, strikingly resembling the man, and they became inseparable companions. As the woman aged, the child eventually vanished into the earth, leaving no trace. The book offers little further information on this Dachira. After reading, we found no more valuable content. My uncle closed the book and nodded to the old man, saying, "Thank you, sir." We shall take our leave." The old man glanced at us and smiled, saying, "My surname is Ma, and I am a professor at the paleobiology department of Shenzhen Binhai University. May I inquire why you are searching for this flower?" It was then that I noticed the old man's gaze was filled with an insatiable curiosity. It was evident that he harbored a keen interest in the Dachira, yet we remained unaware of his true intentions, rendering us unable to disclose the reality. I hastily explained, "It's nothing. We merely came across an intriguing image online and decided to investigate further." With that, my uncle and I rose from our seats and made our way toward the exit. To my surprise, the elderly gentleman also stood up and followed closely behind us, inquiring, "On which website did you find such a flower? Have you seen this flower before? Could you take me to see it?" My initial response had been a mere fabrication. I had no idea which website he referred to. Moreover, the origin of the flower, as mentioned by my second uncle, was entirely unrelated. However, the old man seemed undeterred by these discrepancies, his eagerness to witness the flower palpable. That said, the hellish plant was located in the ominous residence. There was no way I could bring a stranger there. Sensing his scholarly demeanor and fearing he might persist in his inquiries, I dared not respond further and hurriedly urged my second uncle to leave, escaping the library without looking back. The old man, not as spry as we were, was finally outpaced. My uncle glanced back and remarked, "Is this old man not quite right in the head? He seems as if he would devour us whole." I chuckled. It appears he has been fixated on us since we entered. Such elderly scholars often possess eccentricities. It's only natural for someone with his interests to be drawn to such peculiar flora. Let's not dwell on him for now. We must focus on the matter at hand. We have uncovered information about the hellish plant, but will it be effective against the ominous residents? It will undoubtedly be useful. My mind is still somewhat muddled. Let us return, and I shall sort through my thoughts. We returned to the basement once again, having indulged in neither rest nor slumber since yesterday. By the time we arrived at our lodgings, we were utterly exhausted. Although my uncle's abode was in a state of disarray, I was too fatigued to pay it any mind and collapsed onto the bedding, succumbing to sleep. I lost track of time until a sudden sharp sound jolted me awake from my dreams. I sat up abruptly to find my uncle on the floor, tidying up the shards of a broken wine bottle. Upon noticing my awakening, he sheepishly remarked, "My apologies, I accidentally kicked it over. Since you and Apo's reawake, there's no point in trying to sleep. Let me elucidate the matter of this iron bowl and the hellish grass." Rubbing my bleary eyes and stifling a yawn, I inquired, "Uncle, what time is it? Why the commotion?" "Haven and Apo's. Till you slept?" My uncle, his eyes bloodshot, replied, "Sleep? Nonsense. You've been in slumber all afternoon. I can and Apo's. Tea afford such luxury. How can I rest when matters remain unresolved?" "Have you figured it out then?" I asked. He patted his chest confidently. "Of course. Who do you think I am? Li Dongbin. Such trivial matters cannot thwart me. Listen closely." He leaned in, clearing some clutter to make space for himself, and began, "First and foremost, this iron bowl. We have all been misled. This bowl is not iron. It is copper." I was taken aback. "What difference does it make between an iron bowl and a copper one?" He chuckled. "Oh, the difference is significant. I am certain this bowl is copper because it is intended for soul locking. The reason this copper bowl can bind souls lies not in the bowl itself, but in the copper. In the realm of feng shui, many malevolent forces belong to the element of earth, and to mitigate these misfortunes, the element of metal is deemed the superior choice. This is due to the principle that earth generates metal, allowing metal to dissipate the energy of earth. Naturally, metal refers to metallic substances, with gold being the most esteemed among them. However, as gold is prohibitively expensive, copper emerges as the most suitable material. For instance, numerous copper ornaments and ancient coins are extensively utilized as feng shui items. The principle of this copper bowl is akin. It is likely employed to dispel malevolent energies. I inquired, "Are you suggesting that this copper bowl is used to bind souls? Whose soul does it bind? How does it accomplish this?" "If a person has died within the house, it follows that the souls being bound are those of the deceased. From my preliminary assessment, the copper bowl is likely binding the spirit of the ghostly infant residing in the confinement of the postpartum ghost. When I ascended to the second floor, I may have inadvertently breached a taboo, thus releasing that ghostly infant, which is why it sought you out, leaving a small handprint upon your shoulder. After listening to my uncle's explanation, I found myself even more bewildered. I then asked, what role does the hellish grass play in this? It seemed that during my slumber, my uncle had devoted considerable thought to the matter. Upon my inquiry, he proceeded to share his deductions with me. Through my uncle's reasoning, the sequence of events was clarified, and the occurrences within that room gradually crystallized in my mind. Chapter 10. Revisiting the abandoned building, it is highly probable that Lishime became pregnant and initially contemplated abortion. Thus, she exerted considerable effort in seeking ways to terminate the pregnancy. However, it seemed as though the fetus took root within her, and despite her endeavors, she could not rid herself of it. Ultimately, she gave birth, but the child, being premature, may have struggled to survive and possibly perished. Though Lishime was fierce, the instinct of a mother is profound. She could not bring herself to part with her child. It remains unclear how she learned of a method to prolong the child's life. This method involved burying the stillborn infant in a copper bowl and planting a hellish grass upon it. At this juncture, I could not refrain from interjecting, Uncle San, your conjecture seems rather audacious. Burying a stillborn fetus in a flower pot. Do you possess any basis for such a claim? Uncle San shot me an incredulous glance. Isn't that a redundant question? Would I conjure this from thin air without any foundation? Scratching my head, I inquired. But isn't it true that the old man with white hair mentioned that the so-called gyro cannot survive in our vicinity? Uncle Sam replied, indeed. It cannot thrive under normal cultivation methods. Thus, I deduce that her act of burying the dead infant in the copper bowl is the sole means to allow it to flourish. The copper bowl possesses the ability to ensnare souls, trapping the spirit of the deceased infant within it. Over time, the spirit would coexist and grow alongside the. I pressed on with another question. What if we refrain from visiting the abandoned building and allow it to grow unchecked? Could that child truly be resurrected? Uncle San shook his head, stating, I had not considered this. This is entirely unlike the Taoist arts of our Central Plains. Merely a collection of malevolent sorcery, deviating from our established practices. In light of this, my encounter with this Waterloo is somewhat excusable, not entirely shameful. Not entirely shameful. I wave my hand dismissively. There remains another issue. How does that Lishime possess such dark sorcery? If someone instructed her, who might that individual be? The questions are multiplying, becoming increasingly chaotic. Uncle San nodded thoughtfully, pulling out his phone. Indeed, that is a valid concern. Please wait a moment. I shall make a call. The signal in the basement was quite poor, so Uncle San exited the room with his phone in hand. I cannot be bothered to follow him outside and merely lay back down to sleep. After a while, Uncle San returned, exuberant and flushed. Nephew, do not sleep any longer. Come with me. I resisted him. Where are we going? To that haunted house. What nonsense. Are we going back? Have you lost your mind? I shuddered at the thought. Having just fled from there, I could hardly bear the idea of returning. That accursed place still haunted my thoughts. Uncle San assured me, you need not worry. I have clarified everything. This time, I am well prepared. Your assurances are of little value. Without your guarantee, I might feel a tad more secure. But with your promise, I only sense greater peril. I desperately recoiled. Uncle San, however, tugged at my clothing with determination, urging me onward. Uncle, I must inform you that this garment is the most valuable possession I own. Should you ruin it, you shall be obligated to replace it. I exclaimed loudly. To my surprise, it truly worked. My uncle immediately released his grip and cursed. Damn it, do I have any money to buy you clothes? I impatiently inquired. What on earth is going on? Who did you call? My uncle excitedly replied. I called Chundafa and inquired about Lishime's background. Guess what? This woman is indeed from minority ethnic group. She is of the Xinjiang Uyghur nationality. I shot him a glare. What is there to be excited about regarding minority ethnicities? Our nation comprises 56 ethnic groups, each a unique blossom contributing to our national unity. My uncle rolled his eyes and interrupted. Hold on. How did you get into university without any geographical knowledge? Xinjiang is what we refer to as the ancient Western region. I hadn't considered this until my uncle mentioned it, and then it dawned on me. You mean to say that Lishime is from Xinjiang? and the sorcery from the western region you mentioned might be within her capabilities. Thus, the practices of soul locking with a copper bowl and cultivating the wood make sense. My uncle slapped his thigh. Exactly. Of course, it's also possible that Lishime doesn't possess any sorcery skills herself, but perhaps she has ancestral texts or resources she could learn from. Furthermore, do you remember Guazai mentioning that a stranger from out of town came to find her, claiming to sell roasted lamb skewers? The issue is Guazai had never seen that person, so how could she know he sold roasted lamb skewers? Thus, it can be inferred that the visitor was also from Xinjiang, as many people from Xinjiang are known for selling roasted lamb skewers. Therefore, Guazai recognized him based on his characteristics. I believe that the seedling of the datura flower was brought to Lishime by that outsider. Subsequently, when Lishime gave birth, it was discovered by Elder Chun, who, lacking understanding of the situation, merely recognized that Lishime had sullied the family name. Thus, she resolved the matter with a shovel, resulting in Lishime and Appo's demise. I shook my head and pondered, what could possibly be her motive for such actions? My third uncle remarked, I currently perceive two potential intentions behind her actions. Firstly, she may have sought to prolong her child's life through nefarious means, or, at the very least, to nurture the child and Appo's spirit. Secondly, she intended to cultivate the datura seedling, unaware that she would ultimately meet her end at Elder Chun and Appo's hands. Listening to this sent chills down my spine. To cultivate a seedling through such wicked methods is indeed alarming. My uncle patted my shoulder and said, Dear nephew, the world is vast and full of wonders. I suspect this datura seedling holds great significance for them. We are but outsiders. If we delve deeper into this matter, it may prove too convoluted for us to comprehend. For now, I merely wish to resolve this haunted abode and secure our earnings. I know how to deal with the ghost of the confinement period. Will you accompany me? I hesitated and asked, Uncle, this is no trivial matter. Please be honest with me. Do you truly have a solution, or are you merely boasting? My uncle glared at me. If I were boasting, I would be your grandson. I waved my hand dismissively. Not this again. Very well, I shall trust you once more. Given the circumstances, how could I not go? Exactly. This time my uncle will show you what he's capable of. With a bit of luck, we shall exorcise that little ghost tonight. The formidable nature of the ghostly infant lies in its very existence. Once the malevolent spirit is vanquished, the other wandering souls within the dwelling shall pose little threat. This spectral child originates from the ghastly plant known as the Mothora flower, making it the host of the spirit. Thus, if we were to destroy the Mothora flower, the spirit of the ghostly infant would disperse naturally. Listening to my uncle and Appo's explanation, I found myself partially convinced. Despite the awareness that tonight's endeavor may not unfold as effortlessly as he suggested, I felt compelled to proceed. The notion of willingly venturing into danger, akin to marching towards a tiger's den, sounds grand. Yet in my view, it lacks the anticipated grandeur and instead carries a sense of tragic heroism. My uncle had prepared a substantial bundle for me to carry, and after hailing a vehicle, we arrived once more at the foreboding abandoned building. The night had deepened, arriving later than our previous visit, and with the moon dimmed, the eerie edifice appeared even more ominous from a distance. We alighted from the vehicle and approached the dilapidated structure, stopping at a certain distance. My uncle produced a pair of binoculars and handed them to me, revealing, Now I understand why you are capable of perceiving the ghostly apparitions. You lack a life lamp, resulting in a deficiency of yang energy, which allows you to see entities steeped in. Take a look and see if you can still discern any spectral figures. I raised the binoculars and scrutinized the abandoned building for a while. This time, at the entrance and the window where the ghostly figures had previously manifested, I observed no anomalies. I relayed my findings to my uncle, who nodded in acknowledgement. He then unwrapped the bundle he had brought, extracting two brightly colored outfits from within. Come, put on this garment. My uncle handed me one of the outfits. I and Appo's am not cold, I replied casually. Just wear it when I tell you to, he said, somewhat irritated. With no other choice, I took the garment and unfolded it, intending to don it. However, under the faint moonlight, I was horrified to discover that I was holding a burial shroud. A shiver ran down my spine as I flung it back at my uncle, exclaiming, "What the hell is wrong with you? I'm your own nephew. Can't you wish me a bit of good fortune? Instead of letting me crawl into a coffin, you're dressing me in a shroud. This is incredibly ominous." My uncle was equally exasperated. "You're such a fuss, my dear nephew. I'm not the only one wearing it. I have one on too." As he spoke, he had already donned his own shroud, and the sight sent chills racing down my neck. Noticing my reaction, my uncle felt compelled to explain patiently. "Our primary objective this time is to destroy that malevolent spirit. If we don't take precautions, we will surely be detected by that little ghost, and we would be doomed." I pointed at the shroud. "Wearing this thing will keep us hidden from the ghost." My uncle nodded. "When a person dies, their spirit must wear a burial shroud to enter the underworld. Thus, this shroud can temporarily obscure our life force, and with a little trickery, we can successfully infiltrate the abandoned building." Reluctantly, I steel myself and put on the shroud, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Clad in our burial garments, we trudged towards the forsaken building, appearing to outsiders as two forlorn spirits. Fortunately, at this hour, the streets are devoid of passers-by. Otherwise, the sight of us would surely induce a heart attack in anyone who chanced upon it. We once again arrived before the desolate building, when my uncle gestured for me to crouch down. Uncertain of his intentions, I watched as he retrieved 2 bundles of incense from his bag. Chapter 11. The Black Cat in Bewilderment. I inquired of my uncle, "What is the purpose of this?" He remained silent, his countenance dark and brooding, as he struck 2 matches and ignited the incense sticks. Observing the flames dance to life, he handed me one, stating, "Once we enter, we shall refrain from using flashlights or speaking. Moreover, this incense must not leave our hands. We will proceed directly to the 2nd floor to retrieve the bronze bowl and the ink pot and dispose of them in the courtyard." Holding the incense, I pondered whether the act of donning funeral garments was merely to obscure our yang energy. While I understood the necessity of silence to prevent the leakage of this energy, a pressing concern arose. How would we communicate should we encounter an unforeseen circumstance? My uncle replied, "Observe my expressions and gestures. Your comprehension will depend on your perceptive abilities." Very well, I acquiesced, but a sudden realization struck me, prompting me to exclaim, "Wait, uncle, are you jesting?" Entering without a flashlight into complete darkness, how am I to discern your expressions and gestures? With a disdainful glance, my uncle shook his head in disappointment, as if lamenting my lack of insight. He retrieved 2 candles from his pocket, waved them before me with a sigh, and prepared to open the door. I pouted, thinking that without further clarification, I was left with no option but to remain silent. As he approached the door, he turned back to me and said, "The incense we hold serves indeed to mask our yang energy. It also functions as a means to measure time. In essence, we possess only the duration of this incense. Once it is burned out, there will be no opportunity to replace it." I cast a glance at the incense in my hand, noticing that nearly a quarter of it had already burned away. I hastily remarked, "Uncle San, this incense has dwindled so much. Let's change it for a complete stick here. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, it might afford us a bit more time." "No," he replied. "Once the incense is lit, it cannot be replaced, for that would bring misfortune. Therefore, once we enter, our actions must be swift and decisive. We cannot afford to dawdle." My frustration mounted at his words. If that were the case, why light the incense so early? And why the incessant rambling? I waved my hand dismissively, gesturing towards the large door. Only then did Uncle San cease his chatter, nodding as he retrieved the key to unlock the entrance once more. A day had passed, and we found ourselves back at this ominous abode. My heart raced at a pace far greater than before. Although I'd felt fear on our previous visit, ignorance had granted me a certain bravery. I had entered with a resolute mind, unburdened by overthinking. However, this time was different, aware that malevolent spirits awaited within, including a particularly formidable ghostly infant that sought me out. The anticipation was unbearable. I silently prayed that Uncle San's dubious methods would prove somewhat effective this time. He had already pushed open the door, and I stood behind him, casting a quick glance inside. Thankfully, I did not spot the ghostly figure from the previous encounter at the entrance. We stepped inside, one after the other, and I couldn't tell if it was merely a figment of my imagination, but the temperature within the room felt significantly colder than before. There was no breeze, yet I could sense an oppressive chill wrapping around me, leaving my hands and feet tingling with an unsettling numbness. Uncle Sam turned around, and by the light of the moon at the doorway, I beheld his visage, nearly gasping in alarm. His face had inexplicably taken on a ghastly pallor. Devoid of any hint of color, and clad in a shroud, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a corpse lying in a coffin. The distinction lay solely in the fact that the dead repose while he stood upright. The deceased's eyes are closed, whereas his were wide open. Yet, it dawned upon me in an instant that my own appearance likely mirrored this dismal state. Uncle Sen winked at me, inhaling deeply, drawing in the smoke emanating from the incense in his hand, his expression one of profound satisfaction. Puzzled, I mimicked his actions and took a puff of the incense. A warm sensation coursed through my nostrils and into my being, alleviating the pervasive chill that enveloped me. Uncle Sen nodded approvingly, offering me a candle which he ignited, gesturing towards the ground. This candle was a white wax, considerably thicker than our usual ones, its surface remarkably smooth, the material a mystery to me. Following his instructions, I placed the lit white candle upon the ground. Its base was robust, ensuring it stood firmly. Thus, with every 3 steps, Uncle Sam would, as if performing a magic trick, produce another white candle for me, which I would ignite and set down. This line of candles extended all the way to the staircase. As I trailed behind, preparing to ascend, my foot suddenly sank, as if stepping onto something soft. I looked down to discover it was the doll I had discarded that day. The doll was a gift from my uncle, intended to safeguard my life in critical moments. He had once spoken of this doll, revealing that it was stitched with the fetal hair of 5 infants representing the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, designed to masquerade as a child and deceive the ghost of the postpartum period. However, the doll now lying at my feet was utterly terrifying. Its head had been grotesquely twisted off, and its belly was ripped open by some unknown force, exposing a tuft of fetal hair that protruded like a disheveled nest. A shiver ran down my spine. This house had long been abandoned, and when I discarded the doll, it was intact. Who had vandalized it in such a horrific manner? If a person had entered during the day, they would surely not have shown such interest in the doll. Even more chilling was the realization that, as we traversed this path, the ground appeared devoid of any objects. How did this doll come to rest beneath my feet? If it were the postpartum ghost at play, then our ruse of donning funeral garments and holding incense to conceal our vitality had been utterly exposed. The more I pondered, the more my mind spiraled into dread, rendering me immobile, shivering uncontrollably. This was not mere cowardice. Prior to entering, I had devised several hypotheses. Yet the intangible terror that enveloped me within this space threatened to unravel my sanity. This sensation of psychological collapse would linger within me for an extended period, surfacing intermittently. I suddenly recalled that many so-called scholars had posited that those who entered reputed haunted houses were not killed by ghosts, but rather frightened to death by their own minds. Upon my cessation, my uncle discerned an anomaly and glanced back at me. I swiftly gestured towards the figure on the ground, and upon seeing it, he too was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head in admonition and indicating the staircase with a pointed finger. He was instructing me to disregard the occurrence and to continue our ascent. I inhaled the incense I held. Indeed, in our peculiar attire, a whiff of this fragrant smoke could bring some semblance of tranquility to our minds. My uncle led me up the staircase, where we hastily placed 2 white candles, and we ascended to the 2nd floor without incident. During this interval, apart from the eerie figure that had appeared beneath our feet, no other unexpected events transpired. It seemed my uncle's strategy was proving effective. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, my uncle exhibited no hesitation, striding directly towards the room where the Datura seedlings were kept. I glanced at the incense in my hand, now halfway burnt. He instructed me to place another white candle at the door, took a deep breath of the incense, and gently pushed the door open to enter the room. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight, I caught a glimpse of my uncle's silhouette swaying within. After approximately a minute, he emerged cradling a pot of flowers. I exhaled in relief. Everything appeared to be proceeding more smoothly than I had anticipated. Yet, my elation was premature. Just as my uncle stepped out of the room with the flower pot in hand, two glowing points suddenly materialized behind him. The bulk of his form obscured much of the candlelight, rendering the source of these luminescent points indiscernible. I could only perceive that they emitted an eerie green glow, flickering ominously and profoundly unsettling. The height of the luminous point was scarcely elevated, barely a foot above the ground. My mind buzzed with unease. It seemed as though the light emanated from the eyes of some entity. At such a low elevation, could it possibly belong to that ghostly infant? Just as I contemplated alerting my uncle, an eerie shriek erupted from within the room. It resembled the sound of paper tearing, yet was far louder and more abrupt. This unexpected cry shattered my already taut nerves. I opened my mouth to scream, but my uncle swiftly covered it with his hand. He stood rigidly at the doorway, subtly shaking his head at me. I nodded in response, continually reminding myself to stay composed. However, I found it impossible to avert my gaze from the room. I witnessed the 2 points of light flicker, swiftly ascending from the ground, followed by the emergence of a shadowy figure upon my uncle's shoulder. At last, I discerned that the shadow was none other than a pitch-black cat. The 2 glimmering green lights were undoubtedly its eyes. A black cat in this room? My nerves relaxed. A meerkat was far less terrifying than a ghost. Yet, the situation shifted dramatically as I noticed my uncle's expression darken even further. He stood there, cradling a flower pot, seemingly intending to pass it to me. However, his body remained immobile, and he was making frantic gestures, his lips moving in silent urgency. I discerned from his lip movements that he was uttering a single word. That word was run. Must I flee once again? A wave of realization surged through me. Evidently, the predicament we faced was far more dire than I had anticipated. At that moment, my perception of Uncle San shifted considerably. In a critical juncture, he was, after all, most concerned about my safety, willing to remain behind to confront the danger, thereby ensuring my escape. Thankfully, my mind remained relatively clear, and I managed to keep my composure. Before fleeing, I did not forget to gently take the flower pot and seedling from Uncle San's hands. I accepted the flower pot and mouthed a message to him. Take care. With that, I cradled the flower pot and turned to descend the stairs. However, just as I took a couple of steps, I was startled by another bizarre cry from behind. A shadowy figure suddenly darted towards me, and I felt a weight on my shoulder. The black cat had leaped onto it. I was taken aback and immediately saw Uncle San squeezing past me, holding incense as he hurriedly descended the stairs without looking back. Good grief. I couldn't help but curse Uncle San in my mind, especially after having praised him moments earlier. In such a brief span, he had betrayed me. I wondered why he had entrusted me with the flower pot, realizing that the black cat was pursuing it. By taking the flower pot, I had inevitably drawn the black cat closer. Once again, I found myself ensnared by Uncle San's folly. He was not merely a nuisance, but a veritable tormentor to his nephew. As I contemplated chasing after him, I heard a low growl emanating from the black cat perched on my shoulder. It was my first time experiencing that the roar emitted by the cat could instill such profound fear within one's heart. I could even perceive a foul stench emanating from the black cat's mouth. Chapter 12. Escape the cat's mouth incessantly expelled a foul odor that was reminiscent of putrid flesh, as if it had been crushed and left to languish under the sun for 3 days. The stench was enough to induce waves of nausea, churning my stomach. Yet I dared not make a hasty move. The image of the black cat leaping onto my uncle's shoulder remained etched in my mind. He had become utterly rigid in that moment. I felt compelled to mirror his stance, for I was utterly clueless. However, my situation diverged from my uncle's. He had the advantage of my presence, while I was left alone. Consequently, he had managed to flee, while I remained frozen like a fool in this accursed place. Yet, in imitating my uncle's stillness, I sensed a temporary reprieve from danger. The black cat perched upon my shoulder emitted only a few low growls and refrained from any further action. I glanced at my hands, cradling the flower pot, and noted that I had not discarded the life-saving incense, which I clutched between my pinky and ring fingers. However, 2/3 of the incense had already burned away, leaving only a small fragment. I pondered whether the cat's lack of aggression towards me was due to the incense. Nevertheless, I understood that my uncle's insistence on my carrying it into this place was not without purpose. At that moment, an even more terrifying occurrence unfolded. The black cat abruptly ceased its growling and began to inhale deeply through its nose. The smoke rising from the burning incense was particularly pronounced under the candlelight, and the cat seemed to be drawing it in with fervor. The black cat perched on my shoulder, its head extending outward, maintaining an oddly precarious balance. Stealing a glance, I noticed that the feline's gaze had lost its sharpness and malice, becoming particularly dreamy. Yet, upon its face, I discerned a glimmer of avarice. This expression, typically associated with human countenance, appeared on the cat's visage, rendering it all the more bizarre. The black cat was greedily inhaling the incense. With each inhalation, the incense burned at an accelerated pace. I observed with growing dismay that the fragrant smoke was visibly descending. I silently lamented. The incense was already scant, and at this rate, it would be consumed in less than 5 minutes. What would ensue without the incense, I had no inkling. Suddenly, I recalled the doll I had discovered downstairs, its head twisted off, its abdomen slit open. Could this black cat be responsible? Would it, deprived of the incense, treat me as it had that doll, twisting off my head and slicing open my belly? The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. For reasons unknown, one ought not to fear a mere cat, yet this black feline, exuding an otherworldly aura, ignited a primal fear within me, rendering me unable to meet its gaze. It was only later that I learned of the mystical nature of black cats, particularly in the realm of the supernatural. They are synonymous with the ability to commune with spirits. However, not every black cat possesses such powers. It must be one devoid of any stray hairs, with significant attention paid to its time and place of birth. This assertion is not without foundation, for the feline creature, by its very nature, was introduced from abroad, where it was also kept as a pet by witches. Thus, the notion that cats possess supernatural abilities is indeed credible. In folklore, it is said that black cats, believed to be mediums, are often exploited by numerous spirits, leading to the age-old belief that if a cat jumps over a coffin, it is a portent of resurrection. During the vigil for a loved one, the presence of a cat is strictly forbidden. Of course, at that time, I was unaware of these customs. I merely sat with that black cat, watching the incense slowly burn away, a torment almost unbearable for any human to withstand. Simultaneously, I found myself silently cursing my uncle, that idle relative of mine, promising him retribution once I was safely out of this predicament. It seemed that only through such thoughts could I alleviate some of the fear gnawing at my heart. The cat upon my shoulder continued to greedily inhale the smoke rising from the incense, and as the fragrant offerings dwindled, the cold sweat began to beat upon my forehead. At that moment, I heard the sound of footsteps echoing from the staircase. My attention shifted, and I beheld my uncle peering stealthily around the corner, glancing in my direction. I nearly erupted in indignation. Even at this critical juncture, what was he staring at? Yet, to his credit, he did not abandon me, his big nephew. In this dire situation, more knowledgeable than I, he quickly gestured for me to remain calm. In my mind, I thought, how could I possibly remain calm? What time was it? Although the pot of flowers I held was light, prolonged gripping had begun to numb my arm, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Unable to voice my distress, I resorted to glaring at my uncle. With a ghostly smile, my uncle waved the object he held in his other hand before me. To my astonishment, it was the doll from downstairs. I was utterly perplexed as to his intent with this object at such a moment. I then observed him grasping his incense stick between his teeth, freeing his hands to swiftly extract the fetal hair from the doll's belly. He then proceeded to the end of the corridor, where he deposited the tufts of fetal hair into a corner. Immediately after, he picked up a candle and ignited the hair with its flame. The delicate and soft strands ignited quickly, releasing a faint plume of blue smoke. Before I could comprehend my uncle's purpose, I felt a sudden weight on my shoulder, followed by a lightness. The black cat, drawn by the scent of the smoke, suddenly darted towards the burning hair. In my daze, I stood watching until my uncle rushed over, yanked at my clothing, and led me down the stairs in haste. Awakening from my stupor, I hurriedly cradled the potted flower and followed him down. At the staircase's bend, I glanced back and noticed the black cat crouching near the burning hair. Its fur bristled in alarm, growling incessantly at the flickering flame. Unable to bear the sight any longer, I dashed down the stairs to the first floor. Upon my arrival, I found the entire hall enveloped in a thick mist. It would not be an exaggeration to say that I could not see my own hand in front of my face. My uncle had descended before me, and his figure had vanished from my sight. I turned to search the area, yet he remained elusive. With this turn, my sense of direction was entirely disoriented. I remained silent, my heart filled with anxiety. Fortunately, after I managed to calm myself slightly, I noticed a faint glimmer of light on the ground. Suddenly, it struck me that this was the white wax my uncle had instructed me to lay down upon entering. Before me, the white wax emitted a weak flame, though diminutive. It stood out prominently amidst the mist, easily noticeable. In contrast, the flames in the distance were entirely obscured by the fog. I cautiously took a couple of steps toward the white wax, and at that moment, I observed the glow of more distant wax lights appearing. I finally comprehended the true purpose behind my uncle's arrangement of these candles. He had provided us with a means of retreat. If we followed the path illuminated by these candles, we could indeed find our way out of this house. With this realization, I felt a surge of relief and hastened my steps in the direction indicated by the candles. Progressing smoothly, I soon reached the doorway. Just as I was about to step outside, a sharp pain surged through my finger. The incense had burned down to its end, releasing a puff of blue smoke that extinguished it. At that moment, I heard a strange cry behind me. Turning around, I saw the black cat, hunched and poised as if ready to pounce. Startled, I stumbled backward, nearly dropping the flower pot in my grasp as I collided with something behind me. A familiar figure appeared, steadying the pot. It was my uncle, who had emerged before me. I opened my mouth to speak, but my uncle silenced me with a shushing gesture and led me away, weaving through several turns until we arrived at an open space. The vacant land should be situated at the heart of the residential area, surrounded by houses of varying distances. What a close call. Uncle Sam let out a sigh, continuously wiping the sweat from his brow. Goodness, can we talk now? I felt an immense relief, as though I had narrowly escaped death. The atmosphere in the room had been suffocating, and if I didn't step outside soon, I feared I might succumb to madness rather than be harmed by a ghost. Uncle Sam nodded. I never anticipated that the ghostly infant would possess a black cat. I was taken aback. Are you saying that the black cat is the deceased baby? There is no doubt about it. The cat has been guarding that Dossier plant. We were clad in funeral garments and held the soul-guarding incense, so the ghostly infant could not detect us. However, the black cat is different. It possesses an acute sense of smell and sight. Although it cannot pinpoint our location, it can sense our presence. As soon as I moved the Dossier, it pounced towards me. I scoffed. So you had me move the flower to lure the cat towards me. Uncle Sam, I must sincerely commend you. You are quite cunning. His face flushed with a mix of red and white. I did this not out of malice, but as a last resort to devise a strategy to divert the tiger and save you. I waved my hand dismissively. Of course, I understand it was to save me. Otherwise, how could I converse with you so freely? But why would the fetal hair in that doll attract the cat? Uncle Sam explained. As I mentioned before, I created that doll to attract the moon ghost. The fetal hair is derived from the womb, imbued with the essence of life, making it the most potent and pure. I burned the hair from my first haircut, prompting the black cat to believe someone had revealed themselves, causing it to rush over to investigate. Seizing this opportunity, we made our escape. However, this ruse could only be employed once, and fortunately, we successfully retrieved the pot of flowers. We crouched around the Dossier, and I inquired, "How shall we handle this flower?" My uncle gazed at the moon, remained silent, and then retrieved a bottle of liquor from his pack, placing it on the ground, followed by a worn bowl. Curiously, I asked Uncle at this hour, "Do you still intend to have a drink?" He shot me a scornful glance and retorted, "Drink? You must be joking. Take a good look at what's in that bottle." I took the bottle and, under the moonlight, discovered it was filled to the brim with a crimson liquid. "Well, Uncle, forsaking the clear for the red, when did you develop such refined tastes?" He snatched the bottle back and exclaimed, "What are you talking about? This isnt liquor. It's blood." Chapter 13. The ghostly sprout blood? What are you up to now? I hastily set down the wine bottle and inquired. Of course, it serves a purpose. Just watch. My uncle shot me a disapproving glance as he unscrewed the cap of the bottle, pouring the blood gradually into the bowl made of copper. He explained, "This is black dog blood, to which I have added vermilion and rosin, ensuring it does not coagulate." I nodded, observing as the quantity of blood in the bottle diminished. It poured into the copper bowl, swiftly permeating the earth beneath. The bowl, however, bore several large cracks, from which no blood trickled forth. It seemed as though the entire contents of the bottle had been absorbed by the sprout. In that moment, the seemingly ordinary sprout transformed. From its roots to its leaves, a vascular-like structure appeared, faintly visible upon the plant. I recalled my uncle mentioning something similar the previous night, which made me instinctively take a couple of steps back, wary of any further strange occurrences from a sprout. My uncle muttered, "Having left that room, the ghostly infant is not fully formed and cannot emerge. This sprout cannot stir up much trouble either." Upon hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief, watching as my uncle continued his manipulations of the sprout. The vascular structure on the sprout thickened, and I indeed observed a blood-like substance flowing within it. This truly affirmed my uncle's assertion that the universe is full of wonders. I could hardly believe that if I recounted this scene to others, they might not accept it as truth. As the vascular structure swelled, it eventually burst under our watchful gaze. Blood dripped from the leaves, quickly staining the ground a deep crimson. Once the blood had fully flowed out, the once lush Datura plant withered rapidly. My uncle rummaged through his bag, laying out several items on the ground: an incense burner, a few yellow talismans, and a small spade. He gestured towards the incense burner, saying, "My dear nephew, this contains incense ash. In a moment, you will hold this burner and, following my command, scatter the ash." Where to scatter it remained unclear, leaving me perplexed. My uncle, however, fell silent, his expression grave as he grasped the small spade and began to dig at the roots of the Datura. I swallowed my questions and lifted the incense burner, watching my uncle's movements intently. The soil in the copper bowl was sparse. It did not withstand my uncle's few digs before revealing the roots of the Datura. We had previously examined materials on Datura in the library, which noted its roots were medicinal while its leaves were highly toxic. Having just touched the leaves, our apparent immunity to poisoning must have been due to wearing the ceremonial shroud. My uncle had remarked that the shroud could shield one from yang energy. Did that mean it also provided a barrier against the leaves? Lost in my thoughts, I noticed my uncle had cleared the loose soil from the roots. When the shape of the Datura's root stem came into focus, I was left utterly astonished. The root was shaped like an infant, complete with a head, arms, and legs, with the Datura emerging at the infant's navel. Moreover, upon the infant's body, one could faintly perceive the flow of blood gradually coursing into the branches of the Datura, and then to its leaves. Yet, the blood had been tainted with the essence of black dog-s blood by my uncle, and had nearly been expended. Despite this, the veins within the infant's form continued to pulse with life. "Nephew, quickly disperse it," my uncle suddenly commanded. At that moment, I comprehended where my incense ash was to be cast. Heeding my uncle's directive, I promptly scattered the ash into the copper bowl without hesitation. The diminutive body of the root baby was nearly obscured beneath the mound of incense ash. I had already noticed that this infant possessed all four limbs. The only distinction from a normal child lay in its facial features. The root of the Datura had yet to fully take shape, rendering the infant's facial characteristics somewhat indistinct and hazy. "Nephew, had we arrived a few days later, this root would have solidified," my uncle remarked, standing still for a while before exhaling deeply. "What is the nature of this child? What will happen once it takes form?" I could not suppress my curiosity and interjected. "I have previously stated that this is a form of dark sorcery, and the specifics elude me. However, there are commonalities within sorcery. Hence I can employ this method to obliterate this malevolent seedling. I am aware of a form of dark sorcery that fosters ghostly seedlings. It must be this. The fostering of ghostly seedlings refers to spirits utilizing plants to aid in their escape. You observe that the stalk resembles an infant. In truth, it is the very essence of that ghostly child, the deceased infant buried by Chun Shime, now merged with this stalk. Within that ominous residence, the air is thick with malevolence and ghostly energy, nurturing the growth of this spectral seedling. Once the features of the infant are fully formed, this ghostly entity shall break through the earth. But what will happen then? As my uncle recounted these tales, I increasingly felt the limits of my understanding and hurriedly inquired. Ancient texts have documented that should such a ghostly fetus emerge from the soil, proper guidance could facilitate its revival. However, with Chun Shime deceased, this ghostly fetus will remain unmonitored, potentially transforming into the malevolent flying ghost infant chronicled in the ancient texts, which is said to feast upon the unborn within pregnant women. Furthermore, the formation of such a flying ghost is no trivial matter, and it is notoriously difficult to subdue. It is likely that many families will suffer the consequences. After hearing my uncle's explanation, I found it hard to believe. It sounded like something out of a myth. Sensing my skepticism, my uncle remarked, "It is recorded in ancient texts, whether it is true or not. No one has witnessed it firsthand. In matters such as these, it is wiser to believe in their existence than to dismiss them entirely. The reason this dark sorcery is deemed wicked is rooted in its malevolence. For now, let us destroy this unformed ghostly fetus and seedling. Regardless of their authenticity, it is best to eradicate the threat entirely." "Very well. How shall we destroy it?" "We shall burn it." With that, my uncle began to dig a pit in the ground with a spade, placing the withered, ghostly seedling within. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he produced several sticks of firewood from his bag. "Uncle, your bag seems to be a veritable general store. How is it that you possess everything?" Uncle Sam remarked, "When venturing out to undertake tasks, one must be thoroughly prepared. These firewood sticks, sourced from a rural hearth, are known to burn with the essence of earthly flames, often referred to as Yao, fire, and possess remarkable efficacy against malevolent entities." As he spoke, he ignited one of the sticks and cast it into the earthen pit. I stood by, intermittently adding more firewood to the growing blaze, which flickered increasingly fervently. Strangely, the withered Dachira plant, despite its desiccation, seemed impervious to the flames, as if it were fireproof. Its leaves emitted a sizzling sound, reminiscent of being soaked in oil. Observing this, Uncle Sam swiftly retrieved several talismans, pricked his middle finger, and inscribed intricate symbols upon them before tossing them into the fire. Miraculously, as the talismans ignited, the flames surged to a height exceeding 1 meter. Concurrently, a sound akin to an infant's wail pierced the air, sharp and mournful, as if bearing untold agony. The sound sent shivers down my spine, causing my skin to tighten and goosebumps to rise. We remained transfixed, our gazes fixed upon the pit, completely unprepared for the sudden sigh that drifted from behind us. The sigh was barely audible, yet it felt insubstantial. Before we could turn to investigate, a shadowy figure darted past us, moving with remarkable speed and lunging towards the fire to grasp the ghostly sprouts within. Neither Uncle Sam nor I had anticipated the presence of another at this moment, leaving us momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. As soon as Uncle Sam called out, the figure had already seized the ghostly sprout from the fire with bare hands and dashed off in another direction. We followed closely for a few paces, but the individual vanished swiftly into the night. We had no choice but to halt, and Uncle Sam muttered in exasperation, "Damn it. Can you believe someone would actually steal this?" I gazed in the direction the figure had departed, reflecting momentarily, and inquired, "Uncle Sam, that silhouette, doesn't it resemble someone?" Uncle Sam appeared taken aback. "Resemble who?" I shook my head. It shouldn't be possible. Uncle Sam, visibly irritated, retorted, "Stop with the nonsense. What exactly did you see?" "That old man, the one from the library. I think the figure looks somewhat like him. Not to mention he also has silver hair." "Good grief, you noticed that?" He paused. "Considering, now that you mention it, I feel the same way. Isn't that old man a professor? What do you want with this?" Uncle Sam was equally perplexed. Who knows? He seemed quite intrigued by the image of the Mokshatera back then. I suspect he might have followed us after we left. He trailed us to this place. But when we entered the haunted house, he lost our trail. Yet he was relentless, searching around until he spotted us burning the ghostly sprout and decided to intervene. After analyzing the situation, Uncle Sam nodded in agreement with my assessment. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. That ghostly sprout has been nearly incinerated. It should be beyond resurrection. Although our mission was not entirely successful, we can still consider it accomplished. Once we conclude our dealings with this haunted house, we shall find the time to seek out the old man at the university. I turned to my uncle and inquired, "So, does this mean the haunting has been resolved?" He replied, "It is nearly so. The true essence of the vengeful spirit lies within the lunar cycle. The physical manifestation of the ghost has been destroyed, and its soul should have dissipated by now. Did you not hear that wail of sorrow? Tomorrow at noon, we shall cleanse the premises, and the remaining spirits and impurities will naturally be expelled. At that point, we can consider this matter settled. Once we find a buyer, we could easily pocket hundreds of thousands. My dear nephew, we will be prosperous." At this juncture, my uncle's face glowed with excitement, as if he had been invigorated by an elixir. "And what shall we do now?" I asked. My uncle yawned and replied, "Let us return and rest. This exhaustion is overwhelming." We gathered our belongings and hailed a vehicle back to the basement. According to my uncle, everything had proceeded smoothly. However, I sensed that good fortune often encounters obstacles, and perhaps matters would not unfold as effortlessly as he suggested. Indeed, subsequent events would affirm my apprehension. Chapter 14. An empty affair. Although it was not entirely satisfactory, this residence, as my uncle remarked, could be considered resolved. We had effectively shed a considerable burden from our shoulders, allowing the taut nerves that had plagued both my uncle and me to relax instantly. In the basement, we lay sprawled in disarray, succumbing to sleep almost without any transition. Our slumber was profound and untroubled, with the sole exception of occasional trips to relieve ourselves. We barely stirred from our positions. The exhaustion we endured over the past 2 days, both mentally and physically, was unparalleled in my life. In retrospect, I would come to realize that this ordeal paled in comparison to the trials that lay ahead. It was not until the dawn of the 3rd day, when my uncle relieved himself beside my head, that I mistook the sound for rain in a dream. I wiped the beads of moisture from my face, only to awaken with a sense of something amiss. My uncle, bleary-eyed, finished his business and prepared to burrow back under the covers. I seized him, and after a prolonged struggle, we both gradually roused ourselves. Stretching lazily, my uncle patted my shoulder and said, "Come on, dear nephew, shall we go for breakfast?" I retorted somewhat irritably, "Go enjoy your fried dough sticks and tofu pudding." He chuckled awkwardly. "Let us just manage with what we can for now. Once we conclude our business at the estate, if all goes well, we should receive our payment in 7 days. After that, we shall dine at the finest restaurant in Shenzhen." I shot him an incredulous glance. "You make it sound so simple. Do you truly believe we can find a buyer for this property within 7 days, even if it is in disrepair?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Have faith. Do you not know what kind of person your uncle is?" I had long secured a buyer, merely awaiting the resolution of the ominous predicament surrounding this house. Once that was accomplished, signing the contract and receiving payment would be a matter of moments. Observing my uncle's unwavering confidence, I found myself oscillating between belief and skepticism. Could it be that he truly orchestrated a reliable plan this time, utilizing the morning hours? He took me to nearby counties to procure items deemed essential for the purification of the residents. My uncle elucidated that after dispelling the malevolent atmosphere of the haunted house, a crucial subsequent step would be its purification. This purification, also referred to as sprinkling or prospering the residents, is known in certain regions as prospering the 4 corners or prospering the 8 corners. The primary objective of this practice is to eliminate the lingering negative energy within the dwelling. Only by eradicating such energy can one prevent the attraction of malevolent entities. As he spoke, my uncle remarked that the term eliminate negative energy is somewhat euphemistic. In essence, it refers to the expulsion of any residual spirits inhabiting the space. However, articulating this notion in contemporary discourse may incite panic, as not everyone subscribes to the belief in the existence of spirits. In reality, many individuals either disregard or lack understanding of the purification process, which accounts for the proliferation of haunted houses. Yet, those versed in feng shui and the path of Taoism are well aware of the necessity of this step. A practitioner unacquainted with purification cannot be regarded as a competent feng shui master or Taoist disciple. My uncle expounded upon this matter at length, then chuckled. Fortunately, the majority remain oblivious to purification. Otherwise, how will we profit? I cast a sidelong glance at him, finding such a sentiment rather inhumane. After all, the existence of haunted houses implies the tragic demise of individuals within them. Nevertheless, upon reflection, we have unraveled the mysteries of the haunted house. While the prospect of financial gain is enticing, we have also provided solace to the restless souls, granting them peace, an act of benevolence indeed. With this thought, my heart felt considerably more at ease. My uncle had prepared an abundance of supplies. Besides the grains and cereals he frequently utilized, he procured several bottles of potent spirits. Alongside red paper, yellow paper, red cloth, steam buns, sandalwood, brooms, and various other items. We spent the entire morning gathering these necessities, ultimately assembling a substantial package before arriving at the dilapidated building at noon. At the entrance of the forsaken structure, my uncle donned his tattered robe once more. Observing the soiled and ragged garment, I surmised it was the very one he wore when he returned from his studies in the arts. It had been torn during an altercation with the Liang family. Now, it bore numerous patches, evidence of my uncle's attempts at mending it. Unable to contain myself, I remarked, "Uncle, this robe is an antique. Can't you wash it? Just take a whiff of it." He shot me a disdainful glance and retorted, "Well, you know, this robe was bestowed upon me by my master. It carries an aura of the divine. If washed, it would lose its essence. I seldom wear it." As we enter to purify the space, pay close attention. This task will one day fall to you. It was the first time I had heard my uncle mention his master, seemingly a figure of great significance. Just as I was about to inquire further, he had already opened the door and stepped inside. I lingered at the threshold, hesitating, as the events of that fateful night lingered vividly in my memory. My uncle turned and reassured me, "Do not worry. At this midday hour, even the spirits could not stir." With a sense of relief, I followed my uncle into the house, where he instructed me to commence on the first floor, opening all the doors and windows. We methodically opened each portal until we reached the second floor, simultaneously sweeping away various debris that cluttered the ground. Among these was a doll, utterly mangled beyond recognition. My uncle declared that it must be taken back and incinerated. Additionally, he had wrapped the statue of the fallen bodhisattva, which resided in the cabinet, in red cloth for future disposal. Subsequently, my uncle mixed the purchased grains together and placed them in a basin for me to carry. He also took a basin of clear water in his hands, while holding a stalk of sorghum in the other. We commenced at the innermost window of the second floor, where my uncle dipped the sorghum into the water and brushed it outward, reciting incantations. "This dwelling has an owner," I respectfully announced to all directions. "Those who ought to leave must depart, and those who are to come shall arrive. Grains of various kinds, offerings from the mortal realm. The guardian deity of this abode returns to its rightful place, and all disturbances shall take their leave." At each window, after my uncle had sprinkled the water, I was to scatter half of the grains from the basin inside the room and the other half outside, continuing until we reached the threshold of the entrance. Finally, my uncle took a compass and established a small incense altar at the center of the house, draped in red cloth. He arranged 3 large bowls, lined with red paper, filled with the grains, and placed 3 sticks of incense alongside offerings of food and wine. Holding the 3 sticks of incense, my uncle bowed 3 times, proclaiming, "The guardian deity has arrived, offerings returned to their rightful place." Once the incense had burned adequately, we could finally step outside. As we prepared to leave, we hung a piece of red cloth on the doorframe, marking the conclusion of our purification of the residence. The grains scattered upon the ground must remain for no less than 7 days. Once we completed the final step, my uncle let out a sigh of relief, stating that we could now contact the buyer. Seizing the moment, I inquired, "In the incantations you recited, there was mention of the deity of the residence. What exactly is this deity? I have never heard of it before." My uncle, with an air of mystery, whispered, though referred to as the deity of the residence. It is, in fact, also a spirit. Our purification process is fundamentally about expelling malevolent spirits and welcoming the benevolent ones. The benevolent spirit, which we refer to as the deity of the residence, safeguards the home. Through this purification, the deity asserts its dominion while cautioning external spirits that the owner of this abode is under protection. It is precisely due to the guardian spirit's watchfulness that the homeowner can enjoy tranquility, free from external disturbances. Hence the saying, "A home devoid of spirits leaves its residents uneasy." I nodded, understanding that our endeavor to resolve the ominous situation involved banishing the malevolent spirits and subsequently inviting back the guardian spirit. My uncle affirmed, "Indeed, you grasp it well. You are a promising pupil." As he spoke, he made a call to someone, and, after a brief conversation, he beamed with joy, revealing it's settled. In 7 days, we will clear the grains from the house and sign the contract with the buyer. We shall receive our payment, deduct the amount owed to Chindafai, and thus net a profit of 500,000. By then, it will coincide perfectly with the half-month due date, providing a clear explanation to Wu Laoda. I, too, was inspired by my uncle's optimistic vision of the future, dreaming of the day we would secure our first substantial earnings. I still had considerable debts to settle, and these days of indebtedness were indeed burdensome. When the time comes, everything will be repaid, for as the saying goes, a life free of debt feels light. For the first time, I found the span of 7 days to be exceedingly prolonged. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a year in terms of endurance. During these 7 days, we exhausted the last of my uncle's funds, over 100 yuan, and even accrued substantial debt at Guizai's snack stall. When the 7th day arrived, my uncle hurriedly retrieved his phone, eager to contact the buyer. However, before he could dial, an incoming call interrupted him. Upon seeing the number, he quickly answered. As he conversed, I noticed my uncle abruptly rise from his seat, his tone shifting and his emotions becoming increasingly agitated. Sensing that the situation was deteriorating, I observed him pacing anxiously in the cramped room while vehemently arguing on the phone. Eventually, he shouted, "Damn you." After hanging up, he appeared ready to throw the phone in frustration, but managed to restrain himself. Nevertheless, his expression was dark and foreboding. I cautiously inquired, "Uncle, what has happened?" Still simmering with anger, he replied bitterly, "Damn it, those petty individuals. They're all nothing but schemers. I have spent years dealing with these dogs, only to be bitten by one." I interjected, "Uncle, it is not dogs you deal with, but geese that peck at your eyes. This one is even less than a dog. Do you know who called? It was Chun Dafa, that scoundrel. He has heard that I have taken over the haunted house and now refuses to honor our agreement. The price he promised me no longer holds. Can you blame me for being anxious? The buyer is already lined up." I said to my uncle, "Haven't you signed a contract with him?" He stamped his foot in frustration. This matter was urgent, and I hadn't given it much thought. Who could have anticipated he would go back on his word? I forced a bitter smile and replied, "In that case, our downfall is entirely justifiable. All of our beautiful aspirations shattered like fragile soap bubbles, leaving us deflated like punctured balloons. Despite having foreseen various challenges, most of our concerns revolved around how to navigate the haunted house. We never expected such an unforeseen twist. All our plans were predicated on the successful sale of the haunted property. Now, with this unexpected turn of events, everything is turned to dust." Just then, the door was kicked open, and in strode the imposing figure of Big Wu, flanked by his men, his face a mask of menace. He glanced at us and sneered. "Li Lao Dao, the 7A deadline has passed. Where's my money?" Chapter 15. Debt collection. A sudden shock coursed through me as I calculated the time. Today marked precisely the 7th day. The room was cramped, and as Big Wu entered with 2 companions, all clad in black shirts, their imposing figures radiated an unmistakable air of menace, unmistakably seasoned in violence. Judging by the commotion in the corridor, it was evident that more than just the 3 of them had arrived. My uncle and I were as broke as could be. We had not a single cent to our names, let alone the 300,000 they demanded. Thus, when confronted by their inquiries, I found myself momentarily stunned. My uncle, however, a seasoned veteran in such matters, remained remarkably composed. Upon seeing the visitors, he even took a moment to bow slightly to Big Wu, saying, "Master Wu, I pay my respects." Big Wu, infuriated, waved his hand dismissively Get lost, Li the old Taoist. With your constant pretense, you hardly resemble a monk in my eyes. Whether you're a genuine practitioner or not is of no concern to me. I am solely focused on retrieving my money. Today, you shall return 40,000, principal and interest included, or else. With a swift change in tone, his two cronies stepped forward and a chilling atmosphere enveloped the room. I clenched my teeth. This was indeed usury, an outrageous demand. In the mere span of a few days, the debt had inflated by 100,000. Yet, who could be blamed for this predicament? It was my uncle's choice of borrowing that fell outside the realm of legal protection. The outcome was, alas, akin to a mute suffering from bitter gall. Upon hearing Big Woo's demand, my uncle's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily responded. Master Wu, I acknowledge the 40,000, but Big Wu let out a cold laugh. What good does your acknowledgement do? Last time, I should not have placed my trust in you. As he spoke, Boss Wu cast a cold, chilling glance in my direction. He then addressed my uncle, saying, You, of all people, not only failed to pay, but you've also dragged your own nephew into this mess. Do you not feel any shame as an uncle? I'm embarrassed for your nephew. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of indignation. Although I had not seen my uncle for many years, and he was somewhat unreliable, blood is thicker than water, and I could not stand idly by while a family member was insulted by an outsider. Regardless of the circumstances, my uncle and I were in the same trench now. Thus, as soon as Boss Wu finished speaking, I let out a cold laugh and replied, Boss Wu, while we may lack funds, our lives are still intact. So you may proceed as you see fit. However, our family matters are none of your concern, so I kindly ask you to choose your words with care. I thought to myself that since the situation had escalated, I might as well be forthright. My uncle glanced at me with an expression of approval. The usually arrogant Boss Wu could not tolerate this retort. After a moment of stunned silence, he forced a stiff smile and replied, Well, it seems this young man has some backbone, since you are so bold. With that, he gestured for two of his men to come forward and apprehend me. My uncle, sensing the tension, quickly intervened, saying, Boss Wu, this is truly a misunderstanding. I'm not attempting to stall. To be frank, I recently came across a house. Well, it's a haunted property. Initially, I intended to resolve the curse of this haunted house, subsequently selling it for a profit to settle my debts. However, this morning, the homeowner unexpectedly changed their mind. If you do not believe me, I can show you the call logs. It just happened moments ago. My uncle produced his phone and handed it to Big Wu. Big Wu did not take the phone, but after hearing my uncle's words, his expression evidently shifted, and he stared at my uncle, inquiring, Are you implying that you'll cleanse the haunted house? Upon hearing this, my uncle's posture straightened instantly, transforming from his earlier submissiveness. He replied with a dignified demeanor, Cleansing a haunted house is merely a trifling endeavor for me, nothing of significance. Big Wu spoke in a low voice. Where is the haunted house? Let us there. We were uncertain of Big Wu's true intentions, yet at that moment, we had no grounds for refusal, nor the capacity to resist. We could only acquiesce. Big Wu's group escorted my uncle and me outside, rather than guiding us. It felt more like they were hurting us. 2 business vehicles awaited outside. I was taken aback that Big Wu would go to such lengths to deal with my uncle and me. We boarded the first vehicle with Big Wu, and following my uncle's directions, we arrived at the exterior of the derelict building. My uncle pointed at the structure and remarked, Do you see that? That building is the one I and Liang cleansed. It was indeed a house of misfortune, with several lives lost within. Feel free to inquire if you doubt it. However, it is now devoid of any issues. Big Wu nodded and said, Now, tell me how you accomplished the cleansing. This time, I have unwittingly played into my uncle's hands. In my assessment, his eloquence surpasses his esoteric skills. It would not be an exaggeration to say he speaks as if he is spitting lotus flowers. My uncle, with animated gestures and fervent expressions, recounted the process of unraveling the mysteries of the haunted house to Big Wu and his subordinates. I shall refrain from detailing his exact words. Suffice it to say, he embellished our genuine experiences just enough to add a touch of mystique. Listening to my uncle's narration, had I not been a first-hand witness, I would certainly have believed him to be something otherworldly, perhaps even a deity. However, my uncle's embellishments were not without substance. He skillfully intertwined theory with reality, presenting factual accounts where necessary, while enhancing the narrative where appropriate. I found myself utterly captivated, yet Big Wu and his companions remained inscrutable after his tale. Big Wu commanded his men to start the vehicle, driving straight into the city without disclosing our destination. My uncle and I exchanged a glance, our earlier confidence evaporating. It seemed my uncle's oratory had failed to make an impression. As I gazed at the towering skyscrapers whizzing by, a tumult of emotions swirled within me. Big Wu continued to navigate the vehicle into a building's parking garage, instructing his men to escort us into what appeared to be a conference room. Shortly thereafter, his subordinates departed, leaving only my uncle and me in the room. My uncle approached the door and tugged at the handle. Turning to me with a wry smile, "The door is locked." I found myself at a loss for words. At this juncture, we could only leave our fates to the whims of destiny. We waited in the basement for a full 2 hours, during which we knocked on the door twice. Yet no one acknowledged our presence. The sensation was even more unbearable, akin to two prisoners awaiting the verdict of their trial. My uncle and I were worn down to the point of exasperation, slumped in our chairs, teetering on the edge of slumber. At midday, the door finally creaked open, and a server brought us a sumptuous meal accompanied by several bottles of beer. Before we could utter a single word, the server departed, locking the door behind them once more. My uncle and I exchanged a glance, taking in the exquisite spread before us, which was undeniably tantalizing given our current predicament. Without further ado, we resolved to indulge. We quietly reached for our chopsticks and devoured every morsel, each savoring 2 bottles of beer. My uncle, patting his belly and belching contentedly, remarked, "This life of being catered to isn't half bad." I, using a toothpick to clean my teeth, retorted, "Uncle, as a practitioner of the Tao, how can you indulge in meat and drink? Is this in accordance with the teachings of the 3 pure ones?" He scoffed. "You know nothing. The wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the essence of the 3 pure ones remains in the heart. The 3 pure ones are revered internally. My actions are far superior to those of superficial practitioners of Taoism or Buddhism." As we languidly chatted in the room, a sudden knock on the door interrupted us. Startled, we slid off our chairs and stood upright. 2 individuals entered, the one in front being a stranger to us, dressed in tailored trousers and polished shoes. He wore a crisp, white shirt that exuded an air of competence. His hair was slicked back, immaculately styled with an unknown amount of hair gel, glistening under the light. He appeared to be under 50, sporting a small black mustache, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. Upon entering, he scanned both me and my uncle with an intense gaze that seemed to penetrate our very souls. He leaned on a redwood cane, and the aura he exuded was unlike anything I had ever experienced. This presence was distinct from that of Boss Wu, who relied solely on intimidation to instill fear. The newcomer was not frightening in appearance, yet his mere presence invoked a profound sense of pressure, rendering one acutely aware of their own insignificance. Following closely behind him was none other than Boss Wu. Upon noticing my uncle and me, the newcomer slightly inclined his body and courteously remarked, "My apologies. I was preoccupied with some matters and neglected to greet you. Have you dined yet? Is there anything you require?" At this moment, Boss Wu stepped forward and gestured toward the man, stating, "This is my elder brother, the chairman of Tianyu Group, Wu Tianyu." It was only then that I comprehended that the individual we had been referring to as Boss Wu was, in fact, Wu Er, or Second Wu. Wu Tianyu seemed somewhat displeased and turned slightly, causing Wu Er to instinctively take a step back, as if he held a deep-seated apprehension towards Wu Tianyu. Wu Tianyu addressed Wu Er, saying, "Er, I wish to speak with these 2 privately." Wu Er promptly nodded and turned to us, saying, "Please converse well with my elder brother. Our affairs are easily resolved." With that, he exited the room. Wu Tianyu smiled apologetically at us, saying, "I beg your pardon. Let me introduce my brother Tianxiong, who has always been rather carefree since childhood. I have not had much time to discipline him, and if he has offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize on his behalf." Uncle San hurriedly interjected, "Mr. Wu, this matter is not your brother's fault. It is I who owe him a considerable sum of money. Currently, I am indeed unable to repay it, but I assure you that I will repay it in due time." Wu Tianyu raised his hand to halt Uncle San's further remarks, coldly snorting. He has taken money out without my consent. This debt is mine to manage, so there is no need for you to repay it. I was utterly astonished by Wu Tianyou's demeanor. He did not even inquire about the amount and simply dismissed the debt, which amounted to a total of 400,000, including interest. Uncle San was equally taken aback and quickly replied, No, Mr. Wu, we are not the kind of people to evade our responsibilities. I borrowed 300,000 from your brother, but the interest is exceedingly high. If possible, could you grant us a little more time? Wu Tianyu waved his hand once more, stating, Let us set this matter aside for now. I invited you both here today because Tianxiong mentioned that you possess knowledge of feng shui. Chapter 16, the Tianyu group in that moment. I comprehended why Wu Tianxiong and his associates had brought us to this place. He must have learned about my uncle and me breaking the curse of that haunted house and had deliberately summoned us to this grand edifice. It appears that Wu Tianyu is entangled in matters of feng shui and seeks our assistance, with a request at hand. It is no wonder he so readily absolved us of the debt amounting to several 100,000. Yet, I remain in the dark regarding the precise nature of his predicament, which surely must be quite formidable, so much so that even 400,000 would not suffice to resolve it. My uncle, upon hearing this, seemed to understand implicitly, as I noticed him straighten his posture. Typically a bit stooped, he walked with a slight hunch. However, I observed that whenever he felt confident or discussed topics within his expertise, he would stand tall, radiating vigor. This instance was no exception. After Wu Tianyou's inquiry, my uncle straightened his back and nodded. I have pursued the Tao since my youth, delving into numerous areas. The Taoist tradition is vast and profound. Feng Shui is merely a tiny stream within this boundless ocean. I glared at my uncle, inwardly cursing. Pretend all you want. Do you not know your own worth? We nearly lost our lives in that dilapidated building. And you think you could solve the troubles of someone as significant as Wu Tianyu? You are putting on quite the show. Let us see how this unfolds. Wu Tianyu, upon hearing my uncle's words, merely nodded with a hint of indifference and said, So it turns out the master hails from a prestigious lineage. I, Wu, have a matter at hand that I wish to consult you about. Uncertain of the revered master's location amidst the lofty mountains and temples, I am aware that the master cultivates his spirit and body, remaining indifferent to fame and fortune. Should the master assist me, Wu, in resolving this matter, I would surely honor him by reconstructing the golden statue and renovating the temple gates. Upon hearing this, my third uncle appeared somewhat taken aback. He had merely been feigning ignorance. Yet Wu Tianyu took his words to heart, contemplating the restoration of the temple gates and the golden figure, which was quite the predicament. My third uncle chuckled awkwardly and remarked, as a wandering monk, I roam the world without a fixed abode. However, this wandering requires sustenance. Hence, let us forego the matter of temple restoration. Wu Tianyu glanced at my uncle's plate, still littered with chicken bones, and smiled. That makes it even better. Allow me to propose this. If you two can aid me in overcoming my dilemma, I shall absolve the debt owed to Tianxiong, and in addition, I will grant you 500,000 as a stipend for your travels. Hearing this sum, I felt a stir of temptation. 500,000 is no trivial amount. It surpasses our anticipated earnings from reselling that dilapidated building. My uncle's eyes also sparkled momentarily, though this expression faded swiftly. Noticing our silence, Wu Tianyu continued, If the master finds this insufficient, we can discuss further. Such insistence began to feel somewhat unreasonable. My third uncle, understanding the importance of knowing when to cease, quickly interjected. Mr. Wu is indeed a forthright individual. We, as humble practitioners, are not insatiable. Please, share the specifics of your predicament, and I shall do my utmost to assist. As for the travel stipend, we can address that after the matter is resolved. Wu Tianyu nodded slightly, poised to speak, when a girl in uniform knocked twice and entered. She leaned down and whispered a few words into Wu Tianyou's ear. After listening, he stood up and addressed us, saying, I apologize, but I must take an important call. As for the details, let Xiao Liang explain. She is my special assistant, and you may also share any request with her. With that, Wu Tianyu gave a nod to Xiao Liang and, leaning on his cane, exited the room. I noticed that his reliance on the cane was not merely for show. His right leg indeed seemed to bear some ailment. The girl left behind, appearing to be in her early 20s, sported a neat short haircut and possessed an alluring visage with delicate features and charming dimples, making her quite delightful to behold. However, while Wu Tianyu was present, the girl wore a smile. Once he departed, her expression shifted dramatically, turning icy. She cast a glance at me and my uncle and inquired, "Are you the so-called masters who came to consult on feng shui?" Her voice was melodious and pleasant, yet her demeanor was decidedly unwelcoming, tinged with obvious disdain. I pondered for a moment. Given her age, she hardly seemed to be a university graduate. It was likely that she had caught Wu Tianyu's attention purely on the merits of her youth and beauty. What she termed special assistant was, in essence, a euphemism for a secretary who had ascended through more corporeal means. It struck me as rather audacious for a mere secretary to look down upon us. What merit did she possess, after all? I felt a surge of indignation and retorted, "Your surname is Liang, correct?" "Secretary Liang. Allow me to clarify. We were invited by your boss, not just wandering and unannounced." Upon hearing this, the girl's expression shifted to urgency as she glared at me. Hastily defending herself, "Hey, I'm not a secretary. My name is Liang Yu, and I hold the position of special assistant to General Manager Wu. Please get your facts straight." I shrugged nonchalantly and replied with a smile, "Isn't that essentially the same thing? What difference does it make?" Liang Yu muttered under her breath, "Country bumpkin." This provoked me further, and I considered confronting her. Observing the escalating tension, my uncle swiftly intervened to mediate. "Well, Assistant Liang, my nephew here is rather inexperienced, so please do not take offense. However, we truly were summoned by General Manager Wu. We would greatly appreciate your assistance moving forward. Could you kindly share the situation with us?" Liang Yu pursed her lips. "Are you sure you can handle it?" My uncle chuckled reassuringly. "Rest assured, we are not like those charlatans. Since we dare to come, we certainly have our confidence." Liang Yu nodded, albeit reluctantly, and proceeded to share with us the matters that had been troubling General Manager Wu. It turned out that the issue was indeed somewhat related to feng shui, accompanied by rumors of hauntings. The origins of this predicament date back several years. At that time, Shenzhen was experiencing rapid economic growth, and the real estate industry was booming. With merely a few tens of thousands in hand, Wu Tianyu embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, leveraging his astute intellect and tenacious spirit to establish Tianyu Group, quickly rising to prominence in the business world. 3 years ago, Wu Tianyu ventured into the real estate market of the neighboring city. Please note that the name of the city has been omitted. Avoid making assumptions. After successfully acquiring a parcel of land through a bidding process, plans were set in motion to develop a commercial plaza. This particular land is situated in the bustling heart of the city, surrounded by a constant flow of traffic and throngs of people. Thus, in the eyes of many, it is undoubtedly a prime opportunity. Following the acquisition, Wu Tianyu swiftly erected the Tianyu Plaza and began seeking tenants from the outside world. Due to its prime location, merchants flocked to the site, leading to a phenomenon where spaces became exceedingly scarce. Since its grand opening, Tianyu Plaza rapidly ascended to become the local commercial epicenter and a renowned landmark, generating substantial profits for the Tianyu Group. However, in the past 2 years, Tianyu Plaza has witnessed a significant decline. Not only have merchants begun to vacate, leaving shops empty, but consumers have also shown a reluctance to visit, resulting in an eerily quiet plaza each day. The vibrant scene outside stands in stark contrast to the desolation within, resembling two opposing worlds. In response, the Tianyu Group has employed numerous strategies, investing heavily in promotional efforts and discount policies, yet the results have been disappointingly minimal. Furthermore, the overall operations of the Tianyu Group have also experienced a downturn during these 2 years. Should the Tianyu Plaza project fail to continue, the substantial initial investments would be rendered futile, posing a grave disadvantage to the development of the Tianyu Group. Wu Tianyu, having been in business for many years, is a firm believer in the principles of feng shui. He has previously engaged numerous feng shui masters to assess the situation, exploring various approaches, all to no avail. It was during this challenging time that Wu Tianyu fortuitously encountered us, inviting us to the headquarters of the Tianyu Group, the Tianyu Building. Liang Yu succinctly introduced the situation to us, subtly implying that we were being summoned as a last-ditch effort, akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. With little hope of success, after her explanation, she cast a glance our way and inquired, "What are your thoughts? This matter is crucial to the survival of Tianyu Group. Do you believe you possess the capability to handle it?" I countered, "The plaza's decline is apparent. Yet how can it be hastily attributed to feng shui? Have you not considered examining the operational aspects for potential causes?" Liang Yu scoffed. "Our general manager Wu is visionary, surrounded by countless business elites. How could there possibly be operational issues?" Nodding, I replied with a smile, "Assistant Liang, that clarifies my understanding. I suspect there are numerous details regarding this plaza that you have yet to disclose. Initially, merchants flocked to it, but subsequently, they hastily departed. Surely, something must have transpired during that period. Otherwise, no amount of feng shui could account for such a stark contrast in merchant behavior. If you do not elucidate the circumstances and choose to withhold information, even our capabilities would be rendered futile in assisting you. I doubt this aligns with General Manager Wu's intent in requesting your cooperation. Does it?" Upon hearing my words, Liang Yu appeared somewhat taken aback. She hesitated and stammered, "Who is intentionally withholding information?" I haven't finished speaking yet." Uncle San chuckled, "Assistant Liang, it will be prudent for you to elaborate on the matter, leaving no detail unexamined. This is akin to performing surgery. It aids us in identifying the ailment and addressing the root cause." Liang Yu nodded, "Very well. I had anticipated that you would retreat in the face of adversity. Yet to my surprise, you delve deeper into the issue. Thus, I shall reveal to you that the square has witnessed a continuous stream of tragic incidents over the years, with individuals taking their own lives annually without fail. Consequently, many assert that the location is cursed, a gathering place for vengeful spirits. It is believed that even the most ordinary individuals, if they linger there for too long, may find themselves haunted by these malevolent entities, with the only escape being to leap from heights. Under such circumstances, who would be inclined to invest there?" My uncle nodded in agreement. "That is precisely the point. Can you send someone to guide us to Tianyu Square?" Liang Yu replied, "This is not a problem. I will take you there." I glanced at Liang Yu, questioning you. Liang Yu rolled her eyes and retorted, "What is wrong with me? What do you mean?" I waved my hand dismissively. "You, being a young lady, should reconsider. That place is said to be haunted. Your presence there may not be appropriate. I'd hate for you to end up frightened to tears, as there will be no one to attend to you." Liang Yu spat in my direction. "Humph, do you think I was raised in fear?" Chapter 17. The crime scene. When Liang Yu entered, her attire and demeanor were impeccably refined, exuding the aura and poise befitting a corporate professional. After engaging in a brief exchange of banter with me, her true nature was revealed. Upon uttering her final remark, she appeared somewhat embarrassed, inadvertently sticking out her tongue. My uncle, observing our exchange, stifled his laughter, while Liang Yu shot him a disapproving glance. He then adopted a serious expression and remarked, "Assistant Liang, my nephew is correct. Given the numerous incidents and fatalities at that square, it is evident that the malevolent energy is overwhelming. As a young woman, it would be unwise for you to venture into such a place." Liang Yu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You need not worry. I'm well aware of what I'm doing." Seeing that she remained resolute, we felt it unnecessary to press the matter further. Liang Yu inquired about our plans for departure, to which my uncle replied that the sooner, the better. She nodded in agreement and led us out of the conference room, taking the elevator down to the square before instructing us to wait while she retrieved her car. Seizing the opportunity while Liang Yu was away, I asked my uncle, "Did you not mention that in haunted houses, the sunlight during the day obscures many elements, necessitating a nighttime investigation? Why then are we going during the day?" My uncle looked up at the sky and replied, "You are indeed correct, my dear nephew. We refer to this act of site inspection as reconnaissance. A haunted house typically refers to a single dwelling, and even a larger structure is merely a building. Such locations generally pertain to the feng shui within the rooms, which we call minor feng shui. However, the Tianyu Square is distinct. According to their narrative, it constitutes a commercial hub, which necessitates consideration of the square's feng shui as well as its surrounding environment, including wind direction, topography, and the arrangement of nearby buildings. Collectively referred to as the grand feng shui. This grand feng shui must be viewed holistically, which is why it is only discernible during the day. My uncle spoke with great clarity, and I nodded in agreement. After a while, a striking burgundy BMW X5 approached us, coming to a sudden halt. My uncle and I were startled, only to discover that it was Liang Yu who had driven it. I thought to myself that this girl was either a wealthy second-generation offspring or, as I had previously surmised, had attached herself to the affluent Wu Tianyu, all the while feigning to be an assistant. What assistant could possibly drive such an exquisite vehicle? The color of the car alone suggested it was custom-made for her. Liang Yu lowered the window and beckoned us to enter the car. As I opened the door to the front passenger seat, her expression turned dismissive, and she waved her hand. "You sit in the back." "This girl is exceedingly particular," I muttered under my breath. "Who even cares?" My uncle and I settled into the back seat, and Liang Yu turned to remind us, "Buckle your seatbelts." I was taken aback and impatiently replied, "Is there anything else you need to fuss about? What is the point of buckling up in the back seat? If it's unnecessary, then forget it." Liang Yu merely pouted and started the car. Given that Tianyu Group's headquarters is in Shenzhen, while the Tianyu Square project is located in a neighboring city, we needed to take the intercity expressway to reach our destination. It was only once we were on the expressway that I comprehended Liang Yu's insistence on us fastening our seatbelts in the back. The girl, seemingly delicate and fragile, drives with an astonishing ferocity. The expressway is teeming with vehicles, all moving at considerable speed, yet she, taking full advantage of her car's capabilities, speeds along recklessly, overtaking every car in sight, leaving my uncle and me in the back seat feeling utterly disoriented. A glance exchanged between my uncle and me led us to fasten our seatbelts in unison. After nearly an hour of this relentless pace, both my uncle and I were left in a daze, and when the car finally came to a halt, we stumbled out and collapsed onto the steps. Recovering for quite some time, nearly on the verge of nausea, Liang Yu stood beside us, brimming with smug delight. I lacked the strength to glare at her, merely managing to scold, "Is this how you drive? Aren't you exceeding the speed limit? Why should it concern you? Just ahead is our Tianyu Square. Shall we proceed there?" My uncle appeared even worse off than I, his complexion ashen. It wasn't until Liang Yu handed us 2 bottles of water that we managed to regain our composure, sipping slowly to recover. Observing her expression, I sensed she was perhaps trying to assert herself, a response to our earlier disdain. I took a moment to survey our surroundings. And indeed, we were in a prime location, surrounded by towering commercial buildings, shops lining the streets, and bustling pedestrian thoroughfares. Following Liang Yu's guidance, we departed from the parking area, traversing a pedestrian street toward the fabled Tianyu Square. Liang Yu pointed ahead to several buildings, declaring, "Those buildings ahead constitute the Tianyu Square project, totaling 8 structures. The tallest among them is the main building of the square, housing the key commercial ventures." As we gazed around, it became evident that among the buildings one stood out distinctly. The entire edifice was adorned in a striking shade of red. Boldly inscribed in elegant characters were the words, Tianyu Square. Upon entering the confines of Tianyu Square, it was indeed as Liang Yu had described. A stark contrast emerged between the bustling exterior and the desolate interior. Outside, traffic surged like a relentless tide, while here, pedestrians were scarce, and those few who passed hurried along without pause. The shops on either side were largely shuttered, with 2/3 closed, and even those that remained open exuded an aura of desolation, appearing barely alive. I shook my head in quiet dismay, reflecting on the evident lack of vitality in this place. It was a vicious cycle. The dwindling foot traffic led to poor business, which only exacerbated the situation. It seemed the challenges here were more formidable than anticipated, and I couldn't help but wonder if my uncle could manage the task he had undertaken. We continued along the commercial street, approaching what was presumably the main building. It was around 2 in the afternoon, and the sun shone brightly. Yet, as we stepped deeper into the district, it felt as though a dark cloud had descended, casting a shadow over us, despite the clear blue sky above. I observed that neither my uncle nor Liang Yu reacted, leaving me to ponder whether this sensation was merely a figment of my imagination. The further we ventured toward the main structure, the more intense this feeling became. Additionally, I noticed a faint ache beginning to manifest in my left shoulder. Unable to resist, I instinctively rubbed my shoulder, prompting my uncle to inquire, "What is the matter? Is your shoulder bothering you again?" I nodded in response. With genuine concern, he asked, "Is a medicated patch still applied?" "Yes, it's on." "I'm fine," I replied. From the reaction of my uncle, it appears that there's a considerable presence of negative energy here, which has triggered a response in my shoulder. After all, a source of positive energy is sorely lacking. Contemplating this, I felt a wave of melancholy wash over me, pondering when my own beacon of light would finally be ignited. Once this matter is resolved, I must seek my uncle for a clearer understanding. As we strolled along, my uncle inquired of Liangyu, "Where can one behold the complete view of these buildings and their surrounding environment?" Liangyu gestured towards the main building. That would be the main structure. It is the tallest edifice in the vicinity, and from its rooftop terrace, one can survey the entire area. However, but what? Oh, it's nothing. If you wish to go, I shall guide you up. At this juncture, we had slowly arrived at the base of the main building, and Liangyu was about to lead us inside when my uncle abruptly halted. He tilted his head, scrutinizing the facade of the building. Liangyu and I, perplexed, followed suit and craned our necks in curiosity. Before long, my neck began to ache, prompting me to ask my uncle, "Uncle, what do you see?" "There is nothing here." My uncle disregarded my question and turned to Liangyu. "The four characters that read Tianyu Square on the building. Whose calligraphy is it?" Liangyu replied, "It was penned by a renowned local calligrapher." "Is there an issue?" My uncle let out a cold laugh. "Is there a problem?" "Indeed, there is a significant one." Liangyu appeared taken aback, hastily asking, "It's merely a few characters. What could possibly be the issue?" I, too, was somewhat bewildered, awaiting my uncle's response. He raised his hand, pointing at the characters above, and said, "Come, repeat after me. Tian, Yu, Sure, Chong. Tian Yu, Sure, Chong." Upon closer examination, I realized, thanks to my uncle's reminder, that the character in the name of the square, due to the slightly exaggerated stroke at the bottom and the distance of the dot above from the horizontal line, appeared strikingly similar to the character when viewed from below. What was once the Tianyu square now resembled a Tianyu corpse ground. A mere character's difference can lead to a profound misinterpretation. Liangyu, too, discovered this for the first time, left momentarily speechless. My uncle elucidated. From a distance, these four characters appear vibrant and elegant, yet when viewed from below, they exude an ominous aura. It remains uncertain whether the calligrapher intentionally crafted it this way or did so inadvertently. Should it be the former? The implications of this matter are indeed intricate. Liangyu murmured, "Could it really be so? If that is the case, can I simply ask Mr. Wu to change the characters?" My uncle shook his head. In the realm of feng shui, altering a single character cannot rectify the overarching situation. If the overall feng shui is deteriorating, then that character is merely the tip of the iceberg. Let us first ascend to the rooftop and assess the situation. Liangyu nodded, leading us into the main building of Tianyu Square, which housed a vast shopping mall. Various retail stalls were distributed throughout. Although Tianyu Square was considerably desolate, it had yet to shutter its doors. Additionally, in their struggle for survival, merchants had significantly reduced prices. Consequently, many bargain-seeking customers frequented the mall, and upon entering, we indeed observed a few patrons meandering about. I am uncertain whether it is due to the air conditioning within, but I sensed a chilling current emanating from the ground, rendering me quite uncomfortable. Liangyu guided us into the elevator and pressed the button for the highest floor of the main building. From the diagram within the elevator, I observed that the entire mall consists of commercial floors from the 1st to the 8th level, housing various establishments such as jewelry, apparel, dining, entertainment, and fitness. The 9th to 11th floors are designated as office spaces. The elevator ascended without any interruptions until it reached the 11th floor, where the doors opened. Liangyu appeared quite familiar with the layout. After stepping onto the 11th floor, she led us down a corridor and up a flight of stairs, pushing open an iron door, declaring that we had arrived at the rooftop of the main building. Sanshu nodded in acknowledgement, and as we stepped through the iron door onto the rooftop, a fierce wind swept towards us. Chapter 18. The 8 serpents entwined with the dragon the wind caressed my body, sending a shiver down my spine, accompanied by a peculiar tingling sensation. However, I surmised that being atop the tallest edifice in the vicinity, with no obstructions on the rooftop, the breeze was to be expected. Standing on the terrace, we surveyed the surroundings, indeed feeling a sense of superiority over the mountains below. At the edge of the terrace, a low wall rose over half a meter, crowned by an iron railing that stood more than a meter high. Here, the distinction between the knowledgeable and the mere spectators became evident. My uncle circled the terrace, while Liang Yu followed closely behind, her expression one of indifference. She inquired, Taoistly, there are no inscriptions here. Have you discerned anything? Is there an issue with the feng shui? Her words revealed a lingering skepticism towards my uncle and me, which I found inconsequential. Yet for my uncle, who prided himself on his expertise, Liang Yu's attitude undoubtedly felt like an affront to his skills. Logically, he should have begun to flaunt his knowledge of feng shui by now. Instead, he remained uncharacteristically silent, continuing to walk in circles around the terrace, his face betraying no sign of emotion. The atmosphere grew tense, a palpable anxiety emanating from my uncle. Liang Yu looked at me in confusion, and I shrugged, expressing my helplessness. I had never witnessed my uncle in such a state. Could it be that he truly had perceived something significant? As we prepared for our outing, my uncle had packed a large canvas tote, its contents bulging with unknown items. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, he had specifically instructed me to carry it. I too had carried that bag up to the rooftop. After circling 3 or 4 times, my uncle finally spoke, requesting the bag from me. He rummaged through it, extracting a collection of items. I recognized only the compass, while the others resembled surveying equipment. However, my uncle was a practitioner of Taoism, not surveying, so it was likely that those instruments were related to the assessment of geomancy. He set up the equipment on the rooftop and, in conjunction with the compass, engaged in a series of intricate maneuvers. I observed the area he was examining gradually shrink, ultimately focusing on a specific spot in the southwest corner of the rooftop. My uncle, hunched over in concentration, eventually straightened his back, patted his waist, and turned to Liang Yu, say Assistant Liang, if my judgment is correct. The incidents of individuals jumping from this building that you mentioned occur precisely here, do they not? His words indeed astonished Liang Yu. She gazed at him in disbelief before silently nodding. It occurred to me that my uncle sought to identify such a point. Could the site of these tragic jumps be discerned as well? I couldn't help but glance more intently at the location my uncle indicated. It seemed unremarkable at first glance, no different from the other areas on the rooftop. However, after a moment of contemplation, I sensed an oddity. A gentle warmth emanated from that corner, enveloping me in a comforting embrace. The soothing sensation made me forget my surroundings, compelling my feet to move toward that corner. I was not far from the spot, and after taking 3 or 5 steps, I found myself standing before the railing. I discerned that gentle breeze wafting upwards from below, accompanied by what seemed to be someone calling my name. Straining my neck, I yearned to traverse the railing and discover what lay beneath. As I lifted my leg, I ascended the low wall. In that moment, I heard Liang Yu's startled exclamation, followed by a sharp pain at the back of my head as a hand reached out and yanked me back. At that juncture, one of my legs had already crossed the barrier. Had I hesitated even a moment longer, I would have plunged forward without a second thought. The sudden pain brought me back to reality, as if awakening from a vivid dream. The person who had pulled me back was none other than my uncle. I gazed at him and Liang Yu in a daze. Liang Yu covered her mouth, her face etched with disbelief and terror. I glanced at her, then turned to my uncle and inquired, "Uncle, what just transpired?" His face had turned pale, beads of sweat adorning his forehead as he exclaimed, "What on earth happened? You nearly fell. I wasn't paying attention, and you decided to wander over there for what reason?" I rubbed my head, reflecting thoughtfully before responding, "That is not right. Uncle, just now, I felt a warm breeze coming from that direction, and it seemed as if someone was calling my name. I felt compelled to approach." My uncle paused, taken aback. "You say someone called your name? Are you certain it was your name they uttered?" At that moment, a throbbing pain surged in my head, and as I attempted to recollect the recent events, they began to blur. I shook my head in confusion. "I do not know. I cannot recall." At that moment, Liang Yu leaned over to observe me and then glanced at Uncle San, suddenly bursting into laughter. Unable to contain herself, she doubled over, clutching her stomach. I approached her, filled with suspicion, and questioned, "Hey, have you lost your mind? What could possibly be so amusing? Be careful not to laugh yourself to death." Liang Yu pointed at me and then at Uncle San, her laughter becoming uncontrollable. "You too. Ha ha, you should compete for the Oscar. Your performance is truly convincing. At first, I thought you genuinely had skills, locating the spot to jump off. But now, it seems you're merely putting on a show for my amusement. With such acting, you could deceive Director Wu, but not me." Ha ha ha. What I had just experienced seemed trivial at the time, yet in retrospect, it was profoundly terrifying, leaving me in a state of dread. Little did I expect that Liang Yu viewed it as mere theatrics. Thus I, feeling quite irate, retorted, "You're the one acting. Believe it or not, no one is forcing you." Liang Yu, accustomed to being treated with reverence, likely seldom had anyone speak to her in such a manner. Upon hearing my words, she immediately ceased her laughter and retorted, "Hey, who are you talking about?" Uncle San, noticing the impending clash between us, hastily raised his hands and interjected, "You two need to calm down for a moment. This place is quite sinister." Just now, Liang was affected due to a slight deficiency in his yang energy. Liang, being a woman, should also exercise caution. With that, Uncle San rummaged through his bag and produced a yellow talisman. He swiftly inscribed a symbol on it with red cinnabar and slapped it onto the low wall at the corner where we had just been. Strangely enough, the wind howled fiercely around, yet the talisman affixed to it only quivered gently. Liang Yu, intrigued, moved closer to observe it more closely, but was halted by his uncle. His uncle addressed Liang Yu, saying, "Assistant Liang, since President Wu has invited us here, I have come to the site to discern some insights. You may return to report to President Wu in full detail. If you find my observations to be reasonable, we shall proceed further. However, if you believe that I, Li Lao Dao, and my nephew are merely engaging in charlatanism, we shall depart immediately, without lingering even for a moment." Liang Yu nodded in agreement. "All right, please enlighten me. What insights do you possess?" His uncle pointed towards the main building below, declaring, "This place was originally intended to be a dragon vein." Liang Yu was taken aback, then laughed. "I suspect you have indulged too much in tomb raiding novels. A dragon vein? What era are we in?" His uncle scoffed softly. "Regardless of the era, dragon veins persist. However, they manifest in various forms. There are the hidden dragons, the slumbering dragons, the true dragons, and the malevolent dragons. Not every dragon vein produces emperors. Observing the terrain of Tianyu Square and its surroundings, I perceive it to be a malevolent dragon's conduit. This malevolent dragon corresponds with the 8 trigrams: Qian, Qian, Jin, Zhun, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui, harmonizing with the elements of wind, water, mountains, and the earth, representing the cycles of spring's birth, summer's growth, autumn's harvest, and winter's storage. Although a malevolent dragon's vein is inherently ominous, it is subdued by the 8 trigrams, which could be termed as the python's line. Thus, the overall feng shui configuration presents a scenario of 8 pythons entwining a dragon. While a python cannot be compared to a dragon, 8 pythons converging may indeed confront the malevolent dragon. The malevolent dragon is indeed a dragon. Being a dragon, it possesses the essence of dragons. This essence brings about favorable weather, smooth sailing, thriving commerce, and a gathering of merchants, rendering this place a veritable land of auspicious fortune. Liang Yu inquired, "But why has it faltered since the construction of Tianyu Square?" Uncle San chuckled. "It is quite simple. Something must have transpired during the square's construction that drastically altered the feng shui. Now, the 8 serpents can no longer contain the malevolent dragon. Naturally, the dragon's misdeeds will lead to adverse consequences." Liang Yu waved her hand. "What you say sounds lively, yet I do not comprehend it, and I suspect Mr. Wu does not either. How can we ascertain the veracity of your claims?" Uncle San smiled. "It is quite straightforward. You may inquire whether those who have leapt from buildings here are all born in the year of the snake, and whether they were born during winter, the season of hibernation. Additionally, ascertain if these incidents occurred within the last 4 years. In the preceding 3 years, 2 individuals perished each year. and this year is the fourth. Thus, one would expect another fatality. Furthermore, you might ask Mr. Wu if any peculiar occurrences transpired during the construction of these buildings. Liang Yu, somewhat skeptical, murmured, "You speak as if it were true. Let me verify this." With that, she took out her phone and stepped aside to confirm with someone. I approached Uncle San and whispered, "Is there any basis for what you say? Is there any credibility?" Uncle Sam replied, "Of course, there is credibility. This is all the prowess of my uncle. He does not frequently falter, having traversed vast distances and vanquished formidable foes. I believe the time of glory has arrived, so you should learn from him in the future." However, my uncle cannot maintain seriousness for long. Having uttered a few earnest words, he soon returns to his usual demeanor. After a while, Liang Yu approached awkwardly, and upon seeing her expression, I felt reassured. It seemed my uncle's words were indeed on point, for otherwise she would not exhibit such an attitude. As expected, Liang Yu reached my uncle, and her demeanor shifted considerably as she forced a smile and said, Taoistly. My uncle replied with a grin, "No need to elaborate. What I said was accurate, wasn't it?" Liang Yu nodded. Those who have jumped to their deaths were indeed all born in the year of the snake. For the past 3 years, there have been 2 cases each year. And just last month, another individual took the plunge. Mr. Wu has also mentioned that when these buildings were constructed, numerous strange occurrences transpired. However, he said he would come over to discuss the specifics with you both. Mr. Wu wishes to request your assistance in devising a solution. Chapter 19. The coffin. Uncle San waved his hand dismissively. It's not possible today, at least not now. Just by observing this feng shui configuration, I have expended a considerable amount of my vital energy. I need to recuperate. Liang Yu hurriedly replied, "Very well. I have reserved a room for both of you at the hotel opposite Tianyu Square for some rest. We can wait for Mr. Wu to arrive there." Before Liang Yu could finish her sentence, her words abruptly ceased, her brow arching in sudden anger as she shouted, "Who?" Both Uncle San and I were taken aback, only to see Liang Yu swiftly turning and darting towards the iron gate of the rooftop. Simultaneously, a loud clang resonated from the direction of the gate, followed by the sound of footsteps. Liang Yu dashed through the iron gate in pursuit. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Uncle San and I exchanged bewildered glances, and only after Liang Yu had chased after the figure did we realize that someone had been peering through the gate, only to be discovered by her. Liang Yu's agility was evident. Her reflexes and movements were markedly swifter than those of an average person, earning both Uncle San and me newfound respect for her capabilities. However, after a short while, Liang Yu returned from outside, grumbling, "Why did I have to wear this uniform today? And these shoes? Otherwise, I would have surely caught him." I quickly inquired who was spying outside. Liang Yu shook her head. I couldn't see clearly. The individual was quite nimble. When I chased after him, I only caught a glimpse of his back as he hurried down the stairs. "These shoes are ill-fitting." Uncle San pondered for a moment and remarked, "Assistant Liang, it seems that your organization is not as tranquil as it appears." An intriguing episode unfolded, stirring a subtle ripple within our hearts. Liang Yu appeared to be lost in thought, while Sanshu remarked that there was little left to observe on the rooftop. Consequently, Liang Yu led us away from the main building of Tianyu Square and into a nearby hotel for respite. The establishment, known as Sihai Grand Hotel, exuded opulence and was reputed to be a 5-star venue. As Liang Yu checked us in at the front desk, I discreetly glanced at the room allocated to us, an exquisite suite priced at over 2,000. I couldn't help but marvel, for I had never before stayed in such lavish accommodations. This time, I was fortunate enough to benefit from Sanshu's generosity. After handing us the room card, Liang Yu informed us that she would not be joining us and would instead go to fetch General Wu. Once Liang Yu departed, Sanshu instructed me to ascend to our room while he attended to some matters. Inquisitive, I inquired about his errands, but he merely replied that I would find out soon enough. Not wishing to pry into his mysterious demeanor, I proceeded to the room alone. Upon entering, I was greeted by a well-appointed space, extravagantly decorated, featuring 2 bedrooms and a cozy sitting area. After exploring the suite, I decided to indulge in a warm bath. Just as I'd shed my garments, Sanshu's call interrupted my moment of relaxation, requesting I meet him at the Chinese restaurant on the 3rd floor. Resigned to his whims, I donned my clothes and made my way down to the dining area. Upon my arrival, I discovered Sanshu in the company of a stranger. As I approached, the unfamiliar gentleman rose with a palpable sense of trepidation. I observed that he appeared to be in his 60s, with dark skin and an unkempt beard, dressed in a security uniform that seemed somewhat out of place amidst the restaurant's lavish surroundings. Through the introduction of my uncle, I came to know that this individual was the night guard of the hotel parking lot, responsible for the security booth at the entrance. It was then that I realized my uncle had sought out this person, though I was perplexed as to his motives. Once we engaged in conversation, I learned that the man's surname was Wei, and we were to address him as Old Wei. He revealed that he had been employed at this hotel since its inception, which was precisely why my uncle had come to find him. Subsequently, my uncle shared with me an insight he had gleaned after we had unraveled the mysteries surrounding that haunted house. An understanding of such places cannot be based on hearsay, nor can it rely solely on the account of a single individual. One must strive for a comprehensive understanding, delving deeply into the reasons behind the existence of these haunted abodes. Old Wei, having worked at the hotel during the construction of Tianyu Square, undoubtedly possessed knowledge of the circumstances at that time. However, he seemed somewhat out of place and appeared anxious as he glanced between my uncle and me. My uncle ordered a lavish spread of dishes, and I, feeling a bit apprehensive, whispered to him, "Do you have the means to pay for this?" My uncle shot me a disapproving glance. "Do you not possess any common sense? High-end hotels operate on a room charge system. Do you understand? Regardless, they will foot the bill while we indulge. Did you not mention that I often treat you to fried dough sticks and tofu pudding? Now, you can eat to your heart's content, I assure you." Following me means enjoying the finest of delicacies. As the dishes began to arrive, my uncle poured a glass of wine for Old Wei. Just as Old Wei brought it to his lips, my uncle casually inquired, "Old Wei, could you share with me any stories from when they were digging the foundation for Tianyu Square?" Old Wei nearly spat out his drink, hastily setting down his glass as he regarded Uncle San with a troubled expression. Uncle San waved his hand dismissively, gesturing towards me as he spoke to Old Wei. "Do not overthink it. My nephew is a web novelist, specializing in collecting peculiar tales. I heard that something unusual once occurred here, so I brought him along to gather some stories. Share what you know, and I shall treat you to a drink." Old Wei glanced at Uncle San, then at me, before raising his glass and taking a hearty swig of his drink. "Very well," he conceded. "Since I have finished my shift today and have nothing pressing, if you wish to hear, I shall recount the tale." He leaned back, his demeanor shifting as he continued. "The place across the way, it is quite eerie. While you may inquire, I advise against venturing there, lest you invite misfortune upon yourselves." Old Wei was not particularly fond of food, preferring instead to sip his drink slowly as he recounted the events of years past. True to Uncle San's assessment, when the Tianyu Square was being excavated for its foundation, things went awry. According to the blueprints, the square was to accommodate 8 buildings, necessitating 8 foundations, which were to be dug sequentially rather than all at once. The first phase involved the excavation for 3 buildings, but it was not long before coffins were unearthed, 3 of them, to be precise. As Old Wei spoke of this, he appeared visibly affected, his hand trembling slightly as he held his glass. It seemed plausible that he had been present when the coffins were discovered. The sheer reality of the situation must have left a profound impact on him. Uncle San poured another drink for Old Wei, urging him to elaborate on the details of the events that transpired. It seems that Sanshu has indeed found the right person. Lao Wei is remarkably well-versed in the events of yesteryear. He steadied his composure and began to recount the tale once more. The 3 coffins unearthed from the depths of the earth were already in a state of disrepair. However, under the sunlight, the coffin nails gleamed brightly enough to cast reflections, adorned with peculiar engravings that appeared as pristine as if they had just been affixed. At that time, Tianyu Group dared not to be negligent and promptly reported the discovery to the authorities. The police dispatched personnel to open the coffins on site, revealing that the remains within had long since decayed, leaving only a pile of brittle bones. Astonishingly, apart from the skeletal remains, the interior walls of the coffins were plastered with yellow talismans. Remarkably, after all these years, the talismans had not faded, appearing as vibrant as if newly affixed. Following an examination by dispatched experts, It was determined that the bones held no archaeological significance, and the coffins were merely ordinary relics of the past. The government subsequently instructed the relevant departments to dispose of the coffins and remains. However, after the coffins were removed that very night, 3 individuals on the construction site met with untimely deaths. Their demise was equally peculiar. They had been sitting outside, drinking, and were discovered by their co-workers. Having fallen into the foundation pit, their bodies, resembling candied hawthorn skewers, were impaled by the rebar protruding from below. Rumors swiftly spread, asserting that the 3 coffins were cursed. Disturbing them would surely cost 3 lives. Once the rumors took flight, the workers lost all motivation to labor. Thus, in an effort to quell the unrest among the workers, Tianyu Group invited several Taoist priests to perform a grand ritual at the construction site to address the matter. Subsequently, they set aside the 3 buildings and turned their attention to excavating the foundations of the 5 others. However, as soon as the digging commenced, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. Uncle San interjected, remarking that with 3 coffins already unearthed, the remaining 5 must surely follow suit. Lao Wei, perplexed by Uncle San's words, grasped only the mention of 5 and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed 5 more coffins had been discovered at the construction site. These 5 coffins were akin to the previous 3. After excavating 8 foundations, they had uncovered 8 coffins in total. This was undeniably ominous, prompting Tianyu Group to lavishly hire a Taoist priest from afar to conduct an elaborate ritual. Uncle San shook his head, asserting that the entanglement of 8 serpents with a dragon could not be resolved merely by a ritual. Upon hearing this, Lao Wei eagerly remarked that the Taoist had indeed stated the same, questioning whether this gentleman possessed knowledge of Taoist practices. Uncle San waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I have merely heard of it. Please continue." Lao Wei took another sip of his drink and resumed his tale. As Uncle San suggested, the Taoist, possessing a certain level of expertise, proclaimed upon his arrival that the site constituted a geomantic configuration. He insisted that all 8 coffins must be returned to their original positions. As this was a formation from the Qing dynasty, once buried, coffins could not be exhumed or even relocated lest the arrangement be disrupted, resulting in the demise of 8 individuals. This was already an impossible task, given that 3 coffins had been disposed of. Moreover, the ensuing panic would only exacerbate the situation. Consequently, Tianyu Group permitted the Taoists to perform a casual ritual, publicly declaring that the matter had been resolved and that the 5 coffins had been removed, allowing construction to recommence. From that moment onward, Tianyu Group began to prioritize the concealment of information, and thereafter few were privy to the events that transpired. It is said that, as the Taoists had foretold, more lives were lost. However, fatalities on construction sites are commonplace. The exact number of deceased, the circumstances of their demise, and how they were dealt with remained shrouded in mystery. Until the completion of Tianyu Square, the initial years were bustling with activity and knowledge of these occurrences dwindled. It was not until recent years, with a spate of suicides at Tianyu Square, that these rumors resurfaced. Whispers circulated, suggesting that the Taoist words had indeed come to pass. The restless spirits of the 8 coffins were seeking vengeance, and the toll would not be limited to just 8 lives. Many more would perish within the confines of Tianyu Square. Chapter 20. The Cemetery of the Cursed Coffin. Uncle San nodded thoughtfully. Are all those coffins of identical dimensions? Old Wei shook his head. There are 8 coffins, 1 large and 7 smaller ones. The 7 smaller coffins were uneventful during their removal. However, when we dealt with the large coffin, the one unearthed while excavating the foundation for the main building at Tianyu Square, unexpected occurrences transpired. Uncle San inquired, "What kind of unexpected occurrences?" In a hushed tone, Old Wei replied, "The 7 coffins were somewhat dilapidated, yet the large one appeared remarkably pristine, as if it had been buried for only a few years. As we attempted to lift it from the ground, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Initially, 6 men hoisted it with ropes, but the coffin remained immovable as though it had taken root. Eventually, we added 6 more men, employing levers and pulling with all their strength, yet to no avail. Ultimately, we resorted to bringing in a crane to hoist it out. At this juncture, I interjected, Is that truly possible? Not even a crane could manage it. That seems utterly absurd. Old Wei shook his head. That is not the case. Just as we secured the ropes around the coffin, preparing for the crane's lift, a strange sound emanated from within. It was an eerie noise, resembling a cry yet akin to the wailing of a beast, accompanied by a scratching sound, as though something inside were clawing at the coffin. This frightened the onlookers immensely, prompting many to flee in terror. Even the crane operator was rendered motionless. At that time, Wu Tianyu, the head of the Tianyu group, was present. Perhaps in an attempt to impress the boss, one of his bodyguards, eager to showcase his strength, volunteered to jump down with a metal rod in hand. While others were understandably terrified, he remained undeterred and swung the rod, striking the coffin 3 times. At this point, my uncle and I listened intently, while Lao Wei grew increasingly anxious. He raised his wine glass and took a sip before continuing. Can you guess what happened next? I, somewhat irritated, urged Lao Wei, stop teasing us and just tell us. Slightly embarrassed by my response, Lao Wei quickly added, the bodyguard was robust and muscular, wielding a rod as thick as a child's arm. Despite his efforts, the coffin remained unscathed after 3 strikes. Yet alarmingly on the 3rd blow, the rod snapped with a loud crack, and the broken half flew into the air. As the bodyguard looked up, the piece fell directly onto his temple, killing him instantly. Moreover, a faint black mist began to emanate from within the coffin. This spectacle further terrified the remaining onlookers, scattering most of them away, leaving only Wu Tianyu, a few of his subordinates, and some construction foremen behind, along with the invited Taoist priest. The priest, possessing some knowledge of the supernatural, discerned that the malevolent energy of the coffin's occupant had begun to seep out. He stated that there was but one way to temporarily suppress this malevolence, to confront it with equal ferocity. He could inscribe a coffin-concealing talisman, but it would require the blood of a spiritually attuned individual. At that moment, no one anticipated that Wu Tianyu, who had been standing quietly to the side, would suddenly draw a knife and plunge it in his right thigh. Before anyone could react, he struck again, and then once more. With 3 swift blows, blood gushed forth profusely, splattering onto the coffin above. The blood splattering made a hissing sound, an eerie echo in the air. The Taoist priest, upon witnessing this, hurriedly began to draw talismans, using a vermilion brush to paint over the blood on Wu Tianyu's leg. Once the talisman was complete, he affixed it to the coffin. Curiously, as the yellow talisman adhered to the top of the coffin, the black mist that had been emanating from it vanished. The Taoist exclaimed urgently, quickly, "We can lift the coffin now. We must hurry." The Tianyu group promptly gathered another team and used a crane to hoist the coffin aloft. Its destination for appraisal remained unknown. Yet rumors later circulated that the coffin was crafted from the exceedingly rare golden silk Nanma wood. As for the treatment of the corpse, outsiders remained oblivious. In any case, following that incident, construction at Tianyu Square was halted for 2 months before resuming. It was later rumored that the Taoists had devised a solution, and thereafter, the construction site experienced no further mishaps, culminating in the successful erection of 8 buildings. Initially, Tianyu Square was thriving, invigorating the surrounding economy and leading to a rapid increase in the hotel's revenue. However, as life's uncertainties unfolded within a few years, business at the square plummeted, accompanied by several incidents of suicides, leaving merchants scarce. As he spoke, Uncle San inquired again about the recent suicide incidents involving Old Wei. Old Wei had little knowledge of the matter, yet he managed to reveal a detail. He remarked that those who had jumped from the building were all merchants from the square. They chose to leap to their demise in the dead of night, deliberately lingering in the mall after it had closed. Furthermore, prior to their tragic act, some had reported hearing a sorrowful melody from a flute emanating from the rooftop. My uncle was taken aback, inquiring, a flute melody? What sort of melody? Old Wei shook his head. I lack the cultural knowledge to identify such a tune, and I have never heard it myself. It was the night watchman, Old Xiao, who informed me. Upon hearing this, Old Wei concluded his account regarding Tianyu Square. After a moment of contemplation, I noticed that Wu Tianyu still limps. Could it be due to that incident? Old Wei affirmed, indeed it must be. To suppress that accursed coffin, one must pay a price. My uncle, not offering a definitive response, waved his hand and said, Old Wei, hurry and eat. After you finish, go rest. Old Wei glanced at the bountiful spread before him, hesitantly asking, Aren't you? Aren't you going to eat? Before we could respond, he continued, If you aren't eating, may I pack these dishes to take home to my wife? My uncle and I exchanged a knowing smile. I waved my hand. We're not hungry. Please ask the waiter to pack it for you. We will head upstairs first. Old Wei's face lit up with joy as he nodded eagerly in agreement, observing his cheerful demeanor. I couldn't help but reflect on how easily satisfied those living at the lower rungs of society can be. As the saying goes, contentment brings happiness, a pursuit that many strive for. This five-star hotel restaurant is a first for both me and Lao Wei. While Lao Wei feels satisfied, I find myself in a different predicament. After returning to our room with my uncle, he glanced at me and remarked, You are quite generous. Yet neither of us has had a bite, and all the food has been taken by Lao Wei. I chuckled softly. Isn't it possible to charge it to the room? You could always order another dish to enjoy here. My uncle waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. We have instant noodles in the room. Let's settle for that for now. I suspect Mr. Wu will arrive shortly. As we slurped on our noodles, it wasn't long before Wu Tianyu, accompanied by Liang Yu, entered the room. Upon seeing us, Wu Tianyu frowned and said, Why are you eating this? He glanced back at Liang Yu, displaying some displeasure. I quickly interjected, Mr. Wu, we dine at the restaurant downstairs and are just having a bowl of instant noodles to tide us over. My words, intended to alleviate Liang Yu's discomfort, came off as rather unimpressive. Consequently, Liang Yu cast a disdainful glance at both my uncle and me. Wu Tianyu replied, There was truly no need to resort to this. You could have ordered some desserts or something. My uncle waved his hand again. No, that is not necessary. We're merely having a light snack. Mr. Wu, let us engage in a brief discussion. Wu Tianyu nodded and took a seat, placing his cane aside. My uncle, glancing at him, casually inquired, Mr. Wu, if I may ask, what happened to your leg? Wu Tianyu let out a wry smile and recounted the events of years past. His narrative bore similarities to Lao Wei's account, yet lacked the vividness of the latter's storytelling, glossing over certain details. Regarding the matter of self-inflicted punishment, it was addressed quite nonchalantly. Uncle San nodded and inquired, I see that Mr. Wu's cane is rather exquisite. It must have an interesting backstory, correct? Wu Tianyu chuckled and replied, This was a gift from my rather unambitious brother, Wu Tianxiong, who, seeing my leg troubles, decided to present it to me. Though Tianxiong has not accomplished much, it is rare for him to think of me, so I have kept it ever since. Uncle San further probed, And your leg? Has it always been this way? Wu Tianyu shook his head, Not quite. Initially, it wasn't as severe. I could walk normally. However, over the past 2 years, it has deteriorated significantly, and now, without this cane, I can hardly walk. We spent less than an hour conversing with Wu Tianyu. He was exceedingly busy, receiving calls one after another. As we were unable to extract any substantial leads from our discussion, we decided to conclude our meeting. Wu Tianyu stood up and waved his hand, while Liang Yu placed a small leather bag on the table. Upon unzipping it, 2 substantial stacks of cash were revealed. Mr. Wu stated, This 200,000 is meant as a token of appreciation for your efforts. Regardless of the outcome, it is rightfully yours. Should we succeed, I shall offer further gratitude. Uncle San's eyes gleamed with excitement, and after a feigned moment of reluctance, he graciously accepted the offer. Mr. Wu then instructed Liang Yu to assist us, departing the hotel ahead of us. Liang Yu remarked, It's getting late. You should rest. I'm staying next door, so call me if you need anything. Just as she was about to leave, Uncle San called out to her, asking Assistant Liang, Do you have a key to enter the main building of the mall? A key? Where do you intend to go? Liang Yu inquired, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps one must simply explore when the moment strikes. Hence, possessing a key would be rather convenient. She waved her hand dismissively, adding, I do not possess a key, but I can certainly assist in opening the door. So, when you wish to go, simply call for me. Uncle Sam was taken aback and replied, That might not be feasible. Typically, we require a key in the evening. As I have mentioned, that place possesses a rather malevolent aura, and you, as a young lady. Liang Yu's expression soured. What of being a young lady? As if you all, being men, possess some extraordinary capability. I am quite eager to witness your true abilities. It is settled then. Without me, you shall not gain entry into that building. With that, she tossed her head defiantly and strode out of the room. You, this girl, Uncle San exclaimed in frustration, gesturing dismissively. He turned to me and said, I genuinely wish what is best for her. Chapter 21, Live Burial. I scoffed. It is only natural for someone as remarkable as Wu Tianyu to possess a bit of temperament. Moreover, given her youth and beauty, who wouldn't be captivated? I then turned to my uncle and inquired, by the way, after so many years in Shenzhen, haven't you considered finding me an aunt? My uncle shot me a glare, his expression slightly uncomfortable. What nonsense are you spouting? Why does this suddenly concern me? I continued, I find that girl rather intriguing. When we were on the rooftop, she revealed just a glimpse of her skills while chasing that peeping Tom. Such agility cannot be achieved without some level of training. I shrugged dismissively. What skill? She merely relies on her nimbleness. In my opinion, she is merely latched onto Wu Tianyu, that wealthy gentleman. My uncle waved his hand, yet she refuses to give us the keys. When we went to that shopping mall, she really did call out to her. I paused, taken aback. Uncle, are you truly planning to visit that mall? Did you not mention that this place is a prime spot for fortune, and that it is best to avoid it at night? He sighed. This location is not only a prime spot for fortune, but the depths of its intrigue run profound. One misstep, and instead of catching a fox, one might find oneself in a rather embarrassing situation. Initially, I had intended to abandon this endeavor, but seeing how accommodating Wu Tianyu appears, I thought perhaps if I pleaded with him, he might extend the deadline for that 300,000 debt. But then he went and did this. As he spoke, my uncle slapped the table, drawing attention to the leather bag containing 200,000 in cash. I remarked, Uncle, it seems you're blinded by the prospect of money. The saying that money can move mountains holds true. He cast a sidelong glance at me. What are you prattling on about? Upon seeing this money, do you not feel envious? I replied, I am indeed tempted, but when weighed against the value of life, the latter is undoubtedly more precious. Uncle San waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, I am not someone who prioritizes profit over life. This place may pose some challenges, but with me here, there is no problem that cannot be resolved. As for the auspicious site I mentioned, I have already assessed it during the day. The rest must be examined tonight. I anticipate that casting our net will yield some fish and shrimp. With that, Uncle San opened his leather bag and extracted 10 bills from his stack, handing me 5. Keep these as pocket money. The remainder I will secure in the safe in my room. I frowned slightly and remarked, Uncle San, you are rather stingy. Is this all you can spare me? He waved his hand dismissively. I already stated it is merely pocket money. We can divide the earnings once our task is accomplished, but if we fail, we may have to return this. I nodded and inquired, when shall we set off? Uncle San glanced at the clock in the room, which indicated it was just past 8 in the evening. There is still time, he replied. Let us take a hot shower and rest a bit. We shall depart around 11. The suite was quite luxurious, with a double bathtub in the bathroom. Uncle San and I indulged in a soothing soak, washing away the fatigue of recent days. After our bath, as we lay on the bed, we reflected on an undeniable truth. The life of the wealthy is indeed extraordinarily comfortable. Noticing we still had some time, I turned to Uncle San and asked, what did you discern from that auspicious sight? Could you share your insights? Uncle San nodded, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag, an uncommon indulgence for him. As the smoke wafted around us, Uncle San remarked, did I not mention earlier that the topography of Tianyu Square resembles a scenario of an 8-headed python entwined with a dragon? The 8 coffins that Old Wei referred to further corroborate my assessment. In ancient China, there were many adept practitioners of feng shui, unlike today, where such expertise is increasingly rare. During the Qing dynasty, although this area was indeed a dragon vein, it was undoubtedly a malevolent one, discernible to those skilled in the art. However, much like the natural world, the principles of mutual generation and restriction are omnipresent. Fortunately, beside this malevolent dragon, there are also 8 pythons, creating a confrontational dynamic. Upon hearing this, I inquired, could those 8 coffins represent the 8 pythons? Uncle San shook his head, clarifying, you are conflating concepts. The dragons and pythons I speak of pertain to the feng shui dynamics, rather than actual dragons and pythons. The coffins, however, are tangible entities. I suspect they have been strategically placed by a master. Nowadays, with the rise of skyscrapers, the feng shui situation has become obscured. Yet, during the Qing dynasty, the layout must have been distinctly clear, with the influence of the 8 pythons being formidable, potentially transforming into dragons. Should the pythons evolve into dragons, it would result in a scenario where 8 dragons entwine the malevolent dragon, thereby jeopardizing the auspicious dragon vein. Thus, this master conceived the idea of employing 8 cursed coffins to contain the pythons and prevent their transformation into dragons. Uncle San elaborated extensively, striving to elucidate the situation. Initially, I found it quite perplexing, but gradually my understanding began to crystallize. He continued, "These 8 coffins cannot be empty. The occupants within are of paramount importance. Those interred must possess immense malevolence and resentment to effectively suppress the pythons." Thus, I deduced that at that time, it was highly probable that 8 heinous murderers were extracted from the death row and interred alive within coffins. Alive interment? To entomb the living within coffins? I felt a shiver run down my spine. My uncle nodded in affirmation. Therefore, the individual who was enamored with the feng shui at that time must have been a person of great stature, capable of orchestrating such elaborate measures. Only in this manner could the malevolent energies generated by those murderers in death subdue the 8 serpents. However, they could not have foreseen that centuries later, the ground would be disturbed once more, leading to the breaking of the 8 coffins and disrupting the entwined dragon formation. Now that the malevolent dragon has been unshackled, it has begun to unleash its ferocity, and the loss of a few lives is but a trivial matter. I was taken aback and inquired, if the loss of life is a trivial matter, what then constitutes a grave issue? My uncle shook his head. It is difficult to articulate. After so many years, the feng shui of this place has undergone significant transformation. It remains to be seen how much malevolent energy the dragon still possesses. A shift in feng shui is most directly manifested by an increase in yin energy. That towering main building, painted red on the exterior, was likely intended to ward off evil at the time. However, it has now had the opposite effect, becoming the principal source of malevolent attraction. The wandering spirits and restless ghosts will gather, converging within that main edifice. Therefore, I intend to visit it tonight. Initially, I had not given much thought to the visit, but upon hearing my uncle's words, I felt a sudden chill and exclaimed, "Uncle, have you lost your mind? Knowing full well that malevolent spirits congregate there, you still intend to venture forth?" My uncle patted his leather bag, taking people's money and alleviating their calamities. "Did you not hear Old Way mention that on the eve of the tragic incident involving the rooftop, someone had heard the sound of a flute emanating from above? The sound of the flute was rather peculiar, and I felt compelled to seek clarity. Perhaps understanding this phenomenon would allow me to stabilize the situation, at least momentarily preventing anyone from taking a leap off the building again. After all, you nearly plunged down just yesterday, which surely indicates a deeper reason behind it. Yet, could I possibly abstain from this endeavor?" I timidly inquired. My uncle shot me a piercing glance. "Do you wish to take the money or not?" "Of course," I replied. He chuckled with a hint of reproach. "Dear nephew, one cannot simply accept money without contributing. It is rather shameless, don't you think? Furthermore, Assistant Liang will also be present. It's hardly appropriate for an old Taoist like me to escort a young lady into a building at such a late hour." I waved my hand dismissively. "All right, I shall go. Just let me rest for a moment and call me when the time comes." I understood that this was an obligation I could not escape. My uncle was not one to grant me leisure. The bed was incredibly comfortable, and as soon as I turned over, I fell asleep. I lost track of time, only to be roused groggily by my uncle's nudging. He scolded, "How deep is your slumber? Your snoring could shake the heavens. I barely managed to rest. Stop sleeping now. It's time." I rubbed my eyes, and the clock read 11 o'clock. I yawned as my uncle handed me a patch. "Apply this new medicated plaster to your shoulder, lest you fall victim again. In this darkness, it would be disastrous if I were to overlook you." Nodding, I affixed the fresh plaster to my shoulder. My uncle had already prepared our belongings, and we each carried a bag. Additionally, he provided me with a peachwood sword for self-defense. The The meticulousness of our preparations only heightened my unease. As we stepped outside, we approached the door next door and began to knock. Before long, Liang Yu opened the door. Unlike the two of us, she was clad in athletic attire, exuding an exuberant energy. Upon seeing us, she exclaimed, "Why did you take so long? I've been waiting for ages, thinking you wouldn't take me along." Uncle Sam replied with a wry smile, "Dear niece, this is not merely an outing. I certainly had no intention of bringing you. Just hand me the key." Liang Yu chuckled, "I don't have the key at all. I am the key. Let us go." With that, she secured the door behind her and joyfully strode ahead. Observing her demeanor, it seemed less like we were headed to explore a haunted house and more akin to embarking on a delightful excursion. Having witnessed the terror of haunted houses before, I pondered whether bringing along such a fearless companion was a blessing or a curse. We departed from the hotel and discovered that we were indeed in a bustling district. Even near midnight, the streets were ablaze with light. Neon signs flickered, and the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. This somewhat eased the tension in my heart. With so many people around, I thought it couldn't possibly be too frightening if ghosts were to appear, could it? However, as events unfolded, it became evident that my thoughts were rather naive. Under Liang Yu's guidance, we once again arrived at Tianyu Square. In stark contrast to the brilliant lights and lively ambience outside, the entire square was dimly lit, with only a few lights flickering within its buildings. The scant illumination did little to instill a sense of safety. Instead, it resembled ghostly flames, permeating the air with an eerie atmosphere. Uncle Sam, accustomed to grand spectacles, appeared unfazed and inquired of Liang Yu, "From which direction can we enter the building?" Liang Yu gestured towards the main edifice, explaining, "The front entrance is locked at night. We must circumvent to the rear where a smaller door is located, guarded by a watchman. I can summon him to open it." Upon hearing this, I interjected, "How can anyone have the audacity to stand guard here amid such chaos?" Liang Yu scoffed, "Why wouldn't they? What is there to fear? Not everyone possesses your timidity. The watchman, Xiao Bo, has been vigilant for our Tianyu group for many years." The mention of Xiao Bo reminded me of what Old Wei had once recounted, that there was an old watchman named Xiao at Tianyu Square who had heard flute music emanating from the rooftop. Surely, he was the very same. Under Liang Yu's guidance, we traversed the square and approached the rear entrance of the main building. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with each of us wielding a flashlight. As Liang Yu illuminated the area, a metal door materialized before us. "This is it," Liang Yu declared, moving forward to knock. The resounding thuds echoed through the stillness of the night, reverberating far and wide. Chapter 22. The urgent whistle. The rear courtyard of the mall was desolate, with a solitary light flickering in one corner. A few vehicles were parked in the lot, amidst a chaotic assortment of discarded cardboard boxes and other debris, revealing a long-neglected state. Liang Yu's knocking echoed ominously in the emptiness of the courtyard, a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. After an extended period of knocking, footsteps and a languid voice emerged from within, inquiring, "Who is it at this late hour?" Hurriedly, Liang Yu responded, "Uncle Xiao, it's me, Liang Yu." Soon, a voice acknowledged her, followed by the creaking sound of the door opening. A gaunt old man appeared, his slender frame and peculiar face marked by pronounced cheekbones and sunken cheeks. Sparse whiskers adorned his chin, and his shifty eyes evoked the image of a rodent. He must be the night watchman with the surname Xiao. Given their recent arrival, they refrained from excessive conversation. The old man was startled to find 3 individuals waiting outside. Liang Yu inquired, "Uncle Xiao, why did it take you so long to open the door?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'd already gone to bed," he replied, before puzzlingly asking, "Miss Yu, what brings you here?" It was evident that Uncle Xiao and Liang Yu shared a familiarity. She waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Uncle Xiao, we just want to take a look inside. Please leave the door unlocked. We'll exit through here later." Old Xiao let out a sound of acknowledgement, glanced at me and third uncle, and inquired, "Are you accompanying me?" Liang Yu cast a fleeting look at third uncle, who subtly shook his head. She then addressed old Xiao, saying, "There's no need, Uncle Xiao. You should rest if you need to." Through the exchange between Liang Yu and old Xiao, my perception of her began to shift. Although she was a favored confidant of the CEO and Old Xiao was merely an elderly night watchman, their statuses were starkly disparate. Yet, Liang Yu treated Old Xiao with utmost respect, addressing him as Uncle Xiao. In my view, such a young woman must possess admirable character. Still, I could not fathom how she ended up playing such a disreputable role beside Wu Tianyu. Was it merely for monetary gain? As I ponder these thoughts, Liang Yu led third uncle into the main building of the shopping center, prompting me to hastily follow suit. I was unsure of the cause, but as I passed by Old Xiao, I was struck by an unpleasant odor emanating from him, and I felt an unsettling chill radiating from his body. Turning back to glance at Old Xiao, I noticed he was observing us with his shifty eyes. A shiver ran down my spine, and I thought, could Old Xiao be harboring some ill intentions? The reality was that we had come with a purpose, and suspicion lingered over everyone we encountered. Moreover, it seemed that Old Xiao was the only one remaining in the building. At that moment, third uncle, walking ahead, appeared to recall something, pivoted back, and asked Old Xiao, "Master Xiao, have you been the night watchman in this building all along?" Old Xiao nodded. "It's been about 7 or 8 years. Uncle San then inquired, "During the nights when the suicide incidents occurred, did you hear any unusual sounds?" Lao Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "As you all witnessed, I sleep quite soundly. I did not hear anything from those who passed away. I only learned of their deaths the following day from others." Both Uncle San and I were momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Lao Xiao was lying. Old Wei had adamantly claimed that he had heard Lao Xiao mention hearing the sound of a flute that night. It seemed improbable that Old Wei would fabricate such a tale. Uncle San, maintaining his composure, nodded and instructed Liang Yu to lead us to the first-floor hall of the shopping center. As night fell, most of the lights in the shopping center were extinguished. In the center of each floor, a dim yellow light remained illuminated, presumably for patrolling purposes. Yet, with Lao Xiao being the only occupant of the building, the notion of patrolling was rather moot. We relied on our flashlights for illumination in most areas. Liang Yu asked Uncle San whether we should notify Uncle Xiao to turn on the circuit breaker for the lights. Uncle San shook his head, "Not for now." We entered from the rear and arrived at the spot where we had stood upon entering through the main door yesterday. A solitary light illuminated the area nearby, but it flickered ominously, casting an unsettling glow that made my heart race. Uncle Sin glanced back at Liang Yu and me, pointing to the ground as he spoke. "The expanse here is vast. I will rely on this compass to navigate. It will guide me to the locations within the building where the negative energy is most concentrated. In the event that if we happen to get separated, do not panic. Just keep your eyes fixed on this spot beneath your feet." We agreed on a time to gather, regardless of whether we made any discoveries at this location on the first floor. I said, "Uncle San, we will stick close to you. How could we possibly get separated?" Uncle San replied, "I'm merely saying, just in case, it's prudent to have a backup plan. The circumstances here are rather unclear, and I certainly do not wish to lose you. You must stay close to me." I nodded in acknowledgement as Uncle San glanced at his phone, noting the time. "It is now 11:30. If we do get separated, let us reconvene here at 1 o'clock. He held a compass in his hands, illuminating it with a flashlight. I observed the needle spinning wildly on the compass, taking quite some time to finally settle. At that moment, I was suddenly reminded of my initial entrance into this main building. Back then, I felt a chilling current rising from beneath my feet, which I had attributed to excessive air conditioning. Yet now, the entire building was closed, rendering air conditioning impossible. On the contrary, I sensed a certain stifling warmth within, yet the coldness emanating from the soles of my feet felt akin to walking on ice. I shone my flashlight downwards, finding nothing unusual. Just as I was about to inquire whether Uncle San felt the same, he studied the compass for a while and muttered, "Strange. My compass seems rather unreliable today. Could it be broken? Never mind. Let us proceed to the rooftop and see if we can uncover anything tonight." Uncle San was our pillar of strength, issuing commands to which we could only acquiesce. The three of us proceeded directly to the elevator, which was stationed on the first floor. Upon pressing the button for the upward journey, the doors opened with a swift motion. As the last to enter, I turned around, and in that fleeting moment before the doors closed, I suddenly sensed a pair of eyes seemingly fixated on us from the shadows. A shiver ran down my spine, and by then, the doors had fully shut, and the elevator began its gradual ascent to the top floor. I turned to Liang Yu and inquired, "Do you have cats in this building?" "Huh?" Liang Yu appeared bewildered by my seemingly nonsensical question. I reiterated, "I am asking if there are any pets in this building, like cats or dogs." "Of course not. If there were cats, they would be strays. Our company is quite reputable. Who would keep a cat for amusement? They would surely be dismissed." At this moment, Liang Yu must have thought I had lost my senses to pose such a foolish inquiry. In truth, my mind lingered on the eyes I had just noticed, wondering if they belonged to an animal within the building, much like the black cat that appeared in the abandoned structure. Uncle San questioned, "What is the matter? Did you notice something?" I answered candidly, "Just now, I felt as if someone was watching us, right outside the elevator." Liang Yu scoffed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Aside from Xiaobo, there is no one else in this building. Please spare us your theatrics. You're always so jumpy." Uncle San shook his head. "My nephew possesses an acute sensitivity in such matters. It is prudent to exercise caution." He understood that due to my deficiency in yang energy, I could perceive things that often eluded others, hence his counsel. As a result, Liang Yu listened with increasing disdain. "Why do I feel that it is just the two of you conversing with yourselves? Unless you uncover something tangible. Do not think you can deceive me." I let out a cold laugh, remarking, "No wonder you insisted on following us. Were you here to monitor us?" Liang Yu straightened her posture and replied, "You are correct. Let me inform you, 200,000 is not easily obtained. If you dare to fool me and General Wu, I shall ensure you regret it. Whatever you consume, you shall regurgitate." As she spoke, Liang Yu clenched her fist, her gaze icy as she shot me a fierce glare. Just as I was about to engage in a rebuttal, a sound suddenly emerged from outside. Initially, the sound was faint, barely perceptible, but quickly grew clearer, intermittently resonating within the elevator. Upon hearing it, both my uncle and I froze. Flute music. It was a mournful and plaintive melody, reminiscent of a bamboo flute, yet slightly different. "This is bad," my uncle and I exclaimed in unison. Old Wei had mentioned that on the night of any suicide incident, such flute music would be present. This was nothing short of a death knell. Today, the elevator seemed to be moving exceptionally slowly. I glanced at the indicator, and it had only reached the 10th floor. The mournful melody continued to drift through the air, and I found myself inexplicably affected by it, becoming wholly immersed in its haunting notes. Yet, the elevator came to a halt upon reaching the 10th floor, refusing to ascend further. "This is bad. An incident may occur. We must exit quickly and make our way to the rooftop." Uncle San reached out to press the elevator's door open button, and as the door slid apart, he swiftly dashed out, wielding a flashlight in search of the staircase. I hurriedly followed suit, while Liang Yu, still bewildered, called out from behind, "Hey, what is going on? Where did that flute sound come from?" I had no time to respond to him, as I trailed Uncle San up the stairs to the 11th floor. Retracing our steps from yesterday, we opened the iron gate leading to the rooftop and emerged onto its expanse. At that moment, the moonlight bathed the rooftop in a pure white glow. In the corner where Uncle San had indicated, a figure stood starkly visible. Uncle San shouted and rushed forward. I dare not lag behind and sprinted toward that corner. The situation was unmistakable. The flute's melody had resurfaced tonight, accompanied by the appearance of someone poised to take their life. If we acted swiftly, perhaps we could save a life. The silhouette on the low wall of the rooftop seemed oblivious to our arrival, and with a sudden lean, it toppled outward from the building. Chapter 23. The haunting footsteps. At that moment, my uncle, Liang Yu, and I, with our 3 flashlights, simultaneously directed our beams towards the figure poised to leap from the building. The intertwining shafts of light illuminated the visage of the individual. It was then that I realized he stood with his back to us at the edge of the low wall. Yet, astonishingly, a face was projected above his head. This implied that his head had been twisted a full 180 degrees, grotesquely contorted. The horrifying scene unfolded too swiftly for us to react, and his body plummeted towards the ground below. My uncle, who had been in the lead, abruptly halted, his eyes wide as he witnessed the bizarre figure vanish from the rooftop. Breathless, I rushed to him and stammered, "Uncle, did you see that man's face?" My uncle's expression was grave as he nodded, yet remained silent. At that moment, Liang Yu joined us. appearing even more distressed than I was. Her complexion was ashen, and beads of cold sweat adorned her brow. I scoffed. I told you not to come, yet you insisted. Are you frightened now? Liang Yu waved her hand dismissively. No, it's not that. I know that person. But he... My uncle turned to her, inquiring, who is he? He's an owner in this shopping mall, a dealer for a prominent sports brand, named Chun Wanli, but he... I interrupted, anxious. What happened? Are you so terrified that you can't even articulate a complete thought? Liang Yu shot me an exasperated glare before continuing. But he died last month. What? My uncle and I exclaimed in unison, staring at Liang Yu in disbelief. Liang Yu steadied her mind and nodded resolutely. Indeed. I did not mistake it. That was the face, and he truly has passed away. He jumped from this very building. I pointed towards the spot where he had leaped. But what is the meaning of this? Is it amusing for someone to jump from a building twice? Liang Yu replied impatiently. How should I know? You ought to be the one to ask. Ah, could it be that the one who just leaped was not a person, but rather the ghost of Chun Wanli? The words lingered unspoken on Liang Yu's lips, and for the first time, a hint of fear flickered across her otherwise fearless demeanor. I turned to my uncle and asked, Another person has jumped. Should we notify the authorities? He waved his hand dismissively. From such a height, if there is no sound, it likely isn't true. As he spoke, he fiddled with the compass in his hand. The needle continued to spin, lacking a definitive direction. I leaned in and inquired, Uncle, is this device truly effective? He affirmed, Certainly, it is quite effective. This compass was specially crafted by my master, and I have employed it countless times with unfailing results. The presence of a ghost can alter the magnetic field of a location. Based on this principle, the direction indicated by the compass should point to areas where spirits congregate, namely, where the yin energy is most potent. Then why does it keep spinning today? I pressed. My uncle shook his head. There are two possibilities. As I mentioned, this place has been coated in red, which easily attracts wandering spirits. One possibility is that the place is now teeming with spirits. At this juncture, both Liang Yu and I shivered simultaneously, instinctively glancing around us. When our gazes locked, we exchanged a startled look before turning away. My uncle continued to present his theories. Another possibility is that this compass is flat and the needle-S direction is also flat. This implies that if a spirit's position is above or below the compass, it would be ineffective. I questioned, but that doesn't make sense, Uncle. When we were on the first floor, didn't the needle on the compass rotate? Even on the top floor, it continues to spin. My uncle interjected. Moreover, I observed that the needle remained in motion even while we were in the elevator. I murmured to myself, that is indeed peculiar. Could it be that the spirit resides either above or below? This remark sparked a glimmer of realization in my uncle's eyes, prompting him to ask Liang Yu, Assistant Liang, does this building have a basement? Liang Yu nodded yes. There's a subterranean parking lot and some storage for businesses. However, since the incident occurred, the basement has been sealed off. My uncle inquired, what does the incident have to do with the basement? Why seal it? Liang Yu pondered briefly before responding. It is because after the incident, we consulted a sorcerer. He mentioned that the negative energy underground is quite potent and must be contained. Otherwise, it could surge upward, leading to even graver troubles. Most of the storage in that basement has been left and used anyway, and with business being slow, there weren't many vehicles coming in, so we decided to simply seal off the basement. At this point, a vivid memory surfaced in my mind, recalling the sensation I experienced while standing in the lobby on the first floor. I hastily conveyed to my uncle, when I was on the first floor, it felt as though a chilling current was emanating from the ground beneath me. I was uncertain about it, so I refrained from mentioning it to you. My uncle nodded in acknowledgement, poised to respond. Just then, the flute's melancholic notes, which had previously ceased, resounded once more. The melody remained hauntingly poignant, evoking an overwhelming sense of sorrow, reminiscent of weeping and lamentation, stirring tears and a profound sense of melancholy within the listener. The flute sound seemed to encapsulate a myriad of emotions: nostalgia for one's homeland, resignation to the harshness of reality, longing for a beloved, and yearning for family. Despite my lack of musical expertise, the composition stirred within me an urge to weep. As I listened, I found myself lost in thought, seeking the source of this enchanting melody. It appeared to be emanating from the ground, prompting me to turn and approach the edge of the building. Suddenly, my uncle struck me sharply on the head, jolting me back to reality. That was perilously close. Had it not been for him, the consequences could have been dire. In that moment of distraction, I noticed Liang Yu silently making her way toward the edge of the building as well. I observed her posture, upright and unwavering, her feet moving forward in a deliberate manner. Strangely, I noted that she was walking on her toes, her heels elevated, navigating solely on the tips of her feet. Liang Yu walked slowly, and upon noticing this, Uncle Sen rushed over once more, channeling all his strength to strike the Baihui point atop her head. This maneuver proved remarkably effective, as Liang Yu's body jolted, her heels touching down once again. At this moment, she was less than 2 meters from the edge of the building. Liang Yu, as if awakening from a dream, gazed at Uncle San in bewilderment. Her expression was utterly transformed, and it seemed she was entirely unaware of her surroundings, akin to my earlier sensation. I glanced at Uncle San, who waved his hand dismissively. You were in the same predicament as Assistant Liang just now. I pointed to Liang Yu's feet. What is the meaning of walking on tiptoe? Uncle San elucidated. It is said that ghosts walk in this manner. Observe her stance. It resembles 2 individuals standing closely together, with the heel of the front person resting upon the toes of the one behind. As they move forward, it appears as though the one ahead is walking on tiptoe. So that means there were individuals behind both Liang Yu and me just now. We were stepping forward upon their feet. Upon voicing this thought, I was startled by my own words. There was no one behind us. Could it be a ghost? Were we advancing upon the footsteps of Spectre? Or perhaps we were being guided step by a ghost? Did those who leaped from the building experience a similar phenomenon? Liang Yu, still somewhat perplexed, listened as I briefly recounted her recent experience. Her face reflected disbelief as she absorbed the information. Uncle San waved his hand dismissively and said, Enough with the wild speculations. Listen to the sound of the flute. It has yet to cease. We should head to the basement. At that moment, the hauntingly beautiful melody of the flute seemed to transcend a realm, transforming into a more fervent expression, reminiscent of 1,000 horses galloping in silence, evoking the grandeur of the Yellow River's flow. Were it not for the gravity of the situation, I might have erupted into applause, a gesture of reverence. However, as it stood, the sound only deepened my dread without offering any solace. The flute's melody was insidious. Both Liang Yu and I had succumbed to its effects to varying degrees. Had Uncle Sin not been present, we might have faced dire consequences. I recounted the recent events to Liang Yu, who wore an expression of astonishment. Uncle San gestured for us to follow him as he guided us through the rooftop passage. Speaking as we walked, it seems that this flute music is the root of our troubles. Liang Yu remarked, I have never heard of any connection between our location and a flute. How could such a malevolent sound suddenly emerge? It wouldn't be Xiaobo playing, would it? Our spirits were weighed down by the flute's haunting notes, and a sense of paranoia enveloped us. It felt as though anyone besides the 3 of us could be the source of that eerie melody. Uncle San led the way with a flashlight, while Liang Yu followed behind with a hesitant tread. We descended from the rooftop, traversed the staircase, and reached the 11th floor, still a short distance from the elevator. As we walked, I suddenly felt a hand rest upon my shoulder. Behind me was Liang Yu, and I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Without turning around, I lightly remarked, What is the matter, Assistant Liang? Are you finally feeling fear now? There was no response from behind. I continued, Are you stunned? If you're frightened, come walk in front of me. Do you realize your palms have turned cold with fear? As I spoke, I caught sight of Liang Yu approaching from my right, casting me a disdainful glance. What are you mumbling about all alone? She inquired. I was taken aback. Liang Yu was indeed on my right, and both her hands were at her sides. But then, whose hand was resting on my shoulder? Remembering that my shoulder lacked a protective aura, as my uncle had mentioned, I felt a chill run down my spine. Goosebumps prickled my skin. I dared not make any sudden movements, merely tilting my head slightly to the left, stealing a glance at my left shoulder. To my horror, I beheld a pale, grayish hand resting there. It could not possibly belong to a living person, for its hue was devoid of any warmth, utterly unlike normal skin. At that moment, I could no longer contain my rising terror, disregarding all else. I swiftly raised my right hand and forcefully swatted away the hand on my shoulder, simultaneously letting out a shriek. Ah, a ghost! A ghost! Ah! My screams echoed down the corridor. Chapter 24. Truly lost Uncle Sam was taken aback, hastily rushing over to inquire. What happened? Why the commotion? Ghost! Ghost! Hand! Hand! Overwhelmed by fear, I could scarcely utter a coherent sentence. In that moment, a shadow suddenly darted past, akin to a gust of wind, racing towards the end of the corridor. With Uncle Sam by my side, I momentarily cast aside my trepidation, raising my flashlight to pursue the shadow down the corridor. Indeed, the sound of footsteps echoed behind me. Uncle Sam was following closely. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the beams of our flashlights. The shadow swiftly vanished into the inky blackness, our lights revealing only a limited distance ahead. However, upon reaching the end of the corridor, I discovered it to be a dead end. There was no passage forward, only a locked window. I shone my flashlight around and asked, Uncle Sam, do you think that shadow was human or ghostly? My question fell into silence, and, as I turned back, I was startled to find a face alarmingly close to mine. With a gasp, I stumbled backward. What are you screaming for? Am I that terrifying? It was Liang Yu, and my heart finally began to calm. Why are you so close? Trying to scare me to death? I said, my impatience evident. Yet upon a second glance, I realized that only Liang Yu stood there. Uncle Sam was nowhere to be seen. I directed my flashlight back down the corridor we had traversed, but the darkness offered no glimpse of him. Where is Uncle Sam? I called out loudly. Liang Yu raised her voice, exclaiming, What are you yelling about? How would I know what your uncle is up to? All I saw was you running over here like a madman, so naturally, I followed. Troubled, I paid little heed to Liang Yu's words, muttering under my breath as I clutched the flashlight and retraced my steps in search of my uncle. Hey, where are you going? Liang Yu shouted, closely trailing behind me. Glancing back, I noticed an unusual pallor on her face. I mused to myself that, despite her courage, being a woman in such a situation would naturally evoke fear. I said to her, we must find my uncle. In a place like this, anything can happen if we separate. Did you not notice him when you arrived? Liang Yu shook her head, responding, Could he have gone to the basement on his own? I replied firmly, No, he wouldn't abandon us to venture into the basement alone. As we spoke, I raised my eyes and realized, to our surprise, that we had unknowingly approached the elevator area. Liang Yu, with her keen eyesight, pointed to the elevator, saying, Look. Startled, I turned to see the numbers on the elevator's floor display changing. 7, 6, 5. CC, I told you your uncle has already gone down, Liang Yu declared, gesturing towards the elevator. The elevator continued its descent, and although I found it hard to believe my uncle would leave us behind to go downstairs, the evidence was irrefutable. What shall we do now? Liang Yu inquired. What else can we do? We must go down and find him. I gazed at the numbers on the elevator as they changed incrementally. Upon reaching 1, they did not cease, but rather lingered there. The elevator doors swung open with a pronounced clang, the sound resonating clearly even from our vantage point above. Liang Yu reached out to press the button for the downward journey, and the elevator ascended with another loud clatter. I inquired of Liang Yu, Is this the only elevator here? She nodded in affirmation, explaining, This is the office floor. Currently, only this elevator is operational. There's several in the mall, but none connect to this level. At that moment, I contemplated that departing this place sooner rather than later might be a prudent course of action. Reflecting on the recent events sent a shiver down my spine. However, after the experience, a sense of calm began to wash over me. Even the haunting melody of the flute that had echoed in my ears seemed to have ceased. The elevator swiftly arrived, and we stepped inside, one after the other. Liang Yu queried whether we were also heading to the basement. I glanced at the time. After all the commotion, it was already past 12:30, leaving us with less than half an hour until the appointed hour of 1 o'clock with my uncle. Consequently, I pressed the button for the first floor and remarked, Let us wait for my uncle at the designated spot on the first floor. I wish to avoid any unnecessary complications. Liang Yu shot me a sidelong glance and muttered, Coward. I retorted. Who are you calling coward? If you're so brave, why don't you venture down the basement? My sharp reply seemed to catch her off guard, and though she pouted in discontent, she ultimately refrained from further retort. I found amusement in the irony of my own fear, as I often mocked others for their timidity. In this eerie place, anyone who claims to be unafraid must either be foolish or insane. As I watched the elevator descend gradually, a sudden thought flashed through my mind. I slapped my forehead, realizing that my mind had been muddled by a series of events. How could I have overlooked this? The question arose. While we observed the elevator moving downward, we instinctively assumed that my uncle had entered the elevator and was controlling its descent. We had all neglected another possibility, that someone below had summoned the elevator. This was, in essence, a rather mundane matter of common sense. Yet at that moment, none of us could conceive of it. I glanced at Liang Yu, but chose not to voice this concern. Deep down, I still hoped that my uncle had indeed taken the elevator down. Otherwise, the thought of someone pressing the button from below, especially with the underground area sealed off, was enough to send chills down one's spine. The elevator seemed to amplify its noise at night, clattering and vibrating ominously. A sense of dread washed over me. Could this elevator be malfunctioning again? We stood in silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly peculiar. To break the tension, I deliberately remarked, Assistant Liang, with such a large corporation, why hasn't this elevator been properly maintained? Liang Yu's reply nearly caused me to leap out of my skin. She said, this elevator hasn't been serviced in 5 years. It's a miracle it's still operational. Good heavens, what is happening? Surely, this elevator won't go haywire, will it? I leaned against the elevator wall, fervently praying that it would not falter. Fortunately, although the elevator was somewhat noisy, it did not hinder its operation, and we swiftly reached the first floor. I was prepared to step out of the elevator when, to my astonishment, it continued its descent without stopping at the first floor. Both Liang Yu and I were taken aback by this anomaly. The button for the first floor remained illuminated. How could it not halt? You jinxed it. Liang Yu glared at me, reproachingly. I waved my hand dismissively, assuring her, no worries. We're already on the first floor. Even if it malfunctions, we won't meet our demise. The elevator soon reached the basement level, coming to a sudden stop at last. The doors gradually slid open, allowing a chilling breeze to sweep inside. The dim yellow light within flickered ominously, as if on the verge of extinguishing. Goodness, it was a light bulb, not a candle. How could it possibly be snuffed out by the wind? Fortunately, the light only flickered a few times, reminiscent of unstable voltage, and did not completely go out, though its brightness noticeably diminished. I grabbed the flashlight and waved it outside. The darkness beyond was so profound that the beam could barely illuminate 2 or 3 meters ahead, rendering everything invisible. Both Liang Yu and I hesitated to venture outside. I boldly called out, Uncle San, are you there? Are you there? There. The basement level was even more desolate, and the echoes reverberated farther and longer. Yet, there was still no response from Uncle San. Liang Yu tugged at my sleeve and suggested, should we try to return to the first floor? I nodded slightly and pressed the already extinguished button once more. The elevator doors began to close slowly again. My heart felt a little more at ease. In comparison to the outside, I found the elevator shaft to be a sanctuary of sorts, for it was illuminated and devoid of the myriad uncertainties lurking beyond. I recalled a phrase, though I could not remember its origin. Darkness symbolizes the unknown, and the unknown is the most terrifying of all. Yet, just as the elevator doors were nearly sealed, an arm unexpectedly slipped through the narrowing gap. This took us completely by surprise, under the dim light. The exposed skin of that half-arm appeared a ghastly gray. It bore an unsettling resemblance to the hand I had discovered resting on my shoulder when I was on the top floor. Ah! Liang Yu and I instinctively gasped in unison. As the elevator doors made contact with the arm, they began to open slowly once again. With the doors fully ajar, I beheld a figure standing just outside the elevator. A chilling draft rushed in, and the light above flickered a few times before extinguishing with a sharp pop. I had already turned off my flashlight, and now the surroundings were engulfed in darkness. Judging by the hue of that hand, I was certain that the person before us was no living soul. A shiver ran down my spine as I fumbled the switch on the flashlight. As the beam illuminated the space, I saw Liang Yu spring into action, delivering a swift kick to the stranger's chest. The figure staggered back several paces but did not fall. "Quick, close the elevator," Liang Yu shouted urgently. I hastily pressed the close button, and this time, the door successfully sealed shut. We had pressed the button for a floor, and the elevator shuddered slightly before ascending. Upon leaving the basement, the light within the elevator flickered a few times before illuminating steadily. Both Liang Yu and I instinctively placed our hands over our chests, the rapid beating of our hearts rendering us unable to find tranquility. The events that had just transpired eluded our understanding. Liang Yu inquired, "Was it your third uncle outside?" I shook my head in disbelief. How could that be? Just look at that skin. It was clearly that of a corpse. Is there more down here? Nonsense. We're not in a hospital. How could there be a morgue? Liang Yu instinctively began to utter a curse, but, perhaps feeling it was somewhat unrefined, opted for a more genteel expression. At that moment, I had no inclination to mock her. My concern for my third uncle began to swell. Unexpectedly, as we conversed, the elevator had already passed one floor and continued its ascent toward the higher levels. Chapter 25. Elevator Terror. If the elevator had not halted on the first floor, it could have been attributed to a mechanical failure. However, this time, as the elevator ascended past the first floor without stopping, it became increasingly difficult to rationalize. A foreboding sensation gripped me, prompting an urgent flurry of button presses, illuminating nearly every floor's button. Yet the elevator continued its relentless ascent, disregarding all stops. Frustrated, I kicked the elevator door and exclaimed, "What kind of shoddy elevator is this?" Liang Yu appeared somewhat flustered, yet remarkably more composed than I was at that moment. She intervened, urging me to calm down. Taking a step forward, she suddenly faltered, crouching down and gripping her right ankle, gasping sharply. I recalled how she had just kicked the person outside the elevator with remarkable composure. Had that individual managed to enter, who knows what chaos might have ensued in such confined space. Even more unsettling was my growing suspicion that the entity outside was not truly alive. Seeing Liang Yu in distress suggested she had sustained an injury. I hurriedly crouched beside her, inquiring, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" She shook her head, insisting, "I'm fine." When I kicked that person outside, his body felt as solid as a stone slab, and my ankle jolted. The rigidity of that body confirmed my suspicions. The figure outside was indeed not human. I assisted Liang Yu in standing, analyzing the situation. She flexed her ankle, appearing to be relatively unharmed. She spoke with a sense of foreboding. Not a living person? How could there be? The dead here? I cast a glance at the elevator, which had ascended once more to the 11th floor, yet the doors remained shut. After a few jolts, it began its descent back to the ground floor. Leaning against the elevator wall, I remarked at this point, "It seems fortunate that we can even manage to escape from this elevator." Liang Yu appeared somewhat dejected. What could be causing the elevator to behave this way? It's completely out of control. I elucidated, in places where the Yin energy is dense enough to manifest spirits, the magnetic field undergoes alteration. Of course, to alter the magnetic field, an exceptionally heavy presence of Yin energy is required. This cannot be achieved in a typical environment unless one employs certain special means to summon spirits and intensify the local Yin energy fluctuations, thereby modifying the magnetic field. Once the magnetic field is altered, it can manipulate electrical currents and remote controls. However, it is challenging for ordinary individuals to accomplish this. It necessitates someone who has cultivated specific abilities, such as a Taoist priest, a ghost master, or a corpse handler. Though I had accompanied my uncle for only a short period, he had often regaled me with tales of metaphysics during our idle moments. He had recounted many incidents that defied scientific explanation, which I had initially dismissed as mere stories. Little did I know that the scant knowledge I had acquired would seem profoundly esoteric to Liang Yu at this moment. With my uncle absent, her gaze toward me was filled with admiration and reverence. Simultaneously, she seemed to place her hopes of escaping our current predicament upon me. Yet, my understanding was merely superficial. Without my uncle, I found myself utterly at a loss. It has become increasingly evident, as I previously mentioned to Liang Yu, that the elevator has likely been manipulated by external forces. I glanced over and saw that the elevator had descended from the 11th floor to the 9th. Just as I was about to offer her some words of comfort, a sudden, jarring noise erupted from the elevator, followed by a swift descent from the 9th floor. Simultaneously, the light within the elevator flickered and crackled before extinguishing completely. Ah, being a girl, Liang Yu could no longer suppress her fear, and she instinctively threw herself into my arms, gripping my clothing tightly, causing me discomfort. I could only grasp the handrail with one hand while encircling Liang Yu with the other. A sense of hopelessness enveloped me, as I recognized the alarming speed of our descent. Should we continue to fall at this rate, even divine intervention would be futile. At that moment, we could only resign ourselves to fate. The prospect of plummeting to our demise seemed inevitable, perhaps even making the headlines the following day. Just as I braced myself to endure the impending impact of the elevator's fall, it unexpectedly came to a gradual halt. I glanced at the illuminated floor indicator, pondering whether my frantic pressing of the buttons had somehow influenced this outcome. After all, isn't there a technique outlined in many emergency evacuation tutorials for such situations? Regardless, the elevator's cessation allowed us to narrowly escape disaster. Liang Yu, having realized our predicament, hastily extricated herself from my embrace, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and mumbled, "You were holding on quite tightly." I find myself in a state of bemusement, lacking the inclination to engage in a verbal sparring match with her. This woman, it seems, is devoid of reason. The elevator halted on the first floor, yet the doors remained closed. After a brief pause, it abruptly descended from the first floor to the basement level. Just as Liang Yu had vacated my embrace, she was drawn back by sound, rushing into my arms once more, holding me tightly. The elevator soon came to another stop, and, after several tumultuous moments, I had grown somewhat numb to the situation. This time, the elevator doors creaked open. As before, a chilling breeze swept in from outside. I shivered involuntarily, and Liang Yu cast a furtive glance before stepping away from me. However, this time she merely adjusted her hair and said nothing. Two beams of light still illuminated the interior, and upon glancing down, I discovered our flashlights had fallen during the elevator's rapid descent. Fortunately, they had not been damaged and continued to emit light. I quickly retrieved both flashlights and handed one to Liang Yu, urging her, "Hurry, we must exit the elevator." The circumstances had shifted. Once outside, we would have significantly more space, and even if danger were to arise, we would at least possess some room for maneuver. Remaining inside the elevator felt increasingly perilous, as it was now entirely beyond our control. I patted myself down and was relieved to find the peach which sword my uncle had given me still in my possession. I hastily grasped the sword in my hand. At that moment, the mysterious figure outside had vanished, yet it was evident that he still lingered on this basement level, and we could encounter him at any moment. Liang Yu exited the elevator, drawing a dagger from her own belongings. The dagger gleamed ominously in the dim light, casting a chilling reflection. I gasped and remarked, "Why are you carrying that? Isn't this considered a restricted weapon?" Liang Yu shot me a glance of annoyance, replying, "What time is it? Are you still concerned about that?" I responded, "Isn't this a bit too tense? I was merely trying to lighten the mood." Liang Yu waved her hand dismissively. Enough chatter. Where are we headed? I raised my flashlight to survey our surroundings and inquired, "Can you locate the staircase? We need to leave this level as swiftly as possible. We can discuss things with Uncle Sam later." Liang Yu nodded and led me towards one side of the elevator. She walked ahead while I followed closely behind, periodically shining the flashlight around us. The ground was marked with faded parking lines, though it appeared to have been long and used and neglected, with a thick layer of dust covering the surface. As we passed, we stirred up the dust, which was somewhat suffocating. I also noticed a distinct chill in the air, reminiscent of entering an ice cellar. I recognized this as a manifestation of the heavy, oppressive atmosphere. After taking just a couple of steps, I felt goosebumps rise on my skin, sensing a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, watching us intently. I silently lamented, for this ominous sensation had returned. I had felt it earlier when I entered with Uncle Sam, but now it was even more pronounced, as if that presence was alarmingly close, within reach of my fingertips. Suddenly, Liang Yu, who was leading the way, exclaimed, "Found it! It's right here." I felt a sense of relief as I located the stairway. It would facilitate our escape. We rushed up in one breath, and even if we could not find Uncle San at the very least, we could persuade Lao Xiao to deactivate the entire mall's lighting circuit. With illumination, everything would become manageable. We hastened a few steps, and Liang Yu approached the door to the stairway. After pushing and pulling it twice, she realized it was firmly locked. Frustrated, she kicked the door, producing a resounding echo in the vast space. I quickly grasped her arm, urging her not to panic, stating that kicking it would be futile and we needed to devise another plan. Liang Yu, exasperated, exclaimed, "The elevator is inaccessible. The stairway is locked. What other options do we have?" I inquired, "Isn't this a parking lot? Where is the car entrance?" Liang Yu paused, then suddenly said, "You're right. How could I have overlooked that? Let's hurry." We turned to seek the car entrance, though I held little hope. If someone were targeting us or had made preparations, it was unlikely they would only secure the stairway while leaving the expansive car entrance open. Nevertheless, being trapped here, any glimmer of hope was better than despair. As we took 2 more steps, a faint yet haunting melody of a flute wafted through the air. Liang Yu and I froze simultaneously. It was the very flute sound we had heard on the rooftop. Back then, it was barely perceptible, but now it resonated clearly, allowing us to discern its source with precision. It emanated from a distance, suggesting that someone was indeed playing the flute. We raised our flashlights and directed them towards the source of the flute's haunting melody. Regrettably, the illumination from the flashlight was woefully inadequate. I inwardly cursed, thinking how miserly my uncle was. The flashlight he provided was merely a mundane one. Had I known, I would have insisted that Mr. Wu procure a few high-powered flashlights for us. The beam barely penetrated the darkness, swiftly engulfed by the shadows. Yet, the flute sound grew increasingly distinct. I cautioned Liang Yu. "This melody is rather sinister. We were already ensnared on the rooftop. Let us be vigilant this time. If you sense discomfort, pinch your philtrum." After saying this, I pinched mine, and the sharp pain jolted me awake, keeping my mind clear of the flute's enchanting call. Liang Yu stood beside me, perhaps trying my method, and muttered, "You do have your ways." I replied, "It's all thanks to my uncle's teachings." Liang Yu grumbled, "Your uncle is rather unreliable, leaving us behind while he fled." I chuckled softly. What he has done is far beyond mere unreliability. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from the darkness. Chapter 26. The fierce struggle in this enveloping darkness. Any slight alteration in our surroundings heightened our anxiety. The sudden emergence of footsteps ahead reminded me of the mysterious figure we encountered at the elevator, whose fate was uncertain. Simultaneously, we directed our flashlight toward the source of the sound. However, the result was disheartening. The darkness was impenetrable. The beam of the flashlight illuminated only a meager distance, rendering it insignificant against the vast, unyielding shadows. The footsteps seemed to taunt us, advancing at a leisurely pace, echoing as if more than one person was approaching. I glanced back, only to be met with an expanse of darkness. In this confined space, the notion of escape felt futile. A disconcerting thought crossed my mind. The frequent misfortunes that plagued this commercial building might very well stem from the depths of this underground parking lot. What was meant to happen would inevitably unfold. After all we had faced in the elevator moments ago, I resolved to confront the situation with composure rather than succumb to fear. Instead of waiting for disaster to strike, I chose to meet the challenge head-on. Reflecting on this, I recalled a saying that rang true. Without experiencing storms, how could one behold a rainbow? After enduring a series of terrifying encounters, the absence of my uncle seemed to awaken the latent strength within me. Clutching my peachwood sword, I called out toward the footsteps. "Who goes there? Spare us your tricks." My sudden outburst elicited no response from the unseen entity, but it startled Liang Yu beside me. She gasped and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" The fierce resolve I had summoned with great difficulty was extinguished by her mere words. Our voices echoed in the vast underground space, further amplifying the already tense atmosphere with an unsettling aura. In a fleeting moment, shadowy figures began to materialize ahead. I swallowed hard, my grip on the peach with sword tightening. At this juncture, I could only hope that my uncle, upon realizing we had become separated, would find his way here. As for how he would arrive, I had no doubt he would devise a means, for he is my uncle. However, we must endure until his arrival. Yet we were confronted with the most daunting predicament. Were the approaching figures human, ghostly apparitions, or some grotesque amalgamation of both? An answer was imminent. Suddenly, under the beams of our flashlights, two figures emerged ahead. For the moment, let us refer to them as humans, though they bore little resemblance to any I had encountered. Their hair was disheveled, and their complexion, akin to their skin, was a pallid gray. There are many shades of gray, but this hue, dead gray, was unmistakably associated with mortality. I had witnessed such an unadulterated skin tone when my grandfather passed away. It was precisely this. For the first time, I felt a profound fear toward the color. The two figures appeared ghastly due to their pallor. Their eyes, although wide open, lacked any spark, resembling the vacant stare of dolls sold on the streets, devoid of emotion. In that moment, I understood why eyes are often referred to as the windows to the soul. Although the eyes cannot speak, they possess the remarkable ability to convey a multitude of emotions. Perhaps, through the gaze, one can discern whether a person is alive or deceased. The two figures that have appeared before us are evidently not among the living. Yet astonishingly, they are able to walk. The events that transpired within this building over the course of a single night have profoundly altered my initial understanding of this world. It appears there are numerous bizarre occurrences that, despite their existence, elude our comprehension. I believe that at this moment, Liang Yu is also grappling with a tumult of emotions. As I notice her hand gripping the dagger, trembling ever so slightly, this is a natural psychological response for anyone witnessing such a scene. As those two upright beings approach us with deliberate steps, I have come to the unsettling conclusion that they are not alive, but rather resemble two cadavers, two corpses capable of locomotion. At that moment, Liang Yu uttered a name that further solidified my suspicions. She called out to one of them, Chun. Chun Wanli. The name resonated within me, recalling the silhouette that had leapt from the rooftop. Liang Yu claimed to have seen the face of that individual, identifying him as a brand distributor within the shopping mall, named Chun Wanli, who had clearly taken his own life last month. With Liang Yu's recognition of Chun Wanli, coupled with my previous deductions, what else could he be but a corpse? Despite being somewhat mentally prepared, the sight of the two approaching corpses compelled both Liang Yu and me to instinctively retreat step by step. At that moment, the haunting melody that had lingered in the underground space suddenly intensified. The once mournful and melodious notes transformed into sharp and piercing tones, akin to a mighty river in full flow. The two approaching corpses also altered their rhythm, hastening their pace towards Liang Yu and me. I heard Liang Yu let out a startled cry as she engaged in combat with Chun Wanli. As the other corpse lunged closer to me, I realized to my astonishment that it was a female corpse. Her disheveled hair obscured half of her face, revealing only one lifeless eye, dull and gray. Her mouth was slightly agape, and as she lunged at me, I was caught off guard, overwhelmed by the nauseating stench emanating from her decaying form. I nearly retched, but before I could react further, instinct took over and I raised my leg to kick at her. With a resounding thud, the female corpse staggered back slightly, yet I was jolted by the impact, causing my ankle to tingle and my body to topple backwards. Just as I regained my footing, the female corpse lunged at me once more, her arms outstretched in an attempt to grasp me. Gritting my teeth, I thrust the peachwood sword sharply toward her chest. The momentum of her charge was considerable, and my strength was substantial. Although the sword was made of peachwood, I was unaware of the method my uncle had employed to hone it, as it proved unexpectedly sharp and resilient. This strike effortlessly tore through her clothing, piercing her chest. After that kick, I could discern the corpse's body was exceedingly rigid, which had caused both my and Liang Yu's ankles to jolt. The sword I thrust forth was merely an instinctive reaction. However, I was taken aback when the peachwood sword effortlessly penetrated the skin of the corpse. The blade sunk in over 2 inches, and I observed that the wound on the female corpse did not ooze blood, but instead emitted a hissing sound. I was uncertain whether the corpse was responding to the injury, as it opened its mouth wide, producing a wheezing noise akin to a deflated bellows. Its body swiftly recoiled, prompting me to tighten my grip on the hilt and withdraw the sword. Upon illuminating the area with my flashlight, I discovered that the section which had pierced the corpse had turned completely black. After retreating, the female corpse seemed to harbor a fear of the peach with sword in my grasp, halting in place and refraining from advancing. At that moment, I heard Liang Yu's voice calling out and hurriedly turned to see her. She had already engaged in combat with the corpse, revealing that her skills were undoubtedly honed, as both her strength and agility were of the highest caliber. Despite wielding a much sharper dagger, she was only able to penetrate the body of Chen Wanli by a mere half-inch on several occasions. Chen Wanli appeared unfazed, allowing the dagger to strike him while continuing his assault on Liang Yu. His clothing had been torn by her dagger, leaving a significant portion of his body exposed. His skin bore the same ghastly gray hue, and under the beam of the flashlight, it glistened with a revolting, greasy substance. As he moved, bits of this filth fell away, leaving a layer of repugnant residue on the ground. I could only surmise that during her close combat with Liang Yu, she must have been splattered with a considerable amount of it. At this moment, her ability to suppress the urge to retch left me in awe. Nevertheless, despite Liang Yu's commendable skills, the situation was dire. Chen Wanli showed no inclination to evade, relentlessly cornering Liang Yu. I rushed forward, thrusting my sword towards Chen Wanli. With his back turned to me, my blade struck the area of his shoulder blade. Much like the female corpse, the peachwood sword penetrated more than 2 inches. Chen Wanli straightened his back, emitting a peculiar sound from his throat, halting his assault on Liang Yu. Seizing this opportunity, Liang Yu burst forth from the corner, panting heavily beside me. I exerted all my strength to withdraw the peachwood sword, but to my dismay, it seemed lodged within Chen Wanli's bone joint, resisting my efforts. Suddenly, Chen Wanli spun around, and the tremendous torque caused my sword to slip from my grasp. At that moment, the flute's melody, having experienced a brief pause, resumed. Chen Wanli finally emitted a low, indistinct sound from his throat, as if something had obstructed his voice. He swiftly twirled his body, casting the peachwood sword to the ground. A chill ran through my heart. That peachwood sword was my sole reliance, the only object that could instill fear in the corpses. Now, it was lost to me, and the cadaver before me seemed utterly devoid of fatigue or pain. If this continued, the fate awaiting Liang Yu and myself was all too evident. The 2 corpses converged once more, lunging towards us. Liang Yu attempted to charge forward, but I swiftly restrained her, urgently imploring, "Do not exert yourself. We cannot overcome them. I will hold them off. Hurry and seek the exit, the entrance to the vehicle." Liang Yu gazed at me with a complex expression and retorted, "Spare me your bravado. I do not require your gallant rescue." Having wasted precious moments, Chen Wanli had already surged ahead. Without time to articulate my thoughts, I swung my flashlight forcefully at Chen Wanli's head. The corpse's body was remarkably resilient. However, its skull was fragile. My strike caved in a portion of his head, reminiscent of a deflated balloon. Simultaneously, the brain matter oozed out, a ghastly sight that was utterly repulsive. Chapter 27. The hero saves the beauty even with his head battered to such a state. Chen Wanli merely hesitated for a brief moment before charging forward once more. The remaining half of his disfigured face appeared even more terrifying. I stood in the middle of the entrance, my flashlight illuminating the 2 advancing corpses, my heart as lifeless as the pallor of their skin. Suddenly, I noticed a shift in the melody of the flute, as if it was transitioning from a climactic crescendo to a gentle lull. Simultaneously, the 2 corpses slowed their advance, fixating their lifeless gazes upon me. At this juncture, I recognized that the haunting flute melody, which had been lingering incessantly, was the very source controlling the movements of these 2 cadavers. Moreover, the melody was not arbitrary. It resembled a composition, soaring at times, soothing at others, ethereal and graceful, fluctuating in rhythm and tone. Seizing the opportunity presented by the mellower strains of the flute, I called out once more to Liang Yu, "You are mistaken. I am no hero and shall not rescue any damsel. You must leave at once and seek help from me." As I spoke, An unsettling silence fell behind me. Turning in surprise, I discovered that Liang Yu had vanished without a trace. Despair settled within me as I realized I had foolishly postured as a hero while she had departed without a word, seeking her own escape. It seemed I was destined to remain trapped in this underground parking lot today. Suddenly, the soothing flute melody surged once again into a high pitch. I instinctively called out in alarm and swiftly turned. Indeed, the two corpses had resumed their assault, a chilling aura enveloping them as they lunged towards me. Reflexively, I swung my flashlight at the female corpse advancing before me. The impact struck with precision, yet my palms were drenched in cold sweat. In my overzealous attempt, the flashlight unexpectedly slipped from my grasp, crashing onto the lifeless body before bouncing onto the ground. The batteries ejected, and in an instant, the flashlight extinguished, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder as an overwhelming force struck me, propelling my body backwards, and I fell heavily to the ground. Clutching my shoulder, a searing agony coursed through me, and I feared that I might have fractured a bone. However, there was no time for further contemplation. My initial intention had been to stall them momentarily, thereby granting Liang Yu a chance to seek help. Yet, the unfolding events were entirely contrary to my expectations. Given my capabilities, I was utterly defenseless, without any means to contend with the two mindless creatures, reminiscent of scenes from a zombie film. Moreover, since Liang Yu had long since fled, there was no necessity for me to remain behind. In the enveloping darkness, I heard footsteps approaching, prompting me to stifle the pain and flee in the opposite direction. Yet, I had never navigated through complete darkness before, and after merely 2 steps, I realized the daunting challenge it posed. Instinctively, one feels an inherent trepidation towards the obscured path ahead, as if an unseen barrier lies in wait. If I could not surmount this mental obstacle, I would be incapable of running with full vigor. Behind me, 2 corpses pursued relentlessly, seemingly unaffected by the darkness, relying not on sight, but on the sound of my footsteps. Just as I found myself cornered, a sudden beam of light appeared to my left, accompanied by a voice calling out this way. It was Liang Yu. I hurried towards that glimmer of hope. The mere presence of light invigorated my pace significantly. Having battled with those ghastly beings for an extended period, I observed that their movement was limited. They walked without bending their knees, rendering them incapable of running. Thus, while they were swift, they could not match the speed of a person sprinting with all their might. Breathless, I reached Liang Yu, only to discover that we were in a room. Once I entered, she promptly shut the door behind me. Liang Yu illuminated my face with her flashlight, and instinctively, I raised my hand to shield my eyes. The motion, however, strained my shoulder, causing me to grimace in pain. Concern etched on her face. Liang Yu inquired, "What happened? Are you hurt?" I nodded. Those 2 things struck my shoulder. Liang Yu's urgency was palpable as she asked, "Is it serious?" I shook my head. "It's much better now. I believe the bone is intact." She glanced at me, a smile breaking through her worry. "I didn't expect you to be so tough in a critical moment." I nodded. Those who know me often say the same. Liang Yu shot me a playful glare. "You're out of breath, and yet you call yourself tough." I retorted, "What brings you here without even a greeting?" Liang Yu remarked at that moment. I took note of my surroundings and suddenly recalled that there was a surveillance room monitoring the parking lot. However, I was uncertain, so I hurried over to investigate. And to my surprise, I found it. With the beam of her flashlight, I observed that one wall of the room was covered with monitors. Unfortunately, there was no power, and the screens were inactive. Just as I was about to rummage through the room for anything useful, a loud bang echoed from the door, startling both of us. Immediately after, a series of thuds followed, indicating that the 2 corpses outside had tracked us to the doorway and were now attempting to force their way in. The impact of their assault was tremendous, causing the door to shake violently. I forced a smile and said, "If those things break in, we will have nowhere left to escape. It's no different from being trapped in an elevator." Liang Yu reassured me, "Don't worry, that door is a security door. I refuse to believe they can break in." Relieved, I leaned against the wall and gradually sat down. Liang Yu noticed something was off with me and quickly asked, "Let me see your wound?" I shook my head. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Liang Yu, displeased, said, Why are you trying to be so tough? Without waiting for a response, she moved closer and began tearing at my shirt. I hastily protested. Hey, you're a girl. Can't you be a bit gentler? Less chatter. Liang Yu replied, curtly, swiftly ripping open my collar to expose my shoulder. Liang Yu shone the flashlight, and I took a glance, startled by the sight. My right shoulder bore a significant bruise, swollen and raised. Liang Yu stood up and rummaged through the room for a while, finally lamenting. This place hasn't been used in ages, and there are no supplies. I waved my hand dismissively. It's fine. I want to be dead from this. Let us just rest for a moment. Turn off the flashlight to conserve some battery. Once they break down the door, we'll have our hands full. The sound of the two corpses banging against the door continued relentlessly. Liang Yu approached and gently sat beside me. After extinguishing the flashlight, the room was once again enveloped in darkness. Such darkness only amplified one's fear, especially with the imminent threat of those two corpses potentially breaking in. I feigned calmness and initiated a conversation. You seem quite adept. Where did you acquire your skills? Liang Yu replied. I was always a bit of an oddball as a child, enjoying climbing trees and fighting. My father encouraged me to learn Taekwondo, and later I practiced some Sanda. I even won a prize in a provincial competition. I intended to apply for the police academy, but my mother vehemently opposed it, citing the dangers of being a police officer. After graduating, I joined my uncle's company. I paused, taken aback. Your uncle's company? Who is your uncle? My uncle is Wu Tianyu. Wu. Wu is your uncle? Liang Yu nodded. Yes. Why are you so surprised? Haha. I thought you were, Wu's. What did you think I was? Ah, very well. You actually. Oomph. As Liang Yu spoke, she suddenly grasped my meaning, letting out an indignant huff. I offered a bittersweet smile and replied, You cannot blame me. You are so youthful and beautiful. Being an assistant to Mr. Wu naturally leads one to assume you are his secretary and mistress. You are injured, and I shall not stoop to your level. Just wait until we are outside, and you shall see how I deal with you. And what of your unreliable third uncle? I must ask, are you truly capable? He has taken our 200,000, achieved nothing, and now has entangled himself in this mess, dragging me down with him. Liang Yu vented her frustrations. Who told you to follow me? She retorted. But fret not. The fact that we have not seen my uncle indicates that he is currently devising a plan. Perhaps he will arrive shortly to rescue us. In truth, I spoke these words as a means of self-soothing. I was more aware than any one of my uncle's tendencies. It seemed that every endeavor undertaken with him resulted in my being led astray, and this instance was no exception. As we conversed, Liang Yu suddenly nudged me and whispered, Listen. I strained to hear, and to my surprise, the sound of pounding on the door had gradually ceased. I quickly illuminated my flashlight and approached the door, pressing my ear against it. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the air, as if the earlier commotion had never occurred. Liang Yu leaned in closer. We crouched by the door, waiting for about 10 minutes, and outside, it was as though nothing had transpired, with not a single sound to be heard. Uncertain of what had transpired, I grasped the doorknob and cast a glance at Liang Yu. Liang Yu held a dagger in her hand and nodded at me, clearly not wishing to remain here in silence, eager to uncover the happenings outside. I signaled her discreetly, counting softly 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3, I abruptly yanked the door open, and both Liang Yu and I swiftly dodged to either side. The door swung open, revealing an unsettling stillness beyond, accompanied only by the chilling wind that swept into the room. Shining my flashlight outside, I was met with the sight of two corpses standing rigidly like two tree stumps. A shiver ran down my spine, and instinctively, I considered shutting the door again. Yet, those two bodies remained motionless, prompting me to hesitate and shine my flashlight once more. This time, I stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. Standing at the threshold were what appeared to be 3 figures. A fleeting glance had led me to sense a familiar silhouette among them. 3. Uncle San? I muttered under my breath. Liang Yu, overhearing, inquired urgently, What? Your Uncle San? Where? I focused on the figure standing a little farther away. The outline of the body unmistakably resembled that of Uncle San. I was all too familiar with his physique, and the resemblance grew stronger as I stepped cautiously toward the outside. Liang Yu grasped my arm, whispering, Are you certain it's your Uncle San? I nodded, affirming, I am certain. Let me approach and see. You stay here. If anything seems amiss, close the door immediately and do not worry about me. This door is sturdy enough. I believe you can hold out until dawn without issue. Chapter 28. A turn of events to my surprise. Liang Yu, upon hearing my words, resolutely shook her head. No, I will go with you. Liang Yu was unwavering in her decision, and I could only nod in agreement. With a flashlight in hand, I cautiously stepped out of the surveillance room. I treaded carefully towards the two lifeless bodies before me, unable to resist stealing a glance. They remained as still as wooden stakes, devoid of any expression or movement. This was, in fact, the state one would expect of a corpse. How could the dead exhibit motion or emotion? Yet, moments ago, they had seemed almost animated, capable of launching an attack and tracking our every step. In my subconscious, I had failed to regard them as mere corpses. For reasons unknown, they had abruptly ceased their assault, returning to the stillness characteristic of the deceased. My mind was not occupied with pondering their condition. Rather, I was consumed by an urgent desire to ascertain whether the person in question was indeed my third uncle, and if so, whether he was alive or dead. As I approached the third figure, an ominous premonition gripped my heart. I experienced an unsettling sensation, akin to the one I had felt when standing beside the two bodies. This feeling was indescribable. It was as if there was an absence of life in the other, a stark contrast between two entirely different species. To put it plainly, I was a living being, while the other was undeniably dead. Could it be that my third uncle had already? A cold sweat broke out over me, layer upon layer, and the mere thought sent tremors coursing through my entire being. Uncle San! Uncle San! I whispered again, but there was still no response from him. At that moment, my flashlight trembled as it illuminated his face. Indeed, it was Uncle San standing there. Yet his visage mirrored the lifelessness I had sensed. Although not the ashen gray of those two corpses, his complexion was devoid of any color, an unnerving shade of pale, and his expression was utterly blank. The essence that distinguishes humanity from the animal kingdom lies primarily in our capacity for emotion, which is most vividly expressed through our facial expressions. However, the absence of any semblance of emotion on a human face is profoundly unsettling. Uncle San was precisely in such a state. As I contemplated approaching him for a closer inspection, a strange flute melody echoed once more through the underground parking lot. At the sound of the flute, I watched in horror as Uncle San slowly turned his body and began to walk in another direction. I was horrified to see that his legs moved like two wooden sticks, rigid and unbending at the knees, mirroring the stiffness of the two corpses as he shuffled forward. I instinctively covered my mouth with my hand, nearly letting out a scream. Despite my indifference towards Uncle San's peculiar skills, there lingered a subconscious belief that he was unlike me. For instance, while Liang Yu and I were ensnared by the enchanting flute melody on the rooftop, Uncle San remained unaffected. Thus, I could scarcely fathom that something might happen to him. Fearing that I was merely hallucinating, I hurriedly turned to find Liang Yu, hoping she could confirm the reality of what I had witnessed. However, as I turned my head, an even more horrifying scene unfolded before my eyes. Liang Yu, not of insignificant stature, stood closely behind me, her body pressed against mine. The moment I turned, her face loomed before me. Instinctively, I recoiled, directing my flashlight towards her. Just moments ago, when we had stepped out together, she appeared perfectly fine, yet within this brief span, she had transformed into a mirror image of Uncle San. Her complexion had soured, and the once taut nerves of her body seemed to have slackened in an instant, resembling a mere shell of a human being. Particularly striking were her eyes, which had once sparkled with vitality, exuding warmth and grace, now dulled and lifeless, akin to the gaze of a dead fish. Liang Yu, please. Do not frighten me. I stood frozen, scarcely able to believe my own eyes. Two individuals who had seemed perfectly well had, in the blink of an eye, become such grotesque apparitions. A fleeting thought crossed my mind, that perhaps they were merely attempting to scare me. Though I understood this possibility to be exceedingly slim, what kind of audacity would one require to jest in such a place? Liang Yu appeared oblivious to my words, her gaze fixated on the encroaching darkness. Her body, like Uncle San's, moved stiffly forward into the abyss. Shortly after, the two standing corpses began to stir. Trailing behind Liang Yu, the four figures formed a line, marching rigidly under the haunting melody of the flute. My mind was a barren wasteland, utterly unprepared for this reality. Prior to entering, I had envisioned various dangers and obstacles, yet the events unfolding before me far surpassed my wildest expectations. It was completely beyond my control. Observing as my uncle and Liang Yu distanced themselves, I could not afford to ponder further. I hastily quickened my pace to follow behind their procession. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I was the sole individual here with a clear mind. I certainly could not abandon them. I yearned to discover what was transpiring. If I pursued them, might I uncover the origin of that enigmatic flute melody? Mimicking their movements, I awkwardly advanced with stiff legs. After a few steps in this manner, I felt a sharp ache in my knees, my legs protesting as if they were not my own. Once my eyes adjusted to the darkness below, I extinguished my flashlight to avoid drawing attention, enduring physical discomfort as I mechanically trailed at the rear of the line. At that moment, the flute played a gentle and melodious tune, rich with antiquity. Yet in such a disquieting setting, I could perceive only an eerie ambience devoid of beauty. My uncle led the way. Despite the pervasive darkness, he followed the haunting melody with a certainty as if the path were illuminated. The enchantment of the flute's sound grew increasingly palpable. It seemed that all events stemmed from this very tune. If I could locate its source, perhaps all matters would unravel effortlessly. As I continued to follow the line, an unsettling sensation crept up from behind. I distinctly remembered being the last in the procession. Yet as I walked, I heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind. A shiver coursed through me, and my scalp prickled with an unsettling sensation. Could it be that a corpse was trailing behind me once more? I endeavored to stifle my breath, too fearful to turn around, instead straining my ears to discern the sounds behind me. The footsteps were unnaturally light, as if deliberately tempered in weight. Even more bizarrely, I could also hear the sound of breathing. Initially, I thought it was merely a figment of my imagination, but when I held my breath, the sound became strikingly pronounced. My heart churned with anxiety, prompting me to instinctively slow my pace and create some distance from the line, eventually coming to a halt. Indeed, as I ceased moving, the footsteps behind me also came to a standstill. I felt a chilling breath against the nape of my neck, rendering me too terrified to move. This unmistakably indicated that someone was standing directly behind me, their exhalation brushing against my skin. Was it a person or a specter, a living being or a cadaver? My heart raced wildly, and I found myself unable to suppress the surge of fear that made me want to scream. Just as I opened my mouth, a hand reached out from behind and swiftly covered my lips. A wave of terror washed over me, and, as I struggled, a low voice emanated from behind. If you wish to survive, do not move. Though the voice was unfamiliar, it brought a modicum of comfort. After all, the ability to speak suggested that I was not in the presence of a wandering corpse. Moreover, it seemed that this individual had come to my rescue. Hesitating for a moment, the person then seized me and pulled me aside, urging us to flee. I watched helplessly as my uncle and Liang Yu walked away, my heart ablaze with anxiety, yet I found myself devoid of any means to intervene. The individual beside me held a flashlight, guiding me through a door that led to an unexpectedly ascending staircase. It dawned on me that this must be the very staircase Liang Yu had previously shown me. However, at that time, the door to the staircase had been locked, and this person had somehow managed to unlock it. I whispered, "Who are you?" The figure ahead remained silent, hastening his pace as if fearing a dire consequence for lingering too long. I decided to halt my steps and pressed, "Who exactly are you? Stop with the theatrics. If you don't speak soon, I shall be less than courteous." With a sigh, the man finally replied, "I am Lao Shao. You must follow me swiftly." Lao Shao? Who was Lao Shao? My mind felt muddled, and it took a moment for a realization to strike. Lao Shao was the night watchman, the very one referred to by Liang Yu as Xiao Bo Xiao. Xiao Bo, do not speak. Simply follow me. Xiao Bo gestured with a wave of his hand, crouching slightly as he ascended the stairs. I glanced back, noting no one was pursuing us. I hesitated, torn between the decision to trust Xiaobo or descend to search for my uncle and the source of that haunting flute melody. After taking a few steps, Xiaobo noticed my reluctance and sighed once more, his voice low and grave. If you wish to save them, then follow me. If you desire death, then descend. With that, Xiaobo continued up the staircase, seemingly indifferent to my plight, and soon vanished from sight. After much contemplation, it seems that the only path left is to place my trust in Xiaobo. When I first arrived, I discerned a shifty glint in his eyes, which suggested he was not a man of good character, and I even harbored suspicions about his integrity. Little did I expect that the fates of the three of us would become entwined with his. I hurriedly ascended the staircase, following Xiaobo into his modest chamber. A flickering oil lamp illuminated the room. Though it lacked the brilliance of electric light, it suffused the space with a sense of security, akin to emerging from the depths of hell into the realm of the living. However, a foul odor lingered in the air, one I had first detected upon entering with my uncle and the others. I gestured towards the door, eager to recount the events that had transpired. Xiaobo waved his hand dismissively, instructing me, "Do not speak further. Leave this place at once. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, come find me at No. for Ping and Lane." I hesitated. What about them? "They will not perish within 3 days," he assured me. "When you return, avoid the alleys. Take the main road. Stay in the open, not in the shadows." After imparting his directives, Xiaobo moved to close the door. Realizing he was indeed intent on ushering me out, I reluctantly departed his room. He accompanied me to the main entrance, and with a resounding clang, the iron door shut behind me. Outside, a refreshing breeze enveloped me, and I inhaled deeply, savoring the air. Following Xiaobo's guidance, I walked along the well-lit thoroughfare until I reached the lobby of the hotel where I was staying. Seated in the brightly lit hotel lobby, I felt as though I had slipped into a dream. Upon awakening from this reverie, I pondered my next steps. With my uncle absent, I must now make my own choices. Chapter 29. Once again, the Mo Ta'aluo, after inquiring for a while. I returned to my room in a daze, feeling utterly despondent. The space was stark and barren. Items from my uncle's bed lay scattered haphazardly, stirring an inexplicable ache within me. I had left in one state, but upon my return, I found myself utterly alone. Although old Xiao assured me that my uncle and Liang Yu were not in immediate danger, an emptiness lingered in my heart, leaving me uncertain whether to trust his words. I splashed cold water on my face in the bathroom, striving to regain my composure, then collapsed onto the sofa, my head throbbing with each passing thought. It became increasingly evident that old Zhao's ability to freely enter the underground parking lot was anything but ordinary. He must possess some knowledge of the situation. The address he provided was a necessary destination for me, as it represented the last remaining clue. Perhaps the strain of my thoughts had taken a toll on me, for I soon drifted into a restless slumber. With the events of the following day weighing on my mind, my sleep was far from peaceful. At dawn, I rose early and made my way to the front desk to inquire about the location of Ping and Alley. The receptionist informed me that Ping and Alley was a relatively obscure street in the city, currently undergoing relocation efforts, with many longtime residents having moved away, leaving only a handful behind. Nodding in acknowledgement, I purchased a few items from the hotel's convenience store and settled my bill. With my belongings in hand, I navigated 2 bus routes and at long last arrived at Ping and Alley before 9 o'clock. The vicinity of Ping and Alley is lined with single-story houses, some of which have already been dismantled. After some inquiries, I successfully located residence number 4, which features a small courtyard adorned with a gatehouse. The main door was ajar, so I knocked softly but received no response, prompting me to step into the courtyard. The place appeared dilapidated, with a table positioned in the center where Mr. Xiao sat, enjoying his breakfast. Observing his stooped back and frail frame, he resembled a mouse as he ate. Upon my entrance, Mr. Xiao did not lift his head, but inquired, "Have you eaten?" I placed my belongings on the ground and replied, "Mr. Xiao, I have already eaten. Please accept this small offering." He set down his chopsticks and nodded slightly, saying, "Please take a seat." I settled onto a chair nearby, my anxiety palpable as I asked Mr. Xiao about last night. He gestured with his hand, interrupting, "I am aware that you are not ordinary individuals. Knowing the dangers within, you still dare to investigate. I will share all that I know, not for your sake, but for Liangyu. Among the Tianyu group, she is the only one with genuine kindness. I do not concern myself with others. My sole priority is her safety. Eagerly, I nodded in agreement. Yes, please tell me. My uncle is involved as well. I would risk my life to save him and Liangyu. What exactly is happening in that underground parking lot? Mr. Xiao sighed and replied, all I know is that it has been sealed by Wu Tianxiong's orders. As for what lies beneath, my knowledge is regrettably limited. Wu Tianxiong, the brother of Wu Tianyu? Upon hearing his name, I envisioned his menacing visage. Xiaobo nodded, expressing gratitude for possessing a spare key to the iron door of the stairwell. What lies below is even more terrifying than you can imagine. If I had not pulled you out, the consequences would have been dire. I was taken aback and inquired. At that time, both Liangyu and my uncle were present. How did you discern that I was different from them? Xiaobo chuckled softly. I have my methods. If I am not mistaken, you possess a flaw, do you not? I waved my hand dismissively. What nonsense. I have no flaws. I am perfectly fine. Xiaobo let out a cold laugh, retrieved a box of matches from the table, and struck one with a swift motion. He held the lit match close to me. I instinctively wanted to flinch away, yet I understood he meant no harm and remained still. He waved the match near my right shoulder and then above my left shoulder, only for the flame to extinguish abruptly over my left shoulder. I stared at Xiaobo in astonishment, my mouth agape, speechless. He extinguished the match and remarked, no wonder both of them succumbed, while you alone remain alert. It appears you also suffer from incomplete yang. I gasped, glancing at Xiaobo to understand this. Xiaobo nodded. I grasped a little of it. Otherwise, do you think I could have stayed in that building amidst such chaos at night? Reflecting on this, I grasped Xiaobo's hand firmly and implored, Xiaobo, you must have a way. You can save my uncle and Liangyu, can't you? Xiaobo smiled wryly and shook his head, stating, I truly possess only a superficial understanding. Such scant knowledge cannot possibly save them. How could that be? You cannot deceive me, Xiaobo. Your awareness of the yang fire indicates a far deeper comprehension than mere superficiality. My uncle has said that only those with genuine skill can grasp these matters. Moreover, your ability to freely access that basement surely means you can rescue them. Xiaobo shook his head once more and lit a match, waving it over his right shoulder. The match flickered a few times before extinguishing with a swift motion. My eyes widened in realization that Xiaobo had indeed extinguished a flame of yang fire. He tossed aside the match and gazed at me, saying, now you understand, do you not? I assure you, their methods extend far beyond that mere flute. They have other means as well. I placed some putrid meat in the room, allowing my body to absorb its foul stench, thereby masking my own scent, so I could venture down below without detection. The strange odor I had detected on Xiaobo and within the room was, after all, a result of this. I rose to my feet and paced back and forth in the courtyard, inquiring, Xiaobo, you are leaving me utterly perplexed. What is truly happening here? How did you manage to extinguish the yang fire? Are my uncle and the others in danger? And how may I rescue them? Xiaobo shook his head, stating, I know that this situation is orchestrated by Wu Tianxiong, but what precisely his intentions are remains unclear to me. I dare not inquire further. The yang fire upon me was procured by him, aimed at silencing me. If I do not comply, I cannot regain my yang fire. At my advanced age, with a complete lack of vitality, I find myself resigned to the notion that even in death, reincarnation eludes me. Such is my predicament. My concern does not lie with Xiaobo's affairs. I waved my hand dismissively and inquired about Wu Tianxiong. Wu Tianxiong? Are you implying that the disturbances in this building, those rumors of hauntings and jumps, are all orchestrated by him? What compels him to act thus? Isn't Wu Tianyu his elder brother? Xiaobo gestured dismissively. Wu Tianxiong is no virtuous soul. He oversees the real estate dealings of the Tianyu group, including all matters of relocation. He commands a cadre of individuals who engage in forcible demolitions, reaping substantial benefits for himself in the process. Moreover, are you aware of the incident when Tianyu Plaza first broke ground, unearthing 8 coffins? I nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaobo continued, though I did not witness it firsthand. I have an unsettling sense that those 8 coffins now lie beneath our building's underground parking lot. I was taken aback. What? How can that be? Xiao Bo explained. The malevolent energy down there is overwhelming. Initially, I had not considered it, but when Wu Tianxiong visited, I overheard him make a phone call wherein he mentioned the coffins. He also spoke of bone flutes, certain grasses, and spinning tops. Bone flutes? Grasses? Hellgrass. And Dachira? I interjected. Xiao Bo nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Precisely the hellgrass and Dachira. Are you familiar with these substances? I waved my hand. What else do you know, Xiao Bo? He shook his head. I know nothing more. If you wish to save them, do not tarry beyond 3 days. They should be unharmed within that time frame. Additionally, have you noticed my residence? Wu Tianxiong intends to offer me 20,000 yuan to facilitate my relocation. Yet, Liang Yu, the compassionate girl, upon learning of the matter, expressed her intent to advocate on my behalf to General Manager Wu. This solitary house is all that remains to me in this lifetime, and that scoundrel Wu Tianxiong seems intent on rendering my father's existence unbearable. It appears that no matter what Xiao Bo discusses, it inevitably circles back to his own grievances. Having concluded the essential matters, he continued to incessantly berate Wu Tianxiong. I realized that I could glean no further insights from Xiao Bo, and thus, feeling a sense of loss, I departed from his residence. Although I failed to discover a direct means to rescue Uncle San and Liang Yu, I did acquire a wealth of information. The focus of the issue has evidently shifted towards Wu Tianxiong, who is likely the orchestrator behind these troubles. Moreover, I have once again encountered mentions of the plant known as Dachira. The mention of Dachira suddenly evoked the memory of a particular individual. I distinctly recall that while my uncle and I were researching in the library, we were greatly assisted by an elderly professor, surnamed Ma, who provided us with information on Dachira. He seemed particularly fascinated by the plant, and even left us his address for future inquiries. With the resurgence of information regarding Dachira, my thoughts naturally gravitated towards him. My mind now in disarray, driven by desperation, I resolved to seek out the professor in hopes of uncovering new developments. Given the urgency of the situation, I returned to the hotel and requested the manager to grant me access to Liang Yu's room. As Wu Tianyu had previously conferred with the hotel manager, my request was met without refusal. I now find myself in a neighboring city, with a considerable journey ahead to reach Binhai University in search of that professor. Thus, I discovered the keys to Liang Yu's Jeep in her room and drove swiftly to Binhai University. After spending the entire morning at Xiao Bo's place, I arrived at the university well past 3 in the afternoon. Upon inquiring, I indeed found that there was a professor named Ma Su at the College of Paleontology. I mused to myself that the name was rather unfortunate, as it belonged to the individual executed by Zhuge Liang. Unsure if this was the same Ma Su, I decided to seek him out. However, the gatekeeper adamantly refused me entry, stating that Professor Ma was currently engaged with graduate students on a research project. Left with no alternative, I found a piece of paper and sketched a mandrake according to the fading impressions in my mind. I handed the paper to the gatekeeper, asserting that Professor Ma would agree to meet me upon seeing it, as the matter was of life and death and quite significant. The gatekeeper, somewhat skeptical, took the paper to find Ma Su. Before long, I heard hurried footsteps descending the staircase. A figure rushed down, and to my surprise, it was the elderly gentleman I had encountered at the library. I approached him and greeted, Professor Ma, good day. Indeed, it was you. Ma Su expressed delight upon recognizing me, glancing around and asking, where is the other one? I offered a wry smile. I am Liang. That individual is my uncle, and he could not come. Ma Su nodded and inquired, what brings you here? Is there news regarding that plant? I hesitated momentarily. I cannot say for certain, but there is indeed some news. Ma Su promptly ushered me into his office, poured me a cup of tea, and said, please do share. What is happening? Chapter 30. The bone flute. I pondered for a moment. In truth, I had never encountered thee and could not ascertain whether it resided in that underground parking lot. I had merely heard Xiao Bo mention it. Thus, it was impossible to broach the subject without it becoming exceedingly convoluted. Before me sat Ma Su, clearly displaying an insatiable eagerness, akin to a ferocious beast spotting its prey. I was uncertain whether scholars of their ilk always exhibited such fervor upon encountering something of interest. Noticing my hesitation, Masu became aware of his own lack of composure and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not mind me. I have devoted many years to the study of this ancient organism and these rare species. These matters are even more precious to me than my own life. Therefore, your mention of piques my curiosity." It was later revealed to me that Ma Su was indeed an academic enthusiast. He had once been married in his youth, but his wife could not endure his relentless scholarly pursuits, which left her feeling neglected, leading to their divorce. Having lived many years without children, he subsequently remained unmarried. Despite possessing profound insights in his field, particularly in paleontology and ancient architecture, his character was one of humility and disinterest in fame. He had published numerous papers, often attributing them to his students, resulting in many of them achieving greater renown than he. After listening to Ma Su's remarks, I nodded and inquired, "Professor Ma, do you believe in feng shui?" Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I do." I then asked, "And do you believe in ghosts and deities?" "I do," he answered, a response that took me by surprise. In my recollection, it is generally observed that individuals engaged in scientific research are typically skeptical of such matters. Could it be that this Ma Su is an exception? Noticing my astonishment, Ma Su elucidated. The concepts of feng shui and spirits are merely alternative terminologies. In ancient times, deities can be categorized under rituals, where the hopes for favorable weather were entrusted to divine beings. Furthermore, the principles of feng shui are distinctly manifested in many renowned ancient structures, indicating that the notion of feng shui is not entirely superstitious. The wisdom of our ancestors is something we modern individuals have yet to fully comprehend. Spirits, in essence, are a form of energy that transcends normal understanding, existing as manifestations of those who have departed from this world. To refer to them as ghosts or spirits is merely a matter of perspective. One need not be overly critical of such terms, as it ultimately depends on one's personal interpretation. Ma Su continued to expound on various academic terminologies, which felt akin to deciphering an ancient scripture to me. However, I sensed a spark of inspiration. Given Ma Su's profound knowledge in this realm, I could potentially enlist his assistance in rescuing Uncle San and Liangyu. After all, the elusive Moktora might be concealed somewhere in the underground parking lot. And if he sought Moktora, it would be a fortuitous opportunity to save the two individuals as well. Thus, I recounted the events at Tianyu Square and mentioned Xiao Bo's reference to Moktora to Ma Su. To my surprise, upon hearing about Moktora, Ma Su did not exhibit a significant reaction. Instead, he seemed increasingly intrigued by the mysterious sound of the flute. Once I concluded my explanation, Ma Su directly inquired, "Are you suggesting that the sound of the flute possesses the power to enthrall minds and animate corpses?" I nodded in acknowledgement, expressing that it was indeed the haunting melody of the flute that nearly drove me to the brink of despair, compelling me to contemplate a leap from heights. Furthermore, I had witnessed a corpse that could move, indeed capable of attacking. At that moment, the flute's sound was undeniably present. If this were not mere coincidence, it could only imply that the corpse was under the flute's malevolent control. Upon hearing this, Ma Su fell into deep contemplation, pacing back and forth within the confines of the room, traversing the space no less than 30 or 50 times, leaving me quite dizzy from the spectacle. Suddenly, he came to a halt, a look of elation illuminating his visage as he muttered to himself. Could it be the bone flute? Taken aback, I inquired, "What is the bone flute?" Ma Su waved his hand dismissively. "Wait a moment, we must hasten to Tianyu Square." Glancing outside, I noted that dusk was approaching, prompting me to remind him, "Professor Ma, it will take nearly an hour to drive there, and by the time we arrive, it will be dark." However, Ma Su seemed oblivious to my concerns, wholly absorbed in his own thoughts. He turned and opened a door adjacent to him, stepping inside. I hesitated to follow and opted to wait outside. The interior room was separated from the outside by a window adorned with curtains. Yet a narrow gap revealed a glimpse within. Curiosity piqued, I peered through the crevice. The space appeared to be a laboratory, with tables and cabinets adorned with an array of jars and bottles containing specimens of animals and plants. A few glances were sufficient to ignite my fascination. The specimens within the jars were utterly novel to me, both animal and botanical, as I had never encountered such entities before. Once again, I was reminded of the vast chasm of knowledge that separated me from these realms, realizing how woefully uninformed I remained in numerous aspects. As I gazed around, my attention was abruptly drawn to a glass jar perched at the corner of the table, seemingly placed there only recently, separate from the others. Within it lay a specimen of the elusive ink vortex plant. I was certain it was the very one that my uncle and I had extracted from that derelict building. The plant's leaves had been charred away, leaving behind only desiccated branches and withered foliage. We had initially intended to incinerate this particular specimen, but just as we were about to do so, a figure emerged from the shadows and snatched it away. From the silhouette, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Professor Ma. However, at that moment, my uncle and I dared not confirm it, planning instead to inquire with him later. Ultimately, we went directly to Tianyu Group, neglecting our intent. Now, encountering the ink vortex once more left me momentarily speechless. At that moment, Ma Su emerged from within, having changed his attire and carrying a leather bag. Noticing my intense gaze fixed upon the contents of a jar, he approached and peered through the gap in the curtains. It was then that I became aware of his presence behind me and hastily withdrew. Understanding my fascination, Ma Su candidly remarked, "I apologize. That ink vortex was indeed taken from your possession. Such a rare plant should not have been destroyed. It is a shame." I had no time to offer my regards at the moment, and resorted to this regrettable action, which is rather unbecoming of a scholar. I hope you can forgive me. It was evident that Ma Su's fervor for academia was extraordinary. Reflecting on his impulsive act of seizing the flower, I found a certain charm in his enthusiasm. What more can I say about such a person? I hastily waved my hand, saying Professor Ma at that time. Both my uncle and I feared that keeping this item might lead to future troubles. If you have a better means of placement, we would certainly be willing to yield. Professor Ma nodded, acknowledging my sentiment. This flower is exceptionally precious, possessing both academic and medicinal value. It is inherently innocent. It has merely been exploited as a ghostly seedling, and has since lost its original purpose. There is no way to revive it. Here, it merely serves as a specimen. Thus, upon hearing news of the M.O. Taluo, I became so exhilarated. My limited interactions with Professor Ma led me to perceive him as an intriguing elder. His actions occasionally appeared eccentric, yet all seemed to converge upon his scholarly pursuits. In this regard, his thought processes seemed rather straightforward, no matter his actions. It felt impossible to harbor any animosity towards him. Without further ado, Professor Ma appeared more anxious than I, ushering me out of the office building and urging me to set off promptly. I drove once more from Shenzhen to the neighboring city. Fortunately, the route was uncomplicated, easily navigable without the need for a navigation system. Throughout the journey, Professor Ma remained pensive and spoke little. I recalled his significant reaction upon the mention of the human bone flute in his office. Thus, while driving, I inquired Professor Ma, "What exactly is the human bone flute?" He seemed quite intrigued by it. Ma Su leaned back against the passenger seat, evading my inquiry with a cryptic utterance. How can a nation be silent beneath the melody of flutes, when the moon casts its pallid glow upon a ghostly figure playing the pipe? What? I was perplexed and sought clarification. Ma Su elucidated. The human bone flute is a variant of bone flutes, crafted from the bones of humans, serving as both a mystical artifact and a piece of art. It bears a Tibetan name, Gondong. Typically, it is fashioned from the tibia of a 16-year-old maiden, often adorned with silver or copper. Its sound is piercing and jarring, akin to the lamentations of a young girl, evoking a sense of dread. A shiver coursed through me at the thought of a flute made from the leg bone of a girl. Such a notion was inherently chilling. I recalled the flute sounds I had heard in the basement and on the rooftop, which seemed not merely sharp and jarring, but often resonated with a deeper, more somber tone. Before I could inquire further, Ma Su continued, "The Taklamakan, the Sea of Death. This world-renowned desert once thrived a millennium ago, giving rise to prosperous ancient kingdoms such as Tilan, Lulan, and Naya. Legend has it that in the year 1118, a monk from the ancient kingdom of Tilan crafted a mysterious human bone flute for the reigning king. who was enamored with music. Upon receiving this flute, he became utterly captivated, commanding that all other instruments cease their play to solely indulge in the haunting melodies of the bone flute. However, with each nocturnal performance, death followed. The fatalities escalated, stretching from the palace to the outskirts. Ultimately, even the king himself could not escape this fate, leading to the demise of the entire kingdom of Tillin. Yet beneath the moonlight, the piercing and shrill sound of the bone flute echoed incessantly. It was not the breath of a human, but rather the lamentations of countless vengeful spirits. Thus emerged the poetic expressions of a nation's sorrow, resonating with the haunting melodies of the flute in a moonlit night, devoid of human presence. Upon hearing this, I could not restrain myself and inquired, "Professor Ma, do you imply that the flute's sound I perceive is crafted from the leg bones of a maiden?" Ma Su shook his head. "The human bone flute derives from that legend, and indeed, it is fashioned from human leg bones. It is said that the sound produced varies with the bones of different individuals, each serving distinct functions. Moreover, the eeriness of this bone flute is not solely attributed to the bones, but also to the souls of the deceased that linger upon it. Only with these spirits can the flute fulfill its purpose. From your description, it appears that the bone flute at Tianyu Square possesses a captivating power and the ability to animate corpses. I can assert that the souls attached to this flute must be ancient, certainly not the spirits of contemporary individuals. Not the spirits of contemporary individuals? As I ponder Ma Su's words, a sudden possibility dawned upon me. I abruptly slammed on the brakes, nearly sending Ma Su lurching forward, narrowly avoiding mishap thanks to his seatbelt in the passenger seat. Chapter 31. The firefly. Even so, the pressure on his shoulder was excruciating, and Ma Su grimaced in pain as he clutched it. I hastily interjected, "Professor Ma, that Xiao Bo mentioned there might be 8 coffins below, and you indicated that the soul enshrined in the human bone flute is not of modern origin. Could it be?" Ma Su nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is highly likely that the human bone flute is crafted from the leg bones of the deceased within those coffins." I was utterly astonished and inquired, "So, you had already considered this?" Ma Su replied, "The moment you spoke of in the office, I had that thought." Thus, my venture this time was not solely for the moksha. I had merely heard of such human bone flutes, but had never encountered one. I never anticipated that there would still be artisans capable of creating them. Moreover, I am quite intrigued by the ancient corpses. Therefore, please drive quickly. Do not halt. Noticing my pause, Ma Su gestured for me to proceed. I suppressed my rising anxiety and curiosity, continuing on our journey. The timing aligned with my expectations, and by the time we arrived at Tianyu Square, darkness enveloped the sky. Initially, I felt indifferent, but once we reached this place with Ma Su, my heart began to race once more. My uncle, though unreliable, was still family, and I had witnessed his capabilities. However, this Ma Su, after all, was merely an academic, and without any preparation, venturing underground felt akin to courting death. Setting aside other concerns, those 2 animated corpses would not be swayed by the old man's lectures to abandon their assault on us. The old man, despite the long journey, appeared surprisingly invigorated. He carried a bag and eagerly urged me to take him to a place with inked gyroscopes. After much persuasion, I led him to the hotel restaurant, where we ordered some food. While dining, I inquired, "Professor Ma, the situation below seems perilous. Should we consider alerting the authorities or seeking assistance?" Ma Su poured himself a modest 2 ounces of white liquor, shaking his head in disapproval. "Absolutely not. I detest those so-called police. They are utterly clueless. Their presence would only exacerbate matters, and the rare flowers and plants would inevitably suffer. Moreover, we should avoid seeking help. Fewer people are preferable. Rest assured, I will handle everything." Upon hearing this, I found myself momentarily bewildered, unsure whether to trust this elderly gentleman. Regret washed over me for my impulsiveness. I could not shake the feeling that he might not be as competent as my uncle. However, the situation was beyond my control, and time was of the essence. The 3-day deadline mentioned by old Xiao loomed ominously. After a hurried meal, Ma Su urged me onward, leading us to the main building of Tianyu Square. I took a moment to visit a nearby supermarket to purchase 2 flashlights. A day had passed, yet the main building appeared unchanged. However, the people who frequented this place were no longer the same. I circled to the back entrance, intending to knock, only to discover that the door was ajar. Tentatively, I peered inside and heard someone say, "Is that you?" Startled, I turned to see the slight figure of Xiao Bo standing there, resembling a specter. "Xiao! Xiao Bo waved his hand dismissively, urging, "You all should leave quickly." "But Xiao Bo, what do you mean? The person has yet to be rescued. How can we leave?" He seemed to hesitate, wanted to say something further, but ultimately refrained, gesturing again. "Never mind, do as you see fit. I've said what needed to be said. Whether one lives or dies is all a matter of fate." Xiao Bo's cryptic words left me bewildered, and I had no time to ponder their meaning. Leaving was out of the question. Even if the path ahead led to certain doom, we had to press on. I gestured for Ma Su to follow me as we continued our search for the descending staircase. Eventually, we discovered the stairway leading downwards. I retrieved the flashlight from my pocket, but Ma Su tugged at my sleeve and handed me a candle. I whispered, "The wind down there is quite strong. The candle won't be effective." Without a word, Ma Su produced a lighter and ignited the candle in my hand. The flame flickered to life, robust enough to singe my eyebrows. "This brightness is sufficient," Ma Su remarked, "and the candle is made from ancient cypress oil, making it resistant to ordinary winds. Moreover, the color of the flame will adapt to the surrounding environment, proving far more useful than a flashlight." Nodding in agreement, I held the candle aloft and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the entrance, I found it led directly to the underground parking lot. I paused, prompting Ma Su to question why it stopped. After a moment's hesitation, I turned to him and said, "We have been here before. One would expect the other party to be on high alert, yet they seem as unguarded as ever this time." As we ventured forth, a sense of strangeness enveloped us. Ma Su analyzed the situation, stating, "There is nothing peculiar about this. In places like these, I suspect even those within are scarcely informed, thus they cannot afford to mobilize a significant number of personnel for maintenance. Moreover, I surmise they would not permit those who intrude to leave alive." Upon hearing Ma Su's analysis, a cold sweat broke out upon my brow. Yet, Ma Su remained unfazed, as though the matters he spoke of bore no relevance to him. I could not discern whether he was genuinely capable or merely a foolhardy daredevil. We each held a candle aloft as we pushed open the door and stepped into the parking lot. Much like our visit the previous day, a chilling wind swept through the space. After a few shivers, my body began to acclimate slightly. Nevertheless, the cold gusts brushed against the candle flames, causing them to flicker but not extinguish. It seemed Ma Su's assertions bore truth. Moreover, the originally dim flames took on a tinge of blue. Ma Su halted, retrieving a glass vial from his bag. In the flickering candlelight, I discerned what appeared to be a fly trapped within, flitting about in disarray. With a swift motion, Ma Su uncorked the vial, and the fly buzzed forth into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of pinprick-like illumination. "Goodness, this fly can emit light?" I exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the creature. I surmised that Ma Su, upon hearing my naivety, wore a look of exasperation. He replied, "Can your houseflies glow?" "What is that?" "Oh, a firefly." Ma Su shook his head, clarifying, "It is not a firefly. It is a glowworm. Do not speak, follow the light." I had no understanding of what Ma Su referred to as the firefly, and could only advance towards that faint glimmer. The fireflies moved with remarkable speed, compelling us to nearly jog in pursuit. Fortunately, this time we encountered no obstructions. Even the 2 corpses did not make an appearance. Later, I learned that this was due to the ancient cypress oil candle that Ma Su had given me to hold. This candle served a purpose akin to that of the burial garments we donned days prior, capable of masking the surrounding yang energy. However, this candle proved far simpler than my uncle's methods. The firefly itself is a species on the brink of extinction, akin to bees in nature. Yet while bees are drawn to floral scents, these fireflies are attracted to the odor of decay. Ma Su discovered this species during an archaeological expedition, and after careful cultivation, we had largely mastered its breeding methods. The intrinsic value of the fireflies remains under further investigation. As we pursued the fireflies, one suddenly flickered and vanished. We hastily followed, only to find a door before us. Upon reaching this threshold, both Ma Su and I shivered involuntarily, sensing a chilling aura seeping from within. Ma Su glanced at the candle in our hands, and to our alarm, the flame had transformed into a vibrant green. The eerie, glowing flame appeared particularly unsettling. Ma Su gestured towards the door, indicating that the firefly had likely flown inside. I glanced around, realizing that neither Liang Yu nor I had visited this place yesterday. However, as I gazed upon the door, a sense of disorientation washed over me. Our journey here had been surprisingly smooth. Since our arrival at the Tianyu Square building, we had encountered no one except for Uncle Xiao. It seemed as though Uncle Xiao had something on his mind, hesitating to speak, as if he were harboring reservations. Just as I contemplated discussing this with Masu, I noticed he had already reached out and opened the door, stepping inside alone. Without time to ponder further, I followed him through the threshold. The room was vast, its area spanning at least 300 to 400 square meters. Along the walls, a row of candles flickered, casting a bright light throughout the space. More unsettling was the sight of 8 coffins scattered across the floor, arranged in a haphazard manner that resembled a geometric shape or perhaps a formation of sorts. Each coffin bore a half-burned candle atop its lid, and the fireflies that had trailed us flitted around the 8 coffins, swirling incessantly. Under the glow of the candles, tendrils of black gas wafted out from the crevices of several coffins, rising and dissipating quickly into the air. We stood there, momentarily dumbfounded by the sight before us. The coffins were clearly not new. Many bore cracks and signs of decay, the wood itself appearing somewhat rotten, filling the room with a foul odor. Suddenly, the door behind us slammed shut with a resounding bang. I was taken aback and hurriedly rushed to open the door, only to find it firmly locked. "Professor Ma." I turned back to see Ma Su staring intently at the ancient coffins, his steps slowly leading him towards the nearest one. This was bad. The old man was losing his senses again, becoming intrigued by the coffins once more. I approached Ma Su, grasped his arm, and whispered, "Professor Ma, something feels amiss. Uncle San and Liang Yu are also absent. We should leave this place." Ma Su waved dismissively. "Liang, these coffins are antiquities, likely from the Qing dynasty. I wish to open one." As he spoke, he attempted to pry open the coffin. Suddenly, an eerie sound emanated from within those coffins, as if something was scratching against the wooden panels. I recalled Old Wei mentioning similar noises when they discovered the coffins during the foundation work at Tianyu Square. Fearing for Ma Su's safety, I quickly grasped him and pulled him towards the exit. However, to my astonishment, he seemed possessed, straining against my hold and racing toward the coffin. At that moment, the black mist emerging from the 8 coffins thickened, violently flickering the flame of the half-burnt candle above. Chapter 32. The monster in the coffins. Simultaneously, a series of unsettling clicks emanated from the coffins. The haphazard arrangement of these coffins rendered it impossible for me to discern the precise source of the sound, leaving me uncertain whether it originated from a single coffin or multiple ones. The noise resembled something within the coffins scratching desperately, accompanied by a faint, indistinct weeping. Suddenly, I recalled an account from Old Wei at the Seahai Grand Hotel, where he mentioned that upon excavating the foundation and discovering these coffins, they had heard anguished wails emanating from within, along with a dark mist rising. At that time, a series of strange and terrifying occurrences had unfolded. I hastily sprinted a few steps to catch up with Ma Su, embracing him once more, and whispered urgently, "Professor Ma, did you hear the weeping from within the coffins? This place is perilous. We should assess the situation before proceeding." Ma Su turned to me with an incredulous expression, blinking in surprise, and replied, "Then I must investigate further." I lamented inwardly. I had sought out Ma Su as a potential savior. To my dismay, this eccentric old man, perhaps due to his profession, appeared utterly oblivious to the dangers, driven solely by his curiosity. Ma Su broke free from my grasp and took a few steps forward. At that moment, dark mist continued to seep through the cracks of several coffins. Fortunately, the space below was expansive, allowing the mist to disperse quickly without obscuring our line of sight. Ma Su seemed to recall something, and from the bag he was carrying, he retrieved 2 masks. Handing one to me. "This black mist may be toxic. You should wear this," he advised. I nodded, thinking to myself that the old scholar hadn't completely lost his wits. He still understood the importance of self-protection. However, I couldn't help but wonder if this solution was overly simplistic. If the black mist were indeed poisonous, could a mere mask truly shield us from its harmful effects? As I took the mask, I noticed that it was still sealed in a plastic bag. I tore open the plastic and put it on. The mask was thick and somewhat damp. It covered my mouth and nose, and an acrid, pungent odor assaulted my senses, nearly provoking a wave of nausea. I instinctively reached to remove the mask, but Ma Su stopped me, saying, "If you wish to avoid poisoning, it will be best not to take it off. Endure it. You will grow accustomed to it." With that, Ma Su donned his own mask, giving me an okay gesture before turning back toward the coffins. Reluctantly, I steeled myself and followed him, all the while remaining vigilant to the sounds around us. The candles in the room were ample. While they did not provide the brightness of electric lights, they were sufficient for me to discern everything in my surroundings. Aside from 8 coffins arranged in the center, I did not observe anything unusual. As we drew closer to the coffins, I noticed that they were not all of uniform size. 7 of them were quite similar in dimensions, while one coffin was notably larger than the others. The 7 smaller coffins were in a state of disrepair, with many sections of wood decayed and several gaps visible on their surfaces. The dark mist incessantly seeped through the crevices, yet I sensed that it had become increasingly faint, unlike its initial ferocity. The largest coffin, remarkably pristine, reflected a subtle glimmer under the flickering candlelight. In contrast, this coffin exhibited no conspicuous gaps. The dark mist merely wafted gently from the seams of the coffin lid and body, far less dense than that emanating from the other 7. Upon observing these 8 coffins and recalling the accounts of Lao Xiao and Lao Wei, I could ascertain that these were indeed the very coffins unearthed during the Foundation excavation at Tianyu Square. It was said that these 8 coffins had been disposed of, and according to Lao Xiao, Wu Tianxiong had brought them here. His precise intentions remain unknown to me. Ma Su, upon seeing these coffins, could hardly conceal his disappointment. Sighing repeatedly, I quietly inquired about his distress. Ma Su shook his head and lamented, "What a pity. Although these ancient coffins are preliminarily judged to be from the Qing dynasty, their craftsmanship is exceedingly unique, possessing significant academic value. Originally, there should have been corresponding inscriptions on the coffins. Alas, they have deteriorated since excavation, and their origins are now irretrievable, rendering them of diminished worth." I gestured towards the larger coffin, remarking that one appears to be intact. At that moment, a sudden faint sound reached my ears. A firefly, previously unseen, emerged in midair, swiftly darting towards the large coffin. Before we could grasp the situation, the firefly, seemingly disoriented, collided with the coffin lid, producing a resounding thud. Musul, startled by the sudden event, hastily fumbled to extract a glass vial from his pocket and then retrieved an object from his person, which resembled a sanitary ball. He secured the vial's cap and shook it vigorously. Astonishingly, the sanitary ball ignited in a burst of flames. Ma Su then opened the lid once more, directing the vial's opening towards the firefly, evidently attempting to capture it. However, to our surprise, this tactic proved fruitless, as the firefly, after striking the coffin, rebounded high into the air, only to plunge down again onto the coffin board with a loud thud. Ma Su was drenched in sweat, muttering in frustration. "What on earth is happening? The corpse oil ball is ineffective." The firefly, remarkably resilient, endured several impacts yet remained unscathed, though it was now exhausted. Having fallen to the ground, its wings and delicate legs twitching incessantly. In a flurry, Ma Su rushed over, scooped up the firefly, and returned it to the glass vial, gritting his teeth in concern. This tumultuous episode had effectively captured both Ma Su's and my attention, focusing it entirely on the ominous coffin before us. At that moment, we stood beside this coffin, which was entirely pitch black, emanating a somber aura. The faint black mist had ceased to escape, yet an unsettling chill pervaded from within, enveloping the atmosphere in a foreboding gloom. Masu took the flashlight I had given him, illuminating the coffin before him, his body nearly leaning onto it in an attempt to scrutinize its contents. I surveyed the surroundings, hoping to seize this opportunity to search for any other exits. After all, aside from a few coffins, the person I sought was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the nearest coffin, akin to something colliding within its confines. Almost immediately, the lid began to tremble violently. Masu, startled, retreated a few steps as we both fixated our gazes on the eerie coffin. The convulsions of the lid caused the candle perched atop it to sway precariously, yet it seemed as though that small candle could suppress whatever lay beneath. Despite its precarious state, it ultimately succeeded in preventing whatever was inside from dislodging the cover. Gradually, the lid's agitation subsided, and the sound became nearly imperceptible. Masu and I exchanged glances, exhaling a simultaneous sigh of relief. However, Masu, undeterred by fear, seemed inclined to investigate the coffin further. It was then that I noticed, beneath the coffin, a dark mass slowly writhing, as if attempting to crawl out. The lid remained undisturbed. Yet this entity managed to open a panel on the front side of the coffin and began to emerge. The flickering candlelight cast only a limited glow, leaving me unable to discern whether the creature was human, animal, or something entirely other. I grasped Masu's arm, signaling him to exercise caution. Realizing the unusual occurrence, Masu halted in his tracks. Cackling ominously, the creature emerged, accompanied by a strange, neither cry nor laugh, and rose to its feet. Within this confined space, apart from 8 coffins, only Masu and I remain alive. The sudden appearance of this entity from the coffin, coupled with its unexpected eerie call, sent a shiver down my spine, compelling me to gasp in alarm. As it stood fully upright, I surmised its height to be no more than approximately 1.5 meters. Hiding in the shadows, its face remained obscured. Its eyes gleamed with a sinister green light. This luminescent gaze transported me back to the first floor, where I had previously inquired of Liangyu whether there were cats in the vicinity. It was indeed these very eyes that had been watching us from the darkness. "Who are you?" I stammered, my peachwood sword long lost in the basement, leaving me defenseless, yet I feigned bravery in my voice. As I uttered those words, I realized they trembled with fear. The figure stirred, taking a few steps forward, fully revealing itself in the flickering candlelight. The audacious old man, Masu, shone his flashlight onto the creature's face. In that moment, cold sweat broke out upon us, enveloped by a chilling wind that seeped into our very bones. The creature, standing at less than 1.5 meters, was an unsettling amalgamation of human and monkey, its body covered in a coat of white fur except for its arms. Its hairy, simian visage, with those glistening eyes, fixated intently upon us. I noticed his 2 arms, the skin bearing a lifeless, ashen hue devoid of any vitality. This instantly recalled to me the pale, ghostly arm that had rested upon my shoulder when I was on the upper floors. I locked eyes with the creature for a brief moment, as if I had transgressed some unspoken taboo. It emitted a low howl, its body recoiling before it lunged towards me. A shiver ran through me. This creature moved with remarkable agility, far more so than the corpses I had encountered, such as Chun Wanli. It thus became evident that the arm that had draped over my shoulder in the corridor, as well as the voyeuristic presence atop the rooftop, must have originated from this very monstrosity before me. Chapter 33. The ram's urine. I had prepared myself for the encounter, and as that monstrous creature charged towards me, I swiftly darted to the side. However, this movement inadvertently exposed the figure of Ma-Su behind me. Upon noticing him, the creature abandoned its pursuit of me and lunged at Ma-Su with a clawed swipe. Ma-Su, perhaps paralyzed by fear, stood there like a statue, displaying no intent to evade. A wave of panic surged through me. I felt a chill in my heart as I realized I was too late to pull him away. Just as the creature's claw was about to reach Ma-Su, he suddenly shouted, "A gentleman speaks, but does not resort to violence." At that moment, I nearly choked on my own incredulity. I thought to myself, has this old scholar lost his mind, or has he become utterly foolish? What reason or logic could one possibly convey to a monster? Yet, to my astonishment, The creature appeared momentarily stunned by Ma Su's unexpected outburst. It halted mid-motion, fixating its gaze upon him, likely perceiving Ma Su himself as the true monstrosity. Ma Su, with a grin, believed his words had made an impact. Unfortunately, the creature's pause was fleeting. It quickly regained its composure and delivered a resounding smack to Ma Su's face. Fortunately, due to that brief interruption, the force of the blow was somewhat diminished compared to before. Nevertheless, it was still a significant strike, producing a sharp crack as Ma Su was sent tumbling backward. "Professor Ma," I gasped, rushing forward without hesitation to support him. Ma Su, likely dazed from the impact, began to spin in circles on the ground. I grasped him and noticed that half of his face was swollen from a blow, his nose bleeding profusely, and he was frantically muttering, "Glasses, my glasses." Ma Su flailed his hands aimlessly. As I searched, I discovered his glasses lying on the ground not far away and hurriedly retrieved them for him. Ma Su, in a flurry, put on the glasses, which were cracked into 8 pieces but thankfully still usable. He glanced around, asking, "Where is that creature?" When I looked up, I realized that the creature had vanished without a trace. Both of us were somewhat bewildered. Could it possibly possess the ability to become invisible or teleport? In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared. I gazed at Ma Su's pitiful state and couldn't help but chastise, "Professor Ma, this approach is untenable. Charging in recklessly without understanding the situation is unwise. We just entered, and already a monkey has beaten us. If something even more formidable appears, we might perish here." Ma Su waved his hand dismissively. I intentionally feigned a weakness to investigate the origins of that creature up close. I scrutinized Ma Su and remarked, "I once believed that when it came to boasting, my uncle would claim second place, leaving no one daring enough to claim the first. It seems now that my uncle's position is in jeopardy." Ma Su rubbed his swollen face and exclaimed in exasperation, "What do you mean? Do you not believe in me?" I hastily replied, "Of course I believe. You are a professor. How could I dare to doubt you? But have you discerned the nature of that creature?" Ma Su nodded, indicating that he had some inkling of the situation, and then proceeded towards the coffin once more. After all, Ma Su was an elder I had invited, and having just been assaulted, I felt a twinge of guilt. Fearing for his safety again, I hurriedly followed him. The room had transformed into a confined space. The creature had vanished, most likely retreating along the path it had come, which meant it might have slithered back into the coffin. As we approached the coffin, we could feel a chilling breeze emanating from the opening through which the creature had emerged. The interior of the coffin was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light or sound. While I was contemplating whether to toss something inside to probe the situation, I noticed Ma Su reaching into his bag to retrieve a handgun. This revelation startled me considerably. After all, Ma Su was merely a university professor. How could he possibly be armed? "Professor Ma, you carry a gun?" I stammered, bewildered. Unfazed, Ma Su replied nonchalantly, "There's no need for alarm. It's not a real gun, but a tranquilizer pistol. Due to our work, we often venture into the wild to explore ancient tombs and ruins, as well as to seek out unusual species. This tranquilizer is intended for sedating animals." Well, a tranquilizer pistol was certainly better than being completely unarmed. With this newfound assurance, I felt a tad more secure. I advised Ma Su that should we encounter any unforeseen circumstances, whether the adversary be human or simian, he should administer a shot without hesitation. We approached the open lid of the coffin, illuminating it with our flashlight as we bent down to peer inside. To my astonishment, the space within the coffin was rather confined, and the beam of light was sufficient to illuminate every corner. However, the monkey-faced creature was nowhere to be found. Had it not returned to this coffin? I crouched lower, unable to spot the creature, yet I could feel a chilling breeze waft from the coffin's interior, brushing against my face. How could there be such a breeze emanating from within? My curiosity piqued, I drew closer, and at last, I uncovered a clue. At the rear of the coffin, near the base, there was a dark, gaping hole. The chilling gusts were indeed issuing from that aperture. I suspected that the sounds we had heard emanating from the coffin earlier were also connected to this eerie wind. At that moment, Ma Su, who stood behind me, gently tapped my shoulder and remarked, "Liang, something feels amiss." I thought to myself, How could it not be? Just as I was about to share my discovery with him, I noticed he was fixated on the jagged edge of the coffin, occasionally running his hand over it. It dawned on me that my findings and his were not related. I inquired, Professor Ma, what do you find to be amiss? Ma Su shook his head. I was mistaken. These coffins are not from the Qing dynasty. They are modern, merely artificially aged. Not from the Qing dynasty? That meant they were not among those excavated from the ground? A wave of frustration washed over me, for the presence of these coffins was now shrouded in yet another enigma. Ma Su shook his head, asserting, it is certainly not from the Qing dynasty, in my estimation. These coffins were crafted no more than a decade ago. The wood used is quite ordinary. I gestured dismissively at the coffin, saying, let us not dwell on the coffin for the moment. There is a hole within it, and it is likely that the creature has burrowed through that opening. A hole? Ma Su paused in surprise, gripping his flashlight, and leaned into the coffin for a closer inspection. After a brief examination, he emerged, his face flushed with excitement, proclaiming, there is something beneath. The black mist emanating from it may very well be a type of grave vapor. It is possible that there lies a substantial burial site below. I must investigate further. What? A burial site? There's a burial site beneath this building? I was utterly astonished, unable to believe my own ears. Musul, however, nodded gravely, stating, I am 80% certain, and it is likely that this tomb has already been disturbed. I glanced around, noticing only a few eerie coffins scattered about, the surroundings enveloped in an eerie silence. My foremost concerns, Uncle San and Liang Yu, as well as the two corpses we had encountered, seemed to have vanished into thin air. I looked once more at the hole in the coffin, gritting my teeth, and said, very well, I shall descend with you. The facts had become abundantly clear. If there indeed existed the large burial site that Ma Su spoke of, and if Uncle San and Liang Yu were still alive, there was a significant possibility that they too were within. Ma Su nodded and then entered the coffin, feet first, head last, gradually descending into the depths of the pit below. I hastily followed suit and squeezed my body through the tiny opening. Once I passed through, I found myself on a sloping path descending at an angle. Moreover, the space beneath felt considerably larger. This passage was evidently hewn by human hands. Thus it was not difficult to traverse. The soil was firm, offering a reassuring sense of security underfoot. Ma Su put away the flashlight, but lit a candle made from ancient cypress oil. After walking down the slope for a while, I noticed that the path curved back, resembling a spiral descent. As Ma Su walked further, he observed that the flame of the candle had changed color. It was yellow when first lit, but grew increasingly blue as we descended. He turned back to me, urging, quickly put on the mask I gave you, and do not remove it carelessly. The mask had an odd odor that I had already torn off, but seeing the seriousness in his demeanor, I reluctantly donned it and asked Professor Ma. Before I could finish, Ma Su waved his hand dismissively, saying, Liang, we have crossed paths and share a bond. There is no need for formalities. Just call me Lao Ma. It feels more friendly that way. I understood that he was a person unbound by trivialities, and indeed, addressing him as Lao Ma suited him far better than the title of professor. I nodded and inquired, Lao Ma, what have you stuffed inside this mask? What an unusual odor, both rank and fishy. It is utterly revolting. Ma Su glanced at me with a hint of sympathy and said calmly, I must warn you. You must brace yourself for what I am about to reveal. It may not sound pleasant, but it is effective. This mask has been soaked in ram's urine. What on earth? Ram's urine? Goodness. I nearly retched at the thought, grateful that I managed to suppress the urge, lest I vomit inside the mask, which would be even more repugnant. Ma Su elaborated, this urine is collected when the ram is in heat. It possesses remarkable properties for dispelling the noxious gases and cadaverous odors found in certain tombs. So, if you can endure it, please do. Struggling against my nausea, I replied, Old Ma, you are a renowned professor. Studying ram estrus seems rather beneath your dignity. Ma Su shot me a glare. What do you know? My field of study encompasses paleobiology, and modern biology has evolved from ancient forms. There are indeed connections to be made. Do not underestimate the efficacy of ram's urine. You are familiar with the notion that folk remedies can cure serious ailments, are you not? I remain skeptical. Isn't that pseudoscience? Many experts have stated that the idea of folk remedies curing major diseases is unscientific and misleading. Chapter 34. The Tomb Monkey. To my surprise, upon hearing my words, Professor Ma suddenly erupted with indignation, glaring fiercely as he exclaimed, "What nonsense! These so-called experts are merely generalizing from a few cases. Throughout history, a plethora of invaluable remedies has been passed down through the ages, embodying the wisdom of our ancestors. It is precisely these so-called eminent physicians and experts who, fearing that people might trust alternative treatments and thereby jeopardize their own interests, propagate false remedies and launch scathing critiques. In truth, authentic alternative treatments have been validated through countless instances, and I have dedicated extensive research to this very subject. As I spent more time with Professor Ma, I gained a deeper understanding of his character. He is unconventional, eschewing traditional norms, existing somewhat outside the realm of orthodox scholars. More often than not, he presents himself as an eccentric old man. In contrast to other serious professors, he embodies a unique persona, resembling more of an oddball than a conventional academic. Some of his viewpoints starkly oppose established theories. However, such matters lack definitive right or wrong. As he aptly stated, only that which has been substantiated through evidence can be deemed true and correct. For instance, whether a mask soaked in sheep urine can genuinely ward off the miasma of tombs and corpses is something he seems confidently assured of, presumably having verified its efficacy. I pondered that I must seize the opportunity to consult the old man for some effective remedies, which might prove useful when confronting malevolent spirits in the future. However, my thoughts were occupied with concern for the safety of my Uncle San and Liangyu. Thus, I hastily remarked, all right, Professor Ma, you are truly remarkable, and this endeavor relies heavily on your expertise. Let's expedite our progress and venture further inside." Ma Su, however, shook his head and said, "No, we cannot proceed hastily. There may still be lingering tomb gas present, and haste could lead to peril. The toxic residue accumulated here is formidable, and under these conditions, should we succumb to poisoning, there will be no escape. We must closely monitor the color changes of the ancient cypress oil candle, should anything unusual arise. We must be prepared to alter our strategy at a moment's notice." I nodded, fully aware of the urgency in my heart, but recognizing the validity of Ma Su's caution. Thus I had no choice but to follow him at a measured pace. As we traversed the corridor, we observed our surroundings, and various signs indicated that this passage had been excavated by human hands. Nevertheless, I remained skeptical of Ma Su's assertion that ancient tombs lay beneath us. My familiarity with tomb-raiding novels told me that such ancient sepulchres were typically hidden within majestic mountains. It was rare to imagine tomb raiding occurring in a bustling urban area. In contrast, Ma Su seemed to have discovered a new world, marching ahead with enthusiasm, determined to uncover a tomb. At that moment, although Ma Su and I traveled the same path, our objectives diverged. Mine was to locate my Uncle San and Liangyu, while Ma Su was solely focused on unearthing something novel. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, "Old Ma, you assert with 80% certainty that there are tombs below. What leads you to this conclusion?" Without turning back, he replied, "It is based on the emanation of tomb gas from this place and the monkey that attacked me." "The monkey? Do you know its origins?" I pressed further. Ma Su continued, "I have a fair understanding, roughly 80% certainty." I chuckled wryly, "Oh Ma, why do you always settle for 80%? Can't you achieve 100? Ma Su let out a cold snort. "In the realm of academia, until the final verification is complete, nothing can ever claim to be 100% certain. However, let me disclose something to you. Whenever I, Ma Su, assert something at 80%, it has never been incorrect. Essentially, it merely lacks that final corroboration, but it is largely accurate." I recognized that despite his eccentricities, Ma Su possessed genuine knowledge and expertise. Thus, I hastily inquired, "So, can you enlighten me about the origins of that creature?" As we walked, Ma Su explained, "When the initial attack occurred, I wasn't entirely certain. However, upon discovering that entrance and sensing the grave atmosphere rising from below, I could reasonably conclude that the creature is referred to as a tomb monkey." I scoffed upon hearing this. "What did you expect it to be?" Ma Su halted abruptly, turned back to me, and asked, "Oh, how do you know about the tomb monkey?" I nodded. "What is so remarkable about that?" Isn't it just a female monkey? Shouldn't the gender of this creature also require academic validation? But how did you instantly identify it as a female? Upon hearing my words, Ma Su turned pale, pointing at me and exclaiming, "You rascal, can you not create chaos?" I said tomb monkey, as in the grave, not female as in gender. How could you misconstrue that? It was then that I realized my mistake, feeling embarrassed as I scratched my head. Ma Su resumed walking, explaining as he went, "This guardian monkey, if classified, should be regarded as a type of tomb-guarding beast. The tomb guardian beast is a prevalent creature depicted in ancient Chinese funerary practices, characterized by various interpretations, such as beastly faces, human visages, and deer antlers. It serves as a funerary object intended to pacify malevolent spirits and safeguard the soul of the deceased from disturbance. The Rites of Zhou chronicles a creature known as the Mangxiang, which is said to feast on the livers and brains of the dead. Conversely, another divine beast called Fangxiangxi possesses the ability to repel the Mangxiang, prompting families to position Fangxiangxi beside the tomb to ward off such intrusions. This Fangxiangxi is described as having a human face and animal body. Archaeologists in Xi'an have unearthed a Tang Dynasty tomb in the Weiziu area of Chang'an, which contained a tomb guardian beast embodying this human-animal form. As time progressed into the Qing Dynasty, a particular species of monkey was discovered that bore a striking resemblance to the tomb guardian beast. Consequently, it became customary to inter a live monkey alongside the deceased, in hopes of ensuring the protection of their spirit. This practice gave rise to the concept of the guardian monkey. Upon hearing Masu's explanation, I found myself both in awe of his extensive knowledge and incensed, exclaiming, "To bury a live monkey is an exceedingly cruel method. This monkey is unlikely to confront the spirit of the deceased. How can it possibly offer protection?" Masu waved his hand dismissively. "You are mistaken. The reason this monkey is termed the guardian monkey is due to its unique ability, somewhat akin to the hibernation of cold-blooded animals. It can adjust its body within the tomb, entering a specific state that enables it to maintain its vital signs. In essence, it survives solely on the earthy essence within the tomb. Of course, I surmise that this tomb monkey cannot guarantee survival, as it requires certain conditions to be met simultaneously. They awaited the opportune moment to revive. The monkey that had just attacked us, I suspect, belongs to this category of grave-guarding monkeys." I was taken aback by this revelation and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this not utterly astonishing? To survive buried underground for centuries?" Ma Su, unable to conceal his excitement, gesticulated animatedly and said, "The vast world is full of wonders. There remain countless unknown realms awaiting our exploration. In truth, this is my first encounter with a living grave monkey. Thus far, there are no historical records documenting how many years such a grave monkey can endure. If what we are witnessing today is indeed a genuine grave monkey, it would represent a significant breakthrough in the field of paleobiology." As I listened to Ma Su's enthusiastic narration, my feet did not cease moving, and we advanced a considerable distance. Just as we rounded a corner, a sudden light appeared ahead. I hastily pulled Ma Su down to crouch, for the entire stretch we traversed was enveloped in darkness, illuminated solely by the candles we held. The emergence of light ahead compelled us to heighten our vigilance. We crouched silently, straining to listen, but there was no sound from the front. Exchanging glances, we cautiously moved forward a bit further, discovering that the view ahead opened up dramatically. The space expanded, revealing what seemed to be a chamber, with numerous oil lamps flickering on the surrounding walls. Ma Su approached, inhaling the scent of the lamp oil, and remarked, "The oil here appears to be derived from ancient cypress. It is rare for individuals to know how to utilize such a substance for lamp oil. It seems this person is quite remarkable indeed." With the illumination now present, I extinguished the candle in my hand. Simultaneously, I observed that 3 openings had emerged around the chamber. Aside from the passage we had just traversed, 2 other entrances flanked us, one to the left and one to the right. At this juncture, a fork in the path had manifested. I turned to Ma Su and inquired, "Old Ma, which way shall we proceed?" Ma Su, momentarily entranced by the lamp oil, snapped back to reality upon my question. He glanced at the two openings and nodded. "Do not rush. I have a plan." As he spoke, Masu retrieved a glass vial from his satchel, shaking it lightly beneath the lamp's glow before unscrewing the cap. Inside the vial, a firefly, which had been on the verge of demise from its earlier encounter with the coffin, surprisingly revived after such a lengthy respite. Buzzing forth into the air, the firefly circled a few times before darting directly into the left passageway. Its flight was swift, and soon, the faint glimmer vanished within the corridor. Masu gestured urgently. "Hurry, follow it." The firefly can sense the scent of decay. Clearly, the firefly's instinct led it toward the source of the corpse's essence, suggesting that the end of this passageway would lead to the burial site. Without hesitation, Masu dashed into the left corridor, and I closely trailed behind him. However, just as Masu was about to enter the passage, I suddenly noticed a significant detail from my position behind him. Adjacent to the entrance, a solitary oil lamp cast its glow, illuminating the area surrounding the opening. I discerned that a delicate layer of cobwebs adorned the entrance, remarkably intact, effectively sealing off a substantial portion of the passageway. I hastily grasped Masu's arm and pointed towards the cobweb. Masu immediately understood that we were tracking the tomb monkey. The cobweb remained intact, indicating that the monkey had not traversed this passage. We then proceeded to another corridor, only to discover a similar layer of cobweb above it. This was perplexing. Masu and I exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Despite our relentless pursuit, we had not encountered the tomb monkey. Yet here, the cobwebs in both passages suggested that the monkey had not escaped through this route. So, where had the tomb monkey vanished to? Chapter 35. The hanging Taoist. Upon contemplating this issue, I could not help but feel a chill run down my spine, suddenly overtaken by an inexplicable fear. Masu and I exchanged glances, peering behind each other, yet the tomb monkey was nowhere to be found within the chamber. Abruptly, we both came to a startling realization. We had been searching for the monkey on the ground, neglecting the ceiling of the cave. This was dire. I shouted in alarm, and, in unison with Masu, we directed our gaze upwards. Indeed, I beheld a ghastly, grinning visage. The tomb monkey was clinging to the cave's apex. Upon realizing it had been discovered, it emitted a guttural screech and leapt down upon us from its lofty perch. Caught off guard, I was momentarily paralyzed. By the time I gathered my wits, the creature was mere inches away, its mouth agape. A putrid odor wafted from the monkey's maw as I caught sight of its razor-sharp teeth aimed directly at my neck. I had no time to evade the impending attack, helplessly watching as it lunged towards me. Just as I surrendered to despair, anticipating the bite, the monkey's body abruptly halted, plummeting from the air. It was Masu who had seized the monkey's tail with all his might, yanking it away. However, as the creature hit the ground, it seemed unharmed. Instead, it let out a shriek and pivoted to retaliate against Masu. The moment Masu was struck by the monkey's flailing limbs, he quickly shielded his face and turned to flee. However, how could his physical agility possibly compare to that of the monkey? After just a few steps, he was swiftly overtaken by the grave monkey, which landed a resounding slap upon his shoulder. Masu let out a piercing scream and fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. The grave monkey leapt forward, extending its arm to seize Masu's vulnerable back. With no weapon at my disposal, I clutched the flashlight that had remained in my hand, though it had proven useless until now. Sensing the imminent peril, I instinctively hurled the flashlight towards the grave monkey. It somersaulted through the air and struck the monkey squarely on the head before bouncing onto the ground. The grave monkey, momentarily taken aback, turned around, its eyes flashing with a malevolent fury directed at me. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I pivoted to flee along the path I had come, only to discover that the grave monkey was swifter still. In mere moments, it had blocked my escape route and launched a direct assault against me. With a startled exclamation, I dared not glance back for fear of a surprise attack from behind. I could only face it, retreating step by step until I found myself cornered against the wall, with no avenue for escape. My legs weakened, and I collapsed onto the ground. The grave monkey emitted a strange cry, extending its arms once more as it lunged at me. Darkness clouded my vision, and a weight settled in my heart, knowing that this might be my final moment in the depths of this cave. Yet, driven by an innate survival instinct, I frantically scraped the barren ground beneath me and, to my astonishment, grasped something. In a rush, I could not identify what it was, but instinctively, I held it aloft to defend myself against the advancing grave monkey. It was only after I pierced that entity into the body of the grave monkey that I realized I was grasping a sword. At that moment, the blade was precisely embedded in the heart of the grave monkey. Simultaneously, I heard two agonizing screams. One was emitted by the grave monkey, while the other was a cry from Masu. My thrust was remarkably accurate. The force I exerted, combined with the momentum of the grave monkey lunging at me, drove the blade deep into its flesh. The grave monkey collapsed in response, yet curiously, no blood flowed from its body. Instead, a viscous, oily substance oozed out. Masu shouted and rushed over. Initially, I presumed he was concerned for my safety, but I soon realized I had misjudged him. Upon discovering the grave monkey had perished, he was inconsolable, stomping his feet and lamenting, "It's over. After such difficulty in encountering a living one, you've gone and killed it. What a pity." The expression on old Ma's face suggested he would gladly sacrifice himself in place of the monkey. I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all as I rose from the ground and exclaimed, "Old Ma, you are being unreasonable. That monkey nearly took our lives. Had we not slain it, we would have met our demise." Masu gazed at the grave monkey and, in resignation, shook his head, saying, all right, there will be other opportunities. "Are you unscathed?" I replied that I was fine, thankful to have stumbled upon this sword. As I spoke, I approached and withdrew the life-saving blade from the grave monkey, scrutinizing it under the light. Once I discerned the nature of the sword, my heart stirred with intrigue, for it was not forged of metal, but rather a peach wood sword. Whether in craftsmanship or design, it bears a striking resemblance to the peach wood sword bestowed upon me by my uncle. Upon laying eyes on this sword, I instinctively thought of him. I hurriedly glanced around, a reflexive action, for I was acutely aware that I had traversed this space countless times. During this period, aside from the recently deceased grave monkey, no one else had appeared. Observing my altered demeanor, Masu inquired about my distress. I replied that this sword seemed to belong to my uncle. Following that, I was at a loss regarding what to do next. If this sword indeed belonged to him, it could only imply one grim possibility. My uncle may have encountered peril. From the moment he appeared in the underground parking lot, he had evidently been ensnared by someone. Masu took the sword, examined it, and remarked, "That may not necessarily be the case. To my knowledge, many Taoists wield peach wood swords that are remarkably similar. There are no names or distinguishing marks upon it. How can you prove it belongs to your uncle?" Upon hearing Masu's explanation, a flicker of hope surged within me. Such is the nature of humanity. When ensnared in dire straits, a mere glimmer of hope can be magnified infinitely within one's heart. I found myself in that very state. Regardless of the likelihood of Masu's words, they provided me with the impetus and rationale to continue my search for my uncle. Masu approached the very entrance from which the firefly had just departed, switched on his flashlight, and illuminated the interior. He declared, "I trust in the firefly's instincts. I shall persist along this path." I nodded, my heart now devoid of fear, consumed solely by the desire to uncover the truth and rescue both my uncle and Liangyu. I cleared the cobwebs, shrouding the entrance with a peachwood sword, and together with the eccentric Professor Masu, we ventured into the dark passage. After traversing the previous chamber, the corridor once again narrowed. We trudged forward for approximately 10 meters before encountering another chamber. Cautiously, we squeezed into this new space, which starkly contrasted with the last, as it housed a coffin at its center. Upon entering, I was met with a damp and decaying odor. The coffin was severely deteriorated, with numerous gaping holes likely caused by its burial underground and subsequent exposure to air. The wood had oxidized to such an extent that it scarcely resembled a wooden artifact. Moreover, a faint black mist wafted up from within the coffin. I promptly tightened my mask, convinced this was the so-called grave air. Masu approached to examine it, nodding as he remarked, "This is indeed a genuine coffin from the Qing dynasty, appearing to be several centuries old." It turned out to be the coffin unearthed during the foundation excavation. Within this tomb chamber, several oil lamps flickered. Ma Su retrieved one from the wall and held it close to the coffin for a closer inspection. To our astonishment, we simultaneously discovered a datura plant sprouting from the head of the coffin. Upon spotting the datura, Ma Su gasped in surprise, quickly producing a magnifying glass to scrutinize the plant. Its roots were firmly embedded in the coffin, although not as large as the specimen we found in the dilapidated building. It was flourishing with lush, abundant foliage. I muttered, "How can this flower grow on a coffin?" Ma Su, succumbing once again to the peculiar temperament of the professor, offered no reply and remained engrossed in observing the flower. Witnessing his intense focus, I felt it inappropriate to urge him onward in search of my uncle. As he scrutinized the bloom, I leaned in to discern its nature. Just as I peered closer, an unsettling sensation gripped me. Something seemed to drip from above, landing squarely on my face. Instinctively, I wiped it away, only to find that it was a viscous substance, somewhat greasy and tacky to the touch. Upon bringing my hand to my eyes, I discovered it was a white, oily liquid. Almost immediately, another drop descended, landing atop my head. My nerves tensed once more, recalling that the grave monkey had previously concealed itself in the cavern above. I couldn't fathom how many grave monkeys might lurk in this underground expanse, fearing another assault. In a sudden motion, I craned my neck upwards. Indeed, within this tomb passage, anything seemed possible. As I glanced up, I was met with an even more horrifying sight. Suspended from the ceiling of the chamber was a figure. It was unclear how long the individual had been deceased, but white liquid dripped from their feet. My heart sank as I realized that the same substance now coated my face and hands, repulsively nauseating. Hastily, I lifted my garments to wipe my face and hands, then crouched down, retching violently. Ma Su, alerted by the commotion, also noticed the suspended corpse. True to his background in biological studies, he exhibited far greater composure in the presence of death than I did. Rather than succumbing to fear, he raised his flashlight to illuminate the body above. It was then that I discerned the figure was clad in a gray Taoist robe. A sudden jolt coursed through me. Disregarding my nausea, I urgently called out, "Lao Ma, quickly capture his face." Ma Su raised the flashlight slightly, the beam illuminating the visage of the corpse before us. The face was a ghastly shade of ashen blue, the eyes bulging grotesquely, devoid of any expression. As I recognized that face, my body nearly convulsed. A wave of weakness washed over me, and I collapsed onto the ground, utterly bereft of support. Chapter 36. The stench of decay, the soul of destiny. I am relieved to find that the figure hanging above is not my uncle. The tension that had gripped me dissipates in an instant. I cannot bear the thought of enduring such inhumane torment a second time. Yet, as I gaze upon the corpse draped in a Taoist robe, a fresh wave of concern washes over me. My uncle, who claims to be a Taoist, albeit in a rather unconventional manner, might share some connection with this suspended figure. Is there an inevitable link between them? Or is this all mere coincidence? After a considerable moment, I managed to rise from the ground and turn to Ma Su, who is still staring upward at the corpse. "Old Ma, with your extensive experience, do you have any insight into this? Is that substance dripping down corpse oil?" I make a preliminary assessment, having noticed that the liquid cascading from the body lands precisely upon the ink lotus growing atop the coffin. As I leaned in earlier, my head had fortuitously caught that liquid. Ma Su nods in agreement, stating, "You are correct. It is indeed corpse oil." I observe the ink lotus, which stands ominously, and a chill runs down my spine. This plant evokes a sense of dread within me. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I exclaim, "No wonder it's called hell grass." Flourishing atop a coffin, nourished by corpse oil, and thriving so luxuriantly. This is truly sinister. Ma Su appeared to be encountering this situation for the first time, his expression somewhat grave. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Seeing this reminds me of a passage regarding Luo, although I cannot recall in which ancient text I encountered it. I assumed that perhaps Ma Su's age was affecting his memory, so I prompted him, 'Is it the book we found in the library?' Ma Su shook his head. 'Of course not. I've already mentioned it is an ancient text. The majority of the books in the library are official publications, and much information is simply not fit for public viewing. That particular book offers a rather vague introduction to Ma Luo. To my knowledge, Ma Luo is merely a broad category, further divided into numerous subcategories. For instance, consider the peony, which is classified into 3 categories and 12 varieties, including specific types such as fire-refined golden elixir, Kunshan nightlight, Great Way purple, and purple heavy tower, among others. This peculiar professor truly is well-versed in various subjects. Noticing that he seemed poised to elaborate further, I quickly interjected. Old Ma, you're digressing. I have no interest in peonies. Perhaps you can enlighten me at another time. Just clarify what Ma Luo is all about. At that moment, my heart was heavy with anxiety, deeply concerned for my uncle and Liangyu. The sight of the suspended Taoist made me think of my uncle. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was some connection between the Taoist's plight and my uncle's predicament. Thus, I was determined to uncover the reason behind the Taoist's hanging. Ma Su, maintaining his composed demeanor, continued, regarding Ma Luo, I believe I encountered it in the Compendium of Materia Medica Herbals. Upon careful reflection, I recalled that the ancient text seemed to state, Tuo Luo, a star among the 4 malevolent ones of the purple star, also known as the horse sweeping malevolence, belongs to the element of metal in the 5 elements, is a floating star of the Big Dipper, and transforms energy into ominousness. Those born under the influence of Tuo Luo often possess unscrupulous intentions, adept at deceit and manipulation. In the case of women, Tuo Luo embodies a fa ade of gentleness while harboring cruelty within, dominating their husbands and harming their children, disregarding the virtues of womanhood, devoid of shame. The ink-colored Tuo Luo, rooted in the earth with dark leaves, possesses toxic stems, adept at absorbing foul and corrupt energies, thrives on the souls of the deceased, nourished by decaying wood, and grows in accordance with the essence of spirits. Those who achieve progeny under this influence often bear children with heavy burdens, marked by yellow, as referenced in celestial scriptures. According to the numerology of the Big Dipper, such children may restore life and vitality. Ma Su spoke with remarkable eloquence, leaving me utterly astonished. Such a lengthy passage from a text, and he recited it with fluent ease. One must acknowledge that this peculiar professor, seemingly nearing 60, possesses an extraordinary photographic memory. Later, I discovered that the moniker of this eccentric professor was not unique to my own usage. Within their academy, many referred to him in similar terms. The term eccentric carries no derogatory connotation. Rather, it reflects both his distinctive approach to life and serves as an acknowledgement of Ma Su's exceptional talents in various academic pursuits. Ma Su indeed possesses an uncanny ability for retention, rendering his mind akin to a living dictionary. I consider myself fortunate to have encountered him, for throughout subsequent experiences, the eccentric Professor Ma Su has, on more than one occasion, salvaged both my life and that of my third uncle through his profound knowledge. Ma Su spoke rapidly, predominantly in classical Chinese, which left me with only a fragmented understanding. Pointing at the ink-black Tuluo, I inquired old Ma, does the ancient text suggest that this entity thrives on the miasma of decay, which is why it flourishes atop the ancient coffin? Ma Su nodded and elaborated, indeed. Moreover, once it matures, it yields seeds. These seeds contain a yellow powder, reputedly capable of restoring life, implying a potential for resurrection. However, the process of seed formation is exceedingly arduous. The ancient texts detail a method that involves nurturing it with the miasma of decay and the soul of the Taoist. Is it truly possible that such a resurrection exists? I exclaimed in astonishment. Ma Su shook his head, saying, the ancient text proclaims such, yet I remain skeptical. At least, I have not encountered any evidence thereof. I wiped my face, still tainted with the viscous fluid that had oozed from the corpse, and instinctively retched a few times before asking, miasma of decay, the soul of the Tao. What does this imply about this entity? Ma Su gestured toward the corpse above, stating, the body's oils are a fusion of spirit and bodily fluids. I surmise that the orchestrators of this scheme are well versed in the methods recorded in that ancient text. The soul of the Tao is likely that of a practitioner. From my understanding, the souls of such individuals are purer and more refined. An adept possesses a clear spirit within. The coffin should contain the remains of its master, a notorious villain known for their heinous deeds, who once ensnared the 8 serpents. These bodies were not disposed of, but rather returned to the coffin and placed here. If I am not mistaken, this M2 Lu requires the number of the Big Dipper, which is 7. Therefore, it is likely that we will encounter more coffins and corpses ahead. Ma Su's words heightened my anxiety once more. I was correct. My third uncle indeed had connections to this suspended Taoist. Their commonality lies in their pursuit of the Tao. As for this M2 Lu, it resonates with the concept of the soul's command. Uneasily, I followed Ma Su as we continued down the passageway. As Ma Su had predicted, with each distance we traversed, we stumbled upon another crypt resembling the previous one, its structure somewhat akin to candied hawthorn. Each chamber contained a coffin, upon which M2 Lu grew, and above it dangled the corpse of a Taoist priest. These corpses, clad in various styles of Taoist robes, bore horrific fates. The oil seeping from them dripped onto the M2 Lu. Each time we entered a crypt, I felt a surge of tension, dreading the sight of my third uncle hanging there. We traversed 7 crypts, each adorned with a Taoist priest's corpse, yet my third uncle was nowhere to be found, which offered me a modicum of relief. However, beyond this, we uncovered no clues regarding my third uncle or Liang Yu. With no other course of action, we pressed onward, hoping to uncover the desired information and leads. Having already passed through 7 crypts and seen 7M2 Lu-S, we had reached the number of the Big Dipper as indicated by Ma Su. I remained in a state of unease, uncertain of what awaited us next. As I walked, I inquired of Ma Su, "Old Ma, do you not yearn for that particular type of? Why do you not gather them?" Ma Su shook his head, replying, "My visit this time was rather hasty. I lacked the necessary equipment. Once harvested, that would wither swiftly. After I ascertain the situation, I shall return with others." I offered a wry smile, saying, "I wonder if we shall have the opportunity to return." Ma Su remained silent, gesturing ahead. "Here lies another tomb chamber." Upon traversing the entrance, we indeed found ourselves in yet another sepulchre. However, upon viewing this chamber, a sense of disquiet washed over me. This tomb contained 3 entrances, reminiscent of the chamber where we had previously encountered the tomb monkeys. We meandered about, ultimately returning to our starting point. Curiously, the tomb monkey I had dispatched had inexplicably vanished. To confirm we had not erred, we searched the chamber, and the remnants of our earlier struggle were still evident on the ground, with several tufts of white fur from the tomb monkey remaining. Furthermore, the left entrance, once ensnared in spider webs, had been cleared by us while we had emerged from the right passage. This indicated that both entrances were interconnected. We had traversed the entirety of this subterranean tomb. At this juncture, if we followed the passage back, we could return to the underground garage. Yet a perplexing question arose. We had verified that the tomb monkey had indeed perished. Where then had its body vanished? Could it be that a third presence lurked within this chamber? At that moment, a subtle and mournful melody from a flute wafted through the air, ethereal and elusive. The sound, though faint, resonated in my ears and those of Ma Su like a deafening gong. I felt a shiver run down my spine and turned my head in search of the source of the haunting tune. However, the melody seemed to reverberate from all directions, an airy sound that appeared to seep from the very walls of the earthen tomb, rendering it impossible for me to discern its origin. The eerie nature of the flute music suggested that perhaps Ma Su and I were being watched in this subterranean sepulchre. This thought sent a chill coursing through me, as if a pair of eyes were fixed upon my back. I swiftly approached the left passageway, the very entrance through which we had entered the tomb. Crouching down, I meticulously examined the ground. A layer of dust covered the entire floor of the chamber, and our footprints were distinctly visible upon it. The imprints were chaotic, clearly not the result of only 2 individuals traversing the space. Upon closer inspection, I indeed discovered the unmistakable presence of a third set of footprints, in addition to those of Ma Su and myself. Chapter 37. The Satellite. In other words, after Ma Su and I entered the passage, another individual eliminated the grave monkey and subsequently followed us into the passage. A chill ran down my spine as I intended to call out to Ma Su. However, upon turning around, I was taken aback to find something amiss with him. Ma Su stood rigidly, his eyes wide and slightly rolled back. His arms were stiffly positioned at his sides, while his legs trembled uncontrollably. This was dire. I silently admonished myself. His condition mirrored that of Uncle San and Liang Yu when they fell under the flute's control. It dawned on me that the flute had the power to manipulate individuals. The only reason I remained unaffected was the absence of a guiding light. As I observed the increasingly vacant expression in Professor Ma Su's eyes, a wave of panic surged within me. I realized that once he succumbed completely to the flute's influence, it would be too late. Yet in my current state, what could I do to rescue him? I was frantic, my thoughts swirling in desperation, my hands instinctively searching my person. In this instinctive motion, I unexpectedly grasped the sealing balm that Uncle San had given me. According to his explanation, this balm not only invigorates blood circulation, dispels toxins, and replenishes vitality, but when applied to my shoulder, it also wards off wayward spirits seeking entry. The essence of sealing is to close the passage between the body and the soul. I was uncertain of the mechanics behind the flute's control over people, but with this sealing balm in hand, I had no choice but to give it a try. Ma Su, entranced by the flute's melody, began to move, heading towards the passage where we had discovered the coffin and the Taoist's corpse. Without hesitation, I rushed forward, tearing open Ma Su's clothing, and swiftly affixed a piece of sealing plaster to him. I merely grasped at straws. Yet I could never have anticipated the remarkable efficacy of this plaster. Upon its application, Ma Su's steps abruptly ceased. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to me and inquired, "Liang, why did you strike me?" I found myself both amused and exasperated. Did he truly possess no inkling of the situation? I gestured towards the plaster, saying, "It appears you've regained your senses. Had I not applied this plaster, you would have followed the flute's alluring melody, just like Uncle San and Liang Yu." Ma Su, intrigued, gazed at the plaster on his shoulder and mused, "Is this plaster truly so wondrous? What is it made of?" To my astonishment, it seemed he contemplated removing it for further investigation. I quickly intervened, "Old Ma, if you wish to examine it, let us do so once we return. It would be unwise to disturb it now." Ma Su paused, listening intently as the faint sound of the bone flute persisted. I pointed to the passage he had nearly entered moments before, stating, "It is this very passage that you were drawn to by that flute's enchanting call." He nodded in agreement. Our previous exploration was far too hasty. There must be elements within that we have yet to uncover. We exchanged a knowing glance and, in unison, nodded, resolutely venturing once more into the tomb's corridor. The sound of the flute, the tomb chamber, the hanging Taoist priest, the ink mandala upon the coffin, the footprints of a third person. All these elements form an enigmatic riddle. Despite my awareness of the considerable perils that lie ahead, my resolve remains unwavering, particularly as my uncle and Liang Yu are still oblivious to their fate. We continue our search, passing by the coffins and suspended Taoist priests, which remain unchanged. We meticulously scoured the tomb chamber, yet our efforts yielded no discoveries until we reached the final chamber. Ma Su surveyed the surroundings, suddenly crouching down to retrieve paper and pen from his person, sketching something. Intrigued, I crouched beside him, curious about what the eccentric professor might be illustrating at such a moment. The marks Ma Su drew were clear and simple. I observed him placing 7 star-like dots on the paper. The arrangement resembled a spoon, somewhat akin to the configuration of the Big Dipper. Eventually, Ma Su seemed to awaken from a reverie and muttered, just as I suspected. Confounded by his words, I inquired about their meaning. Ma Su merely shook his head and said, "Follow me." With that, he turned back, leading me deeper into the tomb passage. After winding through the corridors, Ma Su guided me back to a tomb chamber I could no longer identify. The ancient oil lamp still burned remarkably well, casting a relatively bright light even after all this time. This tomb chamber, much like several others, appeared unremarkable upon our repeated inspections. Aside from an ancient coffin and a hanging Taoist priest, no other artifacts could be discerned. Yet, Ma Su lingered in this very chamber, withdrawing a piece of paper to scrutinize it for a while. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, "Old Ma, is this the Big Dipper?" What significance does your drawing hold? Ma Su gestured towards the star points on the paper, explaining, the Big Dipper is formed by connecting the stars in the order of TNX, Tiansin, T New Jersey, Tinqin, YHing, Kiing, and Yoguing, with the first four stars known as D Uku, constituting the bowl of the Dipper. The latter three are referred to as Diasho, forming the handle. I have ascertained that these 7 tomb chambers correspond precisely to the shape of the Big Dipper, and our current position aligns with the central star of the handle, known as Kiing. I nodded, pondering what does this signify. Ma Su continued, to my knowledge, celestial constellations and terrestrial geography are intricately linked. Given that this site is arranged according to the orientation of the Big Dipper, there must be another star here, implying the existence of an additional tomb chamber we have yet to explore. With that, Ma Su sketched another star adjacent to our current position of Kiing, connecting it with a line. I was taken aback. An 8th star? Ma Su affirmed, indeed. A careful observation of celestial bodies reveals a dim star in close proximity to Kiing, known as the 80th star of the Ursa Major constellation. The ancients observed it consistently positioned in close proximity to the Sun star, resembling a guardian of the Sun. Thus, it was named the auxiliary star. Together, the Sun star and the auxiliary star form a pair of binary stars. At this very moment, I am utterly in awe of Ma Su. This eccentric professor truly embodies the essence of his peculiar title. It seems he has devoted his entire life to scholarly pursuits, his mind akin to a vast compendium of knowledge, effortlessly articulating insights on any subject matter. Furthermore, his memory is astonishingly exceptional, recalling numerous sources with remarkable clarity. Indeed, before I could pose another inquiry, he began to reference classical texts. According to the records of the Grand Historian, Book of Heavenly Officials, it states that the brightness of the auxiliary star is near, and the minister is strong. The faint is distant and weak. The Book of Gene, treatise on astronomy, also mentions that the auxiliary star is in close proximity to the Sun star, thus assisting in the success of the Big Dipper, signifying the presence of a prime minister. When the 7 luminaries shine brightly, the nation thrives. When the auxiliary star shines brightly, the ministers are strong. And there is also mention from the Song dynasty. I hastily interrupted the eccentric professor, as his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm upon discussing these ancient texts. Seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, I can only imagine he exhibits this same fervor in the lecture halls of the university. I waved my hand and said, "Old Ma, I am aware of your vast erudition. However, for now, please just share the conclusion with me, as we are pressed for time." Ma Su, sensing my interruption, yet still somewhat reluctant to cease, smacked his lips and remarked, "What I mean to convey is that adjacent to the burial chamber of the Sun star, there must be another chamber, the burial site of the auxiliary star. How could this be possible? We have scoured this area multiple times. Are we truly expected to excavate through these walls?" Ma Su pointed at the coffin, instructing, "Push it open." I comprehended Ma Su's intention. Indeed, if there was any corner of this tomb we had yet to explore, it lay beneath that coffin. Given the current distribution of our labor force, I was the principal individual tasked with this endeavor. Following Ma Su's command, I began to push the rear of the coffin. It was exceedingly dilapidated, with numerous cracks and gaps of varying degrees, and I feared that a mere exertion of force might cause it to collapse entirely. Perceiving my apprehension, Ma Su waved his hand reassuringly. "I have examined it. The craftsmanship of these ancient coffins is quite sophisticated. Do not be deceived by their simplistic structure. They are undoubtedly the work of skilled coffin makers. Thus, despite their damage, they will not easily fall apart." I nodded, bracing myself against the coffin while my feet anchored firmly on the ground. From the fissures of the coffin, a faint wisp of black mist continuously seeped out, likely carrying a rather unpleasant odor. Fortunately, I was equipped with a mask soaked in sheep urine, which, while pungent, effectively masked any other foul scents. Oddly enough, this mask, as peculiar as it was, proved quite useful. Since entering this tomb, I had experienced no adverse reactions. However, the surface of the coffin was sticky and uncomfortable to the touch. Gritting my teeth, I was determined to push it open swiftly and exerted considerable force, using 7 or 8 parts of my strength. To my surprise, The coffin appeared quite substantial, yet after applying some force, it began to slide gradually. Before long, I had managed to push it more than half a meter away. In the spot where the coffin had rested, a smooth stone slab emerged. It turned out that the coffin had been resting upon this slab, explaining why it had not required much effort to move. Ma Su ordered me to continue pushing until the coffin was completely displaced. A pristine stone slab lay beneath our feet. Ma Su then took an oil lamp and crouched down to examine the slab closely. It was densely inscribed with numerous characters, all in a consistent clerical script, meticulously arranged. However, the content appeared rather ornate, and I lacked the patience to decipher it. Fortunately, with the eccentric Professor Ma Su present, the task of studying such matters was hardly mine to undertake. Despite my growing impatience, I understood the necessity of proceeding methodically. My instincts suggested that we were inching closer to the truth. Uncle 3 and Liang, you might be just beyond the wall that separated us. I placed my hopes of breaching that barrier in the hands of the peculiar professor. Ma Su, holding the lamp, scrutinized the stone slab intently. After a full quarter of an hour, he finally stood up, grimacing as he rubbed his weary back. I hastily inquired, "Old Ma, what does it say?" Ma Su replied, "It describes the identity of the tomb's owner, akin to an epitaph." It seems my conjectures were not unfounded. Chapter 38, The Bone Wind Chime, I inquired. "What are your speculations?" Ma Su replied, "Do you recall what I previously mentioned regarding the auxiliary star? The auxiliary star, akin to the opening of the yang, supports successful endeavors, embodying the qualities of a prime minister. When the 7 political stars shine brightly, the nation flourishes. When the auxiliary star is luminous, the ministers grow strong. I initially surmised that those interred at this location must possess profound knowledge of celestial phenomena and geomancy. They intended for their descendants to embody the traits of dignitaries and ministers. The inscriptions on this stone tablet affirm this notion. Who then is buried here?" As Ma Su traced the stone tablet, he articulated the engraved characters. "This individual is named Wu Baozhang." "Wu Baozhang? I have not heard this name before." Ma Su nodded and said, "You are unlikely to be familiar with him. However, his family head is exceedingly renowned. None other than the Prince of Pingxi, Wu Sangue, who once governed Yunnan. Wu Baozhang served as a household minister to Wu Sangue, enjoying considerable favor and contributing significantly to his lord's endeavors. Yet, his life was characterized by modesty, and being a household servant, he remains unrecorded in many historical texts. During the time of the 3 Feudatories' Rebellion, Wu Baozhang was tasked with contacting the Pingnan Wang, Shankashi, and Guangdong. He adeptly assessed the situation and, upon arriving in Guangdong, participated in persuading Shankashi to remain loyal to the Qing court. His efforts in restraining over 100,000 rebels from advancing northward created favorable conditions for the Qing government to quell the insurrection. Subsequently, he did not return to Yunnan but chose to remain in Guangdong, recognizing his exceptional talent and contributions in council. The Pingnan Wang appointed him as the supervisor of Xian and Apos, and county, which encompasses the present-day vicinity of Shenzhen. He diligently fulfilled his duties, and though his official rank was modest, he achieved notable political accomplishments. Later, Wu Baozhang met his demise in Guangdong, and he was interred in the very land where we now stand, specifically within this tomb. After listening to Ma Su's introduction, I began to comprehend the situation. At that time, my uncle remarked that the feng shui here was akin to 8 serpents entwined around a dragon. Within those 8 coffins lay the remains of heinous criminals who had been buried alive, suggesting that the person who chose this site for their final resting place must have been of considerable stature. The identity of the tomb owner has now become clear. While Wu Baozhang may not be deemed a figure of monumental significance, his status is not insignificant either, having served as an official in this locale for many years. He possessed the means to secure such a site. One can surmise that his proximity to Wu Sangue, along with his worldly experiences, inspired him to select a place of auspicious feng shui for the prosperity of his descendants, opting for a site that was also a dragon vein. However, due to the malevolent nature of this dragon, he sought the counsel of a geomancer. Employing the method of the 8 serpents entwined around the dragon to counteract the ill winds and waters. In truth, I am not particularly invested in the identity of this tomb's owner. My purpose in coming here is solely to uncover the whereabouts of my uncle in Liangyu. Upon hearing Ma Su mention a burial chamber known as Kaiyang Star, I was eager to locate the adjacent chamber, reputedly called Fu Star. Ma Su pointed to a stone slab on the ground and stated, "If I am not mistaken, beneath this slab lies the passage to the other chamber." His assertion was delivered with conviction, yet I remained somewhat skeptical as I crouched down to lift the stone slab. It was not particularly thick, and with a firm effort, I managed to pry it open slightly. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind surged forth from the crevice, causing me to shudder involuntarily. The underground tomb was already suffused with a chilling atmosphere, and my body remained persistently uncomfortable. However, the coldness emanating from beneath the stone slab was even more pronounced, as if the space below and above the slab belonged to entirely different realms. The slab served as a barrier, separating these two worlds. Yet, it soon became evident that Ma Su's deduction was entirely accurate. Indeed, a dark passage had emerged beneath, illuminated by the light above. I could discern a spiraling corridor leading downward, from which a gust of frigid air ascended. I glanced at Ma Su, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that everything was under his control. I removed the stone slab completely. Gripping my peachwood sword and holding a lantern, I ventured first into the passage. This corridor spiraled downward, evidently excavated by human hands. After descending 3 or 4 meters, another tomb chamber appeared before us. Just then, a sudden sound of a flute pierced the stillness. This time, the melody resonated differently. Unlike the distant, hollow tunes I had heard before, this one felt immediate, as if it were being played right beside my ear. We turned toward the source of the sound, and the sight nearly terrified me. On one wall of this chamber hung a multitude of corpses, densely packed. Among them were several desiccated remains, alongside others that had not yet fully decomposed, likely having perished only a few years prior. To my horror, I recognized Chen Wanli, who had previously attacked me in Liangyu, along with the female corpse, prominently displayed among the macabre collection. No wonder we returned to the underground parking lot without encountering any further attacks. They were suspended here. Even more bizarrely, in front of the wall of corpses, there hung a set of wind chimes, swaying gently in the breeze. Initially perplexed by the presence of these chimes, I soon realized that what appeared to be a simple set of wind chimes was, in fact, a collection of human tibiae. Upon a closer inspection of the ancient corpses adorning the walls, it became evident that they were conspicuously missing their lower leg bones. Remarkably, these bone chimes were crafted from the very tibiae of those ancient remains. As the chilling wind swept through, the bone chimes emitted a haunting melody. The sound, though merely a few segments of leg bones, was profoundly unsettling, instilling a sense of dread that deterred any approach. This was the bone flute. Masu, upon encountering the bone flute he had longed to see, momentarily forgot his fear and, with a shout, dashed toward the bone chimes, gazing upward in awe. To my astonishment, the sound of the bone flute was not produced by human breath. It emanated from its own being, suspended there. Such an eerie phenomenon raised questions. In this enclosed space, where could the wind possibly originate? Ma Su seemed to ponder this as well, observing the direction in which the chimes swayed, and simultaneously looking towards the source of the breeze. It was then that we discerned the tomb chamber was shaped like a gourd, with the chamber housing the wind chimes being smaller and separated by a narrow passage from a larger adjoining chamber. The wind that animated the bone flute arose from that larger tomb chamber. We traced our steps from the underground parking lot, each new discovery causing our hearts to race. Fortunately, we did not find the bodies of Uncle San and Liangyu on the recently discovered wall. Who knows what other revelations await us? Gritting my teeth, I raised a lantern without waiting for Ma Su to speak and made my way toward the other chamber. Ma Su followed closely behind as we navigated through the narrow passage, arriving at the grand tomb chamber. The chamber was illuminated by several ancient oil lamps, though the narrowness of the passageway obscured much of the light, preventing us from noticing this room earlier. In the center of the tomb lay a coffin. While the presence of a coffin in a tomb is not unusual, What was remarkable was its distinctive shape. Typically, coffins are wider at one end and taper to a narrower point, but what we encountered here was a turtle-shaped coffin. This peculiar coffin was supported by a wooden turtle, making it appear as though the coffin and the turtle were one seamless entity, with the base of the coffin fitting snugly against the turtle's back, leaving no visible seams. Clearly a result of masterful craftsmanship. We marveled not only at the coffin's unusual form, but also at the skill of the artisan. The wooden turtle, with its head held high, faced the direction of the passage, appearing almost lifelike, intricately carved with remarkable detail. I gazed at the strange turtle coffin, intrigued, and remarked, "Could it be that Wu Baozhong lies within? Why is the coffin supported by a turtle?" Ma Su cast a glance at me and remarked, "Shaoli, you ought to dedicate yourself to learning more. A lack of education is not dreadful. What is truly alarming is the audacity to speak without knowledge." "Olma, what do you mean? Have I spoken incorrectly?" I inquired. The eccentric professor, displaying remarkable patience, elucidated, "This is not a turtle. It is a bishi, one of the 9 offspring of the dragon in ancient Han mythology, also known as Dossiers. It resembles a tortoise and is known for its capacity to bear weight. Thus, we frequently encounter it supporting stone tablets in temples, ancestral halls, or cemeteries. The bishi bearing the tablet holds significant cultural connotations, symbolizing longevity and auspiciousness, while also denoting status, totemic worship, or in some locales, even shamanistic reverence. That is not accurate. You are referring to a tablet, but this is clearly a coffin." I interjected, waving my hand dismissively. Such tortoise coffins have indeed surfaced a few times throughout history. Whenever these tortoise coffins were unearthed, they were accompanied by remarkably rare droughts. As documented in ancient texts, though it remains uncertain whether there is a correlation with the discovery of these coffins. Moreover, does this burial chamber not resemble a hall of worship? Upon hearing Ma Su's words, I surveyed the burial chamber. To my astonishment, I realized it had been artificially adorned to resemble a shrine. The walls of the chamber were embedded with stone slabs, intricately carved with numerous murals. Below, incense burners and ancient cauldrons were piled. Approaching, I noticed some ash in the incense burner. Judging by its hue, it seemed that offerings had been made not long ago. I found myself increasingly bewildered, fully aware that grasping the essence of these matters was beyond my capabilities. I gazed at Ma Su, hoping he would provide me with an impeccable explanation. As he opened his mouth to speak, a sudden sound emanated from the turtle-shaped coffin. A shiver ran down my spine, fearing I had misheard. Then, another noise followed, as if something within had inadvertently struck the coffin. At that moment, a chilling gust of wind erupted from the mouth of the turtle that bore the coffin, its force formidable and icy. Concurrently, from the wall of human bones outside, an eerie melody began to resonate, reminiscent of a flute's haunting notes. The source was revealed. It was indeed the turtle that bore the coffin that played the bone flute. Yet, despite its vivid semblance of life, being merely a wooden carving, how could it produce such a wind? Ma Su waved his hand dismissively, asserting no. The strangeness lies within the coffin. Come, let us open it and uncover the truth. Chapter 39. Twin brothers. The events we encountered grew increasingly bizarre, greatly igniting my curiosity. The uniquely designed and meticulously crafted bishi, despite the grandiose descriptions provided by Ma Su, appeared to me merely as a turtle-shaped coffin. My curiosity deepened further regarding the identity of the person contained within this coffin. Could it be the renowned Wu Baozhong of yore? Upon receiving the directive from Ma Su to open the coffin, I ascended the back of the bishi. Its surface was flat and spacious, capable of accommodating 3 or 4 individuals effortlessly. Upon the turtle's back lay a coffin, devoid of any outer casing. I pressed my hands against the lid of the coffin and, exerting force, found it surprisingly free of coffin nails. After I pushed the lid aside, Ma Su climbed onto the bishi's back with an oil lamp, peering inside. As anticipated, a corpse lay within. Yet this was not the ancient remains I had envisioned, nor was it Wu Baozhong. To my astonishment, the figure was none other than Wu Tianyu and Appo's brother, Wu Tianxiong, the individual who had previously lent money to my uncle. His complexion was a deep shade of blue, clearly indicating he had departed from this world. Just a few days prior, we had encountered him. It was he who had guided my uncle and me to the Tianyu group. How could he have perished in such a brief span? I rubbed my eyes and brought the lamp closer, anxious that my tension might lead to a misperception. The illumination clarified my view further. 2 candles flickered above Wu Tianxiong and Appo's head and shoulders, with a tiny flame dancing atop the candle situated over his shoulders. Above, the candle flickered in a state of extinguishment. Summoning my courage, I approached to discern the nature of the situation. Just as I leaned down, a bizarre laugh echoed from behind me, reverberating through the tomb with an unsettling resonance. The suddenness of the sound sent a shiver down my spine, and I quickly turned to look. As I beheld the face of the person before me, my jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The individual standing there was an uncanny likeness of Wu Tianxiong. How could this be possible? I glanced back into the coffin, and it was evident that the figure before me was indeed the same person. Could it be that I was truly hallucinating? The Wu Tianxiong before me gritted his teeth and said, "You little brat, I underestimated you. I thought that by taking control of your uncle, you would retreat in despair. I never expected you would dare to come here. But this is for the best. You and this old man shall keep each other company in death." As he spoke, Wu Tianxiong produced a firearm from his person and aimed it directly at me. Ma Su, witnessing this, hastily raised his hands and said, "Sir, please remain calm." Before Ma Su could finish his plea, Wu Tianxiong pivoted the gun, firing a shot at Ma Su's head. The resounding bang reverberated, causing the earth from the tomb's ceiling to cascade down upon Ma Su, covering him completely, eliciting a frightened retreat of his neck. Goodness, Wu Tianxiong was wielding a genuine weapon. After firing, he turned the gun's barrel towards me, a wisp of smoke curling out from the muzzle. It was the first time I had witnessed someone brandishing a firearm, especially aimed at oneself outside of a police drama. Gazing upon the ominous muzzle of the gun, I experienced for the very first time the paralyzing fear of being exposed to such a threat. As I observed the 2 Wu Tianxiong, one inside the coffin and the other outside, I found the situation almost unfathomable. Coerced by his weapon, I dare not make a rash move and, instead, raise my hands while inquiring, "Wu, Boss Wu, please do not act impulsively. Are you truly Wu Tianxiong? And who, pray tell, is the one in the coffin?" Wu Tianxiong let out a sardonic laugh, remarking, "Young man, have you ever heard the saying that curiosity killed a cat? You are that very cat, ensnared by your own inquisitiveness. I had no intention of taking your life. However, you have stumbled into hell uninvited. Knowing this place, I fear you may find it impossible to leave alive." His expression bore little emotion, shrouded in a dark pallor that lacked the ferocity of his former self, yet it was replaced by a sinister cunning. At that moment, it was evident that Wu Tianxiong had been seized by a murderous intent, the flesh on his face twitching beneath the flickering oil lamp. The hand that held the gun trembled slightly, suggesting that a shot could be fired at any moment. I glanced around, reminding myself to remain calm. When dealing with a fiend like Wu Tianxiong, provoking him with words would be the gravest error. With my uncle absent and the eccentric professor devoted to scholarly pursuits, ill-equipped to handle such a foe, my ability to survive now rested solely upon my own wits. I took a deep breath to steady my nerves and addressed Wu Tianxiong. "So, it appears that everything here has been orchestrated by you. I fail to comprehend why you would act in such a manner, considering this is your brother's domain." I had not anticipated that my words would trespass upon a deep-seated taboo within Wu Tianxiong's soul. After hearing my statement, he raised an eyebrow and retorted sharply, "Nonsense. This is not merely Wu Tianyou's domain. It belongs to the Wu family. From the towering edifices above to the crypts below, all of this is ours." Observing Wu Tianxiong, though his emotions were somewhat heightened, he did not appear overly eager to enact violence upon us. Thus I followed his lead and inquired, "Are you suggesting that the tombs beneath also belong to your Wu family?" Wu Tianxiong nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, this has long been the resting place of our ancestors. It is a site of exceptional feng shui." I was taken aback. "Are you implying that Wu Baozhong is one of your forebears?" Wu Tianxiong scoffed, and although he did not respond directly, his demeanor clearly indicated assent. I was astounded when the stone slab explicitly named Wu Baozhong as the interred. I had not realized that the Wu in his name was the same as that of Wu Tianxiong and Wu Tianyu. This revelation suggested that Wu Tianyu must have been aware of the ancestral tombs beneath when he initially planned to develop this area. Otherwise, the coincidences would be too numerous to dismiss. However, to put it plainly, Wu Tianyu was effectively excavating the graves of his own ancestors. I nodded and remarked, "So you have personally unearthed the tombs of your forebears?" Wu Tianxiong gestured emphatically to the ground beneath us, gritting his teeth as he declared, "If we do not dig, shall we simply wait for others to disturb our ancestral graves?" At that moment, Ma Su, who had been lurking nearby, suddenly interjected, saying, "You might as well report the presence of the tombs beneath to the authorities. These are ancient graves from the Qing dynasty, containing many valuable artifacts worthy of scholarly discussion." I found Ma Su's remarks rather laughable, for not everyone possesses such lofty ideals. As expected, Wu Tianxiong was incensed by his words, aiming his pistol directly at Ma Su. I was taken aback, fearing that a mere slip of his hand might result in the demise of the old scholar. Hastily, I gestured for calm, saying, "He is merely an elderly academic, lacking in social graces. Please do not provoke him. Surely, the remains here cannot belong to your ancestor, Wu Baozhong? This is clearly a recent corpse. May I inquire as to his identity? This is the mystery I most wish to unravel. Although this is purportedly Wu Baozhong's tomb, the occupant of the main coffin is evidently not him. Moreover, this individual bears an uncanny resemblance to Wu Tianxiong, aside from being alive and dead. I can discern no other differences." Wu Tianxiong shot me a sidelong glance and sneered, "Some truths are better left unknown. If you were to uncover the reality of the situation, you would not leave this place alive." I forced a grim smile, retorting, "Even in ignorance, it seems unlikely that we would survive this encounter. If I am not mistaken, our presence here has been under your surveillance from the very beginning. What I cannot comprehend is why, knowing that Wu Tianyu is your elder brother, you would seek to disrupt the feng shui to bring him harm." Wu Tianxiong nodded. "All right. These matters have been concealed in my heart for so many years, akin to a colossal stone, suffocating me. No one has ever lent an ear to my confessions, nor have I shared them with anyone. If you wish to hear, I shall recount this tale. However, know that ignorance may lead to demise, while knowledge may lead to an even graver fate." I fixed my gaze upon Wu Tianxiong's visage, which was contorted with anguish. His teeth clenched so tightly that his features seemed to warp, as if a torrent of unspoken words tormented him. I understood that within the heart of this ruthless man, who resorted to any means necessary, lay a secret of unspeakable nature. Now, in our presence, he found us to be the perfect audience for his lament. In his eyes, I and Lao Ma had become indistinguishable from the deceased, merely a matter of life and death by timing. As Wu Tianxiong aimed his gun at us, he cast a fleeting glance at the figure within the coffin, and a flicker of tenderness illuminated his gaze. This revelation astonished me. My impression of Wu Tianxiong was that of a hardened individual, one who presented a fade of cruel cunning in the underworld. I had not anticipated that a trace of emotion could reside within his eyes. Wu Tianxiong spoke. "The one lying in the coffin is my identical twin brother, Wu Tianza." At this juncture, neither Lao Ma nor I exhibited any significant reaction. After all, the appearance of two indistinguishable individuals naturally evokes thoughts of twin brothers. Yet I was perplexed. If Wu Tianza was indeed Wu Tianxiong's twin, he must also be Wu Tianyu's brother. However, neither Wu Tianyu nor Liangyu had ever mentioned the existence of such a person. How did this person meet his demise? And what brings him to this underground parking lot? Wu Tianxiong continued, "You must be wondering why he lies here. Allow me to explain. Everything I have done has been for Tianza. Tianza and I are twin brothers. Yet despite our identical appearances at birth, our physical constitutions differ greatly. Tianza has always been frail and unwell. However, since he was born an hour before me, he took on the role of an elder brother, sacrificing his own desires for my sake. Whether it was the toys we played with or the treats we enjoyed, he always let me have the better share. Our bond has been strong since childhood. Yet, despite Wu Tianyu's immense wealth, He refused to provide treatment for Tianzi's ailments. People accuse me, Wu Tianxiong, of being cruel, but they fail to recognize that Wu Tianyou's heart is far more ruthless, 100-fold, 1,000-fold more so than mine. My cruelty manifests in my actions, while he harbors his in his heart. At this juncture, Wu Tianxiong's face contorted into a terrifying grimace, his teeth clenched in fury. It became evident to us that he harbored deep-seated animosity towards Wu Tianyu. Throughout Wu Tianxiong and Appo's discourse, the gun in his hand remained steadfastly aimed at us, without the slightest hint of relaxation. Aside from his voice, the silence enveloped us, punctuated only by the echo of his words. Chapter 40. The funeral casket. I have been contemplating strategies, yet I feel utterly powerless at this moment. At this juncture, not only is fleeing out of the question, but even the slightest movement may provoke Wu Tianxiong to fire his weapon in desperation. Both Lao Ma and I are entirely exposed to the gun's muzzle. Meanwhile, the eccentric Professor Ma Su seems to have completely immersed himself in the narrative spun by Wu Tianxiong. As he inquires, so how did Wu Tianzi meet his demise? Was it due to illness? Wu Tianxiong scoffs. If it were from illness, then that would be fate, and I would hold no one accountable. My grievance lies in the fact that Tianzi was driven to his death by Wu Tianyu, who in pursuit of his so-called wealth and status, forced Tianzi into his grave. When Wu Tianyu developed Tianyu Square, 8 coffins were unearthed. The strange occurrences that followed need not be elaborated upon. You should already be aware of them. I nod in acknowledgement. After the incident, did not President Wu suppress the matter by claiming it was merely a case of restless souls? Furthermore, it is said that those coffins and their contents have been disposed of. How then do these coffins reappear here? Wu Tianxiong spits in disdain. Nonsense. He portrays himself as valiant, yet he has buried the truth. Very few are privy to the actual events. Those 8 cursed coffins were impossible to conceal. If the situation had spiraled out of control, not only would lives continue to be lost, but that land would become utterly worthless. No one would dare to take on such a parcel, which was utterly unacceptable to Wu Tianyu at the time. He had invested vast sums of money and resources. If this matter could not be suppressed, then his career and fortunes would be forfeit. Wu Tianxiong grew increasingly agitated to the point where his hand, which held the gun, began to tremble. Fearing an accidental discharge, I quickly interjected, Wu, "Third brother, please calm down." What happened next, it is somewhat amusing. When I first encountered Wu Tianxiong, I mistakenly believed him to be Wu the eldest. Subsequently, I learned he was Wu the second, and to my surprise, he has swiftly ascended to Wu the third. Upon hearing my address, Wu Tianxiong shot me a glare and let out a huff before continuing. Our Wu family possesses an ancestral scroll that has been passed down through generations, beyond documenting the lineage of the Wu descendants. It also emphasizes the tale of Wu Baozhong discovering this dragon vein and his burial here, which closely resembles the inscriptions on that stone tablet. We consulted a feng shui master who helped us locate the original site of Tianyu Square. After a few years of observation, we found that the area was on the verge of development, and we spared no effort in acquiring this land. Although the real estate market was thriving at the time, our corporate strategy did not necessitate a substantial investment in this particular plot. Nonetheless, we were resolute in our pursuit, and during the bidding process, we expended considerable resources. I nodded in agreement. It is only fitting to secure a place where our ancestors rest. Wu Tianxiong scoffed. I originally believed that Wu Tianyu acted out of reverence for our forebears and for the Wu family. But as it turns out, it was all for his own selfish interests. As he spoke, Wu Tianxiong waved the gun about erratically. I observed his emotions becoming increasingly agitated, and I hastily interjected. Acquiring this auspicious land must surely be for the future prosperity of the Wu family's enterprises, correct? Wu Tianxiong cast a sidelong glance at me and replied, "Do you really believe that matters are so straightforward? Indeed, this is a site of dragon veins, but as a final resting place, it holds significance. However, its utility for other purposes is entirely different. We cannot possibly erect a mausoleum here, can we? The government would never permit it." I nodded in agreement, for even without an understanding of feng shui, I recognized that regardless of the presence of dragon veins, a burial site is inherently an residence. Constructing a dwelling atop such a site is a grave taboo. I found myself accommodating Wu Tianxiong and Amp, Oppos, as confessions, as he seemed eager to unburden himself of the thoughts that had been festering within him. In his eyes, both Ma Su and I were already doomed, rendering him unafraid of revealing certain secrets to us. Thus, a fleeting equilibrium was established between us and Wu Tianxiong. I endeavored to maintain this balance, though I remained uncertain how long it could endure. Wu Tianxiong continued recounting the intricate developments surrounding the construction of Tianyu Square, from which I gleaned further secrets about this place. After Wu Tianyu acquired the land, he promptly initiated construction. However, the project encountered significant obstacles, and soon enough, incidents involving the discovery of coffins and remains arose. At that time, the feng shui master discerned the configuration of the land, declaring it to be a site of the 8 serpents entwined with the dragon. The coffin contained the buried remains of malevolent individuals, and now that the earth had been disturbed, there was but one remedy to suppress the ensuing turmoil. The descendants of the Wu family, specifically, must sacrifice themselves to accompany the coffin. This act was intended to inform the buried Wu Baozhong that his progeny sought to exploit this land. In doing so, this auspicious site could safeguard the Wu family, enabling them to ascend to great wealth and prosperity, if not to the heights of political power, at least to the stature of formidable merchants. The notion of interring a living person was met with vehement opposition. Wu Tianyu contemplated offering his own blood to seal the coffin, and indeed, he attempted this, yet it failed to contain the malevolent coffin. The feng shui master warned that unless a descendant of the Wu family was entombed with the coffin, it would remain uncontrollable, rendering the land unusable and resulting in further loss of life. At that moment, the Wu family comprised only 3 brothers, and the proposal from the feng shui master implied that one must perish among them. Wu Tianxiong vehemently opposed this solution, preferring to relinquish the entire enterprise rather than resort to such a fate. However, Wu Tianyu, his eyes set solely on wealth and success, could not bear to forsake the fruits of his labor amassed over the years. In the end, he resolved to have the frail and ailing Wu Tianzi sacrificed to accompany the malevolent coffin. As he recounted this tale, Wu Tianxiong's voice quivered with emotion, revealing the profound bond he shared with Wu Tianzi. Even after many years, the pain remained palpable on his face, illustrating the depth of their relationship. The stronger his affection for Wu Tianzi, the greater his resentment towards Wu Tianyu became, a sentiment that is not difficult to comprehend. However, based on my impression of Wu Tianyu, he does not appear to be the cold-blooded and heartless individual he is portrayed to be. Could it be that Wu Tianyu has concealed his true nature so deeply that it has obscured our vision? The pained expression on Wu Tianxiong and Appo's face quickly dissipated, replaced by a fiery glare, his teeth grinding audibly. Suddenly, Ma Su inquired, "Is it your intention to revive Wu Tianzi's life using the special method you employed for the Mo Tua Luo?" Wu Tianxiong was taken aback, casting a glance at Ma Su, surprised that the old man was aware of the Mo Tua Luo. He remarked, "I underestimated you, old man. I didn't expect you to know about this." Initially, I was quite skeptical about the notion that the Mo Tua Luo could restore life. But now seeing Wu Tianxiong acknowledge it, I realized there might be some truth to it. I exclaimed in astonishment, "How could this be possible? How can the dead come back to life?" Wu Tianxiong scoffed disdainfully. "I truly wish for you to witness my brother's resurrection with your own eyes. But my patience is worn thin. You have learned all that you wish to know. Now, I shall send you on your way. Perhaps, before my brother is revived, you might still encounter him." With that, Wu Tianxiong gritted his teeth, poised to pull the trigger. A shiver ran through me, and I hurriedly waved my hands, exclaiming, "Wait, don't act just yet." Wu Tianxiong replied grimly, "Young man, delaying is futile. Even Wu Tianyu cannot enter here, so do not expect anyone else to come to your rescue." I nodded and said, "I do not anticipate leaving alive, but before my demise. May I at least see my third uncle? And Liangyu? I know they are here." Wu Tianxiong shook his head, expressing his frustration with my numerous demands. "I've told you, I'm out of patience. Seizing a moment when his attention wavered, I swiftly turned and extracted a candle from above Wu Tian's shoulder within the coffin, raising it high. This was a maneuver I had meticulously planned for quite some time. Though the nature of the flame eluded me, I surmised it must be connected to Wu Tianza and Amp. Appo's soul returning. Judging by the candle and Amp, Appo's arrangement, it might even pertain to the yang fire residing within him. At that moment, the only thing that could pose a threat to Wu Tianxiong was this very candle. A minuscule flame flickered atop it. Wu Tianxiong was taken aback by my unexpected action, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Put that down." I surmised this must be the yang fire belonging to Wu Tianza. Quickly comply with my demands and release my uncle and Liang Yu, or I shall extinguish it, I threatened. For a brief moment, Wu Tianxiong appeared stunned, but he swiftly regained his composure, aiming his gun at me. "Since you are aware it is yang fire, you should also understand that this is not something you can extinguish with a mere breath. Furthermore, you might as well test whether my trigger is faster than your tongue." Before I could respond, Ma Su suddenly dashed forward and seized another burning candle. Upon noticing this, Wu Tianxiong attempted to shoot at Ma Su, who cleverly ducked behind the coffin while shouting, "If you wish to keep your brother in damp, Appo's yang fire intact, do not act recklessly. You may not be able to extinguish it, but I can. I have studied this phenomenon for decades. I wouldn't and Appo's dare descend into a tomb without sufficient expertise. If you have doubts, let's put it to the test." The old man's actions were somewhat excessive. After delivering his words in a rapid succession, he appeared slightly out of breath. However, regardless of the truth, he effectively intimidated Wu Tianxiong. After pondering for a moment, Wu Tianxiong ultimately refrained from wagering his brother and could only nod in agreement. "Very well. I shall indulge you." Saying this, Wu Tianxiong retrieved a remote control from his person and pressed a button directed at a wall. Suddenly, a series of mechanical sounds echoed, and the wall astonishingly parted in the center. It was only then that I discovered a concealed elevator hidden within the wall's recess. As the elevator doors opened, two figures emerged, standing vacantly inside as if they were mere wooden dolls, bathed in the dim light of the elevator. I instantly recognized them as my long-sought Uncle San and Liang Yu. At that moment, their expressions were as vacant as when they had been entranced by the flute and Appo's melody, their gazes devoid of emotion. Chapter 41. Escape. I opened my mouth and questioned, "Wu Tianxiong, what have you done to them? Liang Yu is also your own niece. How could you possibly resort to such treachery against her?" Wu Tianxiong let out a cold laugh. "Niece? You should ask her if she regards me as her true uncle. In her eyes, she only acknowledges that wealthy uncle, Wu Tianyu. Doesn't she? But fret not, they are not dead yet. I have grand plans for them." As he spoke, Wu Tianxiong pulled a small piece of pale blue object from his pocket and blew a sharp whistle. Moments later, my third uncle and Liang Yu emerged slowly from the elevator, standing silently by Wu Tianxiong and Amp. Appo's sighed as the elevator doors closed with a creak. "Well, you've seen what you wished to see. Depart peacefully. Do not harbor resentment towards me as you journey to the underworld." Wu Tianxiong and Appo's face darkened as he aimed his gun at me. A chill ran down my spine, and I hastily raised the candle to my lips, taking a deep breath. I recalled my third uncle's words about this sinister method of attempting resurrection after death, a practice that defies the celestial order. I aim to extinguish this yang fire, hoping to perform an act of merit before my demise. To my dismay, when I blew with all my might, the minuscule flame merely flickered slightly, refusing to be extinguished. Indeed, as Wu Tianxiong had claimed, this yang fire could not be snuffed out by an ordinary person. Seeing this, a sinister smile crept onto Wu Tianxiong and Appo's shadowy face, and with a slight tremor of his hand, the gun discharged. In that moment, I shut my eyes and my mind went blank. Even if I were to conjure 100 ways to meet my demise, I would never have imagined being shot down by another. After the gunshot rang out, the room became permeated with a suffocating smell of gunpowder. Something felt amiss. How could I still perceive sense if I were indeed dead? My gaze shifted to Wu Tianxiong, who now lay lifeless on the floor. What on earth had transpired? Had he taken his own life? As I spiraled into confusion, I noticed my uncle swaying precariously before collapsing as well. Only Liang Yu remained, standing in a daze. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the peculiar Professor Ma Su leapt from behind, exclaiming, "What are you standing there for? You're still alive." Ma Su rushed over to assess my uncle's condition, and I hurried after him, discovering Wu Tianxiong lying there with his eyes tightly shut. "Old Ma, what on earth is happening?" I inquired urgently. Ma Su shrugged. "This fellow was about to shoot you, wasn't he? I had my tranquilizer gun ready, but there's a delay of several seconds before the drug takes effect. I hesitated until I saw him about to strike, and then I fired. I pointed to my fallen uncle. And what about him?" Ma Su's expression turned grim as he explained. "Listen, just as Wu Tianxiong was about to pull the trigger, your uncle suddenly struck from behind, using some unknown method to incapacitate him. His gun went off too, but it must have missed. I had aimed at Wu Tianxiong, and when he fell, my shot inadvertently struck your uncle in Appo's shoulder. Such is the nature of the matter, and the situation unfolds as it does. Whether the circumstances are favorable or otherwise, they have coincidentally converged. Goodness, have you rendered my uncle unconscious? Will this contraption result in a fatality?" Ma Su shook his head, stating, "This is merely a tranquilizer gun. How could it possibly lead to death? However, it is designed for animals, and the dosage may be somewhat excessive. Your uncle is likely to remain unconscious for a while. Yet, wasn't my uncle under the control of the flute's melody? How could he have acted so suddenly?" I glanced at Liang Yu, who stood there in a daze, and inquired with confusion. Ma Su replied, "I am at a loss regarding that." Wiping the sweat from my brow, I pondered the precariousness of our situation. It was a close call, for the bullet had nearly found its mark on me. Ma Su surveyed the surroundings and asked, "What shall we do now? What shall we do? We must hasten to rescue him, of course. If we delay until Wu Tianxiong awakens, we may very well meet our demise." I was uncertain how my uncle had subdued Wu Tianxiong, who now lay on the ground as still as a corpse. Ma Su pointed towards the elevator, saying, "I surmise that this elevator must lead directly to some location. Let us ascend." I lifted my uncle onto my back, while Ma Su carried Liang Yu, and we prepared to depart via the elevator. As we stumbled towards the elevator doors, they slowly opened before us. Ma Su and I instinctively stepped back, apprehensive about who might emerge from within. To my utter astonishment, standing in the doorway was none other than Wu Tianyu, accompanied by 3 others. Among them, 2 individuals possessed robust physiques and wore stern expressions, possibly serving as bodyguards for Wu Tianyu. The third person was unexpectedly Lao Wu. Dressed in a sharply tailored black suit and leaning on his cane, Wu Tianyu exuded an air of dignified composure. Upon noticing our presence, he exhibited no surprise, merely offering me a slight nod. He gestured toward Wu Tianxiong on the ground and subtly indicated to the 2 men behind him. In response, the men nodded and approached, lowering their firearms and retrieving a pair of handcuffs to secure Wu Tianxiong. Subsequently, they escorted him into the elevator, departing from the underground chamber. To my astonishment, they carried handcuffs. Could they be police officers? As I pondered this, Wu Tianyu placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder and remarked, "Brother, you have worked hard. Let us discuss matters outside." He then turned to Lao Wu, entrusting him with the aftermath of the situation. Lao Wu acknowledged with a nod. I yearned to leave this place as soon as possible, while Ma Su seemed somewhat reluctant to part with the treasures within the tomb. Fearing he might act impulsively and create further chaos, I hastily urged him to escape the chamber with me. The elevator appeared to ascend directly, with no indicators to reveal how many floors we traversed. Wu Tianyu maintained a stern demeanor, his expression inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Having just heard Wu Tianxiong's accounts of Wu Tianyu's dubious actions, I found myself brimming with inquiries. Yet, the innate authority emanating from Wu Tianyu stifled my words, leaving them unvoiced at the precipice of my lips. Wu Tianyu seemed to have discerned my intentions. He patted my shoulder and remarked, "You have worked hard. It appears that Master Li is also in a state of unconsciousness. Let us first retreat to the hotel for some rest. When the time comes, if you have any questions, we can discuss them then. Does that sound agreeable?" Although Wu Tianyu spoke in a consultative tone, his words were undeniably authoritative. Once the elevator came to a halt, we stepped out. The area beyond the elevator appeared to be a concealed chamber, Yet at that moment, its doors stood ajar. As we exited this hidden space, we found ourselves in yet another office. Wu Tianyu offered a wry smile and said, "This is the office of our family's third brother. I have visited here numerous times and was entirely unaware that there was an elevator inside." At that moment, I found myself at a loss for words. Initially, I had assumed that the matters concerning Tianyu Square were merely related to feng shui. However, it became apparent that the situation involved not only feng shui, but also the discord among the brothers. Feng shui issues can be resolved with relative ease, but the fraternal strife is a matter in which we outsiders cannot intervene. In accordance with Wu Tianyu's arrangements, I escorted my uncle and Lao Ma back to the Sihai Hotel, while Wu Tianyu took Liangyu with him. Upon returning to the hotel lobby, I was momentarily disoriented by the dazzling brightness after being accustomed to the dim glow of oil lamps and candles in the tomb. It felt as though I had returned from another realm to this world. Lao Ma and I carried my uncle back to our room. I gently laid him down on the bed and turned to Lao Ma, inquiring, "Lao Ma, when do you think my uncle will regain consciousness?" Lao Ma furrowed his brow and replied, "Generally speaking, it should be around 2 hours or so. He is likely to awaken soon." I nodded and reclined on the bed, feeling as though my body had been dismantled. The mental relaxation caused the fatigue of my body to descend upon me like a mountainous weight, and the joints began to ache. It was only later that I understood that prolonged exposure to an environment heavy with negative energy allowed this energy to infiltrate through my joints. I was so drained that I lacked the strength to take a shower and instead succumbed to a deep slumber. When the sunlight graced my face the following day, I groggily opened my eyes. My first instinct was to leap up and check on my uncle. To my dismay, he remained with his eyes tightly shut, still ensconced in slumber. I hurried to find Ma Su, only to discover that the old man was blissfully asleep on the couch outside, seemingly lost in a dream, occasionally smacking his lips. Frustrated, I rushed over and shook him awake, exclaiming, "Old Ma, stop sleeping and get up." Ma Su opened his eyes, wiped the corners of his mouth, and looked at me in bewilderment. What is it? What do you mean, what is it? You said my uncle would wake in 2 or 3 hours. It's already dawn, and he is still asleep. What kind of concoction did you administer? You didn't accidentally overdose him, did you? Ma Su, equally perplexed, went to check on my uncle while muttering, "It's impossible." He approached my uncle's bedside, lifted his eyelids to examine the pupils, and pried open his mouth to inspect the tongue, toiling for quite some time, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. I pointed at Ma Su and exclaimed, "Old Ma, with such a dosage, are you trying to sedate an elephant? If my uncle does not regain consciousness, I shall not let this matter rest." Ma Su, equally agitated, retorted, "You heartless wretch, have you forgotten how you pleaded for my help? It was in my earnest desire to save you that I inadvertently harmed your uncle." After exchanging a few heated words with Ma Su, we heard a commotion from my uncle and Appo's side, where he grumbled, "Damn it, can't a man even sleep in peace? What's all this fuss about?" Ma Su and I fell silent, turning our attention to him. My uncle yawned, rubbed his eyes, and upon recognizing us, his expression shifted. Spotting Ma Su, his eyes widened with recognition as he exclaimed, "Damn it, I remember you. It was you, you old scoundrel, who plotted against me." He sprang from his bed, barefoot, and seized Ma Su by the collar, eager to settle the score. Ma Su, undeterred, vehemently defended himself, and soon they were locked in a playful scuffle within the room. At that moment, I found myself at ease, choosing to sit back and observe this delightful spectacle of two spirited souls at play. This confirmed that my uncle was indeed fine. At this moment, he was the whimsical uncle I knew so well. Little did I expect that this eccentric professor would reveal himself to be such a spirited rascal. Chapter 42. The continuation of life. The two individuals grappled for quite some time, ultimately leading to my uncle conceding defeat. He waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Enough, enough. You old rascal can indeed hold your ground. I am utterly famished. If we continue this, I shall surely collapse from exhaustion." Muscle, having been struck by that grave monkey in the tomb, still bore the swelling upon his face, and his hair was in disarray, having been tugged by my uncle, rendering him quite a sight of dishevelment. He slumped into a chair, pointing his finger at my uncle and me, lamenting, "You two, the uncle and nephew, are nothing but trouble. I extend my goodwill, and yet you conspire together to bully me." I managed a wry smile, retorting, "Oh, old Ma, I did not lay a finger on you. How can you implicate me in this?" Ma Su waved his hand dismissively. "You are hardly an innocent party. This is akin to betraying a loyal steed once it has served its purpose." My uncle and I exchanged amused glances. Having said this, Ma Su seemed to realize that his own words had ensnared him, leaving him at a loss for a retort, his complexion alternating between crimson and pallid. Such a peculiar disposition of the professor was indeed endearing. At least in my eyes, it fostered a desire to collaborate with him. Despite the earlier commotion, after several exchanges of jest and banter, the atmosphere lightened, and it was time to address the matter at hand. I inquired of my uncle, "Uncle, do share your experiences during your time away." Rising to his feet, my uncle replied, "I have been starving for several days. Let us first descend to dine, and I shall recount my tale whilst we eat." I nodded in agreement and beckoned Ma Su to join us for the meal. However, Ma Su, in a fit of his peculiar temperament, adamantly refused to accompany my uncle. After much persuasion, I suggested I would accompany him for a drink, which finally coaxed him to descend with us. Ma Su, a man of scholarly pursuits, harbored few indulgences aside from fondness for wine. Upon our descent to the dining area, we unexpectedly encountered Wu Tianyu seated at a table. Noticing our arrival, he gestured for us to come over. I approached and greeted him. "Mr. Wu, what brings you here?" With a chuckle, Wu Tianyu replied, "I've been waiting for you, concerned you might not have rested well. So I refrained from seeking you out." I inquired about Liang Yu's well-being. Wu Tianyu nodded, inviting us to take a seat at the table. He remarked, "According to Master Dongbin's approach, Liang Yu is fine. She merely needs a few days to recuperate, as she is somewhat weakened." I was taken aback. "Master Dongbin? Who is that?" My uncle, sitting nearby, playfully slapped my back, and it dawned on me that he had adopted the name Li Dongbin, thereby referring to himself. However, this revelation only deepened my confusion. How had my uncle, who had been under the control of that flute sound, devised a solution for Wu Tianyu? Furthermore, were the claims made by Wu Tianxiong regarding Wu Tianyu's actions truly credible? As the dishes began to arrive, despite my myriad of questions, hunger prevailed, and we disregarded formalities, each of us eagerly picking up our chopsticks. Ma Su poured himself a glass of wine, while Wu Tianyu observed us eat without touching his own meal. He turned to me and inquired, "My brother has caused you some trouble, hasn't he?" With my mouth full of meat, I mumbled, "Which brother do you mean? Wu Tianxiong or Wu Tianza?" This statement escaped my lips impulsively, and I regretted it immediately. Wu Tianza has already passed away, and this is undoubtedly a source of anguish for Wu Tianyu. By uttering such words at this moment, am I not merely pouring salt into an open wound? Indeed, upon hearing my words, Wu Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. His previously calm demeanor transformed into one of profound bitterness. With a sigh, he withdrew 2 pieces of paper from his pocket and presented them for my perusal. Puzzled, I accepted them and examined the contents. One document was a medical diagnosis, identifying none other than Wu Tianyu himself. Dated 3 years prior, it revealed that he had been afflicted with an unusual illness, with the prognosis indicating a survival period of no more than 2 years. The other document was a statement bearing the name Wu Tianza. The declaration asserted that Wu Tianza had voluntarily chosen to end his life, with no involvement from others. I inquired, "Mr. Wu, what does this mean?" Mr. Wu's expression turned somber as he recounted the events in fragmented phrases. Years ago, he had been diagnosed with a serious illness, with little time left to live. At that time, the Tianyu group had been eyeing a particular area in Linshire for development. This location was recorded in the family scrolls as a site of significant feng shui. However, once excavation commenced, a series of bizarre occurrences unfolded. A feng shui master, associated with Mr. Wu, warned that the dragon vein was on the verge of collapse. Mishandling this situation could not only jeopardize his career, but also adversely affect the entire Wu family. In his desperation, Mr. Wu sought the advice of the feng shui master, who proposed a solution for him. This method is indeed sinister, yet it can harness the dragon vein to prolong life while simultaneously suppressing the malevolent coffin, ensuring that Tianyu Square flourishes. This dual-purpose approach involves using a member of the Wu family as a sacrificial offering for the coffin, which also implies a borrowing of lifespan. The most suitable individual for this grim task is none other than Wu Tianzi. Due to his frail constitution, it is predicted that he has no more than a decade of life remaining. By sacrificing 10 years of his own lifespan, he not only grants Wu Tianyu an extension of life, but also safeguards the entire Wu clan. Upon hearing of this proposition, Wu Tianyu vehemently opposed it. Unexpectedly, Wu Tianzi overheard their conversation. Naturally kind-hearted and loyal, he resolved that by sacrificing himself, he could preserve his elder brother's life and contribute to the prosperity of the Wu family. He left a declaration and discreetly approached the feng shui master to offer his life as a sacrifice for the coffin. Subsequently, the malevolent coffin was indeed subdued, allowing the project to continue. After a hearty meal, my third uncle burped and inquired, "So, Wu Tianzi's sacrifice was not as Wu Tianxiong claimed. It wasn't you who forced him to his demise?" Wu Tianyu nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Though I did not directly compel his death, it was indeed caused by my actions. I owe him a great debt throughout my life." Tianxiong's words hold a kernel of truth. I gazed at my third uncle in astonishment, exclaiming, "Uncle, you seem to know everything. What exactly is going on? Have you been bewitched by that human bone flute?" My third uncle chuckled softly. "My dear nephew, this matter is quite intricate. When I was with you all on a rooftop and heard that haunting flute melody, I realized it possessed the power to ensnare souls. I comprehended that the situation was exceedingly complex, with myriad threads interwoven. Without delving deeply into the matter, it is challenging to grasp the underlying truth. I employed a particular method, using a silver needle to pierce the acupoints, thereby unlocking my own fontanelle, intentionally falling into their trap. At that moment, I was led by the sound of a flute, which guided me directly to the underground via the elevator. I shook my head in discontent, lamenting, "Uncle, your actions are rather unscrupulous. You could have at least informed me of your disappearance. We were quite anxious. Liang Yu, Lao Ma, and I nearly perished down there." Uncle chuckled, "You, my boy, have always been timid. I thought that with my disappearance, you would retreat in trepidation. I intended to resolve the situation before returning to find you. Moreover, I employed this method knowing it carried certain risks. Should it go awry, I could indeed fall under their control, and I wish to spare you from any entanglements." Chapter 43. The first pot of gold. I pointed at my third uncle and scolded, "Li Dagong, you are truly lacking in virtue. After all, you are my uncle. What kind of situation is it when you go missing inside, and I am left to retreat in resignation? Let me ask you, when I was below with Liang Yu and I saw you, were you in a clear state of mind?" My uncle nodded. "I used silver needles to open the fontanelle and seal the mud pill palace. I was able to remain conscious, yet for most of the time, my actions were beyond my control. Thus, I say that what I did was fraught with danger. I saw you at that moment, but was unable to greet you. I never expected my dear nephew to possess such talent, managing to find the center of that tomb with your own abilities." I gave a wry smile, pointing at the inebriated Ma Su. "We have to thank him for that." Wu Tianyu interjected, "Your skills truly command my admiration." After Tianzi's funeral, I was deeply sorrowful and lacked the heart to oversee the project. It was Tianxiong who took the initiative to shoulder this task. I entrusted him with the aftermath of the excavated evil coffins and the subsequent engineering work. Little did I know that his ambitions ran so deep. He harbored resentment towards me, including the inscription at Tianyu Square and the color of the building, all of which were the results of his meticulous plotting. What is even more outrageous is that he actually connected the underground tombs within Tianyu Square. He even aspired to resurrect Tianzi. Alas, his descent into this malevolent path is a reflection of my inadequacy as an elder brother. My uncle waved his hand, "Mr. Wu, do not blame yourself just yet. This cane was a gift from Wu Tianxiong to you. It is crafted from the wood of those coffins. You carry it with you every day, allowing that malevolent energy to attach itself to you, which is why your condition only worsens." Wu Tianyu grasped the cane in his hand, weighing it thoughtfully, and remarked softly, "I am aware." "You are aware? If you know, why do you still carry it?" "You might as well discard it," I retorted. Wu Tianyu shook his head. Let it be. I know that Tianxiong intends for me to harbor this dark energy. Eventually, this substantial responsibility will fall into his hands. However, as he is currently ensnared in his own troubles, I must endure for a while longer. At that moment, Wu Tianyu's expression was sorrowful, as if he had aged several years in an instant. The truth of this matter weighed heavily upon him. I inquired further, so, will we simply let this matter go? Wu Tianyu nodded. As for Tianxiong's affairs, the relevant authorities will handle them. Regarding the tomb below, I shall await further instructions from Master. Uncle Sen interjected, Mr. Wu, I have already briefed Lao Shao on the specifics of what needs to be done. Do not underestimate him. He possesses considerable expertise in feng shui. I trust he will manage the subsequent matters concerning the tomb adeptly. Wu Tianyu appeared surprised. Lao Shao? He has such capabilities? Uncle San smiled. A true master remains inconspicuous. He merely wishes to avoid entangling himself in the affairs between you brothers, not wanting to offend Wu Tianxiong in the process. During my brief period of lucidity while trapped in the underground tomb, I shared with him the information I had gathered. Wu Tianyu nodded. No wonder Lao Shao contacted me yesterday. It was then I discovered that elevator. Very well. In that case, I shall take my leave. I intend to inquire further about Tianxiong's situation. We also rose to bid farewell to Wu Tianyu. After satisfying his appetite, Masu, as if struck by a sudden realization, sprang up and hurried after Wu Tianyu like a man on fire. My uncle pointed at Masu's retreating figure and inquired, What is wrong with that old fellow? I chuckled and replied, I suspect he is preoccupied with those few Myrtola plants in the grave, along with those human bone flutes. Truly an eccentric character. My uncle muttered in agreement. Indeed, he is an unmitigated odd professor. Once Wu Tianyu and Masu departed, my uncle sat down, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling violently. Startled, I rushed to him and asked, Uncle, what is wrong? His lips turned pale as he stammered, It's nothing. Just tell me back to my room. I quickly assisted him back to his quarters, where he instructed me to open all the windows and light a stick of incense. He then settled onto the floor, assuming a meditative position. After over 2 hours of meditation, my uncle's countenance gradually returned to normal, though his body still appeared quite frail. I poured him a glass of water, and he drained 3 large cups in quick succession before waving his hand dismissively. I am truly aging. This ordeal has drained my vitality. It will take 2 to 3 months to recuperate. I reproached him with mild irritation. What prompted you to act so recklessly? Is that how it ends? My uncle replied, What more can be done? Ultimately, it is a matter between those 3 brothers, whether the living or the deceased. Let them resolve it themselves. Our task concludes here. Alas, this cannot simply be the end. I was momentarily taken aback. Is there something else? My uncle, with a thud upon his thigh, exclaimed, The funds we were promised have not yet been delivered. I must go seek him out. Rising from the ground, he prepared to step outside, and I had no choice but to follow. Just as my uncle opened the door, a gentleman appeared at the threshold, carrying a suitcase. Dressed in a tailored suit, he inquired upon seeing us, Are you too surnamedly? Masterly? My uncle shot him a sidelong glance. I am Masterly. And you are? The man advanced the suitcase forward. This is from Mr. Wu, meant for you both. My uncle accepted the suitcase, and the man turned to leave. I secured the door behind us, and my uncle eagerly opened the suitcase. Inside lay stacks of cash, and my uncle's face lit up with delight. Unable to contain his joy, Mr. Wu Tianyu had sent exactly 300,000, and with the previous 200,000, we had amassed a total of 500,000. More significantly, the debt we owed Mr. Wu Tianxiong had also been forgiven by Mr. Wu Tianyu. This fortune marked our first substantial earnings, totaling an impressive 800,000. Not only my uncle, but I too felt a surge of envy at the sight. After toying with the money for a while, my uncle withdrew 2 stacks and slapped them into my hands, saying, Nephew, take this money and spend it. Seeing this, I was taken aback. Uncle, this is quite unfair. You're keeping 50,000 and only giving me 20,000? Is that truly reasonable? He patted my shoulder. What are you worried about? You have no girlfriend and little in the way of expenses. Why would you need such a sum? That item of yours, my dear nephew, has been kept safe by your uncle until the day you marry. Huh, you dare to chide me. Yet you are also an old bachelor. With an air of audacity, your uncle stuffed the remaining coins into the box, declaring, "I am not like you. This money may prove invaluable in the future." As I contemplated engaging in further debate with him, I noticed my uncle carefully securing the box before beckoning me closer with a conspiratorial gesture. "Come here, my dear nephew. I wish to show you something. Its worth far exceeds 500,000. He produced an object from within his garment, wrapped in yellow silk. Gently, he spread it upon the table, meticulously unwrapping the layers of silk. The item appeared to be a type of leather, aged and folded in several layers. Your uncle handled it with utmost care, as if fearful of damaging it. My curiosity piqued. I was left wondering what scheme my uncle was concocting this time. Chapter 44. The Chronicles of the Haunted House. I reached out to grasp that leather-like object, only to have my hand swiftly smacked by my uncle. "Steady now. Don't be so hasty. This item is quite precious," he admonished, meticulously peeling back the layers of leather. It was then that I discerned the true nature of the object. It comprised several sheets, each inscribed with numerous characters, bound together with string, resembling a book. This artifact must have been a recent acquisition, for I had never seen my uncle present it before. Given his nature, had he possessed any treasures previously, he would have surely flaunted them before me. What could this be? Where did it come from? Although I was unaware of its true significance, it was evident from my uncle's demeanor that this object captivated him far more than any sum of 50,000. He turned to the first page, which appeared to serve as a cover, inscribed with 4 characters in the small seal script. Though I had not studied this particular script, I surmised from the forms that they read Chronicles of the Haunted House. Chronicles of the Haunted House? Is this a book? I inquired. My uncle nodded in approval. Remarkably, you can recognize it. This is a hand-copied manuscript, with the cover inscribed in seal script, and the text inside combining both seal and clerical scripts. I suspect it hails from the Qin or Han dynasty. I expressed my skepticism, but isn't it true that bamboo slips were used during that era? This question momentarily stumped my uncle. He blinked and waved a hand dismissively. Perhaps these were the book slips of that time, later transcribed onto this leather by subsequent generations. In summary, this is an ancient tome. The era it originates from is of little consequence. What truly matters is the content within. The leather, which I perceive to be akin to sheepskin, renders this parchment an invaluable treasure for us. The sheepskin scroll appears to have undergone special treatment, resulting in a supple texture. My uncle unfurled the scroll and recounted its contents to me. The opening of this Records of Haunted Houses features a meticulously drawn map, adorned with numerous markings. Regrettably, due to the passage of time, certain details on the map have become obscured. The subsequent sections enumerate various examples of haunted properties, ranging from grand palaces to humble dwellings, elucidating the types and causes of hauntings, as well as subsequent methods for resolution and purification. There are also numerous techniques for the crafting and application of specialized talismans. My uncle gestured toward the sheepskin scroll, saying, "Do you see? This artifact may well be the work of an ancient geomancer. He likely spent his life deciphering haunted locations and meticulously documenting each case for the benefit of future generations." "So, this individual is our predecessor?" I inquired. My uncle shook his head. "Our purposes diverge. This master was undoubtedly a person of great repute, perhaps seeking to alleviate the troubles of the populace, whereas we, regrettably, are driven solely by profit. Is the knowledge contained within the sheepskin scroll truly effective for dispelling hauntings? After all, these matters date back hundreds, if not thousands, of years." My uncle waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, my dear nephew, you fail to grasp this. Some truths evolve with the progression of time. Indeed, the newer, the better. However, when it comes to the art of feng shui, it is indeed our ancestors who delved into its intricacies with greater profundity. In this day and age, who still dedicates themselves to the study of feng shui, much of the methodology involved is rooted in traditional practices harmoniously intertwined with the principles of feng shui, offering precise remedies for various malevolent residences. To be candid, my uncle, a mere Taoist priest, excels in the realm of Taoist arts, yet when it comes to feng shui, he is somewhat of a novice. While he can manage simple malevolent abodes, more complex situations might pose a challenge. I pointed at my uncle and lamented, "At last, you are speaking the truth. Why did you not express this when you urged me to engage with this cursed dwelling? Back then, you were boasting with great bravado. It appears you have been deceiving me all along." My uncle solemnly replied, "My dear nephew, do you recall when I mentioned that the two of us could combine our fortunes, our fates aligned, and achieve great things together? Have I not delivered? The sum of 500,000 is now in our possession, is it not? With this newfound knowledge, even the most intricate of malevolent residences shall pose no challenge. When the time comes, peruse this tome. I assure you, the insights you gain will be invaluable." I retorted, "Oh, spare me. You merely weave words to ensnare me, leaving me feeling like a fool, circling in confusion due to your tricks. This time, you feign being ensnared by the sound of the flute. Do you have any idea how worried I was for your safety? Since we embarked on this journey together, we are a team. Did you think to inform me beforehand that your life was in jeopardy?" I remained troubled by my uncle's impulsive actions without prior notice. My uncle's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly responded, "I apologize, dear nephew. This time, it was my error, and I assure you it shall not happen again." I shrugged my shoulders. After all, you are my uncle. What more can I do? By the way, where did you procure this account of the haunted house? My uncle smiled enigmatically. The acquisition of this artifact was rather theatrical. The monkey found in the tomb. Was it you who brought about its demise? I had noticed something peculiar on the corpse of that monkey. Upon closer inspection, I discovered a pocket sewn onto its back, bulging as if it contained something. When I tore it open, I uncovered this object. Is it from that monkey? Could it have been placed there by Wu Baozhang? I inquired. My uncle nodded. That is indeed the most plausible possibility. I surmised that Wu Baozhang was a renowned geomancer. Otherwise, he would not have been able to locate such a site. Reputed to be a dragon vein of feng shui, it is highly likely that this book was transcribed by him personally. I nodded in agreement and remarked, "It seems the matter concerning Tianyu Square has reached its conclusion. However, I still harbor numerous unanswered questions. For instance, this is Wu Baozhang's tomb. Yet the one lying in the tortoise coffin is Wu Tianzi. Where has Wu Baozhang gone? Moreover, Wu Tianxiong does not appear to be someone well-versed in feng shui. Who taught him the techniques of using Molotovs to resurrect souls and controlling corpses with flute melodies?" My uncle replied, "I have contemplated this as well. I suspect that Wu Baozhang's remains have been consumed by that monkey." "What? Consumed by the tomb monkey?" My uncle nodded affirmatively. "Isn't that what the eccentric professor told me?" "Indeed, my theory holds merit. Wu Baozhang was likely a geomancer, adept at harnessing and replenishing the vital energies of the earth and sky. After his demise, his body inevitably became the prey of the grave monkey. Wu Baozhang could not have been unaware of such an outcome. Thus, it is plausible that he meticulously orchestrated this scenario. What? Wu Baozhang intentionally arranged for himself to be consumed by the grave monkey? Indeed, I surmise that Wu Baozhang sought to find a fated individual for the records of this haunted residence. If entombed, they would merely be appropriated by tomb raiders. However, if they were to reside within the grave monkey, it is unlikely that anyone would conceive of such a notion. Is this record of the haunted residence truly so significant that it compelled Wu Baozhang to go to such lengths? Chapter 45. The man behind the scenes. My uncle shook his head. This brings us to your earlier inquiry, who it was that provided Wu Tianxiong with counsel. This individual has remained in the shadows, never revealing himself. It is likely he is the one who manipulates the corpses with the sound of a flute and utilizes the yin-yang magnetic field to control the elevator. I suspect his assistance to Wu Tianxiong may be driven by ulterior motives. It is possible he is targeting this very record of the haunted residence. And as for this record, just look at this place. As he spoke, my uncle turned the sheepskin scroll to its final page. I noticed a neat severance at the back of the scroll, suggesting that several pages have been excised with a sharp instrument. My uncle continued, "Do you see? There is more content beyond this record of the haunted residence. However, what that content entails and why it was removed remains a mystery. Perhaps what lies at the end of this book contains information of greater significance, and that individual aiding Wu Tianxiong is after that very knowledge." I must admit, my uncle's deductions were quite compelling. Yet, certain truths elude speculation until the actual facts are revealed. It was evident he had no intention of continuing down this speculative path. He patted the sheepskin scroll and remarked, "For now, this half of the scroll is sufficient for us to benefit from for a lifetime. As for the subsequent matters concerning Tianyu Square, those are relatively straightforward, so we need not concern ourselves further. Let us rest well tonight, and tomorrow morning we shall set off home." I nodded in agreement. As the moment of departure approached, a sense of melancholy began to wash over me. Upon observing my demeanor, my uncle suddenly winked at me and said, "My dear nephew, are you reluctant to leave, perhaps still thinking of someone special?" I shot him a glare and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? There's nothing to be reluctant about." He patted my shoulder and chuckled, "Nephew, I've been around the block. Is there anything that can escape my notice? If you're concerned about someone, just go see them. It's not a big deal." I waved my hand dismissively, urging him to cease his frivolous talk. The following morning, my uncle and I packed our belongings and stepped out of the hotel, preparing to return to Shenzhen. I deliberately placed Liang Yu's car keys back in her room, ensuring that she would find them upon her return to check out. As we stood by the roadside, raising our hands to hail a taxi, a white sedan sped towards us, suddenly screeching to a halt at the curb. The sharp sound of the brakes startled me, igniting a surge of anger within me, just as I was about to unleash it. To my surprise, the car door swung open, and Liang Yu poked her head out. Wearing oversized sunglasses that obscured nearly half her face, I nearly failed to recognize her. Liang Yu waved at us and remarked, "What's this? You two masters are leaving without a word?" Rushing to the side of the car, I expressed my concern. Are you all right?" Liang Yu, donning a stern expression, replied, "It's rare for you to show concern for my well-being." "Of course, I've always cared." Liang Yu suddenly raised her voice, exclaiming, "You say you care, yet you don't call me. You don't come to check on me? Speak up," I said, furrowing my brow at the sudden shift in the girl's temperament. Before I could explain, she covered her ears and exclaimed, "I can't hear you. I can't hear you." I was left both amused and exasperated. Her antics rendered me devoid of any irritation. My uncle stood nearby, his face turning an ashen hue, clearly too wary to laugh aloud, likely hesitant to provoke Liang Yu further. Growing somewhat impatient, I waved my hand dismissively, stating, "Whether you choose to listen or not, we must return to Shenzhen. As long as you are fine, farewell." I took my uncle by the arm, ignoring Liang Yu as I prepared to hail a taxi. Suddenly, Liang Yu grabbed my arm, protesting, "Why are you yelling? You left me in the underground parking lot, and you think you're in the right? I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you're raising your voice?" I found myself at a loss for words, my face flushed with embarrassment. My uncle interjected, saying, "Enough, you two. It's evident that you both care for one another. Why engage in this verbal sparring? If you're merely flirting, I have no time to indulge you." Old Taoistly, Liang Yu shouted at my uncle, who appeared unfazed, displaying the audacity of a pig unbothered by boiling water. His nonchalance seemed to have an unexpected effect on Liang Yu, compelling her to lower her voice as she said, "Let us get in the car. My uncle asked me to drive you back to Shenzhen." I waved my hand again, replying, "There's no need." With her hands on her hips, Liang Yu glanced at the suitcase my uncle was carrying and teased, "Oh, feeling affluent now, are we? Do you not fear that carrying money might compromise your safety on the road?" Without further ado, my uncle pulled me into the car, calling out to Liang Yu, "Many thanks to General Wu and Assistant Liang." Liang Yu scoffed, started the engine, and drove straight out of the city, heading towards Shenzhen as we entered the expressway. Along the way, I could not restrain my curiosity and inquired, "What has become of Wu Tianxiong?" Liang Yu replied curtly, "He is currently in custody, but there is no evidence linking him to the deaths of those who jumped. The bone flute does not serve as evidence either. However, the homemade gun in his possession constitutes illegal ownership, which is a crime. My uncle has already retained a lawyer. We shall await the verdict." I continued, "And what about those hanging Taoists? They aren't implicated in Wu Tianxiong's affairs either? Moreover, I find it perplexing. If everything at Tianyu Square was orchestrated by Wu Tianxiong, why did he initially go to such lengths to invite us to assist General Wu in altering the feng shui?" "I happen to know a bit about that," Liang Yu responded. "Like you, those Taoists were also summoned by Wu Tianxiong to help your uncle with the feng shui. Unfortunately, their skills were inadequate, and they all perished underground." Liang Yu then turned to my uncle, saying, "Your mastery is significant." Thus, Wu Tianxiong initially intended to utilize your pure soul to ignite the final life lamp for Wu Tianze, your uncle. It is likely that he sought you for this very purpose. I nodded, reflecting, the fetid aura and the soul of destiny can cultivate the black mandala. I had not anticipated that the pure soul of destiny could indeed light the life lamp. My uncle then inquired, "What shall be done with the tombs underground?" Liang Yu shook her head and replied, "I am not quite sure about the specifics, but it seems that my uncle wishes to keep this matter discreet. Perhaps they intend to proceed with the backfilling soon." Third uncle nodded in agreement. "I have already discussed this with old Xiao. The feng shui of that location cannot be altered overnight. Once the burial site is filled, a monument can be erected to honor Wu Baozhang's name. On the 1st and 15th days of each month, we shall follow the customary rituals to pay our respects. As for the remaining details, such as the color of the building and the characters for the Tianyu mortuary, those will require adjustments." Liang Yu affirmed, "Uncle Xiao has already begun to take action." Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I hurriedly inquired, "Has old Ma returned to speak with your uncle?" "Old Ma? I'm not certain," Liang Yu replied, having never encountered Ma Su. She shook her head. Chapter 46. Taking over the company, it was only later that I learned Ma Su had sought out Wu Tianyu and transplanted several specimens of the Motola from the tomb for further study. These Motola would prove to be of significant importance in our subsequent endeavors. As for the human bone flutes, they were entirely destroyed under Lao Zhao's direction. Otherwise, Liang Yu would never have regained consciousness. Liang Yu accelerated the vehicle, swiftly reaching Shenzhen. My uncle intended to instruct her to drive back to his underground residence. But to our surprise, Liang Yu disregarded his commands and veered onto another road, leaving us uncertain of her destination. We decided to remain unconcerned. After all, what could two grown men possibly fear from her? The car eventually came to a halt in a bustling urban district, where Liang Yu signaled for us to disembark. With 2 suitcases in hand, we followed her, utterly perplexed by her intentions. She led us through a pedestrian street and stopped outside a storefront. The surrounding businesses thrived, each seemingly prosperous due to the prime location. Yet this particular establishment appeared desolate. I noticed the sign above the entrance belonged to a real estate agency. As I pondered Liang Yu's reasoning for bringing us here, she had already pushed the door open and stepped inside. My uncle and I exchanged glances before following her into the agency, which was equally devoid of activity. A young man at the front desk was sound asleep, sprawled across the counter. Liang Yu approached him and forcefully rapped on the desk. The young man awoke from his slumber, drool lingering at the corners of his mouth. Upon seeing us, he promptly stood and inquired, "Hello, are you here to sell or purchase a property? Do you have any specific requirements? You may fill out this form first." As he spoke, he extended a sheet of paper towards us. Dressed in uniform, the nameplate on his chest read Chen Tao. He appeared to be of similar age to me, of average build, and exuded an air of shrewdness, suggesting he had navigated the professional realm for quite some time. Liang Yu smirked slightly and said, "You must be Chen Tao, right? I'm from Tianyu Group. I called you earlier." Chen Tao's expression shifted to one of realization, and he quickly replied, "Ah, you must be Assistant Liang. Welcome, welcome." Liang Yu then asked, "Are you the only employee here?" Chen Tao nodded. "Our company hasn't disbursed salaries for several months now. The other employees have left, leaving just me." Liang Yu frowned. "Even if you are the sole remaining employee, you must fulfill your duties diligently. What is your work ethic? Is this the appropriate time for slumber?" Chen Tao hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, Assistant Liang. The truth is, there have been no clients, and I..." Ignoring Chen Tao's explanation, Liang Yu turned to us and stated, "You may consider this opportunity." We were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Liang Yu's words. She elaborated, "This real estate agency was originally a subsidiary of our Tianyu Group when we commenced our operations. Due to management issues, we are currently seeking to transfer it. General Manager Wu mentioned that you might find it useful. If you're interested, we can transfer it to you." "Transfer it to us?" This took us completely by surprise, and upon hearing Liang Yu's words, we were astounded. Liang Yu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, aren't you specifically in search of haunted houses? I believe these properties should be intertwined with the business of real estate agents. Her words stirred something within me. My uncle had mentioned on several occasions that it was quite challenging to locate such properties. If a real estate agency were established, it could not only engage in regular agency activities, but might also uncover some haunted houses. Furthermore, once we acquired a haunted property and unraveled its mysteries, we would eventually need to sell it. The operation of a real estate agency would undoubtedly yield double the results for half the effort. My uncle seemed to share this sentiment. He appeared quite exhilarated and inquired of Liang Yu, "What about the transfer fee?" Liang Yu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Mr. Wu has mentioned that you have rendered him significant assistance, so the transfer fee is waived. Additionally, if you operate this company and incur losses, they will be accounted for by Tianyu Group. If you turn a profit, you simply need to remit 20% of the profits to us annually." Upon hearing this, my uncle's face brightened. This was indeed a rare opportunity that was difficult to come by. It was also another benefit bestowed upon us by Mr. Wu in gratitude. Liang Yu was remarkably efficient, carrying the contract with her, which had already been signed by Wu Tianyu. My uncle signed on our behalf, and thus the real estate agency officially became part of our enterprise. Once we completed the formalities, Chun Tao appeared somewhat dazed, likely unable to fathom that in the span of a mere dream, his employer had changed. Liang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Chun Tao and remarked, "What are you still standing there for? You have been dismissed. Our Tianyu Group has no need for employees who exhibit a lackadaisical attitude." Chun Tao appeared taken aback, clearly valuing this job. Otherwise, he would not have remained here until the very end despite the absence of a salary. With a forlorn expression, he was about to plead with Liang Yu, yet she turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Feeling quite helpless, Chun Tao sighed, gathered some company accounts, handed them to his uncle, and prepared to depart. I opened the company's financial records and discovered that there were still several thousand yuan remaining. I hastily called out to Chun Tao, who had already reached the doorway. He turned back, looking at me in confusion. I said, "If you have no better prospects, why not stay and assist us? Once the company begins to flourish, your salary will be reinstated." Chun Tao's face lit up with joy, almost disbelieving my words. Liang Yu, visibly displeased, looked at me and asked, "Hey, are you opposing me? I have fired him, and you wish to retain him?" I straightened my posture, deliberately cleared my throat, and replied, "Assistant Liang, we are now the owners of this company. Although we are a subsidiary of your Tianyu Group, we operate independently and bear our own profits and losses. Thus, I possess the authority to employ staff. Look at these accounts. There are still several thousand yuan left." If Chun Tao were of dubious character, he would have absconded with the funds long ago. The mere fact that he has left this money behind is sufficient reason for me to keep him on. Liang Yu, exasperated, rolled her eyes dramatically and finally exclaimed, "Liang, there will come a time when you will need to seek my assistance." I scoffed, replying, "Let us postpone that conversation until the moment I find myself in need of your help, Assistant Liang. Now that you have delivered us to our destination, isn't it time for you to return and fulfill your obligations?" With a mischievous smile, Liang Yu retorted, "Return? Of course, that is not an option. I suggest you peruse the contract and pay particular attention to Article 5, Clause 2. After you have done so, we can resume our discussion." Taken aback, I was unsure of Liang Yu's intentions and quickly opened the contract. Within the 5th article, which outlined breach of contract responsibilities, the 2nd clause stipulated that upon our acquisition of the company, we were to achieve a profit of 200,000 within 1 month. Should we fail to do so, we would be liable to compensate Tianyu Group for the losses incurred due to the delayed transfer of the intermediary company, amounting to 200,000. Chapter 47. Unfair terms. Both my uncle and I were taken aback. Just moments ago, Liang Yu had spoken so eloquently, leading us to naively believe that Wu Tianyu and his associates were assisting us. Consequently, we had not scrutinized the contract in detail. Little did we know that it concealed such an unfair clause. The company was on the brink of collapse, and here we were, having just taken over, expected to generate a profit of 200,000 within a month. How could that possibly be feasible? I pointed at the contract and confronted Liang Yu. "Liang Yu, are you conspiring against us? Is this your doing?" Mimicking my earlier stance, Liang Yu straightened her back, cleared her throat deliberately, and replied, "Liang, This clause was indeed my request to include. The company granted you such generous benefits. How can we not impose some pressure? However, if you plead with me, I might consider this clause on a case-by-case basis. I scoffed. Why would I plead with you? Liang Yu, what have I done to deserve this treachery? My uncle, attempting to mediate, interjected, Liang, let it be. I believe Liang Yu and her team acted appropriately by entrusting us with this company. We are not required to invest any capital. Surely, a few incentives are in order. Assistant Liang, let us adhere to the terms outlined in the contract. I shook my head in disbelief. Li Dagong, surely you jest? 200,000 in a month? Are you suggesting we return the very funds we have just acquired as profit to them? My uncle chuckled. That is precisely what they have provided. Returning it to them may not be such a bad idea. If you're concerned about money, as Assistant Liang suggested, perhaps you should humble yourself a bit, right? Assistant Liang? Liang Yu let out a humph and turned her face away. Upon hearing this, I grew increasingly anxious and gestured to Liang Yu. Me, humble myself to her? In your dreams. Assistant Liang, the handover procedures have already been completed, so you should just go about your business. Our company is small, and we want to be retaining you. Liang Yu's face flushed with anger as she turned on her heel and stormed out of the office. My uncle sighed behind me, saying, Nephew, I now understand why you haven't managed to find a girlfriend at your age. With your emotional intelligence, alas. What does emotional intelligence have to do with this? It is evident that this girl is trying to undermine us. It's truly ungrateful, considering how I had supported her when I was at Tianyu Square Underground. My uncle chuckled. In my view, she is merely upset that you left her behind in the underground. Just a little girl trying to express her displeasure. But you, on the other hand, are quite stubborn. Forget about that for now. We need to figure out how to earn that 200,000. I sighed dejectedly, saying, Earn what? This company is likely nothing but a hollow shell now. Where are we supposed to find that 200,000? Wu Tianyu merely offered us an empty favor. My uncle beckoned Chen Tao, who had been standing quietly to the side. Chen Tao approached, bowed slightly, and greeted General Manager Li. My uncle waved his hand. I am not General Manager Li. You are about the same age as my nephew. You can call me Uncle San or Uncle Li. Now tell me, what are your thoughts on our company earning 200,000 within a month? Chen Tao furrowed his brow and said, Uncle Li, to be honest, this is somewhat challenging. Third uncle nodded in agreement. How about this? I have 300,000 yuan that I will invest in the company initially. We are not particularly versed in the business, so you will be responsible for its operations. First, hire a few employees and then devise some advertising strategies. You are adept at these tasks, aren't you? Chen Tao nodded. Those tasks are manageable, but Uncle Li, even so, making 200,000 yuan in a month is still. Third uncle interjected, I understand. Just proceed as I instructed. When creating the advertising strategies, emphasize one particular service, specializing in difficult properties. Chen Tao inquired, difficult properties? What exactly does that mean? I stifled a laugh, realizing that despite his extensive experience as an agent, Chen Tao had never encountered such an unusual term. I explained, Brother Chen, difficult properties refer to haunted houses. In essence, aside from conducting regular real estate transactions, we will specifically focus on haunted properties. The more haunted, the better. Do you understand? Only then did Chen Tao grasp the concept and hurried to his computer to get to work. Third uncle and I wandered around the first floor of the office before ascending to the second floor. The second floor was quite spacious, containing 2 rooms. We unanimously decided to renovate the area, allowing both third uncle and me to move in, thus avoiding the gloomy, damp basement. Chen Tao, perhaps feeling grateful that we had not deprived him of his job, worked with remarkable diligence. He indeed possessed a certain level of competence, and with third uncle's financial support, the agency flourished in just a few short days. Not only did he hire an accountant and a clerk, but he also enlisted someone to renovate 2 rooms on the second floor. Choosing an auspicious day, after a cacophony of firecrackers, the company officially unfurled its banner, marking its grand opening. My uncle bestowed upon the enterprise a resounding yet sophisticated name, Great Fortune Real Estate Agency, for the sake of future business development. He took me to used car market, where we procured an 8th-hand Santana that sped away in a flash. I lamented, inquiring why, with over 100,000 remaining, he did not opt for a new vehicle. My uncle shook his head, stating that the funds had other purposes, and despite my persistent questioning, I could not extract further information. As a month's deadline approached and a few days passed, the advertisements were dispatched according to my uncle's wishes. Yet the foot traffic remained sparse. After registering the scant housing sources, the prospect of reselling them yielded meager profits. Once the company was adequately established, my uncle handed me 20,000 yuan, instructing me to return to the basement to collect any usable items to bring back, and to deliver this money to the snack stall owner, Guozai, as compensation and gratitude for the considerable debts accrued over the years that he had never pursued. I understood implicitly, such loyal individuals should not be wronged. The following morning, I drove the dilapidated vehicle, carrying the 20,000 yuan, back to my uncle's residence. From a distance, I could hear a commotion intermingled with shouts and curses emanating from Guozai's stall. I hurried over to ascertain the situation, only to find Guozai wielding a broom, vigorously brandishing it at a black dog while vociferously berating it. The dog in question is of medium size, yet its emaciated frame reveals a skeletal structure, giving it a disheveled appearance. Its black fur is dull and marred by slight alopecia, with numerous patches of matted hair scattered across its body. On its forehead, there is a prominent bump where the hair has completely fallen out, resembling an unsightly growth upon its head. It is evident that this is a stray dog, and one that is rather poorly bred at that. Strangely enough, upon observing this dog, I found myself drawing an unexpected parallel to my own existence. Reflecting upon my own transient lifestyle, marked by instability and hardship, I realized that my experiences are not dissimilar to those of this forlorn creature. Perhaps, to the outside world, I too am perceived as a stray dog. Chapter 48. The stray dog. I hurriedly waved to Guozai and rushed over, inquiring, "Guozai, what has happened to this dog?" Guozai looked at me for a moment before recognizing me, breaking into a hearty laugh. "Liang, it has indeed been quite some time since we last met. Where's your third uncle?" "My third uncle couldn't make it today. He specifically asked me to deliver 20,000 yuan to you. He mentioned it is to settle a debt, and furthermore, since you have always taken care of us, the remaining amount is a token of our appreciation." Guozai quickly waved his hand, replying, "That simply won't do. One should not accept rewards without merit. This humble establishment of mine hardly owes much. I will keep only what is owed for my meals, so please take the rest back and convey my gratitude to your third uncle." I smiled and insisted, "The money is in the car. There is no need for you to refuse." "But what is the situation with this dog?" Guozai tossed aside his broom and explained, "A few days ago, a stray dog appeared out of nowhere. Seeing its pitiful condition, I threw it a bun. Little did I know, it has become increasingly demanding, arriving here every day. You see, in this modest establishment, it isn't much trouble to spare some leftovers, but its presence has begun to annoy my customers, who find it unclean. I have no choice but to chase it away, yet it stubbornly lingers. It is quite vexing." I waved my hand dismissively. "Never mind. Do you have any steam buns? Please bring me 2 baskets." Guozai looked taken aback. "You aren't planning to feed the dog, are you? I must warn you, this dog is insatiable. Be careful it doesn't become attached to you." I handed Guozai 100 yuan. "If you have any sausages or the like, please include some as well." Guozai shook his head, accepted the money, and promptly returned with several sausages and 2 steaming baskets of buns. I approached the stray dog, holding a bun in my hands, and the creature eyed me warily. I crouched down and placed the bun and a sausage on a piece of plastic, then stepped back at a distance. The dog observed for a moment before darting forward with remarkable swiftness, devouring the food voraciously. Watching from afar, I felt an immense sense of satisfaction. However, at that moment, I suddenly heard the sound of a car door opening. Turning my head, I saw a figure opening my car door, reaching inside for something, and then bolting away. Alarmed, I realized my money was gone and shouted, "Catch the thief!" as I took off in pursuit. Surely, while I was conversing with Guozai, someone had eavesdropped, aware that I had money in my car, and had seized the opportunity to pilfer it. Yet, the thief was remarkably agile. After only 2 steps, he had already gained a distance of 20 or 30 meters. A wave of anxiety washed over me. This was unfamiliar territory, and if the thief escaped into the nearby building complex, I would lose all trace of him. Just then, a sudden black shadow raced past me like an arrow, sprinting toward the thief. It was a black dog. I was taken aback by the dog's astonishing speed, as it swiftly closed the gap and barked ferociously, knocking the thief to the ground. The thief yelped in terror, while the black dog bared its teeth and emitted a chilling growl. The thief stood frozen, knowing that any attempt to resist would result in the dog pouncing and tearing him apart. I rushed over, taking hold of the 20,000 yuan, and delivered a sharp kick to the thief's backside. With the black dog present, the thief dared not utter a sound. I pondered that it is often better to let go of trivial matters. Since the money was not lost, there was no need to dwell on it further. I waved my hand, and the thief, casting a glance at the black dog, scurried away in a hasty retreat. At that moment, Guizai also arrived. Observing the thief's departing figure, he remarked, "That scoundrel is notorious in this area." Thankfully, the money was not lost. What a stroke of luck. We owe it all to this dog. It truly is a remarkable creature. I handed the 20,000 yuan to Guizai, urging him to take it quickly, lest some unforeseen trouble arise again. Unable to refuse, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude and departed. My fondness for the black dog blossomed. It had come to my aid simply because I had offered it a morsel of food, indicating its remarkable intelligence. Approaching the black dog, I noticed it had shed its fierce demeanor towards the thief, now wagging its tail and panting joyfully, clearly perceiving me as a friend. I crouched down and, with a smile, inquired, "Would you like to come home with me?" To my surprise, the dog seemed to comprehend my words, continuing to wag its tail and circling around me in delight. I beckoned it to follow me back to my late uncle's residence, where I fetched some water and gave the dog a bath. Once I dried it off, I was astonished to see how much more beautiful it appeared. Its coat, especially the glossy black fur, shone brilliantly, save for a few patches of thinning hair. After its bath, the dog seemed rejuvenated, bounding about with exuberance. Perhaps it was fate that connected us. After our brief encounter, I found myself quite reluctant to part with it. Studying the dog, I mused aloud after much contemplation. I still cannot think of a suitable name. Your physique appears rather slender. Perhaps I shall call you Iron Pillar. I hope in time you will grow more robust. The black dog, seemingly understanding, let out a couple of whimpers, its mouth agape and tongue lolling, as if in disagreement. I pointed at it and said, "You see, in our countryside, there is a saying, a peculiar name is easy to nurture. The name may seem a bit rustic, but once you get accustomed to it, it is quite fitting, Iron Pillar." As I called out to it, the dog, exhibiting an extraordinary sensitivity, wagged its tail and approached to lick me, as though acknowledging my call. My fondness for it deepened, and to be prudent, I drove Iron Pillar to a veterinary clinic for a comprehensive examination. The results were quite promising. Aside from a few external injuries, the patches of alopecia on its body would eventually regrow. Despite its fierce demeanor, Iron Pillar displayed remarkable patience when receiving treatment. Understanding that it was for its own good, I inquired of the veterinarian regarding the hard protrusion on Iron Pillar's forehead. After a thorough examination, the doctor shook his head and said, "It appears to be either bone calcification or keratinous growth." However, I must admit, this is the first time I have encountered a dog with horns, and we cannot ascertain its breed. To be frank, we are quite perplexed. You should return in a while for its vaccinations. I nodded in agreement. Just then, my phone rang. It was my uncle calling. He sounded quite excited and urged me to return quickly as there was business to attend to. I promptly gathered my belongings and, along with Iron Pillar, hurried back to the company. Upon my return, I found my uncle and Chun Tao engrossed in some discussion. They looked up in surprise at my arrival, particularly at the sight of the dog with long horns I had brought along. I gently tapped the head of the Iron Pillar and said, "This is Iron Pillar," whom I picked up. I continued, "Iron Pillar, this is Uncle San, and this is Brother Chun." Iron Pillar, displaying remarkable intelligence, circled around Uncle San and Chun Tao, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone in the room. Both Uncle San and Chun Tao took a liking to the dog. Observing Iron Pillar, Uncle San remarked, "This dog appears quite extraordinary. It has horns, quite a spectacle indeed. However, your name leaves much to be desired. It's rather rustic." I waved my hand dismissively, replying, "As long as Iron Pillar is content, that's all that matters." it's merely a moniker. Besides, what if the dog's horns signify it's of a dragon lineage? Uncle San narrowed his eyes and said, Iron Pillar has arrived at just the right moment. Perhaps it can indeed assist us. I inquired, why the urgency in summoning me back? What's the matter? Uncle Sin beckoned me closer, saying, come and see. We have a lead on 200,000 yuan. Chapter 49. Departing for Linjiang, I hurried over and discovered that my uncle and Chun Tao were examining the registration information on the computer. The property listed was located in Linjiang City, a standalone loft. I was aware that Linjiang City was over 100 kilometers from Shenzhen, and its development had been relatively sluggish in recent years compared to Shenzhen. I inquired of Chun Tao how it was that properties in Linjiang had been registered with our company. Chun Tao explained that during this period, he had traversed several counties and districts surrounding Shenzhen, seeking out sizable real estate companies to discuss resource-sharing opportunities. Given the proximity of the cities, there was indeed a market for property transactions in neighboring municipalities. Consequently, we had received numerous listings from adjacent counties and districts. I was thoroughly impressed. It seemed that retaining Chun Tao had been a wise decision. His insights were proving to be quite effective for the advancement of our company's business. It appeared that the previous company had not fully utilized Chun Tao's potential. I noticed that the contact person for the property registration was Ms. Su. My uncle pointed at the computer and remarked, my instinct tells me that this property is undoubtedly problematic. I had researched the area South real estate, discovering that most of the properties dated back to the Republic of China period. Such old homes often harbored hidden issues. Nevertheless, these historic residences commanded high prices, with some being virtually unattainable even with financial means. However, the asking price for the standalone loft was significantly below the average. Earlier that morning, I called Ms. Su, only to find that she was merely an intermediary. When I inquired about the reasons for the sale, her responses were vague. I resolved to meet her in person, and we had arranged to visit the property today. I nodded in agreement. Initially, my instinct to rush over and inspect the property felt somewhat hasty. However, I fully comprehended my uncle's urgent sentiment, as we were merely 20 days away from a 1-month deadline. Moreover, we had already invested 300,000 into the company, and after initial operations and advertising expenditures, our funds were dwindling. If we failed to earn 200,000 within the month and had to compensate that amount, our brief period of prosperity would swiftly transform us into debtors. It would be incredibly shameful, a disgrace indeed. Thus, the emergence of this property presented itself as our only chance to take a gamble. That afternoon, we gathered an assortment of belongings, preparing to drive our dilapidated vehicle to Linjiang. I had initially intended to bring Tai Zhu along for courage in the haunted house, but my uncle shook his head, saying, not yet. Having a dog in such a dreadful place could prove advantageous, as its keen senses could perceive what eluded us. Yet, Tai Zhu was untrained, and taking him along would likely complicate matters. Reluctantly, I entrusted Tai Zhu to Chun Tao, the dog, perceptive as ever since my impending journey, circling around me several times and affectionately rubbing against my legs, which stirred a tinge of sorrow within me. My uncle and I set off, and he couldn't resist teasing me. Look at you, opting for a dog instead of a girlfriend, truly the epitome of a single man. I merely shook my head and smiled in silence. Fortunately, our rickety car did not break down on the way, and we arrived in Linjiang without incident. For the first time, my uncle extravagantly chose to stay at a 4-star hotel, a sign of newfound affluence. After settling in, we realized the evening had already descended upon us. I had initially thought we would view the house that very evening, but my uncle insisted that since we had made the journey to Linjiang, we ought to indulge ourselves first, and we could discuss the house the following day. Upon exiting the hotel, we were greeted by the enchanting nightscape of Linjiang. The city derives its name from the river that gracefully flows through it. The dazzling neon lights shimmered brilliantly, their reflections dancing upon the water's surface, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Not far from our hotel lay a renowned street of delectable snacks, attracting numerous gourmands from across the nation. The bustling throngs of people painted a picture of vibrant prosperity. The street was lined with an abundance of culinary delights, and my uncle and I feasted from one end to the other, savoring a delightful array of sweet, spicy, sour, and fragrant snacks. With our bellies full, we relished the lingering flavors, feeling a sense of contentment that left us yearning for more. My uncle smacked his lips and pondered aloud. "Nephew, shall we find a place to purge and start anew?" I chuckled, admonishing him not to embarrass himself. Leaning against the riverbank, we enjoyed the gentle evening breeze while taking in the splendid scenery, feeling utterly at ease. I couldn't help but reflect on how long it had been since I experienced such a carefree existence. My uncle thumped his chest and declared, as I've always said, "As long as you follow your uncle, good days are guaranteed. We can live without want." I smiled wryly and replied, "What I truly lack is that flickering lamp of hope. I wonder when I'll be able to ignite it again. Has it been too long without it? Will it lead to calamity?" My uncle's expression grew somber as he responded, "Nephew, this matter truly cannot be rushed. The sunlight should not be carelessly ignited. A single flame symbolizes a fragment of your lingering soul. If that fragment cannot be located, the light cannot be kindled. I believe that when your grandfather extinguished your flame, it was with a purpose. For now, it would be wise for you to accompany your third uncle to explore several haunted houses, allowing the malevolent energy within to dissipate your misfortunes. Perhaps, once your bad luck is alleviated, you might uncover clues about your flame." I nodded, not wanting to further dampen the mood with my troubles. After a leisurely stroll along the riverbank, we returned to the hotel. The following morning, I was abruptly awakened by my third uncle's frequent trips to the restroom. Rubbing my eyes, I noticed him grimacing, clutching his stomach. Upon seeing me awake, he cursed, "Damn it, I mixed something up in my meal, and my stomach cannot take it. I feel like I'm dying." "That's odd. You ate even more than I did yesterday. How come you're the one in distress?" I said, bemused. I inquired if we would still be able to view the property today. My third uncle was resolute, insisting that we must go. After enjoying some porridge at the hotel, he took medicine, and we set off to the location of the property. After inquiring about its whereabouts, we passed through a bustling commercial district by the riverside, and the vehicle turned into an ancient alleyway. Within this alley, remnants of architecture from the Republic of China and even the late Qing dynasty surrounded us, exuding an antique charm and poetic allure. Numerous tourists were present, capturing memories through photographs. Prior to meeting with the intermediary, surnamed Su, we decided to gather information regarding the house to better prepare ourselves. The car halted in front of tea house, and we ambled inside. This tea house exudes an air of antiquity, yet it is a later imitation of such charm. The attendants within are clad in traditional attire, but amusingly, the establishment, with its Qing dynasty architecture, finds them donning Han clothing, which appears somewhat incongruous. My uncle has once again reverted to his frugal nature, opting for the cheapest pot of tea. After a few sips, it proved to be no different from plain water. He gestured for the attendant to approach, expressing a desire to inquire about certain matters. At that moment, the tea house was not particularly busy, and the attendant reluctantly made his way over. My uncle produced a 100 yuan note, presenting it as a tip. This unexpected windfall instantly brightened the attendant's demeanor. Such is my uncle's way. He is miserly with himself, yet generous when the occasion demands it. He then delved directly into the subject, questioning the attendant about the property. It seemed most fitting to gather information about the house here in the tea house. However, as we uttered only a few words, the attendant's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 50. The Midnight Cat's call. The address left for the property merely indicated it was located on Linjiang Ancient Street, without specifying the exact building. However, when my uncle inquired about a house for sale in the area, the attendant immediately recognized the inquiry. This is due to the rarity of ancient houses being available for sale in this locale. The particular house in question, numbered 14 on the ancient street, had recently been the center of much commotion, widely known among the local residents. The current owner of this dwelling is an overseas female writer, known by her pen name, Fei Yao, who has just returned to the country after a prolonged absence. This property has been passed down through Fei Yao's ancestors, with her great-grandfather having resided there until a certain point in history. For reasons unknown, Fei Yao's grandfather's family vacated the premises. Upon the grandfather's passing, the property was bequeathed directly to Fei Yao as part of his inheritance. At this juncture, my uncle could not help but question, If it was passed directly to Fei Yao, what her parents? The attendant shook his head and replied, "That remains uncertain." There are various speculations regarding her parents. Some say they moved abroad with her, while others claim they have long since passed away. In any case, the identities and whereabouts of her parents have always been shrouded in mystery. My uncle nodded, encouraging the attendant to continue. After the lawyer presented the inheritance declaration to Fei Yao, she did not pay it much heed. Having moved abroad at an early age, she had absorbed foreign ideologies and had little recollection of life back home. Regarding this property, she had merely entrusted its management to an agency, which was responsible for its upkeep. It was only recently that Fei Yao returned to her homeland at the invitation of a film company. A film company has taken an interest in Fei Yao's book, aspiring to adapt it into a television series and seeking to invite Fei Yao to serve as the screenwriter. Upon her return to China, she recalled that she owned a property in Linjiang and decided to journey there alone. To her surprise, upon arriving at the ancient streets of Linjiang, she was instantly captivated by their timeless charm. The ambience and antiquity of the place were sensations she had never encountered abroad. Perhaps it was her inherent traditional Chinese spirit that led her to fall in love with this locale almost immediately. After viewing the ancestral house that had been passed down through generations, she was further enchanted. The residence still housed numerous antiquities, which she had initially considered selling, but ultimately chose to retain. Refusing to stay in a hotel, Fei Yao tidied up a bit and moved into the old mansion. She believed that the tranquility of this place would inspire her creative fervor, enabling her to produce a remarkable work. On her first day in the ancient residence, she discovered a black cat in the courtyard. Its fur was entirely black, save for a few tufts of white on its tail. Assuming it was merely a stray from the neighborhood, she paid it little mind. However, the next day, the cat reappeared in the courtyard. Fei Yao offered it food. Yet the cat neither ate nor drank, instead gazing up at the second-floor window with mournful eyes. This continued for several days, as the cat faithfully returned each day. Looking up towards the second floor, Fei Yao felt a sense of intrigue as she made a deliberate inspection of the room on the second floor. It was merely an empty space furnished with some antiquated pieces inherited from her ancestors, devoid of anything unusual. A fervent admirer of felines, she had initially contemplated purchasing a pet cat, but she decided instead to adopt the stray black cat. Upon opening the door, the cat seemed to sense her intentions, strutting in with its tail held high. After several days of harmonious coexistence between the two, both human and feline found themselves in a delightful synergy, and Fei Yao's screenplay progressed smoothly. However, one fateful night, an unexpected incident transpired. At this juncture, the attendant glanced around cautiously. It was then that more patrons began to arrive, the flow of customers steadily increasing. The attendant awkwardly gestured towards the interior of the establishment, indicating that he had to attend to his duties. I inwardly cursed. This fellow certainly knew how to build suspense, halting at such a pivotal moment. Uncle San, comprehending the situation, discreetly slipped the attendant 100 yuan, urging him to recount the details of the event. The attendant called out, "Xiao Huang, lend me a hand. My second uncle from my hometown has arrived, and I need to greet him." Both Uncle San and I exchanged bemused glances, realizing that with the money spent, our familial ties had inexplicably deepened. I pressed him quickly what happened that night. As the attendant recounted the earlier events, his demeanor remained steady. Yet, upon reaching this part of the tale, his expression darkened, revealing the lingering dread of the terrifying occurrences from that night, which seemed to haunt him even in the light of day. It was a night fraught with thunderstorms, where lightning flashed and torrential rain fell in abundance. Fei Yao was slumbering in her bedroom when she was abruptly stirred by an unusual sound, reminiscent of someone tapping against the window frame. Her bedroom was situated on the second floor, and initially, she attributed the noise to the wind rattling the window panes. However, the sound grew increasingly distinct and rhythmic. A series of deliberate taps, pat, pat, pat. Rousing from her bed, she switched on the light and flung open the curtains. The night outside was shrouded in darkness, and just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing a black cat perched against the window. Its eerie visage pressed against the glass, eyes brimming with an expression of sorrow and malice. Startled, Fei Yao hastily drew the curtains shut, clutching her heart with trembling hands. The cat's face bore an uncanny resemblance to the black feline she had adopted. Turning to locate her own cat, she discovered the bed empty. It had mysteriously vanished. Simultaneously, a series of mournful meows echoed from the corridor outside, sounding utterly wretched and unlike any cry she had heard before. Determined to retrieve her beloved pet, Fei Yao stepped into the corridor, illuminated by a dim, flickering light. The age of the building, coupled with the raging storm outside, rendered the electric supply unstable, causing the light to flicker ominously and heightening the eerie atmosphere. Having received her education abroad, Fei Yao held little belief in the supernatural. She regarded ghosts and spirits as mere figments of a writer's imagination. Consequently, her mental fortitude surpassed that of the average woman, and rather than succumbing to fear, she felt an intensified urgency to find her missing cat. Beneath the dim light of the corridor, there was no sign of the elusive black cat. However, faint sounds emanated from the adjacent room, resembling the soft rustling of something scratching at the surfaces, or perhaps the gentle footsteps of someone moving across the floor. This was peculiar, for that room housed a few pieces of antique furniture, which were seldom used and securely locked by Fei Yao. She vividly recalled the presence of a beautifully carved wooden bed and an old-fashioned vanity, with an empty birdcage hanging near the window. Judging by the decor, it appeared to be the chamber of Fei Yao's great-grandparents. Out of respect for them, Fei Yao had endeavored to maintain the room's original state since her arrival. She had always been cautious, fearing that the cat might intrude and cause a disturbance, hence the constant locking of the door. The sudden commotion now stirred a sense of unease within her. Chapter 51. The strange phenomenon in the room. Indeed, the sound emanated unmistakably from within that room. In order to ascertain the source, Fei Yao approached the door, pressing her ear against it to listen intently. The sound became increasingly clear. It was undeniably originating from this very room. She gently pushed the door, confirming that it was securely locked. Yet, what could account for the commotion inside? Filled with skepticism, Fei Yao rapped lightly on the door twice. The sound, though soft, echoed sharply in the corridor. Instantly, the rustling noises within ceased, and even the sound of footsteps vanished without a trace. However, approximately 3 minutes later, as tranquility returned, the mysterious sound re-emerged from within the room, sending a chill down Fei Yao's spine, who typically dismissed the supernatural. Undeterred, Fei Yao steeled herself, biting her lip as she retrieved the key to unlock the door. Determined to uncover the truth, upon returning to the entrance of the room, she noted that the ancient clock downstairs had just struck 12. Midnight had arrived. Fei Yao murmured softly as she turned the key in the lock and forcefully pushed the door open. At that very moment, a bolt of lightning illuminated the surroundings outside, casting everything within the room into stark relief. There, atop the vintage vanity, sat her black cat, which was curiously extending its tongue to lick the mirror upon the dresser. Before Fei Yao could examine closely, the black cat swiftly turned its head, its eyes glowing with a luminous green light. At the bedside, there seemed to be a shadow, which had been moving around the bed. The moment the door swung open, it too halted at the bedside. Fei Yao could no longer contain herself. Her taut nerves instantly relaxed. "Who?" A piercing scream escaped her lips. However, as the flash of lightning faded, the room was once again enveloped in darkness. The black cat let out a shrill cry, leaping into the air and crashing through the window, its form vanishing into the abyss of night. A sudden gust of cold wind brushed past Fei Yao, causing her head to feel heavy, and she fainted within the confines of the room. When Fei Yao finally regained consciousness, several hours had elapsed, and dawn had yet to break. The window stood ajar, with the relentless wind and rain continuing unabated, torrents of rainwater crashing against the glass. The window rattled ominously in the gusts. Reflecting on her harrowing experience, she remained in a state of shock. She hastily rose to her feet to switch on the lights, but after several attempts, she discovered that the power had been cut. Thus, she reluctantly opened the door, allowing the corridor's light to spill into the room. Using her mobile phone as a makeshift flashlight, she began to survey her surroundings. To her astonishment, she found a trail of bloodstains by the ancient bed. The footprints appeared to be imprinted on the floor, and despite the downpour, they had not been washed away. Recalling the cat's peculiar behavior from the previous night, she rushed to the dressing table. There, she noticed numerous marks on the antique surface. The marks upon the surface resembled the frenzied slashes of a blade, as if someone had violently hacked away at it. Yet at that moment, both the black cat and the shadowy figure that had appeared within the room had vanished. Fei Yao gazed at the bloodstains, her heart racing with a surge of panic. She turned to flee from the room, utterly unprepared for the bizarre scene she had just witnessed. However, as she pivoted, a grave realization struck her. She had been facing the mirror on the vanity, and a figure had manifested within it, presumably her own reflection, which would not have been unusual. Yet, Fei Yao's keen sense of unease led her to discern that there seemed to be more than just her image within that mirror. It appeared as though two heads were simultaneously present in its depths. A chill raced down her spine, compelling her to escape, yet her insatiable curiosity held her captive. Slowly, she turned back to confront the mirror once more, peering intently into its depths. The vanity was antiquated, clearly a relic of the past. The mirror's surface was neither particularly smooth nor bright, appearing rather dim and murky. When Fei Yao had first moved in, she had examined the vanity and found nothing amiss. Now, however, upon closer inspection, she noticed that the mirror bore mottled bloodstains. Among these stains were traces of something that had been licked, likely the work of that strange black cat. Perhaps due to the interplay of light and the blood, she could discern only the vague outline of the figure reflected within the mirror, its features remaining obscured. In the mirror stood but a solitary figure. Fei Yao exhaled, convinced she had merely misperceived the reflection. However, as she rose to depart, she noticed the visage within the glass suddenly swayed, detaching from the corporeal form. Startled, Fei Yao gasped and instinctively retreated a step. Yet, the shadow in the mirror remained steadfast, unmoving in response to her withdrawal, signifying that this figure was not her own. A fleeting emptiness enveloped her mind. It was a profoundly unsettling contemplation. If the entity in the mirror was not she, then who could it possibly be? Could it be a specter? Upon grasping this chilling reality, Fei Yao let out a scream and fled the room in a panic. That very night, she abandoned the old house to seek refuge in a hotel. With the dawn of the following day, she returned to the old residence with her assistant, eager to uncover the truth. The attendant recounted this tale with fervor, captivating both me and my uncle. Unable to restrain myself, I remarked, "This female author possesses remarkable courage. After enduring such harrowing experiences, she dares to return?" The attendant, clicking his tongue in admiration, replied, "To my knowledge, Fei Yao is far from timid. She is indeed a formidable presence in the literary world." Curious, I inquired, "What do you mean by that?" The attendant elucidated, "I have heard that she once traversed a desolate desert alone to seek inspiration, and she has ventured into the jungles of Africa. In short, she has undertaken numerous endeavors that even we robust men would hesitate to attempt. It is no wonder her works are so exceptional. I have even heard her pieces have been nominated for prestigious awards. Truly, she is no ordinary individual. However, I have heard that recently, due to matters concerning the house, Fei Yao has been unable to eat or sleep, reportedly plagued by nightmares each night, and the script has also been delayed, causing quite a bit of trouble." Uncle San cast a sidelong glance at the attendant and inquired, "You young lad, your storytelling is so vivid, it's as if you witnessed it firsthand. Are you not fabricating a tale to swindle me out of my money?" The attendant was taken aback and quickly clarified, "How could that be? Just the other day, news broke that this house is up for sale, and everyone interested has come to us seeking the details. I merely compiled the information they each provided. I see that you two are inclined to purchase this house, are you not? It seems fortune is smiling upon you. You have found a shortcut, do you not realize? Yet here you are, unappreciative, accusing me of concocting falsehoods." Chapter 52. Strategic Maneuvering. It seems that the fellow is quite the chatterbox, a person inclined to pry into matters. As he spoke with increasing fervor, I gently patted his shoulder in reassurance, saying, "We place our trust in you. I inquired further about what transpired after the female writer returned with her assistant. The fellow nodded and continued, upon their return, what occurred was even more horrifying. Both my uncle and I listened intently, but just when he was about to reveal more, he fell silent. I pressed him. What happened after they returned? Do share. My impatience was palpable. The fellow awkwardly chuckled. As for what transpired upon their return, I have yet to uncover that information. My uncle, exasperated, slammed his hand on the table. Are you trying to extort more money from us? 200 is more than generous. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, causing the fellow to blanch in fear, urgently pleading, Gentlemen, could you lower your voices? If the boss discovers this, I shall surely be dismissed. I truly have no knowledge of subsequent events. In any case, the female writer remained at the hotel, appointing an intermediary to sell the property. However, rumors of the haunting had spread, and who would dare to purchase it? I inquired further, does that intermediary know the truth about the house? The fellow nodded. Of course, that intermediary is actually Fei Yao's assistant, hired to manage all her affairs. She must be well aware of the details. My uncle waved his hand, dismissing the fellow. I inquired of my uncle. It seems this house is far more troublesome than that dilapidated building. He nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, that is certain. The older the house, the more peculiarities it harbors. Those antiquated artifacts and ancient structures are akin to vessels of the supernatural. If there were tormented spirits tethered to them, they would inevitably cling to their essence. And as time passes, the malevolent energy intensifies. Particularly in this ancient street, nearly every edifice boasts a history spanning centuries. While daylight may veil their ominous presence, nightfall amplifies the eerie atmosphere. However, it appears that numerous locales in our country possess such ancient streets and towns. Does this imply that these places are heavily laden with malevolence? My uncle shook his head, explaining the nature and circumstances differ. Many of those ancient streets and towns feature buildings that are mere replicas, lacking genuine antiquity. Alternatively, they may be overly commercialized, attracting throngs of tourists with more people. The vitality increases, which can suppress the ominous energy. This ancient street, however, is distinct. Its structures are authentic relics, untouched by commercial ventures. Although there are tourists, their numbers are not overwhelming, and there is no tangible trade occurring. Hence, anything could transpire, but we must explore the house to uncover the truth. I nodded in agreement, asking, shall we contact the intermediary named Sue to obtain the key and investigate? My uncle replied, we certainly must examine it, but there is no rush for the key. We must first engage in negotiations with her and subsequently sign a contract. I understood my uncle's hesitation, recalling the previous incident with the dilapidated building, which had transpired due to our failure to formalize an agreement. We had faced peril in that haunted house, yet we had not gained any monetary reward. After some discussion, my uncle promptly made a call to the assistant, expressing our interest in the property and requesting a meeting to discuss the matter in detail. With the venue set at a local tea house, it was evident that Ms. Sue on the other end of the line was a formidable character. My uncle had to employ all his persuasive skills to secure the arrangement. She ultimately agreed to meet us. After hanging up, my uncle exclaimed in frustration, this Sue assistant is quite the diva, insisting that we travel to the city for the meeting. Did you catch her tone? It was so condescending, it's infuriating. What is so special about a mere assistant? I chuckled and replied, Uncle, it's rare to see you so riled up. In the end, she did consent to meet us here, didn't she? My uncle shot me a pointed look. Listen, my dear nephew, let us remember this. If we don't show up, she won't be able to sell this property at all. Given the circumstances, it's clear that Fei Yao is eager to make a sale. The price might not be as high as it seems. It's likely that this intermediary is inflating it for profit. If too much time passes without a sale, Fei Yao will certainly grow dissatisfied with this assistant. I inquired, how do you plan to negotiate with her? My uncle raised two fingers and replied, there are two key points. First, we simply do not have sufficient funds. Even if she were to lower the price significantly, it would still be beyond our reach. Furthermore, even if we had the means to purchase, I doubt we could find a buyer within a month, and without making at least $200,000, we would still fall short of our goal. I slapped my thigh in realization. Indeed, this is a significant issue. I had never considered it before, thinking that merely breaking the haunted house would yield profit. My third uncle, with an air of cunning wisdom, lifted his teacup for a sip and chuckled. Isn't it because I am your third uncle? I have already contemplated this matter. Therefore, upon her arrival, we must first discuss the approach to handling the haunted house. We could either break the curse ourselves and charge a fee or devise another strategy. This way, once the curse is lifted, we can promptly receive our earnings. Additionally, the matter of the fee remains to be settled. Rest assured, I have meticulously planned every detail of the negotiation. Once we finalize the price, we can proceed. Since my uncle had already devised a plan, I was more than happy to refrain from exerting myself in this regard. Negotiation, at its core, is a matter of wits. And in this aspect, I indeed lagged behind my unreliable third uncle. We waited in the tea house for Ms. Sue, sipping tea from 10 in the morning until 1:30 in the afternoon. During this time, my uncle made several phone calls, all met with silence. We felt reluctant to leave, our irritation growing, and our impression of the ostentatious Ms. Sue soured further. I dozed off twice with my head resting on the table, and it was not until nearly 2 o'clock that a woman entered through the door. She was clad in a stylish cheapao, tall and elegant, adorned with a pair of sunglasses, and upon entering, she surveyed her surroundings. I whispered, "Is it this woman?" Uncle Sen nodded thoughtfully. "It should be fine. Fei Yao has a penchant for Chinese culture, and this assistant is naturally catering to her tastes. After all, how many modern individuals do you see strolling about in kipeos?" Having said that, Uncle Sen beckoned to the woman, calling out, "Miss Sue." Upon hearing this, the woman glanced our way and swayed her hips gracefully as she approached. Once she reached us, she lowered her sunglasses slightly, appraising us with a scrutinizing gaze before cautiously inquiring of Uncle San, "Are you Mr. Lee from the real estate company?" Uncle San nodded, rising to extend his hand. "Indeed, it is I. A pleasure to meet you." I was nearly taken aback, almost spitting out my tea at the sight of Uncle San's grand demeanor. To project an air of authority, he had donned an entire suit, yet retained his traditional Taoist topknot, with his hair tied up in a bun atop his head. To further embellish his appearance, he sported a pair of rimless gold glasses. Such an incongruous ensemble, and he dares to claim the title of real estate mogul. There is a vast chasm between a real estate company and a property agency. Chapter 53. The Strong Woman Indeed. A look of disdain crossed her face as she forced a smile. I rose from my seat to pull out a chair for her, and she nodded in satisfaction before inquiring, "May I ask who this gentleman is?" Before I could respond, my uncle swiftly interjected, "This is my executive assistant, Mr. Liang." Goodness, my uncle certainly knew how to put on airs. I was caught off guard and nearly burst out laughing. Once seated, the woman formally introduced herself as Su Ruashi, the assistant hired by Fei Yao domestically. To be frank, once she removed her sunglasses, Su Ruashi's countenance was indeed striking. She appeared to be in her 30s, but her well-maintained skin belied her age. Her every gesture exuded an air of sophistication, clearly distinguishing her from our humble assembly. After taking her seat, Su Ruashi ordered a pot of exquisite Bilyuakun tea. When it arrived, the aroma was intoxicating, far superior to the mediocre brew we had requested. However, it was evident that Su Ruashi held us in contempt. Her tone dripped with sarcasm, a demeanor that left us quite unsettled. Additionally, she expressed her disapproval of the approach suggested by my uncle. Ultimately, Su Ruashi tossed down a statement, declaring that it could only be a one-time buyout, with no room for negotiation on the price. With that, she slapped 200 yuan onto the table and sashayed away. My uncle and I exchanged bewildered glances, and he pointed at Su Ruashi's departing figure, exclaiming, "What a lack of decorum. Is there any sense of negotiation at all? This is exceedingly assertive." I chuckled bitterly. "Uncle, did you not claim that you had everything under control?" Before we could even discuss the price, she left without a word. Uncle continued to grumble. "That foolish woman is utterly impervious to reason." I sighed. I initially held some hope, but now it seems we've lost the 200,000. "Who says we've lost it?" He replied. "She may have walked away, but there is still hope." Uncle spoke mysteriously. "My dear nephew, do you believe that before nightfall, this woman will certainly return my call and engage in negotiations according to our terms? I scoffed. You must be joking. Given her resolute demeanor, she would never consider us. He waved his hand dismissively. You're being naive, my nephew. I simply detest her attitude. Fei Yao has been trying to sell this property for nearly a year, and she's been plagued by nightmares over it. She lacks connections domestically and has entrusted all matters to her assistant, who's been unable to finalize anything. She is likely feeling the pressure now. Our presence cannot be overlooked by her. I suspect the assistant is unable to make decisions independently and has gone back for Fei Yao's approval. Once she calls back, the initiative will be in our hands. I nodded, picking up the 200 yuan left behind by Su Ruoshi, and said, let us hope so. At least we didn't leave empty-handed. She did give us 200 yuan. Uncle shot me a glare. Look at your meager ambition. Settle the bill. Let us take a stroll down the street. We lingered in the tea house for nearly an entire day, and Su Ruoshi had sufficient funds to settle the bill. My uncle and I strolled out of the tea house and made our way to the renowned ancient street, following the winding path ahead. By this time, the sun had already begun its descent, and only a smattering of tourists remained on the street, all seemingly eager to depart. The ancient houses lining both sides of the street exhibited a striking uniformity in style, yet each exuded an aura of historical simplicity and depth. Walking along such a street naturally enveloped one in a chill that seemed to permeate the atmosphere. As we walked, my uncle remarked, do you see? The government is increasingly prioritizing the preservation of these historical sites. Such ancient residences are becoming ever scarcer, and their value is certainly on the rise. If we manage to resolve the predicament surrounding this property, the owner would find it far more advantageous to offer a reward than to sell it at a low price. Therefore, I am confident that this Su individual will surely return our call. I chuckled wryly. Uncle, Su Ruoshi is such an evocative name. It hardly deserves to be referred to as simply Su something. My uncle waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of the name, that woman is far too arrogant, accustomed to her own haughtiness. Given the chance, she ought to learn a lesson. Glancing at the dimming light, I inquired, do you think Su Ruoshi will still seek us out at this hour? No sooner had I spoken than my uncle's phone rang. He jolted with excitement, exclaiming, what did I tell you? Eagerly, he answered the call. Hello, yes. Only to be met with a frustrated exclamation. Damn it, I don't trade stocks or engage in financial management. My uncle, visibly irritated, hung up the phone, and I stifled a laugh as I watched him. However, almost immediately, the phone rang again. With a hint of annoyance, my uncle answered, exclaiming, did I not tell you? I did not engage in stock trading. Assistant Su, greetings. Upon hearing this, I realized that Assistant Su had indeed called, just as my uncle had anticipated. This time, my uncle's tone was markedly more assertive. After a brief conversation, he informed Su Ruoshi that we would be departing from Gushi Street in half an hour. If she wished to continue the discussion, she should bring the contract and arrive at the tea house entrance within that time frame. Approximately 20 minutes later, a sleek sports car arrived, and out stepped Su Ruoshi. After a round of negotiations, my uncle settled on a price of 500,000. This meant that if we assisted in resolving the haunting issues of the residents, the other party would compensate us with 500,000. This sum was not insignificant, even for handling a matter as substantial as that at Tianyu Plaza. We were only paid 500,000. I felt uncertain about this amount, yet to my surprise, after a brief contemplation, Su Ruoshi nodded in agreement and expressed her readiness to sign the contract immediately. It appeared she had indeed received the endorsement of Fei Yao, as my uncle had indicated. The process of signing the contract proceeded smoothly. My uncle represented the Dossiers real estate agency, while Su Ruoshi signed on behalf of Fei Yao. The contract stipulated that the resolution of the haunting issues was to be completed within 10 days, during which Su Ruoshi was required to cooperate fully on behalf of Fei Yao. With both parties exchanging contracts, I felt a sense of relief. This ensured that we would not encounter the same issues as before. However, I am aware that our actions are akin to burning bridges, embarking on a desperate gamble. The true nature of the house remains shrouded in hearsay. We have yet to conduct a thorough investigation, and therein lies considerable risk. Su Ruoshi cast a sidelong glance at us and coldly remarked, all right, you are about to swindle the 500,000. I have no further involvement, so I shall take my leave. With that, she grasped the contract and prepared to depart. Uncle Sam called out to her, Assistant Sue, regarding the matter of the house being haunted, you must provide us with further details so that we may devise a strategy to confront them. Chapter 54. The Occupational Trap. Sue Ruashi contemplated for a moment before sharing with us the circumstances surrounding the residence at number 14 Ancient Street. Her account mirrored that of the attendant, though it lacked the vividness of his narration. It seemed the 200 yuan given to the attendant was indeed worthwhile. Our primary concern, however, was the incident that transpired after Fei Yao re-entered the residence with her assistant for the second time. We soon discovered that the assistant in question was Sue Ruashi herself. The thought of two women, Fei Yao accompanied by Sue Ruashi, bravely returning to the old mansion was quite admirable. Yet, Sue Ruashi informed us that Fei Yao had not mentioned the peculiar events of the previous night, leaving Sue Ruashi unaware of the strangeness within the mansion. Fei Yao merely instructed her to assist in gathering some items, as they planned to stay at a hotel. Sue Ruashi recalled her return to the old mansion alongside Fei Yao, who appeared somewhat dazed upon entering. Her demeanor was decidedly off. It was as if she had transformed into a different person, her gaze vacant. Once inside, Fei Yao began rummaging through every room and corner, scattering the contents of drawers and cabinets across the floor. Sue Ruashi, perplexed by this behavior, approached her to inquire what she was searching for. However, Fei Yao disregarded her completely. Sensing something was amiss, Sue Ruashi stepped forward to intervene, only to be forcefully shoved aside by Fei Yao. The strength with which Fei Yao pushed her was astonishing, nearly causing Sue Ruashi to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Fei Yao has always possessed the refined demeanor of a scholar, an attribute that renders her current behavior utterly inconceivable. Sue Ruashi, taken aback, could only retreat to a corner, observing Fei Yao's frantic search through every room in vain as she sought something elusive. Subsequently, in a fit of apparent madness, she burst forth from the old residence and into the courtyard. There, amid the two lilac trees that had once graced the yard, she began to violently tear at the leaves, devouring them with reckless abandon. Sue Ruashi, paralyzed with fear, could only watch in horror as the scene unfolded, completely at a loss. Eventually, in the throes of her turmoil, Fei Yao gradually collapsed onto the ground, losing consciousness. Sue Ruashi hastily transported her to the hospital, where a series of examinations revealed that Fei Yao was in good health, with no anomalies detected. She awoke the following morning. Yet when Sue Ruashi inquired about the events of the previous night, Fei Yao was utterly oblivious, claiming she had merely intended to retrieve a few garments before returning to the hotel, only to find her mind blank upon entering the courtyard. The occurrences that followed were a complete enigma to her. This perplexing incident defies rational explanation. The only plausible interpretation is that malevolent forces had invaded the house, leading to Fei Yao's possession or misfortune upon her return. We remained attentive as Sue Ruashi recounted this extraordinary tale, her eyes still brimming with terror, as if the events she described were unfolding before her very eyes. Uncle San pondered for a moment before inquiring, "You mentioned she searched through all the rooms. Did she visit the one with the dressing table?" Sue Ruashi recalled and shook her head. "No, she hasn't. That room is on the second floor. It is the only one she hasn't entered." Uncle San nodded thoughtfully. It seems that room harbors something she fears. It may not even be related to her. His words seemed somewhat cryptic to both Sue Ruashi and me, leaving us perplexed. Uncle San waved his hand dismissively. "All right, we've gathered sufficient information. The remaining task is for the three of us to investigate and discover what is amiss." Upon hearing this, Sue Ruashi appeared bewildered. "What did you say? The three of us? Are you joking? This is your matter, not mine." "Of course it is related," he replied. "We are unfamiliar with the terrain and layout of that room. Venturing there at this late hour necessitates someone to guide us. Moreover, Assistant Sue, our contract stipulates that you must fully cooperate with us. A lack of cooperation would constitute a breach of contract." Uncle San remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "But the cooperation does not imply entering that house," she retorted. Uncle San chuckled. "Yet it does not explicitly prohibit it either." I stepped forward to clarify. "Assistant Sue, my uncle possesses dual identities, one as the head of our company, and the other as a master specializing in exorcism and spirit capture. With him present, we shall undoubtedly be safe. In truth, I was tempted to reveal that my uncle held a third identity, that of a professional trickster. Visiting the haunted house was, in essence, unnecessary for Suruwashi. I understood my uncle's intentions. He had long harbored disdain for Suruwashi and sought to seize this opportunity to teach her a lesson, to temper her haughty demeanor. Furthermore, he wished for her to witness firsthand the diligence through which we had earned the 50,000 yuan reward. Contrary to her insinuations of deceit, together my uncle and I coaxed and misled Suruwashi to the ancient street at number 14, where the ominous dwelling stood. The architecture here bore a striking resemblance to one another, with a uniform layout comprising two-story attics, each accompanied by a modest courtyard. These old-fashioned attics differed notably from our contemporary villas. The front courtyards were particularly diminutive, enclosed by high walls that obscured their contents entirely. Thus, peering over the courtyard wall and through the gate, one could glean nothing of the interior. As we stood outside the gate, gazing at the shadowy attic, its exterior cloaked in ivy and other climbing plants, an involuntary shiver coursed through me. Such places invariably sent a chill down my spine. Suruwashi, in her trepidation, pressed closer behind me, her body trembling subtly. At that moment, I felt a pang of sympathy, questioning whether it was indeed fair to have brought her here. Yet, my uncle's rationale held merit. Having someone familiar with the layout was crucial, especially since we had never visited this place by daylight. Uncle San waved his hand dismissively at Suruwashi, who, trembling slightly, fumbled to retrieve her keys and stepped forward to unlock the courtyard gate. He set down his backpack and rummaged through it, extracting 2 peach-wood swords, one of which he handed to me. This was our most fundamental equipment for exorcising haunted houses. It seemed as if Uncle San sourced them in bulk, as he always managed to prepare them. Suruwashi timidly inquired, "Is there one for me?" Uncle San glanced at her and replied, "Such a thing would be of no use to you. This is a peachwood sword. Being a woman, it would not serve its purpose of warding off evil. It is merely an ordinary piece of wood." Suruwashi appeared slightly disheartened as Uncle Sen shook his head and retrieved a bundle of rope from his bag. I noticed that the ropes seemed to have been soaked in something, coated with a dark substance. Moreover, every short distance along the ropes was marked by a knot. Uncle San separated the ropes into 3 segments, distributing one to each of the 3 of us. As I took my segment, I observed that the knots were peculiar, each one distinct. Additionally, it appeared that other strands of hair were intertwined with the knots, giving them a coarse texture. Chapter 55. The Black Tiger. Not I had never seen my uncle utilize such an unusual rope, and my curiosity prompted me to inquire, "What purpose does this rope serve?" Suruwashi, seemingly equally perplexed, turned her gaze toward my uncle upon hearing my question. My uncle wrapped his segment of the rope around his waist and began to explain, "Do not underestimate this knot. It is known as the Black Tiger knot. The rope has been soaked in the blood of an unbred rooster, and within this knot lies the mane of a horse over 50 years old." I was taken aback. A 50-year-old horse? Can a horse live that long? My uncle nodded affirmatively. Of course. Otherwise, how would I be able to make this Black Tiger knot? The average lifespan of a horse is between 30 to 35 years, with the maximum being 60. A horse over 50 years old is considered an old horse indeed. But uncle, you mentioned that rooster blood wards off evil spirits. But what about the mane of an old horse? What significance does that hold? I inquired. He replied, "The mane of an old horse, like the blood of a rooster, possesses protective qualities against malevolence, and it serves another purpose as well. Utilizing this Black Tiger knot can guide us in critical moments. You are aware that old horses have a knack for finding their way, right? This principle applies here. In such ominous residences, entering at night may lead us to inadvertently breach certain taboos, making it quite possible to encounter disorienting phenomena. Therefore, carrying this Black Tiger knot can serve as both a safeguard and a means to navigate us out of confusion." My uncle spoke with an air of conviction, almost mystical in nature. Upon hearing this, Suruwashi hastily secured the rope around her own waist. Grasping the rope, I asked my uncle, "Is this contraption truly reliable? Why all this nonsense?" What if third uncle's belongings can be deemed unreliable? Third uncle leaned closer and whispered, "Do you recall that book, Records of Haunted Houses?" Suddenly, it dawned on me that third uncle had gleaned knowledge from that very tome, which evidently contained a wealth of intricate information. It seemed he had prepared the Black Tiger not based on the accounts within that book. I mimicked third uncle, fastening the Black Tiger knot around my waist. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his intent to lead us into the courtyard. Suruwashi hesitated and inquired, "Is this really all it takes? Just a piece of rope? Can I not enter?" Third uncle waved dismissively. "Do as you wish." Suruwashi appeared taken aback, then exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, really? Then I shall return." She turned to make her way back. As I pondered third uncle's sudden change of heart, I heard him call out loudly, "Assistant Su, be careful. Don't bump into that child." Suruwashi paused once more, glancing around before asking third uncle, "What child? Where's their child?" "That child, bleeding from the head, with blood in his eyes, right over there." As third uncle spoke, he suddenly slapped his forehead. "Ah, my apologies, I forgot. I possess the ability to see spirits, while you do not. You cannot see it, no matter you may leave." I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking to myself that third uncle's claims of spiritual sight were dubious at best. It seemed Suruwashi had drawn a short straw, having attracted third uncle's attention. Clearly, this was merely a ploy to frighten her. Who would have thought that Suruwashi truly believed it? She exclaimed in shock and hurriedly ran over, hiding behind us, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed in the direction indicated by my third uncle. He remarked, "This street is laden with a heavy aura. After the sun sets, wandering spirits and malevolent spirits emerge to wreak havoc. If you intend to leave, you must exercise caution." No, I'm not going back. I will accompany you into the building," Suruwashi insisted, shaking her head fervently. At that moment, the street was deserted, devoid of pedestrians, and the absence of streetlights rendered the ancient street enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. My uncle's words were enough to give anyone pause. Even a robust man might reconsider. I stifled a chuckle, realizing that my uncle's knack for deception was indeed boundless. It was only later that I learned Suruwashi had been involved in a tragic incident a few years prior, where she accidentally struck a child with her car while he crossed the road. The fault was not hers, and her vehicle was sufficiently insured. However, the ordeal left her traumatized, frequently haunted by nightmares of the child standing before her, covered in blood. Remarkably, my uncle's casual fabrication struck a chord with Suruwashi's past experiences, leading her to unwaveringly trust his words. Thus, she was resolute in her decision to enter the building with us. Seeing his scheme succeed, my uncle exchanged a knowing glance with me and led us into the courtyard. By this point, darkness had fully descended, and the number of residents along this ancient street had dwindled significantly. The street was nearly devoid of light, and the courtyard was even darker. My uncle produced 2 flashlights, handed one to me, and switched it on to illuminate the surroundings of the courtyard. The courtyard is modest in size, yet everything is meticulously arranged. Along one side, beneath the courtyard wall, stand 2 small lilac trees. As the night breeze rustles through, the leaves whisper softly. My uncle pointed at the 2 trees and inquired of Suruwashi, "Is it those 2 trees from which Fei Yao consumed the leaves?" Suruwashi nodded in affirmation. Approaching the lilac trees, I noticed that the leaves of one tree had been torn to shreds. My uncle, wielding a flashlight, scrutinized the lilac tree closely. I tilted my head to observe and remarked, "There is nothing particularly remarkable about this tree." My uncle shook his head and called, "Yangzi, come take a look." I hurried over, illuminating the trunk with my flashlight. It was then that I discerned faint scratch marks etched into the bark of the lilac tree. These marks were minuscule and scattered across the trunk, nearly imperceptible unless observed closely. My uncle then moved to the other lilac tree, where the leaves remained intact, and the trunk was smooth. These scratches— "Uncle, does this tree have an issue?" I inquired. Beyond that, no other abnormalities were apparent. My uncle himself was uncertain regarding the tree's condition. He decided to set this matter aside for the moment and gestured for Suruwashi to open the door to the house. Reluctantly, Suruwashi approached, trembling, and managed to unlock the door. Once opened, She quickly retreated to a safe distance. My uncle reached forward, pushed the door open, and directed the flashlight inside. Contrary to our expectations, the interior was eerily quiet and far less menacing than we had imagined. I instructed Tsuruashi to enter and turn on the lights, but she replied, "No one has lived here for quite some time, and the electricity bill hasn't been paid. The power has long since been cut off." Unable to contain my frustration, I remarked, "You are being overly frugal. Just because no one resides here, you cease to pay for electricity." As I spoke, my uncle had already ventured inside the house with a flashlight. I hastily followed him, only to feel a sudden tightness around my waist. Turning around, I discovered Tsuruashi anxiously clutching the black tiger not on my attire. I forced a smile. Truth be told, I too felt a twinge of apprehension, though I couldn't afford to reveal it in front of Tsuruashi. Thus, I guided her into the room alongside my uncle. Just as we stepped inside, a chilling gust of wind swept through, and the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Tsuruashi let out a piercing scream. My uncle barked back. "What are you screaming for?" "Yangzi, keep an eye on her." I suddenly regretted persuading my uncle to bring her along. She was proving to be nothing but a burden. We shone our flashlights around, revealing a scene of utter disarray within the house. Chapter 56. Lost again. A multitude of miscellaneous items lay strewn across the floor, as if a thief had ransacked the place. These belongings were likely disordered during Fei Yao's frantic search for something upon her return. The chaotic state of those objects vividly conjures the terrifying scene that must have unfolded. The decor and layout of this attic adhere to the stylistic conventions of the late Qing and Republican periods. Upon entering, one finds a central hall adorned with several rosewood armchairs. Dominating the middle of the hall is a painting and a couplet, though the dimness of the room only allowed us to briefly wave our flashlight over them without discerning their content. On one side of the hall, there stood a pair of ancient cabinets resembling the traditional medicine chests found in apothecaries. Beyond that, there were no separate rooms. After a cursory glance around, my uncle gestured for us to follow him upstairs. Having heard from the tea house attendant and Tsuruashi about the second floor, I knew there were several rooms, including one containing a dressing table, the only room Fei Yao had not ventured into during her search. Recalling the enigmatic black cat, I cannot resist turning back to Tsuruashi and inquiring, "By the way, what became of that peculiar black cat?" Tsuruashi seemed momentarily taken aback, prompting me to clarify, the one that licked the mirror, the stray that Fei Yao took in. She shook her head slowly. "The cat has been missing since that day. It has not been seen again. Perhaps it simply ran away. After all, it was a stray." I nodded, recalling my uncle's previous words about how black cats are more prone to attracting malevolent forces. During our exploration of the first abandoned building, I had once been entangled by a black cat myself. Thus, I pondered whether the occurrences here were also linked to that feline. With this thought in mind, I turned to inquire if my uncle wished to explore this connection further. However, upon turning around, I discovered that he had already found a nearby staircase and was ascending to the second floor. I quickly beckoned Tsuruashi to follow, as I had often struggled to keep pace with him during our investigations of haunted dwellings, which had invariably led to trouble. This time, I needed to stay vigilant. Yet, as we began to ascend the stairs, my uncle, who had been cautiously advancing with his flashlight, suddenly quickened his pace. Ignoring the visibility of the path ahead, he leapt up the stairs, taking them two at a time, and swiftly vanished onto the second floor. I caught a fleeting glimpse of his figure before it disappeared around the corner of the staircase, sending a jolt of alarm through me. Just as I feared the worst, I realized I was lagging behind to accommodate Tsuruashi. Losing contact with my uncle would undoubtedly spell disaster. I hastily took a step forward, but miscalculated, and Tsuruashi, still holding onto the black tiger not on my attire, stumbled as a result, nearly toppling over. In the moment I turned to assist her, I glanced back only to find my uncle completely gone. Grumbling under my breath, I urged Tsuruashi to ascend the staircase with me, and we finally reached the second floor. I was unsure if it was merely my imagination, but after my arrival, I thought I heard the faint cry of a cat. Startled, I shone my flashlight ahead, revealing an empty corridor in the room. Not only was there no cat in sight, but my uncle had also vanished. Smacking my forehead in frustration, I resolved that next time we ventured into the haunted house, I would ensure we were tethered together with a black tiger, not to prevent getting lost. My uncle truly lived up to his reputation. This was the third time we had explored a haunted location, and he had abandoned me on each occasion. Tsuruoshi, also noticing my uncle's absence, timidly inquired, "Where's Mr. Lee?" Internally cursing, I retorted, "What do you mean, Mr. Lee? I'll have words with him when I see him again." Annoyed, I continued, "Isn't it because you were slow? How should I know where you went? Did you hear a cat meow just now?" "A cat meow?" "No," she replied. I nodded, signaling Tsuruoshi to remain silent, while I cautiously illuminated our surroundings and listened intently for any sounds. The meowing had indeed ceased, leading me to question whether it had all been a figment of my imagination. Strange, suddenly, Tsuruoshi murmured something. Taken aback, I whispered, "What is it?" She pointed at the floor beneath us, saying, "These spots. Earlier, Fei Yao had thrown many things here, but where have they all gone?" Perhaps Fei Yao returned afterward. Enough of this useless pondering. We must hurry to find my uncle. I waved my hand dismissively and began walking towards the room, holding the flashlight. Tsuruoshi, after contemplating for a moment, hurriedly followed me. Just then, the sound of another cat's meow echoed through the air. A shiver coursed through my body as I clearly heard the sound, unmistakable in its clarity. This time, even Tsuruoshi had caught wind of it. She dared not speak, merely leaning closer and nodding at me. Illuminated by the beam of the flashlight, I noticed her face was devoid of color, a ghostly pallor that was somewhat alarming. Tsuruoshi's appearance startled me more than the sound itself. I gestured for her to step back a little. I thought that if I were not to be harmed by a ghost, I might very well perish from her fright. My mind raced. Could it be that the black cat had returned? If so, it seemed highly likely that the events unfolding here were closely tied to this feline. Perhaps my uncle had hastened his steps upon hearing the cat's cries after ascending the stairs. Given the uncertainty of the situation, I must admit that despite wielding a peachwood sword and that peculiar black tiger knot, I felt hesitant to venture into any room without my uncle's presence. I signaled for Tsuruoshi to crouch down. The cat's sudden cry had left me unsure of its location. Indeed, less than 2 minutes later, another cat's cry echoed through the air. Tsuruoshi and I instinctively pointed in unison towards a door. Clearly, the cat must be within that room. Summoning my courage, I gripped the peachwood sword in one hand and the flashlight in the other, cautiously approaching the door just as Tsuruoshi unexpectedly tugged at me from behind, startling me once again. Taken aback, I turned to see her silently forming the words "dressing table" with her lips. I was suddenly struck by realization. This was indeed the very room where the incident had occurred, the one adorned with a dressing table and an intricately carved antique bed. I hesitated for a moment. If this was the room, then it was highly probable that my uncle had also discovered this place. I had no reason to refrain from entering. I gestured to Tsuruoshi, indicating that she should wait for me at the door. Gently, I pushed the door open just a crack. The door, likely long neglected, creaked ominously on its hinges, producing a sharp, grating sound that resonated unsettlingly in the vast emptiness of the attic. I directed my flashlight through the narrow opening, and just then I caught a glimpse of a figure swaying in the beam of light. Chapter 57. The beauty at her vanity, there was someone inside. Summoning my courage, I pushed open the door, directing my flashlight into the room. The door swung towards the foot of the bed, and not far from there stood the vanity. In the urgency of the moment, I illuminated the vanity with my flashlight, but I had no time to scrutinize it closely. I merely noticed a figure seated before the mirror, engaged in the delicate art of grooming. Her graceful fingers, akin to orchid petals, deftly held a jade hairpin as she fashioned an elegant bun. At times, she would apply powder to her cheeks, and at others, deftly arrange hairpins within her tresses. Her movements were enchanting, exuding an alluring charm, and I found myself spellbound by the sight of such beauty, even if only a silhouette. However, this captivating scene lasted but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a spark of realization jolted through me, and my body quaked in disbelief. Something was amiss. The person inside should be my uncle, not a rough man capable of such delicate and feminine gestures. Could it be that he had been possessed by something? A cold sweat broke out across my body as I directed the beam of my flashlight toward the figure's face. At that moment, She turned her head slightly, and her visage was caught in the light. Seeing her face sent a shock wave through me. My heart raced, and my scalp prickled in alarm. How could this be? The face before me was not my uncle's, but that of Tsuruoshi. At this moment, Tsuruoshi's already pallid visage appeared even more ghostly, resembling a sheet of paper. So thin it seemed as though it could be pierced with a mere touch. Strangely, she was merely mimicking the motions of applying makeup, devoid of any actual cosmetics, which rendered her appearance even more unsettling. What added to the eerie atmosphere was the fact that, despite the intense beam of my flashlight illuminating her face, Tsuruoshi showed no inclination to evade it. Her eyes did not even flutter. Upon noticing me, her previously expressionless face suddenly contorted into a faint, haunting smile. If Tsuruoshi was indeed present, then who was following me? The moment this thought crossed my mind, a chill ran down my spine. I had just been escorting Tsuruoshi up to the second floor, maintaining a continuous dialogue. How could she have suddenly vanished inside and be seated there, preening herself? Was it possible that upon entering, something had impersonated Tsuruoshi and trailed behind me, while the real Tsuruoshi had fallen prey to some malevolent force? These thoughts raced through my mind, and if that were the case, I was in grave danger. The entity following me was certainly not benign. With this realization, I dare not glance back, as I could still hear the faint rustling behind me, as if the false Tsuruoshi was indeed trailing closely. I gritted my teeth and tightened my grip on the peach with sword in my hand. Time seemed to come to a standstill as I swallowed hard, suddenly leaping up and executing a 180-degree turn in midair, simultaneously bringing the peach with sword down forcefully behind me. The reason I executed this action was to broaden the scope of my attack. Regardless of what lurked behind me, at the very least, my peachwood sword would sweep through and yield some effect. Indeed, my strike was quite unexpected, landing squarely on the head of the individual behind me. A startled exclamation escaped their lips, and they crouched down, clutching their head. Wait, that voice! It couldn't be! I shone my flashlight, and to my astonishment, it was my uncle, grimacing in pain. Uncle, is that really you? I took a step back, gripping my peachwood sword, unwilling to drop my guard. Upon entering, the situation had proven to be more intricate than I had anticipated. Leon, have you lost your mind? Is there really any doubt about whether it's me? My uncle, rising from the ground with the peachwood sword and flashlight in hand, shouted at me. But wait, Tsuruoshi was behind me. What did you slip behind me? Judging by my uncle's tone and the items he clutched, I was fairly convinced that he was indeed my uncle. You're talking nonsense. Have you been blinded by a ghost? I've been right behind you the entire time. The ghost blindness my uncle referred to was merely an illusion one experiences in places heavy with een and ghostly energy. I shook my head and pointed inside, saying, I saw Tsuruoshi in there. At that moment, the second floor was left with just my uncle and me. Tsuruoshi had vanished. This was enough to indicate that the one inside must indeed be the genuine Tsuruoshi. My uncle nodded, lifting his peach wood sword once more as we approached the doorway together to peer inside. After the commotion caused by my uncle and me, I believed that any lurking entity would have fled. However, the reality was far from my expectation. Tsuruoshi remained seated before the dressing mirror. She had merely turned her head and ceased her grooming, engaging instead in an utterly bewildering behavior. Tsuruoshi supported herself with her arms on the vanity. Her legs curled beneath her as she knelt on the chair, her body leaning forward as she extended her head, fervently licking the surface of the mirror with her tongue. Witnessing this spectacle, I instinctively covered my mouth to stifle a gasp, for I was on the verge of exclaiming in shock. While listening to my companions recount the bizarre occurrences in this place had been frightening, nothing could compare to the jolt of witnessing such an unsettling sight firsthand. Particularly disconcerting was the transformation of someone with whom I had just been conversing normally into a figure seemingly possessed, performing such a grotesque act, which sent my heart racing uncontrollably. My uncle grasped my arm and whispered, "What does her posture resemble?" At that moment, Tsuruoshi retracted her tongue and yawned, prompting me to blurt out like, "A cat?" Indeed, her behavior evoked the image of a large feline. Having licked the mirror, she began to groom her own arm. A shiver ran down my spine, raising goosebumps all over me. My uncle, seasoned and composed, remained unfazed by my distress. Noticing Tsuruoshi's lack of further movements, he directed the flashlight deeper into the room. I have heard from my companions that in this room, aside from the dressing table, there is an intricately carved wooden bed, and by the window hangs an empty birdcage. The ornately designed wooden bed remains in the room, adorned with bedding that appears relatively untouched. After casting his flashlight over the sheets, my uncle suddenly lifted his foot and stepped further into the room. I hastily grasped his arm, thinking to myself that given Tsuruoshi's peculiar behavior, it seemed evident that something was amiss within this space. Such a rash entry seemed rather unwise. However, my uncle shook his head at me, freed himself from my grip, and stealthily advanced into the room. Meanwhile, Tsuruoshi, crouched before the dressing table, continued to groom herself like a cat, licking her own forearm. It appeared she intended to groom her entire body, yet she was, after all, not a true feline. She strained her neck and extended her tongue, but could not reach her own form. In her fervent efforts, what was once a strikingly beautiful face now appeared monstrous, with her eyes bulging and facial muscles taut, rendering her expression exceedingly grotesque. Chapter 58. The cat demon. I dared not glance at her again. Upon turning my head, I discovered that my third uncle had already entered the room. Tsuruoshi seemed unfazed by his presence, prompting me to follow him inside. I first illuminated the floor with my flashlight, and to my relief, there were no bloodstains as described by the attendant. However, my heart sank once more as I beheld my uncle's next move. He secured the peachwood sword at his waist and, freeing his hands, grasped the edge of the bedsheet, evidently intent on lifting it. His action suggested he had uncovered something troubling. Before I could react, he exerted force and lifted the sheet. The bed appeared to have been unoccupied for quite some time, cloaked in a layer of dust. As the sheet was thrown aside, dust swirled through the air, causing both my uncle and me to cough uncontrollably. He hastily cast the sheet aside, and our flashlights simultaneously illuminated the bed. Ah, cat! The beams converged in the center of the bed, revealing a black cat sprawled across it, eliciting a startled exclamation from me. At that moment, I heard a feline cry behind me, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. Realizing the impending danger, I clutched the peachwood sword and swung it behind me without hesitation. Fortunately, my swift action forced Tsuruoshi, who had lunged at me, to stagger back a step. My uncle and I turned simultaneously, only to find Tsuruoshi crouched low to the ground, baring her teeth and emitting a low, menacing growl directed at us. The sound was reminiscent of a cat discovering its prey. My thoughts immediately turned to the unsettling notion that this woman might be possessed by a feline spirit. After a brief standoff, Tsuruoshi launched herself into action, leaping from the ground with surprising agility, her arms outstretched towards us. To my astonishment, despite her seemingly frail appearance, she soared with remarkable height. Positioned behind my uncle, as I turned, I found myself directly in her line of sight, making me her most obvious target. As she lunged towards me, panic surged within me, prompting me to thrust my peachwood sword in her direction. However, the moment my weapon was in motion, hesitation took hold. It was essential to remember that I was aiming at Tsuruoshi. Although she was not in control of her actions, her body remained her own. Aiming accurately could potentially lead to her demise, a consequence from which there would be no return. This fleeting thought caused my movements to falter. Seizing this opportunity, Tsuruoshi deftly evaded the thrust of the sword in midair, opening her mouth wide to bite at my throat. I observed a disturbing pattern among these malevolent entities. Their target was always the throat, a vital point for any living being. An attack to this area could result in severe injury or death. Just then, a dark shadow darted before my eyes, striking Tsuruoshi with precision. With a sharp crack, she was sent crashing to the ground. A mournful cry, akin to that of a distressed cat, escaped her lips. Upon closer inspection, I realized that my uncle had unfastened the dark tiger knot from his waist and wielded it like a whip against Tsuruoshi's midsection. This was our inaugural use of the dark tiger knot, and its effectiveness was surprisingly remarkable. Tsuruoshi squatted there, seemingly attempting to lick her injured waist. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not reach it. Eventually, she resorted to emitting low growls towards us. But the presence of the dark tiger not rendered her hesitant to approach. My uncle declared, "Put down the sword. Use the dark tiger not to force the cat demon out." With that, he stepped forward, positioning himself at the entrance. I swiftly secured my peachwood sword at my waist and removed the dark tiger knot from my body. Together, armed with a flashlight and a dark tiger knot each, we formed a barrier around Tsuruoshi. Her body trembled incessantly, resembling a frightened cat. My uncle shouted and charged ahead, swinging the dark tiger knot towards Tsuruoshi. She let out an eerie cry and recoiled, evading his strike. Not daring to linger, I too rushed forward, brandishing my dark tiger knot. Tsuruoshi leaped, springing from the ground straight towards a window. "Don't let her escape." My uncle dashed forward and delivered a decisive swing, the dark tiger not striking Tsuruoshi squarely on her back. With a resounding crack, she was once again brought crashing down by my uncle's blow. He lunged forward without hesitation, relentlessly wielding the dark tiger knot against Tsuruoshi. Initially, I was bewildered, pondering when my uncle had become so fierce. Even though I harbored some disdain for Tsuruoshi, it was, after all, a conflict among the people, and there was no need for such extreme measures. It was only later that I came to realize that my uncle's approach was a strategy intended to extract whatever was within Tsuruoshi. Understanding this, I ceased to hesitate and rushed forward, joining my uncle in striking Tsuruoshi. The wretched cries reminiscent of a cat echoed, sending shivers down my spine and rendering my limbs somewhat weak. Yet, I observed Tsuruoshi kneeling on the ground, her body trembling increasingly until she appeared nearly convulsed. Her neck elongated grotesquely, akin to that of a turtle. My uncle, noticing this, signaled me, and our strikes quickened in frequency. Eventually, I witnessed Tsuruoshi's body go limp, collapsing onto the floor. Simultaneously, a wisp of clear vapor emerged from the crown of her head, swiftly soaring towards the window. This vapor, it seemed, would be difficult to discern in daylight or under bright lights. However, with my uncle and I wielding flashlights, the illumination was concentrated, forming a distinct beam within the room, rendering the vapor exceedingly conspicuous. I was uncertain of its nature, yet my uncle appeared to be prepared. As Tsuruoshi's body went slack, he extended his hand and hurled a dark object towards the window. However, it seemed to miss its mark, colliding with the window with a thud before plummeting down. My uncle hurried over and seized the object, allowing me to discern that it was a net woven from dark, lustrous threads. After observing for a considerable time, my uncle stamped his foot in frustration. "Damn it, we're a step too late. It has escaped." "What has escaped?" I inquired. He waved his hand dismissively. "Let's not concern ourselves with that for now. We must focus on this matter." Indeed, there was still a cat lounging upon the bed. We hastily turned back to examine the feline, only to find that it remained in the same position, utterly unmoved. I inwardly lamented, realizing that today we had truly crossed paths with the elusive black cat. Its stillness rendered us hesitant to make any sudden movements. Logically, given our prolonged engagement with Tsuruoshi, there should have been some response from that side by now. Chapter 59. The cat's skin in this peculiar environment. Should it leap to bite us or make a hasty escape, we would find it rather normal. Yet its stillness heightened our vigilance tenfold. My uncle drew forth his peachwood sword and cautiously approached, attempting to prod the cat. After several tentative jabs, the creature remained unresponsive. Finally, my uncle discerned the issue, muttering a curse before exerting force to lift the feline. As the cat was hoisted upon the tip of the sword and illuminated by the beam of the flashlight, I was astonished to realize that it was merely a cat's skin. The method of skinning had evidently been executed with remarkable skill, for the entire pelt bore no blemishes, leading us to believe it was a living cat. The fur was of a strikingly pure hue, entirely black, save for a few tufts of white at the tail. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Was this not the stray cat described by that fellow? The one adopted by Fei Yao, only to go missing after an incident. How did this cat skin come to be here? I blurted out my question. My uncle brought the cat skin closer, inhaling its scent and shaking it gently before shaking his head, stating, "This cannot be the one Fei Yao cared for. This skin has been here for quite some time, likely several decades. I was taken aback. A decades-old cat's skin with fur identical to that of the current cat. Was this mere coincidence? As I pondered this, my uncle seemed to realize something, pointing to Tsuruashi on the ground. Carry her. We must leave this place at once. What is it? I inquired, noticing a hint of anxiety in my uncle's expression. Uncle San waved his hand dismissively, urging us to leave without further inquiries. I nodded in acknowledgement and hastily bent down to carry Tsuruashi on my back. At that moment, I regretted bringing her along even more. While we had vented our frustrations and given Tsuruashi a thorough lesson, she had ultimately become a burden to me. Fortunately, Tsuruashi was slender and lightweight, making it not overly strenuous to carry her. However, there was one troubling aspect. She was clad in a new-style cheongsam that fit her form beautifully, suitable for normal walking. Yet, for reasons unknown, Tsuruashi had begun to jump and flail, causing several seams of the fitted garment to tear. Thus, the cheongsam had lost its original elegance and now appeared rather disheveled. Moreover, after we had used the black tiger not to strike her, the state of her attire was even more distressing. Consequently, several areas of her body were left exposed, including sensitive regions. This situation rendered my act of carrying Tsuruashi quite awkward, as I had to support her rear, stirring a mix of emotions within me. Nevertheless, the circumstances were dire. Uncle San's expression was as tense as if he could wring water from it. Upon seeing me carry Tsuruashi, he swiftly raised his flashlight and dashed out of the room, heading straight for the staircase. I dared not linger in my thoughts, and closely followed behind him with Tsuruashi on my back. Outside, everything appeared normal, just as it had been when we first entered. We rushed down from the second floor, preparing to burst through the door on the ground level. However, as Uncle San pushed open the door and stepped outside, he recoiled as if shocked, quickly retreating and firmly shutting the door behind him. I was aware that circumstances had changed, so I hastily inquired of my uncle about the matter. He gasped for breath and gestured for me to look out of the window beside the door. The atmosphere rendered me extremely anxious. I held my breath and leaned against the window, peering outside furtively. Before me lay the small courtyard, dimly lit and shrouded in darkness. At first, I discerned nothing unusual, but as my eyes adjusted to the obscurity, I noticed an abundance of objects in the yard. I could not ascertain what they were. I only caught sight of numerous faint greenish glimmers, a multitude beyond counting. With one hand supporting Tsuruashi, I freed the other to grasp a flashlight. Directing its beam outward, the light pierced through the window, illuminating the courtyard, revealing several feline faces within its glow. Each visage mirrored a singular expression, baring their teeth menacingly towards us inside the door, a sight most terrifying. Startled, I quickly withdrew the flashlight. Those countless glimmers outside were, in fact, the eyes of the cats. It dawned on me that at least several hundred cats had congregated in the courtyard. Remarkably, not a single one of them uttered a sound. They merely encircled the house. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead as I pondered whether all the cats in Linjiang had gathered here. Were these cats advancing towards us? I trembled as I posed the question to my uncle. He nodded silently, lost in contemplation. Realizing that we were temporarily unable to escape, I laid Tsuruashi down on the floor. I resolved to awaken her first, who had the leisure to carry her. Thus, I employed the method my uncle had taught me, pressing my fingernail sharply against the philtrum of Tsuruashi. She shuddered and let out a soft moan. I gently patted her face and whispered, "Wake up, please wake up." Gradually, Tsuruashi opened her eyes, first meeting my gaze, then turning to survey my uncle and the surrounding environment, her expression one of sheer bewilderment. Eventually, as she became aware of her body's discomfort, she noticed that her chi-pao had been reduced to mere tattered scraps, leaving many parts of her exposed. With a startled cry, she instinctively covered her body with her hands. Yet, despite her efforts, those hands could not conceal her embarrassment. Tsuruashi glared at us, her voice filled with indignation. "Who are you? What have you done to me?" I quickly moved to cover her mouth. Though I was uncertain of the specifics, disturbing the cats outside would only exacerbate the situation. Tsuruashi struggled fiercely, even biting my hand. The sudden pain made me grimace, and I lowered my voice, warning her fiercely, "If you don't calm down, I swear I will end you." This threat seemed to frighten Tsuruashi, causing her to shrink back, silent in her fear. I pointed at her and spoke softly. "Stop making a fuss. We have no interest in you. The details will be explained later. Just know that if it weren't for my uncle and me, you would have met your end in there. The situation is a bit precarious now, so remain still, and you will be fine. If you understand, just nod." Tsuruoshi's eyes were filled with terror, clearly frightened by my tone, and she hurriedly nodded. I lowered my hand from my mouth. Tsuruoshi timidly inquired, What happened?" "How the hell would I know?" After calming Tsuruoshi, I muttered a curse and prepared to ask my third uncle what our next course of action should be. My third uncle was squatting to the side, furrowing his brows in deep thought. I approached him and began, "Uncle," just as I uttered a few words. I suddenly heard urgent footsteps behind me, and a figure darted towards the door. Chapter 60. The cat's whale Uncle San was the first to react, shouting at the doorway. "Quick, stop that foolish woman." I turned swiftly to see Tsuruoshi dashing towards the entrance, gripping the doorknob, intent on fleeing. Expletives slipped from my lips as I hurried after her, desperate to intercept. It seemed my earlier harsh words had frightened Tsuruoshi, leading her to believe that Uncle San and I were nefarious figures, intent on some sinister scheme involving her abduction. Thus, she sought to escape this place. Moreover, it appeared that Tsuruoshi had meticulously planned her escape, executing her movements with remarkable agility and fluidity. By the time we comprehended the situation, she had already pried the door open a crack. As the gap widened, a chilling wail of a cat echoed from outside. We are all familiar with the sweet, endearing meows of domestic cats. Yet have you ever heard a cat's wail? It is a sound that sends shivers down one's spine. Perhaps the ancestors of these urban felines were wild cats, and the essence of their untamed lineage still courses through their veins. The wail that erupted was primal, akin to that of a beast. The source of that harrowing sound was unknown, but soon a cacophony of wails surged forth from all directions, crashing upon us like a tidal wave. The sound rushed in through the narrow opening of the door, a chilling and soul-stirring chorus. Tsuruoshi, hearing the frightful symphony, recognized the peril and hastily attempted to shut the door. Yet, it was too late. Several shadowy figures slipped through the opening from the outside. I rushed forward, seizing Tsuruoshi's arm and pushing her aside, forcefully shutting the door behind us. Immediately, a resounding bang echoed as if something had collided with the door. I desperately braced myself against it, striving to prevent any further gaps from forming. Yet, the combined strength of the cats outside rendered me somewhat powerless. Gradually, more felines squeezed through the crevice, dividing their assault into 3 fronts against the 3 of us in the room. A couple of cats clung to me, scratching and clawing, leaving several painful marks on my skin. Strangely, the 2 cats that had been attacking Tsuruoshi halted their onslaught upon reaching her and redirected their fury toward my uncle. He wielded a peachwood sword, skillfully maneuvering against the cats, sustaining no injuries thus far. I realized that if the door remained ajar, an even greater number of cats would surge in, threatening to tear us apart. Seeing Tsuruoshi frozen in terror, her eyes wide in confusion, I shouted urgently, "Tsuruoshi, come help me." My voice jolted her back to reality. She responded with an "oh" and rushed over to assist me in pushing the door. Though her strength was limited, together we finally managed to secure the door. Once it was locked, I drew my peachwood sword and swatted away the 2 cats clinging to me, gritting my teeth against the pain. I charged forward to join my uncle in the battle. Now, the remaining cats in the room encircled us, their eyes glinting with a mischievous light, their mouths agape. They, having already tasted human blood, appeared even more frenzied. However, they refrained from launching an immediate attack, seemingly gathering their strength. "Yangzi, hold on for a moment," my uncle shouted, swiftly retreating behind me. I cursed under my breath, "Uncle, you're really something," as I unsheathed the black tiger talisman and desperately waved it at the approaching felines. My uncle, hiding behind me, was rustling about, seemingly up to something. For a brief moment, I managed to intimidate the cats, but soon they charged at me all at once. I gasped, realizing they had evaded the black tiger talisman and were almost upon me. Just then, a dark object was hurled from behind me. To my astonishment, it was a net that unfurled mid-air, ensnaring the cats entirely. My uncle rushed forward, urgently calling, "Yangzi, quick, help me." Together, we tightened the net, and the trapped cats emitted anguished cries. "These cats cannot be spared," my uncle declared as he gripped his peachwood sword, stepping forward to dispatch each cat with lethal precision. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground. A chill ran down my spine, though they were merely cats. My uncle's methods were undeniably ruthless. Meanwhile, as we busied ourselves within the room, the sound of relentless collisions echoed at the door. The door trembled slightly with each impact, dust cascading down from its surface. Outside, the cats showed no signs of retreat, continuing their frenzied assault on the door. Uncle Sam tidied the net and handed one end to me, exclaiming, "Quick, cover the door." Together, we grasped opposite corners and unfurled the net towards the entrance. I recognized it as the same type of net Uncle Sam had thrown from the second floor. Once we draped the net over the door, the cacophony ceased abruptly. A wave of relief washed over me. Evidently, this net was indeed effective. However, just as I began to settle, I heard Tsuruashi emit a startled cry, as though she had been frightened. "What are you yelling for?" I scolded. Tsuruashi pointed at the window, stammering and unable to articulate her fear. Uncle Sam and I turned to look, and a shiver ran down my spine. There, on the window, were no fewer than a dozen bizarre feline faces. The cats, realizing they could not enter through the door, had taken to assaulting the window instead. Uncle Sam cursed under his breath and, with a flourish, produced yet another net from his bag. Seizing the opportunity while the cats had yet to attack the window, we swiftly covered it. Through the mesh of the net, I observed the frightened expressions of the cats outside, who retreated several feet away, emitting low growls directed at the window. I exhaled deeply. "Uncle Sam, where did all these cats come from? Are they coming for us?" Uncle Sam replied irritably, "Isn't that obvious? There are only the three of us in this room. If they're not coming for us, then who else? Yangzi, are you hurt?" Several wounds mar my body, where the cat has scratched and bitten, blood oozing forth, causing a piercing pain that I can still endure. I shake my head and utter that I'm fine. My uncle nods, advising me to bear it, assuring me that the cat is not venomous, merely causing superficial injury. "In a while, I will attend to your wounds with a simple bandage. Such minor injuries are inconsequential to me." I wave my hand dismissively, insisting it is nothing. Is the reason for these feline assaults merely the skin of the cat? While we were upstairs, did you not sense something, given your evident anxiety? My uncle acknowledges this, stating that the underlying cause here is somewhat unclear to him, but it is more intricate than he had initially presumed. I had thought this to be merely the work of human spirits, and even if they were vengeful apparitions from centuries past, I was prepared. However, it appears that not only are there human spirits at play, but also feline grievances. Human souls may be placated, but the wrath of cats is far more obstinate. Indeed, we have arrived here a moment too late. The cats outside have come in response to their grievances. If we can secure these doors and windows until dawn, they are likely to retreat. Chapter 61. The cat's grievance? What is the cat's grievance? I inquired, perplexed. As the term suggests, a cat's grievance is a manifestation of resentment that clings to the spirit of a cat, forming a unique ethereal entity. This entity may inhabit a physical body or linger upon ancient artifacts, enduring for millennia. Then, what just transpired within Tsuruashi? My uncle nodded in acknowledgement. That would indeed be the cat's grievance. Tsuruashi, bewildered, asked, "What happened to me?" I shot her a glance. "There are some matters best left unknown to you." Momentarily silenced by my retort, Tsuruashi, devoid of her usual temper, merely glared at me and fell silent. However, upon noticing the blood streaming from my wounds, she quietly tore strips from her qipao to bandage my injuries. This gesture touched me slightly, and then I recalled something, prompting me to ask Tsuruashi, "Why didn't that cat attack you?" Tsuruashi, equally baffled, looked to my uncle for clarification. He explained, "I surmised that the cat's grievance had recently possessed her. Those cats were drawn by it, perhaps sensing Tsuruashi's essence." "Oh, that makes sense. It appears that being possessed has its advantages." I offered a wry smile and continued to question my uncle. "Your net is quite effective. What is its origin?" Though my uncle often appears lackadaisical, when it comes to serious matters, especially his area of expertise, he possesses considerable skill. The special implements he produces frequently yield remarkable results. Moreover, the sense it evokes is one of endless novelty. His bag resembles a veritable treasure trove. I find myself quite intrigued by these curiosities, and thus, whenever he unveils a new trinket, I eagerly inquire about its origins and functions. My uncle is more than willing to oblige, showcasing his prowess while genuinely wishing to impart knowledge to me. At this juncture, the external situation has stabilized momentarily. Those wary felines harbor a certain apprehension toward our two nets, retreating at a distance without any overt actions. Our current strategy necessitates a steadfast defense, awaiting the dawn to reassess. My uncle seizes the opportunity to allow me a closer examination of the net sealing the doors and windows. I observe that the threads of this net are exceedingly fine, appearing as though coated in a layer of black paint. Furthermore, the construction of this net bears resemblance to the black tiger knot, yet the knots at the intersections of the threads exhibit distinct techniques. It seems that crafting such a net entails even greater labor than that of the black tiger knot. Evidently, my uncle has devoted considerable effort to his preparations. Have you ever heard of the celestial and terrestrial nets? My uncle inquired suddenly. I nodded. It is indeed an idiom I am familiar with. He continued, explaining that this particular net is known as the terrestrial net. The celestial and terrestrial nets are categorized accordingly, with the former ensnaring demons and the latter hunting spirits. The threads of this net are derived from the ink line of an old plumb bob, and the knotting technique is exceedingly intricate, grounded in the four pillars of one's destiny, encompassing the heavenly stems, earthly branches, yin, yang, and the five elements. Each knot represents a distinct fate, and this terrestrial net comprises a total of 360 knots. As the ethereal beings linger in the celestial net, they ultimately return to their origin, much like souls ensnared in the earthly web, formless yet palpable. Upon hearing my uncle's explanation, I was deeply impressed. I had just witnessed how those cats, due to the existence of the earthly web, could only keep their distance. Is it truly that formidable? Are these cats incapable of breaking free from this net? My uncle nodded affirmatively. It should pose no challenge. Although this net is primarily designed for capturing spirits, feline grievances also constitute a form of ethereal entity. These cats have come in response to such grievances, thus they are ensnared by them as well. Hence, this earthly web remains effective against them. I inquired of my uncle, "Did you learn this from that book?" He chuckled. "I am merely applying newfound knowledge. The records of haunted houses elucidates the technique for crafting this net, and I have adapted it by substituting the red string with the chalk line. Consequently, the efficacy is magnified. What do you think? Is your uncle not a genius?" While accustomed to my uncle's self-aggrandizement, I was truly astonished by the records of haunted houses. Initially, I had dismissed it, but now it appeared to be a treasure, especially for those of us who frequently traverse haunted locales. No wonder my uncle claims it is worth more than $500,000 in cash. With the earthly web in place, our hearts felt considerably more at ease. While remaining vigilant to the noises outside, we yearned for time to hasten, wishing for dawn to arrive sooner. The house was devoid of any light, illuminated solely by the flashlight that lay on the ground and the moonlight streaming in through the windows. As we were uncertain of how long we would need to wait, my uncle proceeded to turn off the flashlight and lit a few candles on the floor of the room. I glanced at the time. After such a tumultuous ordeal, it was now midnight, with several hours still remaining until dawn. Peering outside, I noticed the eyes of the cats glimmering like will-o'-the-wisps, flickering with an eerie, greenish light. They had not dispersed. Rather, it seemed as if even more had congregated. I lamented my fate, for these might be the most arduous hours of my life. The three of us sat on the ground, rendered speechless in one another's presence, at a loss for words. Just then, a sudden crackling sound pierced the silence. Initially faint, the noise grew increasingly pronounced, seemingly emanating from beneath the house. Our nerves were on high alert, and upon hearing the sound, we all jolted upright from our seated position. My uncle and I, armed with flashlights, scanned our surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. The noise persisted, originating from below. Suddenly, Suruwashi exclaimed. I turned to see her crouched down, her ear pressed against the floor. Her implication was clear. The crackling sounds were emanating from beneath the floorboards. This was dire. They must be attempting to gnaw through the floor from the underground caverns to invade. My uncle exclaimed, "Surely, they cannot be that cunning. After all, they're cats, not rodents." "You know nothing," he retorted. "Those vengeful spirits of cats have lingered in this world for over a century, honing their craft, undoubtedly more astute than you. Cats are the natural predators of mice, and it is entirely plausible that these vengeful felines could incite the rodents to tunnel through the ground. It is not feasible for us to remain idle, awaiting their imminent intrusion. That would spell disaster. So what should we do? Perhaps we should charge out?" My uncle shook his head, declaring this plan unworkable due to the overwhelming number of cats outside. Upon hearing this, I felt disheartened. Did it mean we were left with no choice but to sit and wait for our fate? At that moment, an increasing cacophony emanated from various points on the ground. I could not ascertain the accuracy of my uncle's deductions, but regardless of their veracity, the nature of his sounds was certainly ominous, signaling impending misfortune for us. Chapter 62. The Black Tiger points the way the situation had become exceedingly urgent, leaving both my uncle and me at a loss. To our surprise, Suruwashi, who had been standing by, suddenly interjected, "I have an idea." My uncle and I exchanged glances, intrigued by her suggestion. She pointed towards the doors and windows and remarked, "Aren't those cats frightened by this net? If you both cover your heads with it, you can simply walk out." Her words struck like a revelation. Both my uncle and I felt a pang of regret for not having thought of such a solution. Indeed, we were well aware that the net had a restraining effect on the cats afflicted by the curse. However, instead of utilizing it proactively, we had merely employed it defensively to seal off our entrances. This situation perfectly illustrated the adage, "The onlooker sees clearly while the player is confused." Upon hearing Suruwashi's suggestion, my uncle and I swiftly sprang into action, removing the net from the doors and windows and placing it over our heads. As for Suruwashi, she had already established that the cats did not pose a threat to her, and thus she had no need to don the net. Nevertheless, I positioned myself directly in front of Suruwashi, with my uncle behind her, ready to charge forward with determination. With the net removed from the doors and windows, the cats outside became agitated once more, launching themselves at our barriers with frenzied energy. Without further delay, my uncle signaled, cautioning, "Once we exit, make a beeline for the main door without pausing. This net is not infallible. Its efficacy diminishes as the number of malevolent entities increases. While we could hold our ground at the doors until dawn, bursting forth into the fray could yield unpredictable consequences. Remember, we shall only be safe once we reach outside the gate." I nodded and firmly grasped the doorknob, taking a deep breath before forcefully yanking the door open. A few cats, previously battering against the door, were caught off guard and stumbled inside. They collided directly with me, clad in the netting. I heard their anguished cries as they scattered in terror. My uncle barked, "Hurry!" I dare not delay and sprinted towards the courtyard gate, with Suruwashi closely trailing behind, followed by my uncle. The gate was merely 5 or 6 meters away, and we dared not breathe, striving to propel ourselves forward in a single breath. Indeed, the cats were wary of the netting. Wherever we moved, they recoiled in large numbers. All around us, countless pairs of eyes glimmered like will-o'-the-wisps, and the air was filled with a cacophony of feline wails that weakened my legs. Yet, I could not afford to pause for even a moment. With a surge of determination, I found myself a mere 2 meters from the gate. A surge of joy welled within me. Just a few more steps and I would be safe. However, none anticipated the sudden onset of a thick fog, shrouding what had been a clear day. The mist descended rapidly, enveloping the entire courtyard until visibility was reduced to nothing. Though the fog obscured my sight, I maintained my momentum forward, for I remembered the gate's location. As long as I followed that direction, pushing the door open would lead to safety. This was my resolve, and I acted accordingly. I estimated that I had sprinted about 2 meters when a pitch-black door loomed ahead. Gritting my teeth, I hurled myself towards it. The impact resounded with a loud crash as I collided forcefully with the door, leaving me bruised and battered, not to mention rebounding directly into Suruwashi and my uncle. Knocking them down, stars danced before my eyes as I heard my uncle curse vehemently. "What the hell are you doing? That door opens inward." Regret washed over me as I realized I had made such a fundamental error in my panic. I hastily got back on my feet, but when I turned to locate the door again, I found myself completely enveloped by the mist, rendering me unable to discern any direction. When I looked back, I discovered that both my uncle and Tsuruashi had vanished from sight. A jolt of alarm shot through me as I began to hear the low growls of cats nearby, their proximity growing increasingly unsettling. I felt the ground net clinging to me, relieved that it remained after my tumble. However, upon inspecting the knots, I noticed that many had already come undone. I had scrutinized this net before. Its knots were intricately tied, some seemingly layered 7 or 8 times by my uncle, forming large, cumbersome tangles. It was the kind of knot that even I would struggle to untangle. Yet now, these knots were silently loosening. There could only be one explanation. As my uncle had mentioned, the overwhelming presence of malevolent forces outside had intensified the oppressive energy, leaving the net unable to withstand it. Once all the knots above were undone, the net would inevitably unravel. To make matters worse, beneath the thick fog, my uncle had also disappeared without a trace. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on my body, and I couldn't help but shout, "Uncle San, Uncle San." Thank heavens, after just a couple of calls. Uncle San's voice reached me from my left. "Stop shouting, I'm right here." Immediately after, Tsuruashi's voice came from behind me. "I'm here. But why has it suddenly become foggy? I can't see you all." I ignored him and urgently asked Uncle San, "The net is about to disperse. What should we do?" "Don't panic. Listen to me, everyone. Untie the black tiger knot from your waists, give it a shake in your hands, and recite, 'Heaven clear, earth bright, the sun sinks. The night moves. The celestial horse crosses the river, guiding my spirit,'" Uncle San called out loudly. This reminded me that the black tiger knot around our waists not only serves to ward off evil, but also holds a greater purpose. Since it contains the mane of an old horse, it possesses directional capabilities. However, we had never utilized it before, which is why it slipped our minds. Following Uncle San's guidance, I hurriedly untied the black tiger knot from my waist, shook it in my hands 3 times, and then shouted, "Heaven clear, earth bright. The sun sinks, the night moves. The celestial horse crosses the river, guiding my spirit." After reciting it once with no response, I repeated it twice more. Upon completing the 3rd recitation, the limp black tiger knot suddenly stirred, drifting towards a direction as if a breeze were guiding the rope. My heart leaped with joy, and at that moment, Uncle San's incantation echoed out. However, I didn't hear Tsuruashi's voice. I called out loudly, "Tsuruashi, did you not hear Uncle San's words? Hurry up." Tsuruashi's voice trembled with suppressed tears. I can't untie my rope. Don't leave me, you fool." Frustrated by her plight, I muttered a curse under my breath. I dashed a couple of steps in the direction of Tsuruashi's voice. With a swift motion, I reached out and grasped her arm, pulling her towards the path indicated by the black tiger's gesture. The actual distance was not far. It was merely obscured by the dense fog that clouded our vision. After running a few paces with Tsuruashi, I suddenly felt a flicker of brightness before me, as the fog dissipated in an instant. Although the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, a clarity emerged. Where was this place? I glanced around, my heart still unsettled. Chapter 63. The eccentric professor's enlightenment has been released. A faint voice from behind me belonged to my Uncle San, who appeared somewhat weary. Turning around, I discovered him standing a short distance away, looking fatigued. Gazing back toward the direction we had come from, I indeed saw the grand door that we had entered through, now opened by Uncle San. Beyond that door, a thick mist still enveloped the space, obscuring visibility. Additionally, a series of chilling cat wails echoed from within. Yet, as we stood outside in the courtyard, not a single cat was in sight. It was then that I collapsed onto the ground, as if deflated like a punctured balloon. Tsuruashi, who stood behind me, also crouched down, possibly frightened, her body trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Lacking the protective net, I was uncertain of her condition, so I inquired, "Are you all right?" Tsuruashi shook her head. I reproached her. "Didn't I tell you to use the black tiger knot? How is it that you couldn't untie it at such a critical moment?" "I'm sorry, I tied it too tightly," Tsuruashi replied, her face filled with regret. It dawned on me that she must have interpreted Uncle San's advice about the efficacy of the black tiger not as a talisman for salvation, believing that tying it tightly would ensure greater safety. Yet in the crucial moment, it had resulted in a deadlock. Uncle San approached and said, "It's all right. You've made it out. Let us not dwell on anything else." I surmised that Assistant Sue had tied the black tiger not too securely, rendering it a closed loop, which allowed the cat's wrath to seize her in the lapse. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. This had truly been a perilous encounter. Uncle San tidied up his clothes, and upon glancing at the three of us, I realized we were all in a rather disheveled state. The room had been uninhabited for quite some time, accumulating a considerable amount of dust, and coupled with our profuse perspiration, our faces were smeared with grime, rendering us nearly unrecognizable. Sue Roashi fared even worse. Her chi-pao had already torn, and she had ripped 2 more strips to bandage my wounds. The remnants of her attire barely concealed her form. I recalled the scene of her tending to my injuries and promptly removed my outer garment to drape it over her. Sue Roashi cast a grateful glance in my direction. At that moment, I became acutely aware of the stinging pain from the scratches inflicted by the cat. As the discomfort intensified, I hesitated to vocalize my pain, opting instead to draw in the cool air. Uncle San pondered for a moment and then declared, "Let us conclude for the night. I shall escort you to the hospital. Assistant Sue can return on her own, as she has a vehicle." Upon hearing this, Sue Ruashi seemed apprehensive and quickly inquired, "May I ride with you?" I nodded in agreement, saying, "We shall first take Assistant Sue home. My injuries are manageable. However, what shall we do about the courtyard? When will the mist dissipate to prevent others from inadvertently wandering in?" Uncle San chuckled. "This place has already garnered a notorious reputation. Who would be foolish enough to venture here at such an hour? Furthermore, the mist is a ghostly fog, typically arising in graveyards and areas steeped in negative energy. While it is not toxic, it can disorient those who encounter it. Rest assured, it will lift with the crowing of the rooster at dawn." I nodded, recalling how we had narrowly escaped from that courtyard, and with the eerie cries of the cat still echoing, none of us dared approach the grand entrance again. We could only leave the door ajar for the time being. The three of us stumbled our way to the car, first dropping Suruashi off at her home. My uncle and I then proceeded to the nearest hospital to tend to my wounds. The injury was quite painful and still bleeding. It was not of a grave nature. After the application of medication and rebandaging, the pain subsided considerably. The more troublesome aspect was the necessity of receiving a rabies vaccine, which I lamented about. In seeking out a haunted house, I encountered no specters, yet I was scratched by a cat instead. My uncle and I drove back to the hotel where we were staying, and upon checking the time, it was already past 2 in the morning. We exchanged no words, silently agreeing to lie in bed and catch up on sleep. As I closed my eyes, the haunting images from the attic replayed in my mind, accompanied by the eerie cries of that unsettling cat, coupled with the lingering pain from my wound. I only managed to fall asleep just before dawn. When I finally opened my eyes again, it was well past noon. My uncle was seated on the sofa, poring over the book records of the haunted house. I stifled a yawn and climbed out of bed. Despite having engaged in minimal physical activity the previous day, my entire body ached. The places where the cat had scratched still throbbed, as if they had been savaged by teeth. Enduring the discomfort, I approached my uncle and inquired, "Uncle, are you hoping to discover a way to resolve the mystery of that haunted house from this?" He nodded in affirmation. "Today we shall rest. I've never been in such a dire predicament before. Tomorrow we will return to that attic." "Return? Do you have a plan?" "Not yet. There are still several aspects I have yet to comprehend." My uncle, somewhat helpless, picked up several sheets of paper from a table and handed them to me. "Yangzi, this is the method I transcribed for knotting the gill nets. Please follow these instructions and retie the 2 gill nets. Perhaps we can still put them to use." I took the papers and noticed the 2 nets from last night piled in the living room. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that most of the knots had already unraveled. It was evident that if we lingered in the courtyard any longer, the nets would become useless. In that case, both my uncle and I would meet our demise in the belly of a cat. I spread the gill nets on the ground and meticulously tied the knots according to my uncle's notes. It was indeed a laborious task, yet I found great joy in it. I devoted an entire afternoon to weaving the two gill nets. When my uncle came to inspect my work, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, you are a promising student. You managed to tie the nets flawlessly in one go. You truly possess a fraction of my talent. Uncle, is that all the praise you can muster? With my skills, I have only reached a third of your prowess? Does that mean you have uncovered a method to unravel the mystery of that attic peril? My uncle shook his head. Yangzi, can you still get in touch with that peculiar professor from last time? I nodded. Yes, I have his number. Well, I heard he has extensive knowledge in biology. There are a few questions I wish to pose to him. I pulled out my phone to check the contacts and casually remarked, no problem. I'll give you his number so you can call him. My uncle waved his hand, chuckling awkwardly, and said, well, didn't we have a bit of scuffle last time? I find it rather challenging to articulate this, so perhaps you could take the lead. I stifled a laugh, recalling the scene where my uncle and the eccentric professor exchanged glances filled with disdain, engaging in a verbal tussle at the hotel. I shrugged my shoulders, expressing my uncertainty, but I have no idea what to inquire about. Perhaps I could ask about that cat, the one with the white fur on its tail, to uncover its origins. I paused, pondering, what origins could there possibly be? Such a cat seems rather ordinary. Does it not? My uncle shook his head. Though I may not fully comprehend, my intuition suggests that this cat is anything but ordinary. However, that peculiar old man is supposedly a professor of paleontology. This modern cat, being a contemporary creature, is he truly knowledgeable about it? Chapter 64. The Reincarnated Cat. I nodded, reassured that there shouldn't be any issues. Old Ma once mentioned that modern organisms evolved from ancient ones, indicating a profound connection between the two. With that thought, I dialed the eccentric Professor Ma Su's number. The call was quickly answered, and I was met with Ma Su's enthusiastic voice. Little Lee, what prompted you to call? Have you stumbled upon something rare again? Is it a plant or an animal? Since our last encounter, I had not been in touch with Ma Su, and now, reaching out felt somewhat awkward. Hesitant to dive straight into the matter, I inquired, Old Ma, I heard you brought the Mokshuo back. How is it faring now? With a hearty laugh, Ma Su replied, don't even mention it. These specimens are quite the handful. It seems they thrive best when planted in coffins. Yet, I can't very well prepare them a coffin, can I? Since I brought them back, 2 have already perished, and it took considerable effort to keep one alive. Thankfully, it's doing well now, and my next step is to begin my research on it. The eccentric professor had fallen back into his old habit, rambling on about his concerns. I felt it inappropriate to interrupt, so I listened intently as he spoke for over 10 minutes before he finally caught on and asked, I say, Little Lee, you must have something to discuss with me, right? I smiled sheepishly, yes. Indeed, I wish to consult you on a matter regarding cats. Do you have any expertise in that area? Cats? What have you discovered this time? Speak plainly. I meticulously recounted to Ma Su all that I had heard and seen regarding the black cat with a tail adorned in white fur. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Su responded, Indeed, this cat is quite extraordinary. However, based solely on your account, I am unable to arrive at a definitive conclusion. I then proceeded to share the details of the attic, the feline hide we had encountered, and our unsettling experiences with the vengeful cat that had assailed us. Upon hearing this, Ma Su stated, That is more like it. Let me tell you, Xiao Li, that is no ordinary black cat. It is a reincarnated cat. What? A reincarnated cat? I exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this term. At that moment, my uncle hurriedly leaned closer, pressing his ear against my phone, and gestured for me to activate the speakerphone. I complied, and the peculiar professor's voice echoed forth. Cats are indeed marvelous creatures. In fact, within Buddhist philosophy, there exists a theory regarding spiritual cultivation. The Buddha proclaimed that all beings with 7 orifices possess the potential for enlightenment. These 7 orifices refer to all living beings, and naturally, cats are included. Upon hearing this, I expressed my skepticism. Old Ma, this sounds rather far-fetched, doesn't it? How does this lead to the notion of spiritual cultivation? Is it possible that this cat has attained the status of a celestial being? Ma Su retorted, Nonsense. Who suggested that it is a celestial cat? Allow me to finish. According to records, a cat that has undergone cultivation will sprout an additional tail every 20 years. Thus, the more tails a cat possesses, the deeper its spiritual attainment. Once it has grown 9 tails, it achieves the status of a celestial cat. In my heart, I mused, "Isn't that still a celestial cat?" Just as I was about to speak, my uncle gestured for me to listen to Masu. Masu continued, stating, of course, "These records are merely fanciful tales and should not be taken seriously. However, the theory regarding reincarnated cats possesses a degree of credibility. Every 20 years, a cat's tail is said to be born. This is merely a legend. Nevertheless, research has shown that black cats indeed have reincarnation attributes. With each cycle of reincarnation, a tuft of white fur emerges on their tails. Based on your description, the black cat you encountered likely possesses such characteristics, making it a probable reincarnated cat." I was astonished and turned to my uncle, who nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Masu's perspective. Having broached the subject, Masu eagerly elaborated. "The most significant trait of reincarnated cats is their loyalty to their masters. It is said that they trust only their first owner. Even after the owner's demise, the cat will pass on, only to reincarnate as another black cat, continuing to follow the lineage of its master. Furthermore, a profound bond develops between the cat and its owner, enabling them to locate one another regardless of distance. Thus, your sighting of that cat hide may very well belong to the previous incarnation of the living black cat. Shally, where are you now? Perhaps I could come to assist. I'm quite eager to witness this reincarnated black cat myself." Masu seemed keen to continue, but my uncle interjected, nodding at me before addressing the microphone. "That's enough, you eccentric old man. Your presence is unnecessary, as it would serve no purpose." Upon hearing my uncle and Appo's voice, Masu erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You're here too? You deceitful Taoist. Had I known you were around, I wouldn't have spoken. Where are you, if you dare to reveal it? The previous matter is far from settled." It is rather amusing to note that Masu, who typically immerses himself in scholarly pursuits, remains indifferent to worldly affairs, rarely engaging in conversation beyond academic topics. I am an exception to this rule, and even more so when it comes to my uncle. His usually gentle demeanor transforms into one of fierce aggression upon encountering my uncle. I cannot recall the origins of their animosity, yet I am aware that their conflicts are limited to mere verbal exchanges and slight physical altercations, lacking any substantial discord. More often than not, it resembles a playful skirmish between two elderly rascals. Thus, I remain largely unconcerned. This time, my uncle succeeded in provoking Masu to a considerable extent, prompting me to hastily make a phone call, fearing that the professor might unjustly direct his ire towards me. After ending the call, my uncle laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. I quickly interjected, "All right, uncle, that's enough. There's no need to carry on like this. Does what old Ma said offer us any real assistance?" My uncle nodded and replied with a chuckle, "That eccentric old man, I must admit, possesses a wealth of knowledge. In this regard, one cannot dispute him. He is indeed the right person to consult. I believe he is correct in his assessment. It is now almost certain that the malevolent spirit haunting the house originates from that cat's pelt. The cause of its death, however, remains a mystery, along with the intensity of its resentment. If the black cat later adopted by Fei Yao is a reincarnated soul, it signifies that it views Fei Yao as its master. It had been a wanderer until Fei Yao's arrival, after which it finally took up residence in the attic. I continued, "This implies that Fei Yao's previous life was also the master of that black cat. In other words, Fei Yao's past existence was the owner of that deceased feline on the bed." My words resembled a tongue twister, nearly ensnaring my own understanding. However, my uncle grasped the concept clearly. He nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Although we did not venture out today, we have gained much. Let's rest well tonight, and at dawn tomorrow, we shall explore that attic. Are you intending to search for something?" My uncle remarked, pointing at me with admiration. "What did I tell you? You, my boy, possess a remarkable talent." Chapter 65. The Withered Lilac Tree. I waved my hand dismissively. "Don't come at me with that. What are you trying to find?" My uncle shook his head. "How would I know? I was exasperated. If you don't know, then what are you searching for?" He shot me a glare. "You young lad, I just praise your talent, yet you still don't grasp the situation. Consider this. When Fei Yao returned, wasn't she rummaging through everything? I believe this was certainly not her own volition. Nodding in agreement, I replied, "So, you mean she was manipulated by something else? Perhaps that entity was seeking something. Could it be the cat's resentment? It's difficult to ascertain. It might also be something entirely different. The attic has aged significantly, and it harbors too many concealed items, making it challenging to deduce anything solely based on judgment. Until we unravel the truth of the matter, we will refrain from venturing out at night." Reflecting on the events of that evening, I still felt a tingle of unease. Hearing my uncle's words was the most reassuring thing. I understood that his next plan involved rummaging through the attic, though whether we would uncover anything remains uncertain. That night, I slept reasonably well, and my uncle regained much of his vitality. By the time we awoke the following morning, we were essentially revitalized. Since we intended to operate during daylight, we only prepared some essentials before setting off for the ancient street. In the car, I inquired whether we should bring Sue Ruashi along. My uncle glared at me. "You're not feeling burdened by her presence, are you? Let me tell you, if I bring her into that attic, I'll regret it profoundly." I remarked to my uncle, "You are being rather excessive in your words. Had it not been for her reminder, we would not have thought to dash out beneath that net. Would we?" My uncle, displaying impatience, waved his hand dismissively. "That's no excuse." I shrugged my shoulders in response. "All right, whether or not to bring it is entirely up to you." After speaking, I secretly chuckled, realizing that this time my uncle intended to lead us into a trap, only to find himself ensnared instead. We drove once more to the ancient street, this time with a sense of familiarity, arriving directly at the entrance of the loft. As we passed through the ancient street, everything appeared as usual. The sun rose as it always did, and every brick, every tile, every blade of grass, and every tree was imbued with a natural essence, unchanged by the events of the previous night. In fact, I sensed that today, as visitors exceeded those of that fateful day. Upon reaching the door of No. 14 on the ancient street, I noted that the main entrance was slightly ajar, and I could vividly recall our frantic escape from that very threshold. Thankfully, it was daytime. Otherwise, even with a heart full of courage, I would not have dared to set foot here again. Nevertheless, before entering, my uncle insisted that I secure the black tiger knot, carry the earth net, and wield the peachwood sword. His insistence rekindled my anxiety. Seeing that I was prepared, my uncle gently pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. I followed closely behind. Although the sunlight was somewhat sparse and the courtyard was largely obscured by the surrounding walls, it still exuded an air of desolation and chill. The ground bore a multitude of chaotic cat paw prints, so dense that it was impossible to discern their number. Uncle Sam stood in the center of the courtyard, surveying his surroundings before striding towards the two lilac trees. Upon his arrival the previous evening, he had sensed something amiss with these trees, but the darkness had prevented us from lingering to investigate further. Now, Uncle Sam's attention was drawn back to this peculiar spot. Approaching the lilac trees, he suddenly halted, as if he had discerned something significant. I followed suit and noticed an oddity as well. The ground was littered with paw prints left by numerous cats. Yet within a 1-meter radius around one of the lilac trees, the earth remained impeccably pristine, devoid of any traces of footprints. It was not difficult to envision the scene. A multitude of cats had gathered in the courtyard, yet beneath this particular lilac tree, they dared not tread further. More astonishingly, merely 2 days had elapsed, and the lilac tree had withered entirely. When we had visited the previous night, although many leaves had been stripped away, the tree was still alive, with some leaves retaining their verdant hue. Now, however, the foliage had turned yellow, and the branches and trunk appeared parched, resembling a lifeless tree. According to the laws of nature, a tree's demise is inevitable. However, to succumb in such a brief span of 2 days was decidedly abnormal. Uncle Sam furrowed his brow, brandishing a peachwood sword as he approached the tree. He probed beneath it, thrusting the sword into the ground to a depth of over half a foot, before withdrawing it to reveal a sword-shaped hole in the earth. Subsequently, he rummaged through his bag and produced a box of matches, striking one to ignite a flame. The fire flickered to life, and my uncle placed it above the hollow of the tree. Unexpectedly, the flame danced for a moment before extinguishing with a soft puff. "Uncle, what is happening?" I inquired. He pocketed the matches and replied in a solemn tone, "Beneath this tree lies an abundance of stagnation. The soil is devoid of vitality and energy. Without Earth's essence, it is no wonder this tree has withered to such a state. There must be something beneath. The trunk of the car contains tools. Let us retrieve them and dig." I nodded in agreement and headed to the vehicle, fetching a set of excavation tools. They were portable, simple folding, entrenching tools, which my uncle had kept in the trunk, and I had never anticipated their necessity would arise at this moment. Armed with a pickaxe while my uncle wielded the entrenching shovel, we commenced our task. The soil beneath the tree was dry, lacking in cohesion, making the digging effort relatively effortless. In no time, we had excavated over a foot deep. As we delved deeper, I discovered that the roots of the tree had completely rotted away. After clearing the roots, I exerted a strong pull and uprooted the dead tree entirely. We continued to dig another 2 feet down, totaling approximately a meter in depth, when my uncle suddenly exclaimed, "Found it! Be cautious." We meticulously cleared the surrounding soil, and gradually, a box began to emerge. Upon sighting the box, I exclaimed with delight, "Uncle, could it be that a wealthy individual buried treasures or jewels here?" Uncle Sam let out a cold snort. The deathly aura emanates from this box. "Even if it were filled with jewels and coins, would you dare to use it?" Enough of the nonsense. Don the leather gloves and excavate that box. I nodded and, following the contours of the box, dug a few more times, gently lifting it from the ground. A considerable amount of loose soil still clung to the top of the box. Uncle Sam cast a glance at me and inquired, "Yangzi, let me test your knowledge. What do you believe this box is made of? It must be a copper box, right? As you mentioned, copper can trap souls, and typically, such items are encased in copper," I replied. Uncle Sam nodded approvingly. "You've made progress. Truly, you are a worthy student of Li Dongbin. My efforts in your education have not been in vain." Chapter 66. The Cat's Corpse. I forced a smile and said, "Uncle, I implore you to refrain from praising me in the future. Every time you commend me, it feels as though you are merely extolling your own virtues." Uncle replied with a serious demeanor, "I speak only the truth." "Then I presume I am correct in asserting that this chest is indeed made of copper?" Uncle nodded affirmatively. "Of course, you are well aware of my discernment. If it were not copper, I would consume it myself." With that, he casually tapped the edge of the chest with the spade he held. To our astonishment, that single tap caused the chest to collapse with a loud crash, startling both of us. None could have anticipated such a state of disrepair. However, one thing was certain. This chest was unequivocally not made of copper. I glanced at Uncle and inquired, "Uncle, I did not realize your tastes were so peculiar. Would you prefer it steamed or braised? I shall prepare it for you immediately." Uncle's countenance shifted between crimson and pale, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. Yet he quickly regained his composure and brazenly declared, "Well, nephew, allow me to impart further wisdom. When we uncover treasures in a haunted dwelling, we must not focus on the exterior packaging. What truly matters is the contents within. Take this chest, for instance." As he spoke, Uncle Pride opened the disintegrated chest with his spade and began to rummage through its remnants. I stifled a laugh. Feigning ignorance, this was, after all, typical of Uncle's style. The chest was not crafted from copper, but rather from wood, which had decayed significantly, with many sections rotting away. Upon its recent excavation, the object retained its integrity. However, once exposed to the elements and subsequently nudged by my uncle, it disintegrated quite naturally. My uncle carefully selected the more intact fragments of wood and laid them aside, glancing at them and remarking, "Indeed, although the chest was crafted from timber, its surface was adorned with mystical symbols. These incantations sealed the chest, akin to the principle of the copper box locking away souls." According to my uncle, the presence of these charms implied that the chest contained something requiring confinement. Perhaps the items that Fei Yao had been frantically rummaging for were nestled within this very chest, explaining her futile search in the room. As my uncle cleared the remnants of the chest, we uncovered an object enveloped in a piece of crimson cloth. I prodded it gently with my peachwood sword. It felt rigid, leaving me uncertain of its nature. I glanced at my uncle, who nodded at me in encouragement. Thus, I carefully began to peel away the layers of the red fabric. With each successive layer removed, the contents gradually revealed themselves to us. Ah, indeed. The enigmatic chest contained a peculiar item. Despite my prior preparations, I could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Inside lay a skinned animal, its form reminiscent of a cat. Our presence here had been closely tied to the black cat, and we had even endured an attack from a horde of felines. Thus, the appearance of a deceased cat within the chest was hardly surprising. Strangely, this cat has been buried in the box for an unknown number of years. Yet it has not decomposed. Instead, it has transformed into a desiccated corpse. Furthermore, this cadaver is tightly bound with iron wire, a grotesque sight indeed. It is a skinned feline remains. My uncle, however, displayed little astonishment. He examined the cat's corpse with a peachwood sword and even lifted it with a certain nonchalance. Upon beholding the ghastly sight of the cat's remains, I could no longer contain myself and hurriedly crouched to the side, retching violently. After a considerable time, my uncle finally spoke. "Stop vomiting and come take a look." I suppressed my nausea and approached, covering my mouth. "Yangzi, do you not find the cat's abdomen rather peculiar?" Following his cue, I focused on the cat's belly and soon noticed its distended form, as if it were inflated. "Is there something inside?" I inquired. My uncle nodded, retrieving a fruit knife from his person, preparing to slice open the cat's abdomen. "Uncle, your tastes are rather macabre, are they not? Perhaps the cat was merely pregnant," I cautioned. He shot me an incredulous glare. "Nonsense. This is clearly a tomcat. What pregnancy are you talking about? If you're so chatty, why don't you do it?" Promptly, I covered my mouth and scurried a small distance away. My uncle, shaking his head in frustration, pressed the cat down firmly and, with a swift motion, used the fruit knife to cut open its belly. With a thud, an object fell from within the cat's body. The exterior of this object was caked in congealed blood, and due to the passage of time, it emitted no particularly offensive odor. This piqued my curiosity, prompting me to draw closer for a better view. My uncle seemed intent on unsettling me. Donning leather gloves, he began to extract an object from the cat's abdomen. Judging by its size, it resembled a kitten, yet it was devoid of legs, clearly not what I had envisioned. It stood to reason, for if it were indeed an unborn feline, it would be rather mundane, not aligning with the peculiarities of our profession. Once my uncle had sufficiently cleaned the blood from the exterior of the object, he instructed me to fetch a bottle of mineral water from the car to wash it off. We soon discerned that the object was, astonishingly, a wooden carving. The sculpture depicted a woman clad in a cheapao, crafted with extraordinary finesse, a veritable masterpiece. The carved figure possessed striking beauty. Yet what was truly remarkable was how the essence of an ancient woman's grace and the subtle melancholy reflected in her features had been masterfully captured within this work. Gazing at the wooden figure felt akin to observing a miniature version of a living person. Such craftsmanship, I mused, would likely find no equal in contemporary times. Who could this wooden woman be? What circumstances led to her placement within the cat's belly? My uncle glanced up at the lilac tree, pondering before nodding in realization. I now understand the sudden demise of this lilac tree. It came to light. I inquired, could it be that the energy of the soil had been siphoned by this object, resulting in the tree's rapid decline? My uncle nodded in affirmation. Precisely. Though you have only grasped half the truth. Even without the vital essence of the earth, this tree would not wither so swiftly. It is rather the wooden effigy that not only absorbs the earth's energy, but also releases a malevolent aura. This dark energy travels through the roots of the lilac tree into its trunk, causing it to wither rapidly. I inquired further. However, this wooden effigy must have been buried underground for many years. So why has it only begun to emit this malevolence recently, resulting in the demise of the lilac tree? My uncle explained, it is quite simple. The lilac tree, the cat's carcass, and the wooden effigy, along with the land here, together formed a delicate equilibrium. Recently, this balance may have been disrupted, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Chapter 67. The chilly vanity mirror. I inquired further. What is that object? And how has it disrupted this delicate equilibrium? My uncle shook his head. This matter appears exceedingly intricate. A superficial analysis yields no clarity. Let's first secure this wooden effigy and investigate further within the confines of the room. I nodded as I observed my uncle retrieve the red cloth enveloping the feline remains. Upon inspection, he discovered some dark fragments on its surface, the nature of which remained a mystery. To my astonishment, he brought it to his nose for a sniff, subsequently offering it to me. A wave of nausea washed over me, compelling me to cover my nose and retreat a good distance. My uncle sighed. "Nephew, this behavior is unbefitting. As practitioners of our craft, we must cultivate a state of purity. In the realm of existence, there exists no inherent distinction between good and evil, clean and unclean. My intent in having you smell, it was to impart some of my knowledge to you. If you persist in this manner, when will you ever inherit my legacy?" I waved my hand dismissively. "Spare me, will you? I have no intention of inheriting your legacy. I am merely accompanying you to earn some money, with hopes of marrying and settling down. You may seek another to carry on your teachings." My uncle sighed once more. Ah, how the world has changed. The youth of today, alas. As he lamented, he cast the red cloth onto the floor, opened the door, and stepped into the room. I was well aware of my uncle's intentions. As long as I was willing to learn his peculiar arts, he would undoubtedly find ways to command me to undertake tasks, including the more unsavory and laborious ones, cloaked beneath grand justifications. I am quite familiar with my uncle. At times, he behaves rather childishly. Thus, when he expresses his grievances, I merely respond with a smile. I followed him into the room, and entering during the day evoked a distinctly different sensation. The inexplicable fear that accompanied our nighttime visits was absent, and the temperature seemed considerably warmer. On the ground floor, there lay an assortment of items haphazardly discarded by Fei Yao. I inquired of my uncle, "Is it possible that the items Fei Yao sought were the cat's corpse and this wooden figurine?" He shook his head in disapproval, stating, "I don't believe so. Such things could hardly be stored in this attic. Let us search further to see if there are any suspicious objects." I nodded and surveyed our surroundings. The ground floor offered limited storage options, with only the cabinet available. Some drawers were ajar, while others remained closed. I casually rummaged through the drawers, only to find them empty. My uncle gestured dismissively. Clearly, the items cannot be in such an obvious location. If they were, Fei Yao would have surely discovered them by now. Let us proceed to the room with the vanity on the second floor. I ascended the staircase behind him. My uncle had previously mentioned that the reason for the malevolent aura surrounding a haunted house is the presence of sinister energy within the premises. Unless this energy is dispelled, the ominous situation cannot be resolved. Moreover, this malevolent energy is not uniformly distributed throughout the dwelling. Some areas are stronger, while others are weaker. The spots where this energy is most potent are referred to as death points. Identifying these death points can significantly facilitate the resolution of the haunting. In this context, certain malevolent properties are glaringly evident and easily identifiable. However, some such properties tend to conceal their ominous traits, necessitating a degree of expertise and experience to uncover their hidden malevolence. Upon assessing the condition of this loft, it is almost certain that the intricately carved wooden bed and vanity table in this room serve as the focal point of its sinister energy. Both Fei Yao and ourselves encountered misfortunes within this very chamber after ascending the stairs. Thus, we proceeded directly to this room upon our arrival. The events of the previous night remained vividly etched in my memory. The thought of that eerie cat skin sent an unsettling chill through me. Recognizing that it was broad daylight, I mustered my courage and gently pushed open the door, which creaked ominously. I stood at the threshold, exercising caution. In contrast, my uncle strode in nonchalantly, proclaiming, "Do not worry. Even the most formidable of spirits would refrain from causing trouble at this hour." Observing my uncle's carefree demeanor, I felt compelled to mask my trepidation. I was acutely aware that I lacked a vital protective talisman, rendering me particularly sensitive to any heavy malevolent energies. Despite the sunlight streaming into the room, as I stepped inside, an unsettling chill enveloped me. The vanity, in particular, seemed to exude a disquieting aura, intensifying my discomfort. The black cat skin still lay discarded on the bed. My uncle examined it, but aside from that, there was nothing of value to be found. Nevertheless, He was hesitant to disturb it further until the matter was completely resolved, so he carefully laid the cat's skin back on the bed, recovering it with the sheets. The only thing left in the room was the vanity. According to Su Ruashi, the only place Fei Yao did not enter at that time was here. Thus, I have numerous reasons to assert that if there is anything left for us to discover in this residence, it is most likely located within this chamber. More precisely, upon this vanity. My uncle and I stood before the vanity, one on each side. Just as Su Ruashi had described, the mirror's surface was not particularly clear. It appeared hazy, as though veiled by a thin layer of mist. As I gazed into the murky reflection, an inexplicable urge compelled me to reach out and touch the mirror, instinctively wishing to wipe away that obscurity. In reality, there was nothing upon it. The lack of clarity was merely a result of age and wear. Thus, my hand encountered nothing tangible, yet I recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, inhaling sharply. My uncle inquired, "What is wrong?" I pointed at the mirror and replied, "This mirror feels as cold as ice. It's freezing." I exhaled warmth onto my hand, which alleviated the chill slightly. However, my uncle's attention was not drawn to the mirror, but rather to the lower section of the vanity, where he remarked, "Why are there so many knife marks here? It seems this vanity has a story to tell." I managed a wry smile. "Unfortunately, it cannot speak. It cannot share its tale with you." With a chuckle, my uncle responded, "That may not be the case. If it possesses a story, I will ensure it reveals itself." As he spoke, he began to pull open the drawers of the vanity. There remains nothing within. On the mirror's surface, the reflections of my uncle and I appeared. Upon closer inspection, I discerned no peculiarities. At this moment, feeling somewhat disheartened, I urged my uncle to leave this place promptly. My uncle gazed intently at the vanity for a moment, deep in thought, before suddenly exclaiming, "Yangzi, let us change the orientation of this vanity." Change the orientation? In an instant, I grasped my uncle's implication. He suspected that something lay concealed behind the vanity. Chapter 68. The pressure of Mount Tai on the soul. I am well aware of my uncle's extensive experience in this matter, and his instincts have always proven remarkably accurate. After he spoke, I joined him, each of us grasping a corner of the dressing table, preparing to lift it and change its orientation. My uncle cautioned me, reminding me that this piece had seen many years and to be careful not to dismantle it in our efforts. I acknowledged his words with a nod, shouted a rallying cry, and together we exerted our strength, attempting to raise the dressing table. Much to our surprise, the weight of the wood defied us, and we were unable to budge it. Ultimately, we conceded our endeavor and instead managed to shift the table a short distance outward. Even this modest effort left me drenched in perspiration, while my uncle panted heavily. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "That's enough. Let me see if there's anything behind it." With that, he flicked on his flashlight and directed its beam toward the back of the dressing table, while I stood outside, observing. After a prolonged examination, my uncle withdrew, spitting out in disgust, "Pa, it's nothing but years of old dust back here. There's nothing at all. My arms are too thick for this. Yangzi, reach in and feel beneath the table to see if there's anything. If not, we shall depart." I nodded in agreement, crouched down, and extended my hand beneath the dressing table. The legs of the table stood over 2 inches high, allowing just enough space for my arm to fit. The back was coated in dust, and it seemed the underside would be similarly unclean. However, I paid little heed to that at the moment, as I began to explore slowly with my hand beneath the dressing table. Initially, I held little hope, yet as my hand grazed the center of the vanity, it seemed to encounter something peculiar. I uttered a soft exclamation, prompting my uncle to inquire, "What is it? Have you found something?" Nodding, I urged him to be patient and carefully continue to feel around, informing him that it appeared to be a piece of paper affixed beneath. My uncle cautioned me to proceed slowly and to delicately extract the paper without damaging it. Just as I was about to lift it, he suddenly halted my actions. Confused, I felt him pull me up from the ground as he rummaged through his bag, producing a large bundle of red string. Attached to this string were numerous coins that clinked together melodiously when stirred. My uncle unfurled the string adorned with coins and encircled the vanity. The string lay on the ground, its ends joined by yet another coin. Once he completed this ritual, he gestured for me to retrieve the paper from beneath the vanity. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Uncle, what is the purpose of this?" He waved his hand dismissively, instructing me to refrain from questions and instead focus on uncovering the object. He warned me not to remove it from the circle of red string once it was out. Reluctantly, I knelt down once more and gingerly peeled the paper from the bottom of the vanity. Upon extracting it, I discovered it was merely an old photograph, yellowed with age. Holding it up to the sunlight streaming through the window, I remarked, "This person seems oddly familiar. I feel as though I have seen them before." Uncle Sen also came over to take a glance, sighed, and remarked, "Yangzi, I truly find myself at a loss with you. With such a memory, how on earth did you manage to gain admission to university? Is this not the very likeness of the wooden statue?" It was only upon Uncle San's prompt that a sudden realization dawned upon me. The individual in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure of the wooden effigy. Such a coincidence had never crossed my mind. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the woman in the photograph was also clad in a qipao, gracefully seated on a chair, her eyes shimmering with allure and charm. However, this was evidently an ancient photograph, appearing quite faded and significantly yellowed with age. Uncle San instructed me to set the photograph aside and first return the dressing table to its original position. Curiously, when we attempted to move the dressing table again, despite its considerable weight, both Uncle San and I found ourselves capable of lifting it. How could this be? Merely removing a photograph seemed to have made such a substantial difference. I felt an air of incredulity, while Uncle San appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Once the dressing table was properly positioned, Uncle San instructed me to raise one of its legs and place the photograph beneath it. I complied without hesitation, though an increasing number of questions swirled in my mind. After completing this task, we exited the room and returned to the courtyard, where the cat's desiccated remains and the piece of red cloth we had unearthed from beneath the tree remained in their original spot, awaiting disposal. Uncle San mentioned that the wooden effigy within the cat had already been extracted, rendering the cat's corpse devoid of further purpose. We gathered a pile of firewood in the yard, using the dry branches as fuel, and burned the cat's corpse before burying it back in its original grave. Uncle San declared that it was time to leave this place. We secured the gate, and I turned to take one last look at the old loft. Beneath the lilac tree, in front of the dressing table, beside the intricately carved wooden bed and the exquisite wooden figurines, I surmised that a remarkable story must have unfolded here. Whether we could unravel the house's sinister secrets depended on our ability to uncover its narrative. Uncle San got into the car and instructed me to call Su Ruashi, stating that he needed to prove something. I nodded and dialed Su Ruashi's number. Her voice on the line sounded weak and fatigued. Upon inquiry, I learned that she had been hospitalized for the past couple of days, not due to any grave issue, but rather as a result of being overly frightened that night, leading to a persistent fever. She provided the address of the hospital, urging us to find her there. Hearing this, both Uncle San and I felt a pang of guilt. Our initial intentions had not been malicious. We merely sought to curtail Sue's arrogance, never anticipating the extent of harm we had caused her. On the way to the hospital, I inquired about the dressing table, believing that Uncle San must know the story behind the photograph. Indeed, he revealed that the dressing table was so heavy due to that very photograph. He suspected that a spirit had been sealed within it, confined solely to the vicinity of the dressing table. Such a technique of spirit confinement typically requires the use of a Taoist method known as the Taishan spirit pressing technique. The technique, known as the Taishan suppression of souls, is an exceptionally sophisticated form of Taoist practice, somewhat akin to summoning the formidable yellow turban warriors or employing the mighty Taishan stone to confine one's spirit. A soul can indeed be imprisoned within a photograph or an image. With the presence of the Taishan stone, it is no wonder that the dressing table appears overwhelmingly heavy. Listening to my uncle's narration felt akin to tales of mythology. Could this art truly possess such extraordinary powers? I inquired further. Are you encircling the dressing table with a red thread to prevent the spirit in that photograph from escaping? My uncle nodded in affirmation. Indeed, until we ascertain the identity of that spirit, we must not allow her to be released. Could the spirit belong to the woman depicted in the photograph? It is highly probable. Thus, our first task is to uncover the identity of the woman in that image. Chapter 69, Meeting the Female Writer. Does that Tsuruashi know the woman in the photograph? I inquired. If she doesn't, then we certainly do not. If possible, I would like to ask her to introduce us to the homeowner, Fei Yao. My uncle leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. In just a short while, he fell asleep, emitting soft snores. It seemed that the matter concerning this haunted house had indeed drained his energy. I drove back into the city. As I approached the hospital, I stopped to buy some fruit and a flower basket. While I got back into the car, my uncle had awakened. Seeing the fruit, he reached into the bag and pulled out an apple. I promptly reminded him, "Uncle, that's for Tsuruashi." Impatiently, he replied, "I know, one more apple makes no difference." With that, he produced a fruit knife, peeled the apple, and handed me half. I shook my head, took a bite of the apple, and resumed driving toward the hospital. Just as we set off, a thought struck me, and I suddenly slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. My uncle, who had not fastened his seatbelt, exclaimed in surprise, nearly colliding with the windshield. He glared at me, scolding, "You little rascal, are you trying to kill your uncle?" I waved my hand. "Uncle, don't speak. Let me take a look at that fruit knife of yours." He wiggled the knife in his hand and handed it to me, questioning, "What is there to see?" I glanced at the knife and muttered an exclamation of disbelief before pushing open the car door and rushing out. Not only did I expel the apple from my mouth, but I also retched violently, nearly turning my stomach inside out. I vividly recall that in that courtyard, my uncle had used this very fruit knife to slice open the belly of that cat carcass. As I heaved by the roadside, my uncle, still munching on his apple, approached me, offering a bottle of water and squatting down with a keen interest to observe my plight. After taking a sip of water and rinsing my mouth, I looked at my uncle, who appeared utterly unfazed by the situation. I gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Uncle, I am truly impressed. I knew you had a taste for the macabre, but I didn't expect it to this extent. Just don't drag me into this. Can this knife still be used for fruit?" At that moment, my uncle seemed to grasp my distress, and he suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, clutching his belly and bending over. Eventually, he retrieved another knife from his bag and said, "I understand now. You thought I used this knife to cut the apple, didn't you?" "Ha ha!" I stared at him, wide-eyed. "You have two knives?" "Of course," he replied. Even in my confusion, I wouldn't mix up a fruit knife. "The knife for cutting fruit is in the car. As for the cat carcass." I cover my mouth in shock. "Don't mention the cat carcass. You should have mentioned you had two knives earlier." My uncle feigned innocence. "You never asked." I huffed in frustration as I got back into the car, pointing at him and declaring, "Uncle, I don't know how much I can earn by following you, but I have a feeling I'll end up dead at your hands one day." My uncle grinned widely. "Nephew, what do you mean by that?" I dare not speak carelessly. Initially, upon returning from the attic of that ancient street, I sensed a heaviness in both our hearts, especially as the deadline loomed ever closer, with this matter remaining utterly perplexing and the investigation into that haunted house seeming indefinitely distant. However, following such an interlude, our spirits unexpectedly lightened considerably. We made our way to the hospital, exchanging light banter, where we encountered Tsuruashi. Tsuruashi lay upon the hospital bed, and 4-drip attached nearby. I placed the fruits and flowers aside, and Tsuruashi, somewhat taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. Given Tsuruashi's condition, neither my uncle nor I felt it appropriate to address serious matters immediately. It was Tsuruashi who first inquired about the progress regarding that house. With that, our reservations dissipated. My uncle produced the wooden figurine and presented it to Tsuruashi for her inspection. Upon seeing the figurine, Tsuruashi's expression shifted, and she glanced at us, questioning, What is the purpose of this carving?" My uncle asked, "Do you know this person?" "Of course I do. This is Fei Jia, is it not?" I exclaimed in astonishment. Fei Jia? Fei Yao?" I gasped. "Yes, that's right. Did you carve this? Where did it come from? How could this be?" "Fei Yao has only just returned to the country. This item." The remainder of my thoughts remained unvoiced, as I wished to keep Tsuruashi unaware of the figurine's origins. Nevertheless, the situation was indeed peculiar. The wooden figurine of Fei Yao was found buried beneath the lilac tree in the courtyard. How could one possibly rationalize this? Uncle San took the wooden figurine once more and inquired of Tsuruashi, "Assistant Su, please examine it more closely. This carving is exquisite. yet it is merely a wooden effigy. Can you unequivocally identify it as Fei Yao? Su Ruoxi scrutinized the figurine again and nodded resolutely. Although Sister Fei has an affinity for kipeos, she has never donned one. This effigy, however, is adorned in a qipao. Aside from this distinction, the likeness is unmistakably that of Sister Fei. Uncle San nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Assistant Su, where's Fei Yao now? I wish to meet her." Su Ruoxi's eyes flickered momentarily, and with a smile, she replied, "Mr. Li, Sister Fei has entrusted me with this matter. If you have anything to discuss, I would prefer you communicate it through me, and I shall relay it to Sister Fei." I observed Su Ruoxi, thinking to myself how pitiable she truly was. I could nearly decipher her thoughts. As Uncle Sen had mentioned, he had previously approached Su Ruoxi several times, expressing a desire to meet Fei Yao, as conversing directly with the homeowner would yield more immediate results. Yet, Su Ruoxi consistently declined Uncle San's requests, citing her full authority over the affairs of this loft as justification. Uncle San remarked that she merely sought to secure some personal advantage. This was understandable, but I had not anticipated that even at this juncture, she would still refuse to allow us to meet Fei Yao. Uncle San scoffed lightly, "Assistant Su, I do not mean to frighten you. If you continue to obstruct our meeting with Ms. Fei, she may find herself in peril. You have personally witnessed the events of that night. I need not elaborate on the gravity of the situation. Now we have uncovered new clues that directly pertain to Fei Yao's safety. Should this matter be mishandled, you too may suffer the consequences. Now, your current state is likely related to this matter." Uncle San's words frightened Su Ruoxi greatly. After contemplating for a moment, she nodded and said, "All right, I will assist you in contacting Sister Fei." Through Su Ruoxi's communication, we arranged to meet in the lobby of the hotel where we were staying. After bidding farewell to Su Ruoxi, we returned directly to our hotel to await Fei Yao's arrival. On the way, I inquired of Uncle San whether Fei Yao was truly in danger. Uncle San responded ambiguously, stating, "If handled well, it is untrue. If not, it is indeed true." We had scarcely settled into the hotel lobby when a woman entered our line of sight. She first glanced around the surroundings and then, upon spotting us, gracefully approached. Chapter 70. Nightmare. The woman was of average height, elegantly dressed, with a chic short haircut. She donned a light beige, thin trench coat, and around her neck was a delicate yellow scarf. Her stride exuded confidence, suggesting she was a person of stature. However, her large sunglasses obscured nearly half of her face, rendering her features indistinguishable. As she approached, we rose to greet her. Without hesitation, she introduced herself. She was indeed the overseas writer we had arranged to meet, Fei Yao. Once seated, I poured her a glass of water, to which she nodded in gratitude. My uncle, straightforward as ever, wasted no time and asked, "Miss Fei Yao, I trust Assistant Su has informed you of our background. May I inquire if you have encountered any unfortunate incidents recently?" Fei Yao glanced at my uncle, her excitement palpable. She sat up straighter and eagerly inquired, "I heard from Ruoxi that you are Taoists. I have heard abroad that Chinese Taoist culture is profound and unfathomable. Its history is rich and extensive, and those who practice it can attain immortality and foresee the future. So, do you possess the ability to tell fortunes?" At her question, I nearly spat out the water I had just sipped. It appeared that Fei Yao was newly acquainted with Chinese culture, still in the phase of merely hearing about it. She had initially exalted the culture and history of Taoism to great heights, presenting it as something grand and illustrious. Yet, she followed with a term as down-to-earth as fortune-telling. Nevertheless, she was quite accurate prior to his departure. My uncle had indeed set up a stall in our town to practice divination. The face of my uncle flushed with hues of red and white. Perhaps, in his eyes, he considered himself a person of considerable ability. Indeed, a capable individual would disdain being perceived merely as a fortune-teller or a wandering sorcerer. With a sheepish smile, he clarified, "Ms. Fei Yao, allow me to correct you. You are indeed correct that our nation's Taoist culture is profound and vast. I have spent many years as a practitioner, yet I am not merely a fortune-teller. As for fortune-telling, we refer to it here as destiny analysis." Fei Yao nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, then please, sir, provide me with an analysis." You are right. My recent circumstances have indeed been quite disheartening. Perhaps you could share some of the unfortunate events you have encountered, and see if I might be of assistance. Since her arrival, Fei Yao had kept her sunglasses on. I initially assumed she was proud, much like Su Ruoshi, and that wearing sunglasses during our conversation was, at the very least, a sign of disrespect towards my uncle and me. However, upon hearing my uncle's words, she sighed and removed her glasses. In that moment, both my uncle and I beheld her face, taken aback and momentarily speechless. Her visage was remarkably akin to that of the wooden effigy. It was an uncanny resemblance, indistinguishable in any regard, despite one being a living person and the other a wooden figure, one adorned in contemporary attire and the other clad in traditional qipao. The similarity was strikingly evident. It was no wonder Su Ruoshi had been so certain in the hospital that the wooden statue was indeed Fei Yao. Simultaneously astonishing was Fei Yao's appearance, which bore the marks of profound fatigue, highlighted by conspicuous dark circles reminiscent of a panda's. Her eye bag sagged, and her eyes, devoid of luster, gazed blankly. What could possibly have transpired to torment such a poised and refined woman to this extent? Uncle San refrained from broaching the subject of the wooden puppet, instead inquiring, "I heard from Assistant Sue that you often experience nightmares. Could it be that you are troubled by them?" Fei Yao nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Ever since I moved out of that attic, I've been plagued by nightmares every night. I frequently awaken in terror, too afraid to fall back asleep, often sitting alone until dawn breaks. I can no longer endure this. I am unable to concentrate on anything. As you know, I am a writer, and in this state, I am utterly incapable of working." Listening to Fei Yao's plight, I thought to myself that despite such turmoil, she managed to muster the strength to meet with us, which was truly remarkable. For others in her situation, not only would work be impossible, but mere survival would be commendable. Uncle San continued, "And the content of the dreams?" Fei Yao shook her head repeatedly, her voice hollow as she replied, "I cannot remember. I cannot remember. In any case, those dreams are far too terrifying. Each time I awaken, I am drenched in sweat, yet the content eludes me. After experiencing so many dreams, you recall none of them?" Fei Yao shook her head once more. "I cannot remember. I cannot remember. I always strive to recall the content of those dreams. Yet upon waking, my mind is a blank slate. However, I have a faint recollection. What do you remember? This matter is of great significance to us." Fei Yao rubbed her temples vigorously and continued, "I vaguely recall that in my dream, I seem to have returned to ancient times. The scenes and the attire of the people there were distinctly different from the modern era. Is that all?" Fei Yao nodded affirmatively. "That is indeed all." After a moment of contemplation, my uncle addressed Fei Yao. "I comprehend the situation now. I shall consider a solution, but it may require your utmost cooperation." Fei Yao abruptly stood up, grasped my uncle's hand, and expressed, "If you can assist me, I would be immensely grateful. I am willing to do whatever it takes, and if a swift resolution can be achieved, I am prepared to offer an additional 50,000, totaling 600,000 for your services." Upon uttering these words, Fei Yao sensed her own indiscretion and hurriedly released her grip, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, upon hearing this, my uncle and I exchanged glances. My uncle waved his hand, interrupting Fei Yao. "Hold on, please wait a moment." Fei Yao was taken aback. "What is it? If the amount is insufficient, what was the original fee we agreed upon?" My uncle inquired. "Was it not 550,000? Fei Yao appeared perplexed. I managed a wry smile and asked, "Did you not personally sign the contract?" "Yes, I did," Fei Yao replied, "but at that time, I was tormented by nightmares and was in a poor mental state. I hardly glanced at the contract. Is there a problem?" Just as my uncle was about to respond, I interjected, "There is no issue at all. However, once this matter is resolved, it will be prudent for you to consider appointing a different assistant." Fei Yao was perplexed by the situation, and I had no intention of clarifying it for her. In the end, she departed from the hotel, utterly bewildered. Once she was gone, my uncle, visibly agitated, remarked, "Did you see that? No wonder Su Ruoshi has consistently refused to let us meet directly. With just a twist of her hand, she has pocketed 50,000 yuan. Why didn't you allow me to confront Fei Yao directly?" I waved my hand dismissively and replied, "Let it be, uncle. We've already caused Su Ruashi enough trouble to land her in the hospital. Consider that 50,000 yuan as her medical expenses. My uncle shot me a glare and scolded, "You little rascal, we risked our lives, and you're being so generous, just like that." 50,000 yuan disappears from our lips. However, you really ought to temper your kind-heartedness. Both of us need to make some changes. Chapter 71. The wooden man yawned with a smile. I remarked, "I believe that having a kind heart is not a flaw. Is it? There's no need for change." My uncle curled his lips in response. A kind heart is certainly not a flaw, but one must consider towards whom it is directed. There is no necessity to extend such kindness to a woman like Su Ruashi, who is solely driven by profit. I shook my head. I think after this incident, she should realize how difficult our endeavors are. She ought to learn from this. The money we earn is truly acquired at the cost of our lives. My uncle let out a cold chuckle. It's easy to change the landscape, but difficult to alter one's nature. Let us hope she can indeed change. I nodded in agreement. Let us focus on more pressing matters. Otherwise, we may not even secure our earnings. Regarding Fei Yao, have you come up with any solutions? My uncle shook his head. Fei Yao cannot recall the contents of her dream, which is problematic. My intuition suggests that her dream is likely intertwined with the tale of that house. To unravel this mystery, we must comprehend that story. I raise my hands in exasperation, but Fei Yao has no recollection. We cannot simply enter her dreams while she is asleep, can we? My uncle smiled, pointing at me. My dear nephew, you have hit the nail on the head. We indeed need to delve into Fei Yao's dreams. I found this notion utterly astonishing. How is that even possible? Without responding, my uncle requested paper and pen from the front desk and began to write diligently at the table. I leaned in to take a closer look as my uncle pointed to the words on the paper, saying, "Reincarnated black cat, wooden figurine, dressing table, photograph, lilac tree, attic." Upon our arrival, these peculiar items emerged, yet they seem to exist independently. What we lack now is a connecting thread to weave these clues together. I believe that if these clues are intertwined, they would compose a complete narrative. And Fei Yao's dream serves as that very thread. As he spoke, my uncle drew a line, linking the phrases on the paper. I nodded, realizing that deciphering this mystery was akin to solving a case. Discovering clues required further organization. My interest in the matter deepened. Gazing at the paper, I curiously inquired, while it seems simple to say, how can we enter Fei Yao's dream? My uncle assured me he had his methods, but nothing could be accomplished tonight, urging me to rest. A sense of urgency washed over me. Yet he insisted that one's health is paramount, and one must never compromise their well-being. By this time, darkness had descended once more, and we had scarcely eaten throughout the day. Trusting in my uncle's confidence, I decided to let it be. Thus, we indulged in a delightful meal at the dining hall. Upon returning to my room, the wounds inflicted by the cat had yet to heal, preventing me from bathing. So I lay down on the bed. Perhaps due to exhaustion, I soon drifted into slumber. In the haze between dreams and wakefulness, I heard my uncle speaking on the phone, though I could not discern his words. I slept soundly until the following morning. When I opened my eyes, I discovered that my uncle had placed the wooden figurine on the table, his gaze fixated upon it in a trance. It was evident he had been staring for quite some time. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted the moment. Slipping on my slippers, I went to answer it, only to find Su Ruashi standing outside. Noticing my daze, she waved her hand in front of me, saying, "A guest has arrived. And you don't even extend a greeting? Su assistant, please come in," my uncle called from within. I ushered Su Ruashi into the room, and my uncle immediately inquired, "What is the update? Have you found out what I asked you to investigate?" Su Ruashi nodded. "After receiving your call last night, I began verifying this matter with friends. This morning, I visited the city archives and library to gather relevant information, and I finally have some leads." It was then I realized my uncle had called Su Ruashi the previous night. Upon hearing her report, my uncle praised, "Indeed, Su assistant is remarkably capable. It's no surprise that Fei Yao chose you as her assistant. However, it concerns us that you're exerting yourself so much before fully recovering." My uncle rarely adopted such a serious demeanor, and I found it somewhat unsettling. Even Su Ruashi seemed taken aback. She quickly responded, "Mr. Li, please don't be so courteous. Your politeness leaves me feeling uncertain. My uncle smiled. Then let us discuss the matter at hand. Suruwashi, noticing the wooden figurine on the table, reached out to examine it and remarked, "The craftsmanship of this wooden figurine is indeed an ancient art. During the Republic of China era, these wooden figurines became widely popular among the populace, particularly in the vicinity of Linjiang. This craft boasts a long-standing history, requiring exceptionally advanced carving techniques. In an age devoid of photographic technology and with few skilled painters, the only means to preserve one's likeness was through these wooden effigies. Initially, the practice arose from the frequent wars of ancient times, where soldiers faced near certain death on the battlefield. Typically, when a family had a male member enlisting, they would seek the services of a carver to create a wooden likeness. This effigy would be entrusted to their loved ones, who, in the unfortunate event of the soldier's death and inability to recover the body, would bury the figurine in place of their departed kin. Did this wooden effigy serve such a purpose? It dawned upon me that my uncle was instructing Suruwashi to investigate the origins of these effigies. Suruwashi continued, stating that the creation of such wooden figures not only demands exceptional carving skills, but also requires the artist to imbue the piece with genuine emotion. The proficiency of woodcarvers varies significantly. While many artisans possess only basic skills, truly masterful craftsmen are exceedingly rare, with only a select few invited to work in the imperial court. Upon examining the archives of Linjiang, I discovered that during the Republic of China period, there was indeed a renowned woodcarver in Linjiang, known far and wide. His surname was Yang, and due to his remarkable skill, he was referred to as Wooden Man Yang. Wooden Man Yang? I remarked, I have only heard of Clay Man Yang. Suruwashi cast a glance at me, nodding in agreement, and remarked that it was said Wooden Man Yang wielded his carving knife with unparalleled finesse. One merely needs to sit face to face with another, a carving knife in hand, as would shavings dance in the air, all done in silence, and a wooden figurine is born in an instant. In those days, the names of Woodman Yang and Mudman Zhang were indeed celebrated in equal measure. However, Mudman Zhang's colorful sculpting techniques were predominantly favored in the north, while the south preferred wooden sculpture. A saying of the time went, in the north there is Mudman Zhang, in the south there is Woodman Yang. Both are renowned far and wide. Yet, while the legacy of Mudman Zhang has endured, Woodman Yang mysteriously vanished, leaving no disciples or descendants behind. Consequently, his craft has faded into obscurity, seldom spoken of in contemporary discourse. Written records regarding wooden figurines are scarce, with only a handful of unclear photographs available, which I compared to this wooden figurine. However, I cannot ascertain whether this particular piece originated from the skilled hands of Woodman Yang. My uncle nodded thoughtfully. This is sufficient. After bidding farewell to Assistant Sue, he scrawled 3 emphatic characters on the clue-laden paper, Woodman Yang. Chapter 72. The 5 Elements in Summoning Array. I gazed at the paper with a wry smile, pondering whether this wooden figurine could be the creation of the renowned sculptor, Murin Yang. My uncle picked up the wooden effigy, scrutinizing it from every angle without offering a response. Instead, he posed another question. Yangzi, do you believe this wooden figure represents Fei Yao herself? I waved my hand dismissively. How could that be? Fei Yao has only just returned to the country. And if this figurine is indeed a work of Murin Yang, it would date back a century. My uncle remained non-committal and continued, so, do you think there are reincarnated cats and reincarnated humans? After a moment's contemplation, I replied, initially I did not believe in the notion of reincarnation, but now I am convinced. The bizarre and uncanny events we have encountered while unraveling these haunted houses have profoundly altered my understanding. Thus, I surmise that reincarnation must indeed exist. If cats can be reborn, then surely humans can as well. Uncle, are you suggesting that the original form of this wooden figurine is Fei Yao's past life? He nodded. Aside from this theory, I cannot conceive of a more plausible explanation. We have gathered most of our clues. Now we merely lack a narrative. Let us contact Fei Yao and convene at the attic of the ancient street. Are we really going there? I questioned. As I spoke, my uncle had already exited the room, tossing back a cryptic remark from the corridor. Indeed, this time I shall allow her to experience a vivid dream. His enigmatic words left me puzzled, and, sensing his urgency, I began dialing the number Fei Yao had left behind. After informing her, she hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. My uncle and I arrived at the attic first. After a short while, Tsuruwashi drove in with Fei Yao. Perhaps due to some manipulation regarding the remuneration, Tsuruwashi appeared somewhat embarrassed upon seeing us. Her expression rather unnatural. We exchanged a knowing smile, choosing not to address the unspoken tension between us. Fei Yao had previously experienced a fright within this attic, and even after several days, she remained shaken, lingering at a distance. My uncle stepped forward and assured her, "Miss Fei, trust me, with my presence, there is no danger." Tsuruwashi added, "Sister Fei, Masterly possesses exceptional skills. Rest assured and follow his guidance." Only then did Fei Yao hesitantly join us inside the attic. My uncle's objective was unambiguous, the room with the dressing table on the second floor. Upon reaching the door, Fei Yao hesitated once more, haunted by the terrifying memories associated with this place. She inquired of my uncle, "Is there not something we can discuss outside? Must we enter this room?" My uncle shook his head resolutely. "Not only must we enter this room, but you are also required to spend the night here." "What?" Both Fei Yao and Tsuruwashi exclaimed simultaneously. My uncle had not forewarned me about the overnight stay, leaving me equally perplexed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fei Yao turned to leave. My uncle's voice was cold as he declared, "You may leave if you wish to spend your life trapped in that terrifying dream. Furthermore, that dream will only elongate over time, eventually evolving into nights and days from which you cannot awaken. In the end, you will remain forever ensnared in that dream, never to awaken again." The words of my third uncle successfully frightened Fei Yao. She abruptly halted her steps, clutching her head with her hands and gripping her hair, letting out a pained cry. A chill ran through me. A woman of Fei Yao's stature would not exhibit such a lapse in composure unless driven to the brink. However, what my third uncle articulated was not mere theatrics intended to intimidate Fei Yao. Her predicament was a consequence of being targeted by vengeful spirits. My uncle had once explained that the world is divided into the realm of the living and the realm of the dead, the former inhabited by humans, the latter by ghosts. Yet, there exists another domain where both coexist, the realm of dreams. Each entity has its own place of existence. Humans cannot venture into the realm of the dead, nor can spirits linger in the realm of the living for long. Consequently, many souls wronged in death seek refuge in dreams. Fei Yao's situation appeared to be just that. If not promptly addressed, that dreadful dream would persistently haunt her. After weighing her options, Fei Yao ultimately acquiesced, agreeing to heed my uncle's instructions. He nodded in approval and instructed Tsuruwashi to accompany Fei Yao to the courtyard, advising them to return when called. In the attic room, only my uncle and I remained. He indicated the need to prepare the space, first covering the window with a heavy quilt, ensuring it was completely sealed and airtight. Then, my uncle produced 4 copper coins, elevating the 4 corners of the ornate wooden bed and placing the coins beneath them. In doing so, the bed was effectively separated from the floor by the coins. Once these arrangements were completed, my uncle led me to the courtyard as well. Fei Yao and Tsuruwashi stood before the lifeless lilac tree, lost in contemplation. As we approached, Fei Yao, perplexed, inquired, "Masterly, this lilac tree was thriving just a few days ago. How did it suddenly perish?" My third uncle responded, "This is precisely what I intended to ask you. On the night of the incident, did it rain outside while you resided in this house?" Fei Yao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, and it was quite a downpour, accompanied by thunder and lightning." "That confirms it." "Indeed," my uncle replied, a hint of enlightenment gracing his countenance. Both Fei Yao and Tsuruwashi were eager to unravel the thoughts swirling in my uncle's mind, yet he clearly wished to withhold further revelations from them. Instead, pulling me aside for a discreet conversation, in a hushed tone, I inquired, "Is the rain connected to the cat's desiccated corpse and the sudden wilting of this tree?" My uncle nodded. "Do you recall my mentioning that this lilac tree, the cat's carcass, the wooden figurine, and the land here collectively establish a balance? Recently, has there been any event that could potentially disrupt this equilibrium?" "I do remember," I replied. "Then what has caused this disruption?" "The rain," he elucidated. The wooden figurine within the cat's belly must have been inserted while the cat was still alive. What? I gasped in astonishment, quickly asking, "Are you suggesting that the cat was buried alive?" My uncle nodded in affirmation and further queried, "Do you understand the purpose behind such an act?" Having spent considerable time with my uncle, I had begun to grasp certain intricacies. While the cat was alive, engaging in these actions was merely an attempt to provoke its lingering resentment. I share my analysis with my uncle, who chuckled softly and remarked, "Indeed. According to my assessment, it appears that a skilled individual has set up a small-scale 5 elements invoking array." 5 elements invoking array? I inquired. Yes. The 5 elements consist of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The lilac tree represents wood, and that wooden box is also made of wood. The land signifies earth, while the iron wire entangled around the cat symbolizes metal. The lilac tree is planted in the courtyard, ensuring an ample supply of rainwater. But what about fire? There's no fire, I questioned. My uncle smiled and replied, "The 5 elements invoking array requires all 5 elements to be present, along with the resentment of the black cat, to function effectively. This design is exceedingly clever, particularly with regard to the element of fire. Allow me to assist you in uncovering this fire." Chapter 73. The shadowy path. The once vibrant lilac tree had withered, and most of its dry branches had been consumed by flames. Only a solitary, desiccated trunk remained. My uncle approached and strained to snap the trunk. Though it was approximately the thickness of a child's arm, it had been utterly depleted of moisture, making it an effortless task to break. He urged me to observe the cross-section of the severed trunk, where I noticed that the center had turned black. Pointing to it, my uncle remarked, "Do you see? This is the fire of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." I was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "What sort of fire is this?" My uncle elucidated. "This is celestial fire." Fei Yao recounted that on that fateful night, thunder and lightning had clashed, and a bolt had likely struck this lilac tree. The celestial fire penetrated the trunk and coursed down through the roots into the earth, invoking the 5-element array that summoned shadows. Consequently, this array activated and gradually drew in the surrounding Earth's energy, leading to the swift demise of the lilac tree. We happened to stumble upon its lifeless state that very day. It was only after my uncle's thorough